Inside the Audi, Li Lei was extremely close to Xia Ling as he watched the scene of Xia Yu getting caught in a fix from the small screen together with her. He smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Xia Ling's feelings were complicated. That was the first time she saw her sister getting humiliated and reviled by others in broad daylight. However, she got over it in a flash. Villains who commit all sorts of wicked actions would often get their retribution. She looked up and returned Li Lei's smile. "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me? You're treating me like an outsider." Li Lei wasn't pleased about it and asked, "Can't you express yourself with some actual deeds?" Xia Ling was rendered speechless. How was expressing herself with actions any different? Xia Ling wasn't sure if she should laugh or cry. However, she decided to be patient and went along with him. "How do I do that?" Li Lei tilted his head and thought about it. "Accompany me somewhere to have fun." Xia Ling really wanted to sigh out loud. If he were to make any other presumptuous demands, she could easily reject him. But to refuse such a small matter like accompanying him to have fun, it would make her appear unfriendly. She speculated that Li Lei did it intentionally, betting that she would not be able to refuse. "Fine then," said Xia Ling. She could not help but complain about him in her heart. "Big boss, you are no longer young. Is it really acceptable to mimic preschool children and go to the amusement park to play?" A few days later, when it was peaceful and sunny, he brought her to the amusement park. At that moment, she was already a celebrity with some popularity, thus she disguised herself to prevent others from recognizing her. She wore a baggy and oversized olive drab sweater with a long and thin scarf around her neck, covering half her face. She even wore a huge pair of shades with large frames and tied an ordinary ponytail, looking like a cute but old-fashioned nerdy schoolgirl. Li Lei laughed at her. "You look like a dummy." Xia Ling glared at him. "You're the dummy." Her voice sounded a little muffled, coming from under the many layers of her scarf. Giving a clear and serious look under her shades, she appeared to look silly but cute. Li Lei couldn't help but laugh, then he stretched out his dry and warm hand to rub her head. "Let's go have fun, big brother will lead the way." "HMPH, brother." Xia Ling was still puffing with anger and began to scold him secretly. "I was already 28 years old when I was killed. Little brother, how old are you now? You are not even 28 right, why are you acting mature, HMPH?" Despite her complaints, she obediently went with him. The amusement park was extremely crowded, and they were mostly families of 3 or students. Occasionally, there were couples as well. Xia Ling was petite and was knocked by the masses till she began to stagger along at the start. However, Li Lei quickly began to shield her. With his height of 1.85 meters and with his evenly toned robust physique, it was a breeze for him to open up a path for her, saving her a lot of effort. "Look," a girl tugged at her good friend beside her and said, "That man over there is so hot." Her good friend managed to see Li Lei by following where her friend pointed and was also immediately love-struck. "Oh my, wow, he's really extremely hot and handsome, he must be mixed blood right. His eyes, his sharp nose, that sexy lips, oh no, I'm gonna faint from his hotness." The third girl laughed and patted her other 2 friends back. "That's enough, stop fainting, can't you guys see that he has a girlfriend? Look, that girl he's trying to shield, tisk, she looks so old-fashioned, I wonder what that hunk sees in her." It was only after the girl mentioned it that they realized the girl who looked like a country bumpkin beside Li Lei. Well, it wasn't their fault as Xia Ling was too petite, making it extremely difficult to spot her in the huge crowd. They were green with envy and shot looks at Xia Ling. After that, they all sighed. Sigh, it seems like the hog ate the cabbage. I wonder how many good deeds she did in her past few lifetimes to have snagged such a handsome boyfriend who was so protective of her. After observing them, they realized that that hunk was always shielding that old-fashioned girl from the crowd turbulence. The amusement park was packed like sardines, but no one could touch that girl even a tiny bit. "He's really a good man." Girl A lamented. "That's true love." Girl B lamented. "We don't stand a chance at all, let's just wish them happiness." Girl C lamented as well. Xia Ling walked beside Li Lei, not realizing that countless girls were secretly shooting glances at them just like the 3 girls earlier. She was shielded so well by Li Lei that she didn't feel any pressure from the crowd. As she continued to walk, she regained her curious nature and started to peer around. "Look, there's a merry-go-round there." She called Li Lei excitedly and said, "I want to go, let's go." His eyes glowed with tenderness and replied, "Okay." He seemed to have forgotten who was the one supposed to accompany the other to have fun. The whole journey, his kiddo Xiao Ling had wanted to sit the pirate ship, watch the guessing games as well as eat hot candy. Every time she suggested something excitedly, he would blaze a trail through the crowd for her. He felt that he was the best kind of man that ever existed. He had racked his brains to persuade her to visit the amusement park and had even willingly become her slave. She was bouncing around empty-handed vivaciously while there were already many different things hanging from his arms. There were colored balloons, cotton candy, mini windmills, and soap bubbles. "Kiddo Xiao Ling, did you not visit the amusement park for a few lifetimes?" Li Lei judged her silently, but his gaze never left that old-fashioned, silly-looking yet cute figure. His eyes revealed a gentle hint of contentment. What he did not know was, in actual fact, Xia Ling truly had never really visited an amusement park before. In her previous life when she was still in the orphanage, finances were tight and the head of the orphanage said that only the top 10 best performing children could visit the amusement park. At that period of time, Xia Ling gave it her all and showed great initiative. She swept and cleaned the orphanage's grounds, stayed up all night to revise her homework to get the first place, enthusiastically participated in artistic performances. She told Xia Yu that she had never visited an amusement park and really yearned to go. Sickly Xia Yu was filled with envy and told her sister, "I'm definitely not able to go, you should go in place of me and help me take a look." Xia Ling clutched her sister's hands and nodded solemnly. "No problem, Xiao Yu. When I come back, I will tell you about every single thing that is fun there." She failed to notice that Xia Yu had looked down, in an attempt to cover her jealousy and hatred. Xiaoling worked hard for a long time before she finally got a spot. However, something unexpected happened on the day they were supposed to depart for the amusement park. Xia Yu had accidentally fallen off the bed in the dormitory and had a heart attack. Her tiny body was curled up into a tiny ball as she was hurting badly. While she was semi-conscious, she was delirious and repeatedly asked for her sister as she continued to frown. Xiaoling's heart ached for her sister, and no matter how much she longed for the trip, she could only fall back from the group that was about to set off. She then kept watching over Xia Yu for an entire day. After being adopted by Pei Ziheng, she did suggest visiting the amusement park. However, Pei Ziheng said that there were too many common people and it wasn't appropriate to mix with them. If she wanted to go, they had to clear out the place. After he made some arrangements, the whole amusement park was cleared out. He brought her to receive VIP treatment, with empty merry-go-rounds, empty Ferris wheels, dull and desolate balloons and colored lamps. After playing those once or twice, she lost all interest in them. This time visiting the place with Li Lei was the first time she truly experienced what an amusement park was like. It was the best to be in the midst of the bustling crowd and countless different happy faces. Li Lei was thrilled. He knew that most girls enjoyed visiting the amusement park and that it would definitely not go wrong. She bobbed up and down, skipped happily back to him and tugged at his sleeve with her tiny hands. "There's a haunted house there, let's go inside." He smiled and said, "Sure." He loved looking at her bright sparkly eyes. She directly portrayed her happiness on her face and ran around as though she wasn't afraid of anything. He had seen too many girls who put on a weak and delicate front and stopped at nothing to trick him into accepting them. He had also seen no less of those who pretended to be lively, which turned into obtrusiveness as well as mistaking stupidity for innocence. She was the only one who was unique. At times, she appeared as if she was an exclusive flower, blooming high above the clouds, facing the flurry and chilly weather alone. She did not recount her pain to others, but others would not be able to restrain themselves from trying to protect her. At other times, she looked like a naive little bunny, unable to conceal her emotions, be it anger or joy. Her pure eyes were clear of impurities, causing the hearts of people who looked into them to glow as well. In his eyes, she was one of a kind. Li Lei grabbed her hand and said, "Come on, let's go inside the haunted house." She was too thrilled to notice that her hand was already in his, and instead, she dragged him along as she ran forward excitedly. Throughout their journey into the haunted house, she was shocked by the ghosts and monsters from time to time. There were a few times when she backed into his arms after being scared. Li Lei remained calm and collected while he shielded her from them. She had a faintly discernible aroma, and it made the deepest part of his heart thump loudly. She was clueless about what she was doing to him and even failed to notice that she was no longer resisting his hugs. She continued to enjoy herself happily and was soon left breathless, with a thin layer of sweat forming on her skin. They exited the haunted house. "Take a break," said Li Lei. Exhausted from all the playing, she agreed. He brought her to a cafe deep inside the forest zone, where the afternoon sun shone through the French casement, faltering slightly. Li Lei ordered a cup of black tea for her and said, "You just got back your voice, avoid beverages such as coffee which can cause irritation to your throat." Xiaoling nodded as an indication that she understood. In fact, she normally rarely drank coffee. She took the tea from him and took a sip with satisfaction. After that, she began to blink wearily and nodded off. "You're tired already, you can take a quick nap here," he said. Actually, he had brought bodyguards along in this trip. They went unnoticed by her as they were in plain clothes. After that, she curled up on the wooden bench in front of the French casement and closed her eyes. He ordered his bodyguards to bring a cushion and a blanket. After which, he proceeded to gently cover her with the blanket. It didn't take long before she fell asleep. He sat down next to her and removed the cushion under her neck with extreme caution, allowing her to rest on his thighs. He acted so gently and warily, as though he was a thief. She started to stir, yet was not awakened. She flipped to a more comfortable position and fell into a deeper sleep. Li Lei beamed with satisfaction and looked down, observing her. Under the sunlight, her features were alluring, as though they were carved by a famous craftsman. They weren't complicated, every single detail was on point. If anything were to be added or removed, they would be eclipsed. Her long eyelashes were plated with a thin layer of gold and her skin was so soft and tender that fine hairs could be spotted. In her sleep, her lips were slightly curled upward as though she was having a beautiful dream. Li Lei bent forward and planted a tender kiss on her lips. It was soft and sweet, just like he had imagined. His expression grew more tender as he closed his eyes for a catnap, holding her in his arms. What he failed to notice was a woman standing among the trees all by herself outside the French casement, silently watching his every move. There was a document in her hand that urgently needed Li Lei's signature. Assistant Su. Li Lei's bodyguards appeared next to her. "Young Master Li has ordered that no one is to disturb him." Su Tang maintained the same expression. She had always put on an elegant and proud front, thus she was good at concealing her emotions. She retracted her gaze from the hugging pair and then turned to smile at the bodyguards. "I'll get going then, please give a message for young master. The recent financial report has been delivered, but he has to make a few final decisions." One of the bodyguards replied her respectfully. "We will definitely pass on the message." Su Tang thanked them and turned to leave. Under the sunlight, she walked against the direction of the crowd. Cheering and laughing could be heard everywhere and many couples could be seen. She tilted her head upwards and suddenly felt that the sun was so glaring that it pierced her eyes. That girl, such an ordinary girl, why was young master even interested in her? Why, having followed him around for so many years, he never ever looked at her that way. No way, she could not take it lying down. What was the reason exactly? Putting Su Tang's misery aside, at the other side, Xiaoling had already woken up. With that, she realized that she had been lying on Li Lei's thigh during her entire nap. Shocked, she lost all signs of weariness and sat up. With all that ruckus, Li Lei was awakened as well. He opened his eyes wearily and stared at her. Boss, you. She was rendered speechless as she pointed at him with trembling fingers. What did I do? Li Lei appeared innocent. I. She couldn't speak coherently at first, but then finally asked, why was I sleeping on your thigh? You were. Li Lei tilted his head and started to squint in confusion. Now that you've mentioned it, my thigh actually feels rather numb. Xiaoling, you slept on my thigh just now. How come I don't know about it? Why would you not know about it? Xiaoling exclaimed in an accusatory tone. Not long after you fell asleep, I laid back on the chair and dozed off too. Before I closed my eyes you were still lying on the cushion. Li Lei lied through his teeth and scanned the surroundings. Look, the cushion is on the ground. Could it be you slept until the cushion fell off and after that, you treated my leg as the pillow? Xiaoling followed his gaze and saw the cushion. She began to doubt herself and wondered if what he said was true. The bodyguards at the side couldn't bring themselves to look. Young master, is it really fine to make up such lies? Sadly, kiddo Xiaoling had no idea what they were thinking and agreed with Li Lei's speculations. Her face turned red like a tomato. It was too embarrassing for her. How could she have slept laying on a man's thighs? Oops, sorry. She apologized, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Li Lei replied magnanimously. It's not your fault anyway, you only napped on me for a while and didn't do anything else. Xiaoling's face turned even redder. The bodyguards judged him even more badly. Young master, could you have some integrity? It was you who did things to the girl. You kissed her secretly when she was asleep and now you are acting like you are gracious. Their inner sense of justice made them no longer have the heart to continue looking. Kiddo Xiaoling was blushing and didn't dare to look into his eyes. It was too awkward and too embarrassing. Even if she could withstand the insults from fans all over the world and battle all her enemies and opponents fiercely, when it came to such things, she was still shy. Li Lei smiled harmlessly and innocently followed by asking, if you really feel sorry, you could promise me one thing. All the bodyguards not only could not bear to watch, but they also could not bear to listen any longer. Their sneaky big boss was trying to trick others once again. Promise you what? Asked Xiaoling without her guard up. Li Lei's request was simple enough. Xiaoling, too much has happened in these past few weeks. You have been working too hard and your throat has only just recovered. You need to take some time to recuperate. From today onwards, you'll take a leave of absence and resume duties half a month later. Xiaoling was stunned. Just this. What else did you think I would suggest? Xiaoling was speechless. Was he even the boss? Why would anyone advise their employee to take a leave? But, my song, ever since her debut, excluding the theme song, Meteor Wings, she had only recorded one song in total. Wei Xiaoyan had already gone berserk long ago, with tons of proposals piling up like a mountain. If she were to say to him that she was taking a leave, she could not promise that Wei would not go crazy. Whatever song can be recorded anytime, but you only have one throat, said Li Lei. She appeared to be stuck in a dilemma. You also need some time to familiarize with the change in your voice, don't you? Li Lei added. She thought about it and realized that what he said actually made sense. Thus, she hesitated no more and nodded. From the next day onwards, she began to live her life like a pig, eating and sleeping repeatedly. Li Lei said to let her familiarize with her voice, but he sneakily locked the door of her workroom, leaving her to idle in her house every day, doing nothing other than sunbathing occasionally. She was miserable and whiny as at times when she wanted to practice a song secretly, a self-invited guest would appear after a few sentences, Mao. That exquisite leopard still liked to visit and swagger around in her house from time to time. Ever since it saved her from Pei's Ihang, it somehow began to see her as its property, inspecting her house freely as if it was the emperor. Xiaoling did not dare to provoke Uncle Mao, thus she could only endure its ways without protest. Whenever she started to sing, Mao would definitely appear beside her, lying flat on its stomach on the floor mat with its eyes half closed and guarding her, appearing to be asleep. Initially, Xiaoling thought that it was really taking its afternoon nap, but then, she realized things were as they seemed to be. Every time Uncle Mao finished listening to her song, Li Lei would come back to nag at her about taking care about her body, cherishing her throat and not work so hard. She then realized that this furry leopard could tell on her. She was displeased, but there was no room for discussion with Li Lei regarding this matter. James and the other experts have already said, your throat has yet to fully recover. It wasn't easy to have sung Meteor Wings previously, you need to sing in moderation. She felt wronged and replied, but I'm really bored. As a result, Li Lei often would go to her house to keep her company when he had the time. He thought of everything, he cooked for her, chatted with her and even gave her presents. It was then her turn to feel embarrassed, as she invariably felt that she owed him big. Don't feel embarrassed, said Li Lei straightforwardly. Who asked you to be so thoughtless, always thinking of work, and more work? If not for me watching you, who knows if you would be really resting during your leave. He was strictly on his guard in terms of defending her from others, including slamming the door in that workaholic Wei Xiaoyan's face. Wei Xiaoyan lamented to her on WeChat, saying that his big boss was heartless and cold-blooded like an animal, hindering him from visiting his buddy singer. Even across a huge distance and a computer screen, she could feel his misery. Xiaoling really felt like crying. She and Wei were in the exact same situation. She typed to him via WeChat, Wei, you should be content with your lot. A few days ago when he discovered we were discussing the new song behind his back, he almost confiscated my phone. Wei began to rage. How could he do that? Who exactly am I earning money for? Xiaoling silently typed, your boss said that even with just a day of not touching music, you would feel uncomfortable. Earning money etc. were all excuses. Ah Wei choked and replied with a long row of angry emojis after a long while. Xia Ling gave a bitter smile and shut down the computer. She sat on the sofa with her legs bent. She clearly understood that ever since her work progress had been delayed, Ah Wei had become more anxious than her. He claimed that he would help her snag the annual Best New Artist award in front of Sister Mai Na, and the music industry was similar to that of a battlefield, not a second could be wasted. He had worked incessantly to become her perfect assistant. Ah Wei, he appeared harsh and fierce, but in reality, he was the best person one could ask for. Her lips were curled up tenderly, sipping her tea while sunbathing lazily. The tea was made from old Master Gu's Longjing tea leaves. Every green leaf was beautiful and exquisite, slowly unfolding within the cup. The delicate fragrance spread across the air under the sunlight continuously, refreshing her mind. Xia Ling's mood lightened as the fragrance spread further. She grew weary and sleepy, however, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Xia Ling dragged herself up from the sofa unwillingly and opened the door. It was Sister Mai Na. Sister Mai Na still had her claret red bob hair and was wearing a professional suit of a similar color shade as though she was a hot and blazing flame. It was unknown where she came from, but she appeared to be in a rash and haste. She charged into the living room directly, sat down in Xia Ling's seat and downed the half cup of Longjing tea with one gulp. She then passed the cup over and said, "Add water." Xia Ling was cooperative and went to add water for her without complaining. Just as she held up the teapot, she said, Hey, that's too hot, use the water dispenser." Xia Ling silently looked at the shriveled tea leaves in the cup, then silently turned towards the water dispenser. As she looked at Sister Mai Na downing the drink in big gulps, Xia Ling mulled it over seriously. Forget it, the tea leaves are for drinking purposes, this shouldn't be considered wasteful, right? However, it's still better not to tell Li Lei. As Sister Mai Na finished her water and caught her breath, she lied on the sofa in satisfaction. Xia Ling sat down next to her extremely carefully and was prepared to receive instructions. This lady usually never visited unless she needed something and, once she appeared, something must surely have happened. As expected, she immediately said, "This time, Xia Yu is in deep trouble." Xia Ling looked at her with a confused expression. Previously Xia Yu had just embarrassed herself, that isn't considered being in deep trouble. Sister Mai Na shot her a side glance and asked, "What kind of expression is that? You didn't watch the news these past few days." "I didn't," Xia Ling replied honestly. Sister Mai Na held her forehead in her hands and said, "Seriously, you win." Then, she suddenly flipped over and sat up straight. "Xiao Ling, do you remember that boss had sent people to investigate the truth behind Xia Yu's heart attack previously?" "I remember. Previously, she had indeed heard Sister Mai Na mentioning that matter. She likes to feign heart attacks, right? Boss had already investigated her and got the records regarding her operation many years ago. He found out that her illness had indeed recovered and that it wasn't possible for her to have a relapse," said Sister Mai Na as she laughed coldly. "This set of records have been brought out by boss's men, including the complete medical records, operation report, discharge summary, and also many X-ray radiographs. Our internet trolls released and spread this information. With concrete evidence, chaos erupted over the past few days. People outside are all saying that Xia Yu is a liar, pretending to be fragile in order to gain sympathy and cheat her fans' feelings. Yesterday, when she came out of the television station after filming a show, her car got smashed by someone. Interesting development, how satisfying." Sister Mai Na continued her story while beaming with joy, as Xia Ling sat quietly and listened. "Xia Yu can't escape this time. With all those medical records, the evidence is irrefutable and she won't have a chance to defend herself." She told Xia Ling that Imperial Entertainment did go forward to dispel the rumors, claiming that the medical records were fake and the company would pursue legal responsibility. However, the rumors were still intensifying and getting out of hand. Several media representatives, including TV stations, radio stations, newspapers and magazines, all started to cancel Xia Yu's shoots and refund her debut album. Even Ideal C Perfume terminated all her commercials. On the online entertainment forum, countless fans criticized and mocked her. Everyone likes to kick a man who is down, especially one who is down on their luck. All the insults she received were malicious and filled with hate, more so than those directed at Yi Xingling previously. Several crazy die-hard fans who were indignant traveled a long distance to that hospital overseas for clarification. The hospital gave an official statement that they would not reveal anything to protect the privacy of their patients. At once, Xia Yu's fans became bold and asserted that since the hospital did not want to reveal anything, then the rumors circulating outside must be fake as they were not certified by the hospital. However, it was barely a few days until the foreign media released a piece of news. XX Hospital stated that it was going to conduct a thorough investigation regarding a recent patient data breach. When the locals heard about this piece of news, it caused an uproar. Although the hospital did not state explicitly what data was leaked, this piece of news seemingly made the truth more obvious and was sufficient to let everyone's thoughts run wild. Upon hearing this, Xia Ling's heart was in her mouth as she asked Sister Mai Na if boss was behind this. Sister Mai Na laughed. The Pei family does have a strong influence in the entertainment industry, however, the Li family is more prominent and recognized in other countries. She paused before adding, "Our boss may look amiable and nonchalant about everything, but if anyone crosses him, that person is doomed." Xia Ling was stunned for a while. "A penny for your thoughts?" asked Sister Mai Na. "Boss is too sly," said Xia Ling. "About time you realized." Sister Mai Na rolled her eyes. "So be good and don't make him angry, okay?" "Okay." Xia Ling nodded her head vigorously. After Xia Yu's incident, Xia Ling came to the realization that when mind games were involved, she could not hold a candle to him. The best is yet to come. Sister Mai Na patted her head. "After you return from your leave, I will help with your publicity. We wasted so much time on them, it's time for our payback now." A few days later, she brought Xiaoling to Ski Art Entertainment's film studio to put on makeup and have a photo shoot. Photographer Ken seemed to know Sister Mai Na well and greeted her while setting up his equipment. Hey beauty, it's been so long. This is the little newcomer that you've brought. She's Yi Xingling. You can call her Xiaoling. Sister Mai Na drank beer while leaning against the wall. Take 2 sets of still photos, and make it look natural to bring out her elegance. This will be for an exclusive for Star Entertainment Weekly. An exclusive for Star Entertainment Weekly. Ken commented as he adjusted the lighting and equipment. It's not easy for a newcomer to get featured in their exclusive section. Xiaoling is pretty impressive. Xiaoling smiled politely at him. Sister Mai Na did not mention anything about an exclusive with Star Entertainment Weekly to her at all. She was dragged here without a clue of what was happening. Ken had finished adjusting his equipment and gestured for her to go to her position. Xiaoling followed his instructions and stood facing the camera and soft lights. Bright lights shone on her from all directions, making her eyes squint. She got used to it soon, as she relaxed her body and adjusted her pose. It was quiet in the studio, with Ken giving out orders and the staff moving the equipment occasionally. The white linen top she was wearing had a soft texture against her skin and carried a faint detergent smell. It was a strange feeling as if she was dreaming, yet it felt familiar too. She was dazed as it had been ages since she took still photos. Despite this, her body still reacted to the camera subconsciously. She only came out of her trance when Ken announced that the photo shoot was over. My beautiful sister, it seems like you have found a treasure. Ken left his staff to tidy up the studio as he went to talk to Sister Mai Na. This young lady is very sensitive to the camera, more so than any other famous celebrities that I've seen, even when she wasn't focusing. Hey Xiaoling, I'll let you go this time, but don't think that I haven't noticed. He turned and pointed at Xiaoling. Although you look attractive with that distant look in your eyes, you have to focus when working, okay? Xiaoling nodded her head sheepishly. Sister Mai Na glanced at her and patted her head. Never mind, we want to present a realistic image of you to Star Entertainment Weekly anyway. It's okay if you look a bit silly. It's okay if you look a bit silly. This phrase echoed in Xiaoling's head as she stared accusingly at Sister Mai Na, Ken laughing hysterically at the side. After a few days, Xiaoling finally knew why Sister Mai Na said that. In the newest edition of Star Entertainment Weekly, there was an exclusive article about her, with the still shots taken previously as the background. In the photo, the dim lighting gave her a classic look, as she wore a white linen top with aloof eyes. The article had a very unique heading: Silence is a Virtue. The author was Xu Foshang, a renowned reporter in the entertainment industry. Being trenchant as usual, she wrote about all the incidents that happened to Xiaoling since her debut, from how people suspected an uncanny relationship between Wei Xiaoyan and her, to how glass fingertips amazed the world, and then the unhappy incident with Xia Yu. Amongst all the incidents, she paid the most attention and detail to the last one. Xu Foshang wrote that the reason why Yi Xingling hit Xia Yu was to defend a small artiste. Xia Yu did not give an explanation for her actions even when she faced criticism and degradation from others, as she knew that another innocent girl would be hurt and shamed in front of the public if she did so. Xu Foshang expressed approval towards her actions, saying that Yi Xingling was very brave to face this situation alone. Her silence had protected another innocent individual, which made it the best virtue. From the start to the end, the article merely praised Xiaoling and did not comment on others' actions. This was absurd as it was not Xu Foshang's style at all. One should know that Xu Foshang was notorious for speaking her mind and not caring about offending others in the entertainment industry. All articles written by her in Star Entertainment Weekly were deep and insightful, and every article included something sarcastic towards an artiste in the industry. The things she wrote were accurate and irrefutable, thus everyone could only laugh it off despite being humiliated. However, she did not make any unpleasant remarks about anyone this time. That did not make sense. Xu Foshang might only be an entertainment reporter, but she also had her own die-hard fans. Those fans loved her merciless and to the point style of writing. Seeing this abnormal situation about her praising Yi Xingling and not putting anyone down, they all felt that there must be something else they had missed. How could it be possible that their master foe did not insult anyone? There must be something else hidden, there must be. Everyone started to gossip around and carefully studied every word and sentence. Silence is a virtue, what about not being silent? Obviously that means the person had poor upbringing. Sister Mai Na laughed gently and sat gracefully on the sofa in Xiaoling's house, with her slender legs crossed over each other and her Mao resting tamely by her legs. During that period of time, Sister Mai Na often came to visit Xiaoling and even grew closer and more familiar with Mao. Uncle Mao was a leopard with a double standard. It often held its head high when it was with kiddo Xiaoling, yet it was as tame as a little kitty when it was with Sister Mai Na. Kiddo Xiaoling was really, really sad. Filled with resentment, she shot a glance at Uncle Mao which was pretending to be tame. Sister Mai Na switched on a lightweight laptop and hinted at Xiaoling to go over and take a look. Look, everyone is discussing online how you used silence to protect the weak, and in comparison, Xia Yu wasn't as calm as you. She not only fanned the flames, she even feigned illness to cheat everyone. She really has poor upbringing. Xiaoling used the mouse to scroll down and saw countless comments, which were all criticizing Xia Yu penetratingly. Both came from an orphanage and were adopted by Boss Pei. How come the late diva Xiaoling was brought up to be elegant and charismatic yet Xia Yu isn't? She is worlds apart from her sister. That's right, how can she even compare to her sister? Seems like some people are born evil. Xia Yu has poor character. Xia Yu is a slut. Every single comment was increasingly insulting. Xiaoling read the comments at a high speed and suddenly stopped at a post. That post showed a short video of Xia Yu, which was secretly taken. She was shielded by a group of staff members as she exited her car when a randomly opened bottle of mineral water flew towards her, splashing water all over her and cutting her a sorry figure. The comments were flooded with approvals and sometimes there would be a few die-hard fans trying to protect Sha Yu, their idol. However, they were hopelessly outnumbered and soon were flooded by the huge waves of incoming comments. Are you pleased? Sister Mai Na asked, laughing. Not many people knew that she had been good friends with Xu Fousheng for many years but rarely sought help from her. This time, to help Xia Ling, she specially asked a favor from Xu Fousheng, which was to publish that article. On one hand, it was to boost Xia Ling's popularity, and on the other, it was to put Xia Yu down. Xia Ling was very grateful for Sister Mai Na's help, but she had mixed feelings. It was as though she put in her all to win a battle, and all that was left was a void and exhaustion. She wasn't happy or unhappy, she only felt that the affairs of the world were inconstant. Not long ago, the public had believed the groundless accusations about her and scolded her intensely without any reservation. Yet at that moment, they again believed the tabloids Sister Mai Na and the others had created and used the same extreme attitude when dealing with Xia Ling. Sister Mai Na observed her and slowly said, Xiao Ling, to be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Xia Ling was stunned and fell silent for a while before nodding her head. Actually, she wasn't being soft-hearted, she merely felt that the world was absurd, exaggerating and unrealistic. They could praise someone to the heavens in one moment and smash them to the ground in the next. She only wanted to make music peacefully and live a simple life. But she could not understand why trouble always came knocking at her door. Sister Mai Na patted her shoulder lightly and said, you need only focus on making your music, the company will help you settle all the other stuff. Gratitude filled her heart. Yes, it was all Sister Mai Na and Li Lei's credit this time. If it wasn't for them, she couldn't have managed the situation at all. Due to Xu Fousheng's article, Xia Ling's popularity grew yet another level. At the same time, Xia Yu lost all her popularity. Her car was smashed and she was attacked by flying mineral water bottles. But all those weren't important. The most fatal blow was that many companies refused to work with her, especially in the advertising aspect. No company dared to use a celebrity with such a poor image to endorse their products. Even her songs were not fit to be the background music for any show or event. The media all predicted that Xia Yu, the new nascent star Imperial Entertainment was backing, would fade out of the industry soon. However, who knew she had such a good sister? Many days later, the entertainment news was overwhelmed with reports regarding one thing: the chief music producer of Imperial Entertainment, the music producer reserved for the diva Xia Ling when she was alive, Feng Kun, had returned from his overseas leave of absence. Sister Mai Na's mind was in a whirl when she received the news. Here comes Xia Yu's rescue team. Xia Ling looked at her in bewilderment. Sister Mai Na sighed and said, do you know the purpose of his return? Xia Ling shook her head. Can you take more time to follow the entertainment news? Xia Ling looked at her, feeling wronged. She wasn't interested and didn't have time as well. Ever since her leave ended, Wei Xiaoyan had been on her back, rushing her songs day and night. She had already been wishing that there were 48 hours in a day, why would she have the extra time to notice the entertainment news? Sister Mai Na understood that she was busy and sighed. Forget it, Xia Ling debuted for 10 years and Feng Kun produced 10 years of music for her, not accepting any offers made by anyone else. So, you can only imagine the status he has in the hearts of Xia Ling's fans. Ever since Xia Ling's death, he produced one debut song for Xia Yu because of Xia Ling. He then went overseas and vanished without a trace. This time he suddenly returned and announced that he would start to compose The Caged Butterfly. It's such major news, who would even bother to continue paying attention to the trivial matters regarding Xia Yu? The Caged Butterfly, Xia Ling's expression grew complex. She remembered this song too well. It was the last encore song she sang on stage before she was murdered in her previous life. That song was not pre-arranged on the list of songs and was not made known to the world beforehand. Even her music producer Feng Kun, manager Chu Chen and also all the staff member, had not known of its existence. It was the only song she had composed during that year when she was imprisoned by Pei Zihang. The Butterfly Who Can't Fly, imprisoned within a web, broken wings, the last song. The butterfly who can't fly, the ever-spreading web, bloodied wings, wishes into ashes. Closing her eyes, the broken melody easily started to play inside her head. She had once crawled and groveled at Pei Zihang's feet in her sheer clothing which was unable to cover her body fully, used her trembling mouth to kiss his shoes and cried, begging him for a pen and a piece of paper, so that she could write down some things in that endless caged life filled with hopelessness. Only then, she could slightly feel that she was still alive. He finally showed mercy and gave her a quill, as well as a stack of soft white paper. He placed them beside the floor mat near to the window, a spot very far from her. She needed to pull the golden chain on her leg taut and stretch her body to its limit before she could reach them. Then, she needed to withstand the pain of her limbs almost tearing apart before she could write down bits and pieces of the song's melody bit by bit. At night, Pei Zihang would caress the wounds on her ankle with his slender fingers. Xiao Ling, why make yourself suffer? If you had listened to me, I wouldn't have treated you this way, he said with a soft sigh. She trembled in his arms, afraid that he would see through the pain that she was hiding, her hatred and disgust for him, and how desperate she was to escape this nightmare. If he realized anything, he would torture her agonizingly. Therefore, she never dared to write down the lyrics for her song. She could only scream the lyrics repeatedly in her head. However, she had trouble composing the melody. Pei Zihang once consulted professionals to analyze her manuscripts, yet psychologists and scientists had frowned and said that these were not music scores, but just a result of hallucinations driven by long-term captivity. Thus, Pei Zihang was cleared of his doubts. She finished The Caged Butterfly, bit by bit. It was the only sanctuary for her soul in the dark times she was imprisoned and humiliated. It was only while working on this song that she was able to be herself and express her feelings instead of being his puppet and pretending that she was a willing party despite being tortured from head to toe. Xiaoling thought that this song was a major reason why she did not experience the full effects of Stockholm Syndrome under his influence. It represented her soul, which although miserable, was real. At that last concert, she stood on the stage, while hundreds of thousands of fans below were cheering for an encore. Impulsively, she chose this song. At that moment, she just wanted to live for herself. There was no musical accompaniment. She sang alone, pleasantly surprising the audience and leaving them amazed. However, the irony was that when she was halfway into the song, the stage had a sudden power outage. In the dark, a sharp pain pierced through her back and she was subsequently pushed down from the stage by someone, leading to her death. After her death, although her fans were overcome with grief, they were also regretful that she only managed to sing half of The Caged Butterfly. This half of the song was purely Xiaoling's voice, not arranged or remixed beforehand. Thus, many fans requested Imperial Entertainment to continue producing the song. However, Imperial Entertainment did not give an official statement. Or to be more precise, it was Feng Kun that chose to remain silent. He was Xiaoling's exclusive producer who she worked with all her life, and it was definitely his duty if The Caged Butterfly needed an arrangement. If he did not take a stand, no producer would have the guts or the ability to do so. Xiaoling's legacy, these few words weighed on everyone's hearts. Now, Feng Kun was back. He organized a press conference, stating, "In the past, I did not dare to touch The Caged Butterfly because it was the last song that Xiaoling sang. It carries too much significance and despair. I had no confidence in making it a good song, didn't want to ruin it, so I went overseas to collect my thoughts. Now that I'm back, finishing this song for Xiaoling is a responsibility that I cannot escape. I won't say that I will perfect the song, but I will put myself in her shoes and restore the song to the best of my ability. The song will be arranged according to her style." Come on, don't be so pretentious. The fact that he came back at this timing makes it obvious that he's doing this to shift the public's attention from Xia Yu. Sister Mina snorted as she watched the television with Xiaoling. He isn't that kind of person, Xiaoling said under her breath. You're saying that as if you know him well. Sister Mina sneered. Xiaoling could only put up a bitter smile. How could she not though? Being music partners for a decade, the chemistry between them was unimaginable. Feng Kun knew her better, even more so than Pei Zihang. I'm guessing that it was Pei Zihang who called him back, said Xiaoling sadly. Based on Feng Kun's personality, since he had declared that Imperial Entertainment was not fit to be his employer, he would not have gone back of his own accord to help those who hurt her. With his status, the only person who could have summoned him back was Pei Zihang. He must have played dirty to make Feng Kun succumb to him. Sister Mina looked at her in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect you to suddenly turn so smart. How did you guess? Boss has been sending people to keep track of their movements, and it was indeed Pei Zihang who made Feng Kun come back. It was said that Feng Kun was not willing to return, and had already tendered his resignation. I wonder what methods Pei Zihang used to make him come back obediently. Xiaoling laughed bitterly. She knew this would happen. Pei Zihang went to such great lengths just for Xia Yu. Yet, it was none of her business who Pei Zihang valued now. She cared more about her old friend Feng Kun and the making of The Caged Butterfly. Not only her, but countless members of the public also paid close attention to the restoration of the song. Feng Kun led a small team to analyze the manuscripts she left behind. Reportedly, the manuscripts were in a mess and fragmented. The details were either conflicting or had logic leaps, increasing the difficulty of recovering the manuscripts. Rumor had it that when the legendary diva Xiaoling was composing this song, her mental health was in a bad condition. It was not long before Feng Kun stopped his team from disclosing their progress to the public and declined all media interviews, focusing on the task on hand. No matter how hard the entertainment reporters tried to dig, they could not obtain any information about the progress of the song. The only legitimate piece of information was accidentally revealed by one of the team members. It has been taxing on Mr. Feng to produce this song. He would get so emotional that he could not form words during meetings. All of Xiaoling's fans related to him and left their good wishes on the official website one by one. On this sad note, Diva Xiaoling's first death anniversary was around the corner. Lotus lanterns, as well as white candles, and small daisies could be seen everywhere. The radio station replayed her songs over and over again. Even Sister Mina personally made 7 lotus lanterns and dragged Xiaoling along to a suburban riverside. She was a fan, an especially dedicated one at that. When she released the lotus lantern into the water, she said her prayers while being on the verge of crying. Xiaoling stood under a big willow tree, not knowing how to comfort her. A blood crescent moon hung in the sky as the dim moonlight cast a shadow over the earth, making it seem hazy and gloomy. Sister Mina stood at the upper part of the river course and watched quietly as her lotus lanterns floated further down the river into the sea of lotus lanterns. Thousands of white petals carried candles, as light from the candles lit up the river. I have admired her since her debut, said Sister Mina suddenly. Xiaoling stiffened, before realizing that she was referring to her past life. Sister Mina did not wait for her reaction and continued speaking. At that point in time, I was still a small assistant with an insignificant salary, doing useless and trivial things. There were a few times when I thought I couldn't carry on anymore until I heard her singing playing from a record player in the streets. I still remember that song, The Nameless Traveler, till today. I am a nameless traveler. Going to that place where the fires are burning. Following the stars. The ice-covered sea cannot stop me. The mountainous terrains cannot stop me. The storms and floods cannot stop me. The end of the world cannot stop me. Sister Mina sang in a low voice and then laughed. It's such a nice song, probably the nicest song I have heard in my life. Her voice got louder and higher as the song progressed, as if she did not bat an eyelid at any of her problems, and the world was under her feet. I bought Xiaoling's album and, every time I wanted to give up, I would take it out to listen to this song. It would give me the strength and courage to keep fighting on. Xiaoling, you have no idea, but her voice was what helped me through some of the most difficult times in my life. In this life, I will be the manager for many, but I will only be the fan of one, and that is her. Sister Mai Na was quiet for a while before she said, I did not expect that she would leave the world so soon. She gave me the courage to face the world and the people in it, but the person that couldn't withstand it all first was her. Sister Mai Na's sad tone was contagious, and Xiaoling also felt her mood becoming sad. She did not know that this intelligent and powerful businesswoman in front of her had a weaker side to her, to the point that she seemed so helpless and like a child that had lost her way. Xiaoling did not interrupt Sister Mai Na as she understood that at this moment any form of consolation was useless. Sister Mai Na silently stared into the tens of thousands of lotus lights in the distance, lost in her thoughts and emotions. It was completely quiet for a while. The summer night's breeze blew over and it was slightly chilly. They kept standing there for a long time until Sister Mai Na's phone started to ring. Sister Mai Na picked it up. Hello, Ken, I'm further upstream about 150 meters from the willow forest, okay, please hurry. When she hung up, her voice returned to its usual clear and curt tone. Xiaoling, Ken is coming over in a while to take some photos of you and make it seem like it has been taken candidly. Come to light these last 2 lotus lights. It was only now that Xiaoling noticed that there were 2 more lotus lights remaining in the little blue basket by the river. Clearly, Sister Mai Na had kept them especially for her. In the entertainment circle, most of the candid shots that were taken had actually been posed for. Xiaoling was not surprised at hearing Sister Mai Na say that Ken was going to make it seem candid. What surprised her was that Sister Mai Na had not brought her out to the temple to pray but instead had planned something else as well. Sister Mai Na seemed to see through her and mildly sighed. While I'm a big fan of the diva Xiaoling, I'm still Ski Art Entertainment's manager and not a pure fan. Even though what I'm about to do might hurt her, it still has to be done. However, she was quiet for a while before continuing. Someone like her might actually want this to be out in the open. Xiaoling felt more shocked as she heard this. What was she going to do that was going to hurt her, that being Xiaoling in her previous life? She found out very soon after. The very next day after Ken had helped take her photos, a crazy rumor started spreading online. Xiaoyu was not as evil as everyone had thought. That day she had gotten someone to slap Zhang Suxin while filming for another reason. It was because the shameless bitch, Zhang Suxin, had schemed to get close to Pei Ziheng and wanted to use him to become famous in the industry. After this news came out, the reaction from the netizens was overwhelming. So it was because Zhang Suxin was too shameless and did not listen to Xiaoyu's numerous words of advice, such that Xiaoyu had no choice but to be harsh with her. And Yi Xingling had stepped forward in the name of righteousness for Zhang Suxin, but she did not know this backstory. The rumor online claimed that after Yi Xingling had interfered, Xiaoyu had attempted to explain the situation to Yi Xingling. However, Yi Xingling felt that if she did not do anything after stepping forward it was a loss of face for her, and hence, slapped Xiaoyu in her fluster. She not only slapped Xiaoyu but also insinuated that it was Xiaoling that was shameless. As a result, the conflict escalated out of control. Xiaoling was shocked after seeing this piece of news. Was the incident not over yet? She asked Sister Mai Na, how long is this going to last? Is Xiaoyu still not repentant from all that she's done? Sister Mai Na laughed and said, Xiaoyu is not the only one that is keeping this going. Seeing Xiaoling's look of confusion, Sister Mai Na explained, it's true that Xiaoyu is trying hard to clear her name, and thus she revealed this information about Zhang Suxin trying to get close to Pei Ziheng with the silent blessing from Pei Ziheng himself. Xiaoyu has a strong standing in Pei Ziheng's heart and, sacrificing a plaything that had betrayed them to help clear Xiaoyu's name, this is something that Pei Ziheng is able to accept. However, there is something that has crossed the line for Pei Ziheng. Xiaoling asked, what? Sister Mai Na said, did you notice that in this piece of news, it said that you insinuated that Diva Xiaoling was the one who had used Pei Ziheng and slept with him to gain fame? This information, what you had insulted Diva Xiaoling with, was not revealed no matter how hard the netizens tried to pry it out the last time when your conflict with Xiaoyu was at its peak. Xiaoling lowered her head to think and started to gain more clarity. When the photos were taken that day, there was only 3 of us present, me, Xiaoyu, and Zhang Suxin. I did not insult anyone, so Zhang Suxin and I both did not know what exactly I had insulted Xiaoling about. Only Xiaoyu knows as she was the one that created all of this to frame me. Saying that Xiaoling had slept with Pei Ziheng for fame, or anything else, that is all fabricated by Xiaoyu. As Xiaoling spoke, she thought of that incident where she was kidnapped by Pei Ziheng and he had burst out in fury saying that she was the prostitute sleeping around. She felt a sharp pain in her heart but forced herself to suppress the pain that felt like a knife was cutting through her heart. Xiaoyu had already told Pei Ziheng what she insulted Xiaoling with then. However, Pei Ziheng was the only one that knew what the insult was, whereas the media and public were not able to pry it out. Xiaoling did not understand. Why did Pei Ziheng not make this information public? Was it to preserve the dignity of Xiaoling who had passed on? Or was it so that Imperial Entertainment would not lose face? Regardless, Pei Ziheng clearly did not want the netizens to know about this if he had not disclosed it then. However, the rumor now revealed it all. This would clearly be stepping on Pei Ziheng's toes. Xiaoyu was too careless this time. Perhaps she was pushed to the corner and was like a dog jumping over a high wall, daring to step on Pei Ziheng's toes. Xiaoling lamented. She then self-reproachingly said, but who knows, perhaps Pei Ziheng is especially forgiving to her. Xiaoyu seemed to have gotten away with bullying many of Pei Ziheng's female bed partners. Pei Ziheng's level of tolerance for every person was different. Sister Mai Na laughed again. Take a guess. Do you think Pei Ziheng is more partial to Xiaoling or more partial to Xiaoyu? Xia Ling was confused again. Why was Sister Mai not asking about this? She did not dare guess what the answer might be. My guess is that he's more partial to Xia Ling. Sister Mai Na continued in her own stride. Otherwise, why would Xia Yu's face turn so white after she found out that the details of what the insult was had gotten out? Xia Ling gave a jump. You mean these details weren't revealed by Xia Yu? Xia Yu isn't as stupid as you think. Sister Mai Na looked at her slightly amused. She is either unable to gauge her place in Pei Zihang's heart, or she knows for sure that she can't match up to her sister. Hence, she did not reveal these details at the start. Since she didn't reveal it then, there is no reason for her to do it now. Why would she want to anger Pei Zihang while not gaining anything? The people that revealed the details of the insult were actually at Ski Art Entertainment. This was done by Ski Art Entertainment. Xia Ling felt a queasiness build up in her. Yup, Sister Mai Na smiled brightly. Xia Yu only tried to destroy Zhang Suxin's reputation to clear her name, singling you out as someone that was helping a shameless woman without getting the story straight first. She would not dare to bring her sister into the picture. It was boss that asked me to add some flavor to the story, and to add the details about Diva Xia Ling being insulted as well. How does boss know the details of what was said? Asked Xia Ling. However, she figured out the answer immediately as the words left her mouth. When she was kidnapped by Pei Zihang had told her, and she had, in turn, told Li Lei when she was feeling really down. She did not think that Li Lei would remember it and take it to heart. What about you doesn't boss take to heart? Sister Mai Na gave Xia Ling a meaningful look. Was this little lady really dumb or just acting dumb? How could she not be able to tell that boss liked her? It was so obvious to all of them, but she was still dazed and in the dark. Xia Ling was trying to organize her thoughts. So you're saying that boss is the one that is disseminating this information, however, Pei Zihang doesn't know that. Pei Zihang will think that Ski Art Entertainment would not spread such information on our own accord because it's damaging to us. Zhang Suxin is on our side now, so it also cannot be her. That leaves Xia Yu. She lifted her head and concluded. Pei Zihang will suspect that Xia Yu is the one who revealed the details of the insult. Sister Mai Na snapped her fingers as she smiled. Bingo. Now, take a guess, do you think Pei Zihang will let her off this time? Xia Ling shook her head and gave a bitter smile. This is why you asked me who Pei Zihang is more partial to, Xia Ling or Xia Yu. Perhaps, they are both not important to him. In his heart, the expression in her eyes darkened. Perhaps there's only himself. If there's only himself, that is even better. Sister Mai Na said happily. Xia Yu revealed something that he had said was not to be revealed. This is a clear challenge to his authority. Xia Yu is definitely not in a good place. Xia Ling thought about it and knew that Sister Mai Na was right. Didn't that man hate people going against his will the most? This was the pet peeve that she had crossed in her previous life that resulted in her dismal predicament. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. Xia Ling shook her head to clear her mind. Okay, let them fight it out. How about us? What are we going to do now? After this rumor was released, the momentum had shifted toward Xia Yu again, and many were criticizing Yi Xingling for interfering without understanding the backstory first. Sister Mai Na confidently said, this is why I brought you to light the lotus lights to pay your respects to Xia Ling. As such, that evening, the headline news of the most popular tabloid released the pictures of Yi Xingling lighting lotus lamps in commemoration of the late diva Xia Ling along a riverbank outside the city. Under the moonlight, her expression was full of sadness and grief. Ken's photography skills were on point, and he was able to capture the exact emotions that were required. This photo looked exactly like it was taken by coincidence, completely candid, but at the same time the lighting and angles were perfect and anyone looking at the photo would be able to feel the grieving emotions. What is going on? Why is Yi Xingling paying her respects to Xia Ling? Many started to question when they saw this photo online. There's something that you don't know, someone replied. Yi Xingling has been Xia Ling's fan for a long time. She had liked Xia Ling since she was a trainee and had sung many covers of Xia Ling's songs before. Are you talking about Sea Demon? Another person that knew Yi Xingling from before continued. I heard Yi Xingling's version of that song and it was so good, almost as good as the original. She was just a newbie, and for her to be able to sing such a challenging song like Sea Demon, that well, she had to be a big fan of Xia Ling. Where can we find her cover of Sea Demon? I want to hear it too. It was not long after that the video recording of Xia Ling singing Sea Demon in the training camp was revealed to the netizens. The video was taken by a member of the audience with his or her mobile phone. The framing was not perfect and the camera lens shook from time to time, but it made it seem even more real and like you were there listening to it live. On stage, Xia Ling was dressed completely in white, singing and dancing in the dark alone. Her song and dance were perfect complements to each other and pulled everyone into the imaginary world that she was singing about, falling deep into her emotions. This song had Xia Ling's flavor through and through. They were so uncannily similar. Many that watched this video converted to become Yi Xingling's fans. Many more commented that there was no way that Xia Ling's fan would insult her out of nowhere. Where did this random rumor come from? It was tough for Yi Xingling as a new singer to the industry, why were people making it so tough for her? Hence, the rumor about Yi Xingling insulting the diva Xia Ling that had just started to gain traction was quashed again. Netizens did not believe that she had insulted Xia Ling, but at the same time, were highly interested in what was said, that Xia Ling had slept with someone to gain fame. What was Xia Ling's status? She was the glamorous diva of the industry and passed away at the peak of her popularity. She was almost akin to a goddess. Why would someone like her have to sleep with someone for fame? Even if she was willing to, who would deserve her? The passion for gossip burned on amongst the netizens, and they worked together to piece all the clues together for the full story. With their imagination, it was not long before they found the most likely suspect, Pei Zihang, Imperial Entertainment's big boss and the Pei family's 7th-generation successor. He was the one that had adopted Xiaoling and had sheltered Xiaoling from the harshness of the entertainment industry since she debuted. Without Pei Zihang, Xiaoling would not have such a smooth sailing road to stardom. If Xiaoling were to choose to sleep with anyone, it had to be Pei Zihang. The rumors spread like wildfire. Even the big and small tabloids were fighting to publish this piece of news. Sister Mai Na woefully said to Xiaoling, the news still got so out of hand. When Diva Xiaoling was still alive, this news had never been revealed even though there were rumors in the industry saying that she was Pei Zihang's lover. Then, she had covered it up so well that no one was able to validate if the rumors were true. This time, boss sent someone to specially investigate Pei Zihang because of you, and found out that many things were indeed true. She handed a copy of a newspaper to Xiaoling. There was a large photo under the headlines. It was a dark, rainy day and there were several black, expensive cars parked in front of a cemetery. The most eye-catching car was a limousine Rolls-Royce. The car door was partially open, and Pei Zihang was stepping out of the car dressed in a suit. A staff member was holding an umbrella over him, whereas another was carrying a large bouquet of white roses. There was also another 5 or 6 bodyguards taking care of security. He went to see Xiaoling, said Sister Mai Na. The Pei family graveyard, that is where Xiaoling is buried. Xiaoling never found out where she had been buried. Now that she found out all of a sudden, she felt a pain in her heart again. Why is she buried there? She asked with difficulty. Sister Mai Na sighed. To be buried in the Pei family graveyard is indeed not something that can be easily achieved. We've investigated this and found out that since Xiaoling died, Pei Zihang has been fighting with his family about where she would be buried. He said that Xiaoling is the girl that he had adopted, and there were legal papers on the adoption, so she was part of the Pei family and should rightfully be buried in the family graveyard. However, do you think that these traditional, wealthy families would allow any star to be buried in the family graveyard? Xiaoling nodded. She was well aware of the heirs of the Pei family and could imagine the difficulty of the situation. But, why did Pei Zihang have to fight with them over this? If he did not treat her well while she was alive, why try so hard for her after she passed on? Sister Mai Na said, he fought against his entire family alone for half a year and managed to convince them, and last winter, he buried Xiaoling in the Pei family graveyard. While there weren't many people present for the burial ceremony, the ceremony was still very grand, and he made sure to give her the full works, not saving on any bit of spending or class. Many important figures in the Pei family also attended the ceremony. As she spoke, Sister Mai Na smoothed her finger across the picture on the newspaper. This was done very secretively and not announced to the public. If I had not sent someone to investigate and take this photo and publish it, the fans would not know until now where Xiaoling was buried. Xiaoling was stunned and looked at Sister Mai Na with a confused expression on her face. Why did he keep it a secret? Sister Mai Na gave a bitter smile. The Pei family wants to keep the fact that someone with a different surname was buried in the Pei family graveyard quiet, even if they had agreed to it under Pei Zihang's insistence. Also, Pei Zihang. The bitterness in her smile intensified. You've seen how Xiaoling's fans have amazing imaginations. Once it was mentioned that Xiaoling had slept with someone, Pei Zihang was immediately brought under the spotlight. However, Pei Zihang might not be willing to come clean about this relationship. Otherwise, Xiaoling would not have had to hide it while she was still alive, and he would definitely not have gotten engaged. If people were to find out that he buried Xiaoling in his family graveyard, many speculations would arise. For someone like Pei Zihang who prefers being low-key, he would likely not want to incur these problems. Sister Mai Na was quiet for a while, before saying in a low voice, however, I've always felt that Xiaoling wanted their relationship to be out in the open. Xiaoling was also silent. That's right, she had wanted it to be a public relationship. Who did not want to be able to date openly? Unfortunately, this relationship was destroyed before it could come out in the open. Flashing back to several days before, in the Pei family graveyard. A light rain was falling onto the grave tablet of a relatively new-looking grave. The grave tablet was made of high-quality stone, and engraved on it in a formal and impactful font were 4 words, Xiaoling's resting ground. Pei Zihang was standing in front of the grave tablet, dressed in a black suit. Accompanying him was Chu Chen, who bore a somber expression. He took the big bouquet of white roses from the bodyguard and handed it to Pei Zihang with reverence. Pei Zihang received the flowers and commanded in a deep voice. All of you can take your leave. Hence, Chu Chen beckoned for all the bodyguards to follow him and they quietly left the premises so that Pei Zihang could be alone. Pei Zihang bent over and placed the bouquet of white roses before the grave tablet. There were 44 roses in total, which represented an undying love. The petals of the roses swayed under the drizzle, and the raindrops that fell on the petals looked like teardrops that were on the verge of falling. Xiaoling, Pei Zihang smoothed the grave tablet and said in a husky voice, I have come to see you. In the vast graveyard, it was silent, and only the sound of the wind blowing could be heard. Pei Zihang's expression was full of grief as he continued, it was all my fault, I didn't protect you well. I regret not giving you your rightful status when you were alive. If I had made our relationship public, you wouldn't have poisoned Wang Jingwan and the Wang family would not have taken revenge on you and pushed you off stage. Xiaoling, I made the Wang family pay for this. The murderer has been caught and punished by the law, and the Wang family business has suffered badly, they are unlikely to be able to revive themselves for at least 3 generations. But Xiaoling, all this has no meaning, because you are not here with me. I'm willing to trade the entire Pei family for you to come back to live, for you, to smile and look at me one last time. His voice choked up a little and he stopped talking. The bone-chilling coldness of the grave tablet traveled up through his hand slowly, extending from his skin down to his bones and then to his heart. After a long while, he softly said to the grave tablet, "You must think of me as a joke." He had tried his best to get her back and keep her by his side, only to get this sad outcome. He still remembered the shock, anger, pain, and terror in her eyes when he had locked her up. He thought that if he had been hard on her, and to tame her like a pet, or to take it one step further like some of his teachers had advised, to make it such that she developed Stockholm Syndrome, then no matter what he did to her, she would willingly stay at his side. However, he was wrong, very wrong. She had been living in torture for a whole year, before leaving him in such a tragic way. I had thought before that if I couldn't have you, I would, his voice became even more hoarse, destroy you. Yet, he laughed self-reproachingly. It was only when you left me that I realized, Xiaoling, you are part of my life, a big part of my life. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes as he lowered his head gently against the grave tablet. During your commemoration ceremony, fans from around the world were waiting for me to speak, but I only said one sentence and could not continue. It is not that I did not want to say anything, but instead I was scared that if I had said another word, I would be unable to control myself. I was afraid that I would lose it and break down in front of everyone. I was afraid that I would be overwhelmed with emotions. Xiaoling, I am not as strong as you might think. I was always so scared of losing you. The rain started to become heavier as it beat upon his body, drenching his intricately made black suit. Under the little pavilion of the graveyard caretaker, the few bodyguards were watching this scene from afar. Mr. Chu, one of the bodyguards asked in concern, is boss okay? The rain is getting heavier. Chu Chen looked over with a complicated expression on his face and said, don't go over. We will wait here. If there was anyone in this world that could affect Pei Zihang's emotions, that person would be Xiaoling, even if she was now dead. Watching Pei Zihang in his grief, Chu Chen was more certain than ever of one thing, Xiaoling was boss's only weakness and pet peeve. You must be new here. Chu Chen lit a cigarette, ignoring the rain that was blowing in from outside the window, and turned to speak to the bodyguard. The bodyguard gave a start before replying. Yes. Then, let me give you a tip. Chu Chen said, next time if there is anything regarding that person in the grave, do whatever boss says without question. Listen more, speak less. Or else, you will not have a very long life. He took a deep puff after he finished his sentence and turned to look at the scenery outside the window, ignoring the solemn expression of the bodyguard at his side. In the rain, Pei Zihang was still half kneeling in front of the grave tablet. Xiaoling, I have several things that I want to tell you. His voice was low and hoarse, but he spoke with clarity. Do you remember Valiant Song? The horse that you loved so much a few years back. After you died, I abided by your wishes and left her at the Nanshan Riding Club for safekeeping and did not touch her at all. However, that animal allowed someone other than you to ride her. I was furious. How can she betray you? Even if you are no longer here, it is still unacceptable. I broke her legs. Actually, I wanted to kill her. An animal that betrayed you does not deserve to live. However, you are no longer here, and she is something that you left behind. Killing her would mean there would be one less thing of yours left behind. So, I allowed her to live. Don't worry, even though she can't run anymore, I will make sure to take care of her until she dies of old age. Why are there always idiots that betray you? There is one more. Pei Zihang's hand ran lightly over the cold grave tablet as he continued, it's Xia Yu. She has recently met with a troubling issue and is anxious to wash clean of the situation. In doing so, she pulled you down with her and told everyone that someone had said you slept your way to the top. I was very shocked. She's the younger sister that you adored and cared so much for. How could she do something like that to you? How can she allow you to become everyone's dinner topic, and for everyone to judge you? Xiaoling, perhaps I was wrong about her, and she does not love you the way you love her. What should I do with her? Should I punish her harshly for this? Will you feel heartbroken if I do that? Xiaoling, do you still remember that year when Xia Yu lost her temper at you for a small issue, and I told someone to lock her up in isolation? You fought so strongly against me that time and swore that if I dared touch your sister again, you would never speak to me again. Xiaoling, if I don't do anything to her this time, can you come back? Come back from heaven, back to my side. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the man in front of the grave tablet was drenched from head to toe. Chu Chen finished smoking his cigarette and looked up to the sky. He took a black umbrella from the hands of one of the bodyguards, opened it, and walked into the rain. He came to the side of the grave tablet and silently stood behind Pei Zihang, quietly sheltering Pei Zihang from the rain. Boss, you have to take care of your health. Miss Xia will be sad to see you in this state from up in the heavens, said Chu Chen. Pei Zihang remained half kneeling in front of the grave tablet, not moving at all. As such, Chu Chen stood silently behind and accompanied him. Will she be sad? Pei Zihang asked softly after a long while. She just wanted me dead. In the last year when she was being imprisoned, she had cursed him countless times in the height of her despair. Chu Chen sincerely said, Miss Xia was just venting her frustrations like a child. She would say anything when angry. In actual fact, she loved you more than anybody else. If she didn't care for you, she would not care to throw her temper at you. Pei Zihang stood up slowly and said, you're right. He stared at the greenish stone grave tablet. Xiaoling, I'll take my leave now. But I'll come back to see you again. There are many things I need to do. I need to make all the old fogies in the Pei family that are against me disappear so that there will not be any voices in the family criticizing me for not getting married. Then, I will pick a successor from the next generation in the Pei family to take over my position as the head of the household. Xiaoling, I regret agreeing to the Wang family engagement so much. For you, I will never marry anyone in this life. Pei Zihang finished saying all these in a low voice, before turning to leave. Chu Chen followed closely behind, sheltering him from the rain with the umbrella. However, his heart was palpitating with excitement. Oh my god, did he just hear some top secret information? Did he just hear about the shift in power in the Pei family for the next generation? Chu Chen looked at the tall silhouette of the man in front of him, feeling utterly honored. Boss did not hide this top secret information from him, he was indeed a trusted aide. He swore to become doubly loyal and careful in his work in the future to repay the trust that boss had put in him. Everyone else said that Chu Chen was Pei Zihang's dog. So what if he was a dog? He was the most impressive and useful dog. The news about Pei Zihang going to visit Xiaoling's grave was like adding a drop of water to a pot full of oil, it was like pandemonium breaking out. Countless people talked about this piece of news, discussing the meaning behind the white roses. Even those that had believed that Pei Zihang and Xiaoling were innocent started to draw up suspicions about their real relationship. Pei Zihang did not respond to any of this. He maintained his usual low-key manner and declined to comment on any of the suspicions and questions from the public. Sister Mai Na said to Xiaoling, do you think he's just letting all this go into his right ear and out from the left? Not possible, he would not be the domineering and overbearing Pei Zihang if he did that. As Sister Mai Na deliberated, it was not long before the talk died down and there was no sign of this piece of news on any of the media channels and platforms. Sister Mai Na was not surprised at all. She explained as she gulped down, instead of savoring, a cup of tea made from the excellent tea leaves in Xiaoling's cupboard. Pei Zihang is someone that doesn't like scandals. With such a big piece of news going out, it was to be expected that Imperial Entertainment would kill it. Don't underestimate their power in the entertainment circle. No media agency would dare to offend them. What's more, the Pei family would see it as a loss of face too. Even if Pei Zihang didn't do anything, the Pei family would intervene. The Pei family would lose face. Xiaoling was a little taken aback at this statement. Even a bystander like Sister Mai Na thought that it was embarrassing for her to be together with Pei Zihang. Sister Mai Na petted Xiaoling on her head. Are you dumb? The Pei family is a traditional and conservative wealthy family. How can such a family accept that the head of the family was going to marry an orphan? What's more, Xiaoling was an actress from a poor background. Oh no, let me say that again, an actress that he had adopted. Wasn't this akin to incest? As Sister Mai Na spoke, she lamented out loud. What kind of messy relationship is this? Xiaoling did not know how to respond, feeling sheepish. Sister Mai Na thought about this for a moment before suddenly slapping her thigh and pulling out her mobile to make a call. Hello, is that Fu Sheng? I suddenly realized, Pei Zihang and Xiaoling are like a Lolita story. Xiaoling was speechless. A gossipy female fan was a scary creature. Xiaoling continued about her daily work in this queer and awkward atmosphere. That day, Sister Mai Na accompanied her to the recording studio. It was a pleasant and sunny day, and many people were walking by the entrance of the building where the recording studio was located. The driver stopped the car to drop them off. Xiaoling was wearing a pair of sunglasses as she followed Sister Mai Na up the marble steps. She turned to look behind her unintentionally and saw that the huge electronic billboard on the opposite building had changed. This time, the face that was shown was Luo Luo's. She was slightly stunned and stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Sister Mai Na also turned back and looked in the same direction that Xiaoling was looking at. The newbie from Imperial Entertainment. Sister Mai Na laughed. Oh, let me see, her debut song is being produced by Ling Ling. Not bad, that is the second best producer in Imperial Entertainment behind Feng Kun. Looks like a girl with good potential. She did not know that Luo Luo had transferred over to Imperial Entertainment from the Ski Art Entertainment training camp. For someone of her level, it was reasonable not to know. Xiaoling nodded. Luo Luo had always been a girl with great potential. When they were training together in the past, Luo Luo's improvement had been extremely fast, and she had a great ability to understand what was being taught. Even if Imperial Entertainment was a harsh place, it was only a matter of time before Luo Luo debuted. However, it was unexpected that Luo Luo would make her debut at this time. The newbie that Imperial Entertainment was supposed to be pushing this year was Xia Yu, and they would be pushing for Xia Yu to win the Best Newcomer of the Year award. To debut Luo Luo as another new singer now would mean that they would have to split their attention and give her less support. This would be disadvantageous to Luo Luo. Sister Mai Na looked over at Xiaoling's expression. Are you worried about her? She laughed again. You should be happy. This is Imperial Entertainment's way of punishing Xia Yu. Otherwise, going by Imperial Entertainment's usual style, they would not debut another new singer in at least a year after Xia Yu to avoid a clash of resources and unnecessary internal competition. There's still a long way before Xia Yu reaches the 1-year mark. When Xiaoling had debuted before, the debut of the likes of Lu Jingyan and Hefeng was delayed for a full 2 years. Hefeng threatened to transfer, but Imperial Entertainment refused to allow him to, and instead paid him handsomely to compensate for the delay. It was only after 2 years when Xiaoling's unwavering position in the industry had been established did Imperial Entertainment start to debut the other hidden talents in their training camp. The Hefeng and Lu Jingyan that she spoke about were A-listers in the industry now. Few would remember what they had to go through in the early stages of their careers. Sister Mai Na said, Imperial Entertainment has always been tolerant. Their objective of debuting a new singer now is not so simple. I think Xia Yu is in for a rough ride. The sound of clapping rang up from behind. Xiaoling turned her head and saw a man dressed in a suit standing under the sun with a crocodile skin work bag in his hands. It was Chu Chen. Sister Mai Na also saw him, and her facial expression immediately became cold. Chu Chen gave a gentle smile as he said, that was an amazing postulation by the queen manager of Ski Art Entertainment. Xia Yu is indeed in for a rough ride. She offended someone she could not afford to offend. There was no way that she would come out of that unscathed. He stopped momentarily before continuing. Good afternoon, Mai Na and Yi Xingling. It's nice to see both of you here. Sister Mai Na coldly replied, to what do we owe the pleasure of big manager Chu honoring us with his presence? This was Ski Art Entertainment's recording studio, a good distance away from Imperial Entertainment. There was no way that Chu Chen had passed by coincidentally. Chu Chen continued smiling, and asked, "Aren't you going to invite me inside to sit down?" Sister Mai Na retorted, "With what do you qualify to come into Ski Art Entertainment for a seat? I'm here on business. To be more accurate, I'm here to look for Yi Xingling." Chu Chen did not lose his temper at Sister Mai Na's taunting and explained his presence slowly. "If you're not going to invite me inside, would you like to have the conversation with me here on the steps?" As he spoke, he looked around. There were crowds of people walking along the streets, though it was relatively quiet on the steps leading up the recording studio. The three of them were good-looking people, full of charisma and dressed to the nines. What's more, Xiaoling had a face that screamed celebrity, and many passersby were starting to look curiously in their direction. Sister Mai Na frowned slightly before turning to walk into the recording studio with a huff. Xiaoling quietly followed. Chu Chen gave a light laugh and followed slowly behind as well. In the meeting room of the recording studio building, a soft carpet was spread across the floor of the meeting room, and the heavy, deep green curtains blocked out any of the outside sounds. A genuine leather sofa set was placed against the wall in the room, and Sister Mai Na walked toward the sofa set and sat down elegantly. She then turned to Chu Chen and curtly said, "Speak. What are you doing here?" Chu Chen sat down across from Sister Mai Na, placed the crocodile skin business case by his side, and replied, "Mai Na, you're very clever and very resourceful in getting things done. This time I underestimated you. I admit defeat." Sister Mai Na gave a cold laugh and said, "Cut the crap." Xiaoling also felt that he was speaking rubbish and turned her attention to the room temperature. As the air conditioning was tuned to too low a temperature, it was rather cold. She stood up from beside Sister Mai Na and pressed the bell to get a staff member to bring a shawl to the room as well as some Ricel tea, which was Chu Chen's most hated kind of tea. Only then did she return to her seat. Chu Chen was still rambling on. "Xia Yu has already apologized on all media channels, and Imperial Entertainment is willing to admit defeat and pay the price." The staff brought the tea to the room. As Chu Chen said a word of thanks to the staff as he received the tea and took a sip, his facial expression became grave. The drink was too sour and did not taste good. Xiaoling silently laughed to herself, reveling in the success of her plan. She picked up the teacup in front of her and sipped it slowly. "This tea is pretty good. Do you not like it, Mr. Chu? Shall I get someone to change it to pu'er or longjing tea?" Chu Chen put down the teacup. "I'm not used to drinking this type of tea. Sorry to trouble Miss Yi with the change." The taste of the Ricel tea was strong in his mouth, leaving Chu Chen really uncomfortable. He was keen to drink something else to lighten the awful taste. Xiaoling turned her head slightly as she laughed. "Mr. Chu, you're really interesting. What are you apologizing for? Who said I was going to help you?" She had merely asked in passing, and knowing that he really did not like the taste made her really happy. Chu Chen was speechless. Sister Mai Na did not know whether to laugh or cry. She gave a warning glare in Xiaoling's direction, telling her not to take it too far. Hence, Xiaoling reined herself in and stopped teasing Chu Chen. She immediately felt bored again and swirled the teacup in her hands as she counted the petals in the cup silently. Chu Chen righted his expression and said, "The purpose of me coming here today is to apologize to Miss Yi on my boss's behalf." Xiaoling gave a start and stopped counting the petals in her cup, looking up at Chu Chen. Sister Mai Na's eyes became sharp as she stared at Chu Chen. "Your boss, Pei Ziheng?" "Yes," Chu Chen affirmed and stared at Xiaoling closely. "Boss has already done a thorough investigation. Miss Yi did not insult Xiaoling at all, it was a whole misunderstanding." "Ha, misunderstanding." Xiaoling gave a cold laugh. Pei Ziheng had kidnapped her without reason and had tried to poison her mute. If Li Lei had not saved her in time, God knows what crazy things he would have done to her. She had suffered so much and felt so terrified, only to receive an apology and an attribution of the whole situation to a misunderstanding. Chu Chen saw her upset expression and slowly said, "Apologies." Sister Mai Na asked, "Then, did your boss find out who the culprit that maligned Xiaoling is? Was it Xia Yu?" Chu Chen nodded. "Yes, that's right. Boss will punish her." "Punish? How is he going to punish her?" asked Sister Mai Na, her voice sharper. "Is he going to poison her mute as well?" Chu Chen said, "She is no longer part of the Pei family." "What?" Sister Mai Na was taken aback momentarily. Xiaoling sat up straight after hearing this. "You're saying that Miss Xiaoling and Xia Yu were both orphans that boss adopted years ago?" Chu Chen explained. "There were formal papers drawn up, and they were registered under the Pei family registry. Hence, after Miss Xiaoling passed away, she could be buried in the Pei family graveyard. Now, Xia Yu has been removed from the Pei family registry because of what she has done, and she is no longer considered to have been adopted by boss." Xiaoling was stunned. What about her inheritance? She remembered that after her death, the fortune that she left behind should be inherited by Pei Ziheng and Xia Yu according to the next of kin relationship. That was a huge amount of money, enough to make some of the Pei family members envious. Now that Xia Yu had to leave the Pei family, would Pei Ziheng let her take the fortune she left behind for her? She knew that Xia Yu was sick for a long time and did not earn very much over the years. As such, she remembered clearly well that her younger sister did not have any savings. Chu Chen misunderstood her, and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Boss only removed the guardian relationship he has with her and will still give her every rightful penny that she deserves. In fact, when Miss Xiaoling passed away more than a year ago, other than some of the items that she used on a daily basis and some fixed assets, Xia Yu inherited the rest of what Miss Xiaoling left behind. She will be leaving the Pei family with this inheritance. Xiaoling felt herself relax. With the money of that inheritance, Xia Yu would be able to live a comfortable life. She caught herself midway through her thought. Why did she care about what happened to Xia Yu? They were at such loggerheads right now. If Sha Yu were standing in front of her right now, the thing that she would undoubtedly want to do the most would be to give her 2 tight slaps. Chu Chen said, boss will not shortchange anyone that is willing to follow him, particularly women. He is very generous when it comes to money. Miss Yi, I'm here today for another reason as well. Other than apologizing to you on boss's behalf, I have a small gift that boss has asked me to pass to you as well. Seeing his meaningful look and smile, Xiaoling suddenly understood. It looked like Chu Chen thought she was a money-minded woman as she had asked about the inheritance. Xiaoling's expression turned cold. I don't want any present, no matter what it is. Tell him to take it back. Don't be so anxious to decline, said Chu Chen. Perhaps you should first have a look before you make your decision. He took out a big envelope from the crocodile skin business case and pushed it across the table. That craft paper envelope was very thick. At first glance, it appeared normal, but Xiaoling knew that the value of the items inside was definitely not low. However, she still said, take it back. Chu Chen did not move. Open it and see. It won't take much of your time. Xiaoling did not even want to deal with him. However, Sister Mai Na reached out to take the envelope and pulled out a thick file from inside. Ha, a gift agreement, an affidavit, and a house deed. Sister Mai Na lifted up her head to look at Chu Chen and said, Imperial Entertainment really does know how to spend money. Chu Chen smiled and replied, the best villa in the suburbs. A villa that resides in a priceless location. Miss Yi, this is something many small celebrities like you spend their whole lives chasing after yet few achieve. I would advise you to accept it. Xiaoling frowned and, without looking at the real estate license Sister Mai Na was holding, asked directly, Green Hill Pavilions. Looks like you know about that place. Chu Chen smiled profoundly and thought. This little girl appears to be aloof on the surface, but in reality, she is well aware of the wealthy districts. Once I mentioned that the villa was the best one in the suburbs, she immediately guessed that it was Green Hill Pavilions. Green Hill Pavilions is such a hidden and discreet rich area that only the truly affluent would understand its value. Even the new upstarts and nouveau riche would often mistakenly think that the best property location in the city is elsewhere. There was only one reason why a small starlet with no status and background would know about a district like Green Hill Pavilions. She must have put in much effort to study the rich and powerful to get close to them. Chu Chen had met many similar girls before. Anyone that could be bought over using money was not difficult to deal with. Chu Chen smiled even more delightedly and said, accept it. In the future, you will also be part of their community. He really thought that the girl in front of him would be overwhelmed with flattery and moved to tears. Instead, Xiaoling frowned even more and took the thick file from Sister Mai Na's hands. One look confirmed her thoughts. It was Green Hill Pavilions number 666. Xiaoling knew that place. In her previous life, Pei Ziheng had bought 2 properties in Green Hill Pavilions. One was number 666 and the other was number 1314. Number 1314, for eternity, that was his birthday gift to her 3 years ago. It was supposed to be built according to her preference to feature a pure white fairy tale style castle. Unfortunately, she was obsessed with the dark version of Grimm's fairy tales at that point in time. After looking at it, she requested for a lot of changes to be made to the castle. Pei Ziheng accommodated her and renovated the place. The renovation went on for a long time such that even after they fell out and she was taken hostage by him, it was not completed. Afterward, what happened to the villa? She did not know. She also knew a little about the situation of the other property, number 666, which was currently in Sister Mai Na's hands. This villa should have been Sha Yu's. That year when Pei Ziheng gave Xiaoling a villa as a gift, Sha Yu was unhappy and said that she lived too far away from her sister. As such, he bought another villa as a gift for Sha Yu. Why was this villa currently being gifted to her by Pei Ziheng? Xiaoling's heart was filled with many questions, but due to her identity in her current life, she could not ask them. Chu Chen confidently smiled. You're intelligent, Miss Yi. I'm sure you will make the right decision. If you follow Mr. Pei, in the future, there will be many more presents like this. As for your boss in Ski Art Entertainment, I know that his business is very successful, but he may not be as generous to you. Startled, Xiaoling realized the meaning behind his words. She was furious. What sort of person did he think she was? Sister Mai Na was also fuming. Xiaoling is not that sort of person. Pei Ziheng should just give up as early as possible. Chu Chen slowly put his hand down and slowly said, Mai Na, Yi Xingling is still a small child. I can excuse her insensible behavior. But how is it that even you don't understand? In this industry, there are more who sell their bodies than those who don't. Who is purer than who? Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about you. Even the recent stars you have guided such as Lu Yun and Zhou Feifei, who doesn't use their body to get ahead. Sister Mai Na was livid with rage but did not say anything. Xiaoling recalled that those 2 starlets that were famous for a period of time and realized that it was probably because something clandestine was going on behind the scenes. Chu Chen continued, Yi Xingling is luckier than them. Even without attending numerous social events with sponsors and cycling through them, she has already found a top backer. Mai Na, ask yourself, this industry has so many investors, how many are like my boss that has money and power, is generous, and is willing to help someone out? As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiaoling. Little girl, don't be too stubborn. Being overconfident is no good. Seize the opportunity when you are still young and clean. Otherwise, he laughed and looked at her eyes. After this beautiful pair of eyes has been tainted, I'm afraid it won't be worth much anymore. Infuriated, Xiaoling immediately grabbed the gift agreement that was on the table, crushed it and threw it at his face. Chu Chen blocked it with his hands. The large file slid down his high-quality suit and landed on the floor. He bent down to pick it up and slowly unfolded the crushed file and placed it on the table once again. You don't have to vent your anger on this villa. My boss only wants to express his apology to you. This is unrelated to anything else. Just relax and accept it. However, if you ever happen to change your mind and agree to join us, you're welcome to look for me anytime. He stood up, slightly bowed to Xiaoling and Sister Mai Na and said, with that, I will be leaving. Get lost. Xiaoling was still very angry. She grabbed the file again and hurled it in his direction. The door of the guest room closed and the file hit the large wooden door before falling to the floor. Xiaoling glared at it and, in the heat of anger, rushed to grab it and tear it apart. Don't. Sister Mai Na hurriedly stopped her. What are you doing? Asked Xiaoling angrily. The villa was given to you as a gift, just accept it, said Sister Mai Na. He already said it was just an apology gift and nothing else. Don't just reject it for the sake of rejecting it. She hurriedly approached Xiaoling and snatched the crumpled file from Xiaoling's hands. After smoothing it, she placed it back in the brown paper envelope before returning it to Xiaoling. Keep it properly, don't be rash. Confused, Xiaoling looked at her. You want me to keep it? It's money. Remember that this is money. Sister Mai Na did not know whether to cry or laugh. If he dares to give it to us, why should we not dare to accept it? Xiaoling was still not impressed and gritted her teeth. I don't want it. When did you start being so stubborn? Sister Mai Na chided her. You are not well off and this is a large sum of money. She looked at Xiaoling's enraged face and sighed softly. Xiaoling, I know you don't feel at ease accepting this, but no matter how despicable Chu Chen was, one thing he said was right. This villa is something many small celebrities like you spend their whole lives chasing after yet few achieve. With it, you will have a safety net and will not have to worry about your livelihood. Then, you can truly focus on what you want to do. Understand? Xiaoling slowly sighed. Of course, she understood. Money was something good, who would not want it? However, she just did not want Pei Zihang's money and did not want to have any relations with that man. Sister Mai Na said, this thin piece of paper can change your life. Xiaoling, don't make an impulsive decision. Calm down and think about it carefully. If you're still unwilling to accept it after a few days, it'll still not too late to deal with it. Xiaoling was quiet for a long time before eventually nodding. It was not because she had been convinced but because she did not want to listen to Sister Mai Na's persuasion anymore. She knew that Sister Mai Na had good intentions and only gave her such advice because she was really looking out for her. However, she could only appreciate Sister Mai Na's good intentions, as her experiences with Pei Zihang were too horrifying and complicated that there was no need for anyone else to know about them. As such, she was unable to tell Sister Mai Na why she insisted on rejecting him. After some time, Sister Mai Na would forget about this situation and settling it then would not be too late. On the other hand, Sister Mai Na thought that Xiaoling had accepted it and smiled. That's a good girl. Xiaoling took the property file home with mixed feelings. She laid on the sofa and looked at it over and over in a daze. It was definitely number 666. This villa was supposed to be Xia Yu's, but today, it was used by Pei Zihang as a random gift. What about number 1314, then? What will be its fate? Pei Zihang would have probably given it away as well, right? She was lost in her thoughts for a while before hearing the doorbell ring. Mao, who was napping on the carpet, opened its eyes and looked at her before looking at the door and lightly wagged its tail. Thus, Xiaoling knew who her visitor was. Only when Big Boss Li visited would her pet leopard be willing to react. Mao, open the door, she said lazily. This leopard understood humans and was practically trained into a dog by Li Lei. It was proficient at catching frisbees, opening doors, and all sorts of other tricks. The only trait it lacked was that it did not know how to bark. After hearing what she said, Uncle Mao moved its furry ears, got up gracefully, and walked to the door with solemn steps. It straightened its two hind legs and used its paw to press a switch, causing the door to open silently. Yo, Mao, it was, without a doubt, Li Lei. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he saw Mao, he smiled and bent down to scratch its chin to affectionately greet it. Mao used its large head to rub its owner's trouser legs before walking to another side of the carpet to lie down. Li Lei walked to the sofa and looked down at Xiaoling, who was sprawled on it, and said, stop being so lazy, get up. Come to eat something with me. He thought that he was truly the world's best landlord. Not only was lodging included, so was food. As long as both of them were home, he would always drag her out to eat with him. Xiaoling did not feel like moving. She slowly turned her body and sat up straight. Due to her movements, the large stack of real estate licenses and gift agreements fell and spread out on the ground. Li Lei squatted to help her pick up the documents and glanced at the contents. He paused before speaking. Green Hill Pavilions. Pei Zihang is gifting you one of the villas there. Xiaoling took the files from his hands without saying anything. She was becoming closer to Li Lei, but there were some limits to their closeness. They could eat and laugh together, but not discuss deeper topics. The situation with Pei Zihang was her heart's largest secret and most painful wound. Just touching on the topic would hurt her tremendously. She would rather this secret be kept in the dark forever than for anyone to dig it up. Li Lei lifted his head to look at her and his gaze hardened. Why is Pei Zihang giving you something? It's nothing, she said as she stuffed the stack of files into the large brown envelope and placed it a distance away from him. He was trying to apologize for misunderstanding me during the scolding fiasco. Her casual attitude caused his face to darken further. It was only an apology, yet he gave you such an expensive villa as a gift. Xiaoling frowned. Boss, this is my private matter. She did not like the way he was interrogating her like a criminal. At the end of the day, this was not Li Lei's problem. Why should she explain further to him? Return it, said Li Lei. Xiaoling's face turned cold. I've already said that this is my private matter. I said to return it. His voice toughened. On the carpet, Mao, who was having a catnap, lightly raised its head and looked at them with some alertness. No, she said. She did not like it when others interfered in her problems. Besides, Li Lei's interference this time was really crossing the line. She looked at him with some indifference, refusing to give in. Li Lei started to become annoyed. Xiaoling, do you like the villas in that area? I'll give you one of them as a gift. Pei Ziheng is not a good person. You can't accept his things. Return the files to him immediately. Right now. I'm very well aware that he is not a good person, said Xiaoling. Also, I don't want you to give me a villa. You won't accept mine, but you are willing to accept his. Li Lei's facial muscles tensed. Xiaoling looked at his expression with a hint of timidity but quickly regained her composure. These are two different things, Li Lei. She was not too happy and did not call him boss. Instead, she directly called his name. Besides, Li Lei, who am I to you anyway? Saying that you will give me a villa, do you think this is like giving me a card or a packet of snacks? How would she dare to accept such a large amount of property for absolutely no reason? Li Lei asked in a low voice, who is he to you, then? Xiaoling tightened her lips and did not say anything else. Who was Pei Ziheng to her? That was so complicated that it was impossible to explain it clearly in words. Their entanglement was deep and lasted 2 lifetimes. She struggled to escape and lock him up, but that man was everywhere. Such that even now, he was being brought up by Li Lei. Seeing that she was speechless, Li Lei's heart slowly sank. He was not an idiot. He had realized since a long time ago that her heart had been taken by someone. He recalled that time when they were evading the rain in the mountains. She had a high fever and kept whispering, Brother Pei. The surname, Pei, was uncommon, yet the only Pei involved in her life was Pei Ziheng. As time passed, he realized that every time he mentioned Pei Ziheng's name, she would have an unusual look on her face. Although it was covered up very well, he still could see past her facade. Who exactly is Pei Ziheng to you? He wanted to force an answer out of her. Xiaoling still reluctantly raised her head. None of your business. Very well. Li Lei was furious, yet he smiled. He swiftly snatched the villa gift agreement from the table and tore it into shreds. The pieces of paper drifted and landed in between the two. Xiaoling was shocked and mad. She did not think that he would do that. I will buy another villa for you as a gift, said Li Lei. But you can't accept this one. I refuse to accept your villa even more. Xiaoling was also fuming and smiled coldly. Li Lei, stop being so self-righteous. Do you think that just because you have your stinking money you can take my personal belongings as your own and do whatever you want? What makes you think that just because that villa was given by you means I would definitely want it? Let me tell you, even if you give me 100 or even 1,000 villas, they can never replace this one. That was right. She did not want the villa that Pei Ziheng gave her, but that did not mean that she could tolerate Li Lei doing things as he pleased. No matter how much she did not want the villa, it was already hers now. What gave him the right to ruin it? Since he was like that, how was he any different from Pei Ziheng? A year of imprisonment in the past caused Xiaoling to deeply understand one thing. In the face of power, any semblance of care was fake. Those in power could trample on the will of another as they pleased. No matter how convincing the reasons were, they could not change the scary facts. Take Li Lei for example. He could tear the property certificate belonging to her with ease without worrying about incurring any punishment. He controlled her life at will, stipulated what she could and could not accept, and still felt that he was her savior. This was so laughable. Yet, it also sent chills down one's spine. Xiaoling slowly raised her hand and pointed at the door. Please leave. You're chasing me out. Li Lei raised his eyebrows in a displeased manner. This is my house. That you are renting from me. She quietly looked at him for a moment and suddenly smiled. You're right. I almost forgot that I'm renting your house. No wonder you keep thinking that you can come here as you please. Don't want to leave. Fine, I'll leave. She turned her back and walked towards the door. Li Lei grabbed her hand and asked, where are you going? Let go, she said. Where I choose to go is none of your business. Yi Xingling. He burst out into a rage. Do you not know that it is very dangerous outside? Pei Ziheng has brought misfortune on you so many times yet you still want to go out alone. Is living in a small apartment like this now not up to your standards and you are going to stay in that villa he gave you? That's enough, Li Lei. She suddenly spun around and glared at him. Are you a police officer? What sort of position are you in to interrogate me? Even if I were torn into shreds by others outsides, it would still be unrelated to you. As she spoke, she vehemently broke free from his grip and continued to walk away. Li Lei immediately pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he looked down and fiercely kissed her. She was taken aback and could only mouth a single word before he sealed her lips with his kiss and she could not utter another sound. She tried to push him away as hard as possible, but he grabbed her wrist effortlessly. They kissed for a long time until she felt like suffocating before his lips slowly parted from hers. Be my girlfriend, he said in a husky voice. Only now was she thoroughly stunned. You asked me why I should be entitled to care about what you do. He wound his arm tightly around her waist, refusing to let her struggle. So be my girlfriend and I will give you a villa, many other presents, and also keep you safe. The thought of her leaving him scared him out of his wits. When she looked at him coldly just now, he felt as though she was so far away. So far, that if he let go of her slightly, she would leave and never come back. The villa gift sent by Pei Ziheng caused Li Lei to develop an unprecedented sense of awareness of danger. His Xiaoling had been coveted by someone else for a long time. The strong enemy was near and he could not let matters rest unchecked. He needed to quickly secure his relationship with Xiaoling and declare his ownership of her. What did you say? She thought she heard him wrong. Be my girlfriend. He looked at her seriously. Xiaoling frowned. I'm not that type of person. As early as the first time they met, he had always tried to buy her with money to ensure that she stayed by his side but she had always rejected him. Now as the same situation unfolded, she still had no interest in him. Li Lei said, I said, girlfriend. Not just any girl with no status, but the one who will be my future wife and the one I want to take the relationship to the next level. Xiaoling felt as though she was dreaming or stimulated by something, leaving her bewildered. Your wife? That was unimaginable to her. Are you all right? How could I possibly become the daughter-in-law of the Li family? In her past life, her marriage to Pei Ziheng made one thing very clear to her. Even if she became an empress or an A-list celebrity, someone like her with no status or background would never be qualified to marry into their prestigious family. Although Li Lei usually did not mention his family background, Xiaoling knew that the eminence of the Li family was on par with the Pei family. This was such that even when Pei Ziheng, the head of the Pei family, talked about the Li family, there was some fear in his voice. However, Li Lei replied, why not? You're the one I'm set on marrying. She wanted to say that she was of a lower class, but thinking about it again, she had not even agreed to be his girlfriend. Why was she thinking about marrying into the Li family? Nothing had ever happened between them yet. As such, she changed her tone, we're not suitable. Why are we not suitable? Li Lei's voice had a sense of urgency. Aren't you very happy being with me? I know all your habits, what you like to eat and what you like to do. I also have the money to take care of you and give you the best of everything, Xiaoling, just say yes. Unfortunately, Xiaoling just shook her head. She knew that he was a good man. However, she had been hurt too deeply in her past life such that even if she tried her best to distance herself from the pain and not think about it, the dark wound had only barely healed on the surface but was badly mutilated underneath. She did not believe in love anymore and did not want someone to pledge his eternal love to her. Her romance with Pei Ziheng had exhausted all of her strength and destroyed all of her fantasies and sense of security. Presently, she was exhausted and only wanted to live the rest of her life peacefully and grow old alone. I'm sorry, she said softly. The light of hope in Li Lei's eyes was extinguished. Why? He asked. Is it because of Pei Ziheng? He wished that she would turn back and maybe even give him a hint of uncertainty. However, she did not. There was a somber look on her delicate face. Stop wasting any more time on me, she said. That fearful feeling started to creep in and Li Lei tightened his grip on her hand like he was trying to hold onto his life's final treasure. Xiaoling felt the pain but calmly looked at him. I'm sorry. I will not give up, said Li Lei. I will also not change my mind. The fact that you did not go to Pei Ziheng but remained here with me just proves that I still have a chance, right? Xiaoling shook her head. Boss, don't ask any more questions. Don't force me to leave. The reason why she remained here was to have an undisturbed place to start anew. If even this place was filled with love or resentment, she would have no choice but to look for a new place to live. After she was done speaking, there was nothing good left to say. Li Lei slowly let go of her and decided to use that as a strategy to gain more time to plan his next move. As long as she remained here, he would still have a chance. With the passing of time, love would blossom, especially since they were in close proximity. One day, he would win her heart. He looked at her and smiled lazily. Don't be so tense, Xiaoling, you don't have to make a decision now. The proposal to be my girlfriend is valid for life. You can tell me your answer at any time after you have given it some thought. Then, he turned around and said, let's go eat something together now. Just treat it as a landlord's invitation to his tenant. Xiaoling wanted to reject him, but since he had phrased it as such, she really could not think of any reason to refuse his invitation. As such, she sighed and followed him out to his house next door in resignation. The meal felt tasteless to them. The atmosphere was rather awkward. After the meal, Xiaoling hastily bade him farewell. She only felt at ease after she returned back home. As she looked at the pieces of property certificates scattered all over the floor underneath the sofa, she started to become lost in thought again. What sort of messy life was this? Pei Ziheng was getting close to finding her, and even Li Lei. Since when did her life turn into a chaotic mess? The phone started to ring. Xiaoling reached out to answer it. Hello. Is this Xiaoling? The voice on the phone sounded like a middle-aged man's. Startled, Xiaoling took a few seconds to realize who the caller was. It was Father Yi, her father in this lifetime. Although they had not kept in contact for a long time, Xiaoling asked, is there anything I can help you with? Father Yi sounded a little uneasy. The last time Xiaoling went home, he and Mrs. Yi tricked her into entering Yi Xingfei's ward to make her meet Pei Ziheng. After that, they never contacted each other anymore. Truthfully, Father Yi felt guilty and blamed himself for letting his daughter down, but what else could he have done? At that point in time, Pei Ziheng had coerced them into cooperating with him. Father Yi was afraid of Pei Ziheng and also disregarded his wife's advice, that the huge sum of money boss Pei was willing to pay was sufficient for the family of three to live worry-free financially for the rest of their lives. Yes, a family of three. Father Yi, Mrs. Yi, and Yi Xingfei. They did not take into account Yi Xingling's welfare. To this family, she was like an outsider. Father Yi adjusted the tone of his voice in an attempt to sound gentle and said, Xiaoling, please don't resent us for that situation in the past. Dad and your Aunt Lu were experiencing difficulties then. Difficulties? Xiaoling laughed coldly. It was simply a case of them disregarding all their moral principles at the sight of profits and betraying their daughter. However, she could not be bothered to expose him. He was never close to her anyway. It did not matter whether he sold her out or lied to her, because nothing he did could even stir the slight bit of emotion in her. Dad, get straight to the point. I'm very busy, she said. She did not believe that Father Yi would call her for the sole reason of apologizing. If he really had the heart to apologize, he would not have waited till now. Father Yi awkwardly laughed. Xiaoling, your grandmother's 70th birthday is approaching. A few of your aunts, uncles, and cousins are going to the celebration. Our family is going as well. Look, how about you prepare some clothes and go back to the countryside with us a few days later? After hearing him say that, Xiaoling suddenly remembered. According to the memories of the person's body she was in, Grandma Yi's 70th birthday was really approaching. This grandma treated Yi Xingling very well. After Yi Xingling's father married stepmother Aunt Lu when Xingling was a child and started to neglect her, only Grandma Yi showered her with love. Grandma took care of all of Xingling's needs ranging from winter clothes to avoid the summer heat alone. The original owner of this body was very close to Grandma Yi. Xiaoling thought, since she was occupying someone else's body, she should also be filial to those who treated her well before. As such she promised him, I will be there. Father Yi was very happy, but his voice faltered after that. What else is there? Xiaoling was starting to get impatient. At the other end of the phone, Aunt Lu's bitterly sarcastic voice could be heard. Useless thing. All I did was tell you to ask your daughter, but you can't even seem to do it. Are you mute? Let me tell you, I'm not willing to contribute a single cent towards that old woman's birthday gift. If you dare, you can join the celebration empty-handed. Otherwise, you can ask for the money from your daughter. Xiaoling listened and frowned. What was the commotion about? Father Yi sighed deeply and was finally determined to ask. Xiaoling, you are a famous celebrity now. Well, you see, you know our financial situation is not that great. Do you think you can contribute to your grandmother's birthday present? Xiaoling sneered and realized what Aunt Lu's intentions were. Their greed was truly limitless. They were even calculative when it came to the old relative's birthday gift. However, even if they did not ask, Xiaoling would have prepared the money. In her memories, Grandma Yi's legs were weak and once it was winter, they would ache due to the cold. After pondering, Xiaoling decided to buy a better quality pair of pants for Grandma Yi to keep her warm. When it came to clothes, the market was confounded with them. As such, the materials used to make the clothes were not very reliable. The lucky thing was that in her past life, she had worn a few good clothes. Using her gut feeling, she could deduce with a high success rate which stores sold quality clothing. I will prepare it, she said icily. What are you planning on buying? Father Yi asked. He had no choice as his wife ordered that not only should Xiaoling prepare the birthday gift, it should also be something expensive and the most presentable so that others would not look down on them. Xiaoling pondered for a bit, and then immediately he guessed his intentions and sneered a little. She asked, what are you planning on letting me buy? Well, Father Yi hesitated a little and said, your fourth uncle who has a very successful business said that this time, he will be buying a mahogany bed for your grandmother. Since we have a celebrity like you in our family, our relatives all say that our present should be on par with your fourth uncle's. All of the relatives said that. It was more likely that her stepmother Aunt Lu said that. Xiaoling did not give a direct answer. I have limits. She hung up the phone. It was actually desolate to think about it as she had only debuted a few months ago. During that period of time when she was being shaded very severely by others, no family member called to comfort her. However, now that they needed her money, they did not hesitate to demand an exorbitant amount. Famous celebrity. She laughed. Have they ever seen a famous celebrity that was financially constrained like her? It was as if her father forgot that to treat Yi Xingfei's illness in the beginning, she borrowed a huge sum of money from Ski Art Entertainment that amounted to millions and her debt was still not repaid yet. Even now, just to save the face of the family in front of their relatives, their first request was something no less expensive than a mahogany bed. Why did you not snatch it back? Xiaoling whispered under her breath and kicked the pile of paper fragments that were once the deed of a Green Hill Pavilion's villa. Not surprisingly, she thought about how overbearing Li Lei was when he tore it apart. How good it must feel to have money. You could easily tear apart a deed to a villa worth with tens of millions of dollars. When would she able to be as rich and willful as him? How about you be my girlfriend? Li Lei's handsome face appeared in her mind again. This time he was saying seductive things in a low, magnetic voice. Xiaoling scratched her hair in some annoyance before she quietly searched for a broom to clear up the paper fragments on the floor. The next day, she counted her savings and asked Sister Mai Na and Wei Xiaoyan to borrow some money to buy clothes. She made it clear that the money would be used to help Grandma Yi buy a custom-made set of clothes made of pure camel hair. She knew a custom tailor that was quite good, but it would only help members and not entertain other customers. In her past life, she had a membership card, but in this life, there was a long way to go before she could obtain one. Xiaoling was busy racking her brains, but Sister Mai Na candidly told her. Look for our boss, then. He can do anything. Xiaoling shook her head. She had just rejected his procession of love. Looking for him at this time would just be too awkward. Besides, she also did not wish to overly depend on anyone. Overdependence was truly a terrible habit. I have no other way to help you then. Sister Mai Na showed no concern. The membership card of the SSD clothing store is famous for being difficult to obtain. How about you consider another store? Changing the place was not easy. In her past life, all the clothes shops she visited were the very best as she had an affiliated membership. Thinking about it gave Xiaoling a headache, so she asked for assistant Wei Wei to come over. I remember that there is a textile bazaar in the south of the city. Can you visit the place to see if they have any camel hair fabric and buy some for me? If the store refuses to sell it to you, buy at least a small piece. There were many fake products sold in the market that were hard to identify. She had to feel the fabric personally to authenticate it. Wei Wei knew that she was a celebrity and it was inconvenient for her to appear in those type of markets, so she readily agreed. The next day, she brought a few pieces of fabric. Sister Xiaoling, there were very few stores selling camel hair fabric. I ran around the market but could only find these few stores. I bought samples from every store I visited. Take a look. Xiaoling examined the samples piece by piece. After touching the samples, she felt that something was off from all of them. Grandma Yi was very old, and if she wanted to give her a gift, it had to be pure and genuine fabric. Who knew what other fabrics were mixed with the camel hair? Xiaoling frowned and said, forget it. Go back to the market, take a look at the pure cashmere fabric for me and bring back some samples. Although the warmth of cashmere was less than that of camel hair, it was much easier to look for. Wei Wei returned very quickly with some samples. Xiaoling chose one of the pieces and said, buy the fabric from this shop. This shop was the most expensive one out of them all, said Wei Wei. Sister Xiaoling, do you think we will be scammed? Xiaoling shook her head and told her to buy it at once. She waited for a day but Wei Wei still had not returned with the fabric. Just as she was about to make a call to hurry her up, an uninvited guest showed up. It was Li Lei. Li Lei arrived with a large paper box in his hand. For you. What is this? Asked Xiaoling. Your grandma's birthday is approaching, right? I heard you were looking for camel hair clothes, so I went to SSD to order a custom-made set. Take it, but don't be too touched. Li Lei grinned. Xiaoling was speechless. How did he know that she wanted custom-made clothes from SSD so badly? Besides, what was with him saying, Grandma? How could he call her grandmother, Grandma, so easily? Sister Mina also told me, a slip of Li Lei's tongue revealed the name of the person who leaked the secret, that you're trying to book train tickets. Although it's a first-class seat, you're a star after all. It's not convenient for you to take the train. I'll arrange for a company car to send you there. Xiaoling looked at the item in his hands and then looked at him again. Why are you being so nice to me? Li Lei just smiled and replied. I'm chasing after you. Xiaoling did not have the energy to advise him to give up his chase, so she directly said, thank you for helping me get the clothes. I will return the money back to you. Li Lei was upset, but he knew that this was much as she could accept, so he reluctantly replied. That's up to you. After thinking about it, he added. Are you missing anything else? How about I help you set it up? Xiaoling politely declined his offer. The car Li Lei arranged for her was a white BMW that matched her status but was not too eye-catching. It was very suitable for the occasion. Xiaoling instructed the chauffeur to make a detour and stop at an ordinary household to pick up Father Yi and her stepmother Aunt Lu, before heading to her grandmother's house in the countryside together. After all, she was their daughter and they were a family. No matter what conflicts they had in the past, they had to stay together during an occasion like this. Aunt Lu's face was covered in heavy makeup. Once she entered the car, the smell of a low-quality perfume diffused throughout the entire car. She excitedly examined every inch of the car, touching the soft real leather seats and stepping on the dense wool rug. This car is very expensive, right? Xiaoling agreed in a perfunctory tone as she opened a gap in the car window. Aunt Lu's eyes instantly sparkled. I just knew that you are something now, Xiaoling. Look, you're sitting in such an expensive car. You definitely did not waste the hard work your dad and I put in raising you. Xiaoling, since you have so much money now, you can't be ungrateful. If there is anything good going on, remember to think more of your dad and me. Especially your younger sister, Fei Fei. That pitiful girl is still lying on a hospital bed. Her nutrition fees every month amount to so much money. As her sister, you should help out more. Xiaoling sat at the front passenger's seat and listened to Aunt Lu's long-winded speech. She could not be bothered to respond to such a snobbish and vile person, so she closed her eyes to rest. The chauffeur wore white gloves and drove quietly. Those who worked under Li Lei were well trained. Even if they saw a ridiculous person or heard ridiculous words, they paid no attention to the scenario and focused on doing their own job well. However, even though his facial expression did not show it, in his heart, he felt like vomiting. He did not know that Miss Yi's family was so despicable. It was so unfair for such a good girl like her to have such awful family members. Father Yi felt rather awkward listening to his wife ramble on and quietly tug at her clothes. Aunt Lu was enraged. Why are you trying to stop me? Did I say something wrong? Now that Xiaoling is rich, she should help us out more financially. She then turned to face Xiaoling and said, don't you think so, Xiaoling? It's time that you be filial to your parents. Xiaoling could not tolerate it any longer and let out a sneer. Aunt Lu, she said in a clear and chilly tone, my mother is no longer alive. I'm unable to be filial to her. She was referring to the biological mother of the person she was in. If it were not for Aunt Lu intruding into the family that year, would the body's original owner be so badly neglected by her family? Hey, you brat, how could you say that? Aunt Lu immediately exploded into a rage. If she was not sitting in the car right now, she would have rushed up to beat Xiaoling up. Let me tell you, I am your mother. This old lady put in her blood, sweat, and tears to bring you to where you are. Now that you are making money and becoming independent, don't think you can be ungrateful. Ha ha ha, Xiaoling laughed coldly. Stop arguing, Father Yi weakly mediated. Don't intrude, Aunt Lu roared at her husband. If you weren't such a good-for-nothing person that couldn't control her, you would not have raised such a disdainful daughter. Let me tell you, Yi Xingling, you better acknowledge me as your mother. You have no choice but to do it. If you don't acknowledge me, I will report your unfilial behavior to the news media. I want to see how you can survive as a celebrity in the entertainment industry then. If you do not respect me, it will do you no good. Once your reputation is tarnished, we can all suffer together. Mr. Zhou, stop the car, said Xiaoling lightly. After looking at the road conditions, the chauffeur, Mr. Zhou, stopped the car by the roadside. Lu Jiaodi, Xiaoling called out Aunt Lu's name clearly. Either you shut up, or you get out of the car. You're trying to chase me out of the car. Aunt Lu screeched in a shrill voice. Yi Xingling, what sort of person are you? I'm your mother. What gives you the right to chase me away? I refuse to get out. What are you going to do about that? Xiaoling finally turned around to glare at the emotional and ostentatious woman and sneered slightly. I forgot to tell you that Mr. Zhou is a retired special commander. He's very skilled and can throw people like you out of the car easily without even lifting his finger. Lu Jiaodi, are you going to get out of the car yourself or do I have to ask Mr. Zhou to throw you out? Aunt Lu was shocked. Yi Xingling, don't you dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiaoling was not one with a good temper, to begin with. She had been very tolerant previously, and it was starting to get on her nerve. Now that she was agitated, she instructed Mr. Zhou. Get her out of the car. Mr. Zhou acknowledged the order, got off and opened the car door, telling Aunt Lu. Please. Aunt Lu saw his serious look and only just now understood the severity of the situation. She gripped the car seat tightly. I'm not getting off. They were on the outskirts with no bus stops nor taxis in sight. If she were to get off here, there was no telling whether she could find her way back. Father Yi tried to fix the situation. Xiaoling, Aunt Lu said something wrong, don't take it to heart. Let's get the master to continue driving, we shouldn't be late for Grandma's birthday celebration. Xiaoling said, you don't want to get off. Then apologize to me. Apologize to you, why should I? Aunt Lu was getting enraged again. Mr. Zhou grabbed her elbow. Madam, please get off the car immediately. Unless you want me to get physical. The situation was no match for Aunt Lu. Angry as she was, she had no choice but to apologize to Xiaoling. Sorry. Don't want to get off? Xiaoling asked coldly. No, great, said Xiaoling. Then shut up. If I hear one more word from you, out you go. There's no room for discussion. Xiaoling, how could you treat? Father Yi wanted to question why she was being rude to Aunt Lu but decided to swallow his words when he saw her cold expression. Was this girl really his daughter? When did she become so strong-headed and terrifying? Afraid of being chased out of the car, Aunt Lu meekly assured Xiaoling that she would keep her mouth shut for the rest of the journey. Only then was Xiaoling satisfied did she signal to Mr. Zhou to carry on driving. After that incident, nobody said a thing in the car. The scenery outside the car was looking increasingly bleak as tall buildings gave way to huts and crops, easing into a village landscape. Their white BMW stopped before a house. Third uncle, it's third uncle and third aunt, and their sister Xiaoling too. A child excitedly skipped towards them the moment they had opened the car doors. Lila, Father Yi's frown was immediately wiped away when he saw this little girl. He pinched her chubby red cheeks and asked, where's your mom? And where's grandma? My mother's cooking and grandma is in the room. There are a lot of people inside, big uncle, second aunt, fourth uncle, Lila was naming them as best as she could while she counted them off her fingers. Fourth uncle gave grandma a huge bed, and everyone's crowding around to look at it. Let's go take a look too then, said Father Yi. Xiaoling stood alone in the space before the main door as she scanned her surroundings. This was a typical village-style two-storied hut with a watchdog lying on a haystack. By the haystack was an old wooden door with Spring Festival couplets on it, with the red color having faded into pale patches of pink after all the exposure to the weather elements. All of these were foreign to her. She grew up in an orphanage and then got taken in by Pei Zihang to live in a mansion, and now that she was reborn she had lived in ski arts training camp in Li Lei's apartment. This was her first time in the rural areas and being so close to the crops and smoke from the chimneys as well as lively children running about. She was at a loss of what to do. Father Yi was already calling her. Come on in, Xiaoling, I'll take you to see grandma. This coward of a man had gotten very happy the moment he reached his old hometown and had completely forgotten about Xiaoling's cold disposition throughout the car ride. Xiaoling was about to enter the house when Mr. Zhou called out to her. Miss, your item. He placed a beautifully packaged box before her. Xiaoling recalled this was her gift to Grandma Yi. She thanked Mr. Zhou and asked if he would like to join them for a while. He kindly declined and drove off, saying he would be back to fetch her the following day. Xiaoling carried the huge box and followed both Father Yi and Aunt Lu into the house. The rooms in the village house were big and spacious, and one of them was full of people standing around. Xiaoling caught a glimpse of the bed right away. It was in the center of the room, huge and maroon in color with a quality wood bed frame and good workmanship. That must be fourth uncle's birthday gift to grandma. Sitting on the bed was an old lady with a head of white hair. She had her eyes closed and a kind smile on. Grandma, Xiaoling had greeted her before she was even aware of the situation. She was slightly stunned at her own action. The way she greeted her was so natural, it was as if she had done it many times before. Grandma Yi heard her voice and turned around. Xiaoling, is that Xiaoling? The old woman was blind and had to reach both her hands out in search for her. Xiaoling is here, come to grandma. Everybody's head was turned as their eyes landed on Xiaoling, who was standing at the door. They saw a pretty girl wearing a short-sleeved blouse. Her skin was fair and delicate and she stood quietly and sweetly by the door. Many of them could not take their eyes off her. It really is Xiaoling. Second aunt smiled first and warmly approached her, holding her hand. Your grandma has been talking about you every day, about how you haven't been back in years. Hopefully, you haven't forgotten us, your poor relatives. Xiaoling was uncomfortable as she held her hand and led her to Grandma Yi. Come, good girl, let me take a look at you. Grandma Yi carefully and meticulously stroked her face with her wrinkled hands, from her eyes to her nose and finally her lips. It's Xiaoling, it really is her. Grandma Yi was delighted. My good girl, how long has it been since you last came back to see grandma? Grandma misses you so much. There were many grandchildren in the Yi family, but they all had parents, and only Yi Xingling had been bullied by her stepmother since she was a child. Grandma Yi always had a soft spot for her and took greater care of her. Hence, as compared to the other grandchildren, she missed Yi Xingling the most. Many of Yi Xingling's original memories flashed before Xiaoling's eyes, and she had a strange sense of closeness and bond with Grandma Yi. She did not know if it was because of Yi Xingling's experiences that influenced her emotions, or that she never had an elder that loved and cared for her this much before. She sat on the floor beside Grandma Yi and smiled. Grandma, I've brought you a gift. Gift. It sounded like the voice of a busybody. Xiaoling, I heard you're a big star now. What good stuff did you bring for your grandma? Your fourth uncle has already gotten her a bed. Yours definitely tops his, right? Hurry and open it for us to see. Xiaoling looked up and recognized that it was coming from fourth aunt, fourth uncle's wife, based on the memories. With her words, everybody was now curious. That's right. What exactly did you get for grandma? It's nothing very pricey, said Xiaoling. A look of victory was sparked off in fourth aunt's eyes, along with some disdain. How could it be? Your Aunt Lu has praised you sky high, saying that you'd definitely give her something better than the bed we've given. Fourth aunt secretly laughed. Xiaoling furrowed her brows as she detected the sarcasm in her words. She was about to counter that statement but decided against it as she looked up and saw Grandma Yi. It was true that her temper had never been good, but when she was with people she cared about, she was always tolerant. She kept her smile on. Grandma, I got you an outfit. She gave the beautifully packaged box to Grandma Yi. Grandma Yi received it and touched it all around, smiling even more tenderly. Good girl, it's nice enough that you're back. Why did you go to such expense? A little girl like you making a name for yourself out there, it's hard on you. You should save whatever you earn, alright. Don't spend it unnecessarily. Xiaoling felt a warm, fuzzy feeling in her heart. This was the first time since she returned to this home that she heard such sincere words. There was no criticism, no false wishes, and insincere congratulations. Only Grandma Yi had seen the hard work and challenges behind her glamour. This blind old lady saw things more clearly than anyone else. Xiaoling gently said, Grandma, I know my limits. Fourth aunt, who was standing by the side, feigned a cough. It's just a paper box. What outfit is that? Open it up and enlighten us. SSD's outfit packaging was beautiful, but they never overdid it, so it simply looked like a nicer looking paper box, no different from those purchased at typical stores. Fourth aunt was sure that it was an ordinary outfit from just another store and probably was not even a branded good. She wanted Xiaoling to show it to everyone and embarrass her. HMPH, so what if she was a star? Didn't she have to bow down to this rich missus anyway? Xiaoling ignored her and held Grandma Yi's hands. Grandma, open it this way. She guided Grandma Yi as they unwrapped the big box. She was old and visually impaired, hence her actions were slow as well, but Xiaoling was meticulous and patient, with not a hint of rushing her. She even let Grandma undo the bigger parts herself to give her the joy of unwrapping her own gift. Finally, the box was opened, and Grandma Yi lay her hands on the outfit made of camel fur. It's so soft. Grandma Yi stroked it before her wrinkled hands came to a stop. Little girl, you must have spent a lot on this. She worked in a ranch when she was younger and had to deal with fur and textures as part of her job. Just by touching this, she knew that it was the best material and must have cost a bomb. Instead, Xiaoling replied, I didn't spend much. She did not want Grandma to worry for her, and tens of thousands of dollars was indeed, not much, to her. That was what Li Lei thought as well, only giving her the simplest and most basic designs. If he gave her anything more expensive and exceeded her financial ability, she would return it immediately. Grandma Yi expressed her concern again. You don't have it easy out there on your own. Next time, don't spend so much money on Grandma. I'm an old lady, how many more years can I wear these clothes for? It's your birthday, mother, how could you say such things? Fourth aunt interrupted as she darted some glances towards the outfit. Xiaoling has already said she didn't spend much, so don't worry too much for her. Right, Xiaoling, you might as well tell us how much the outfit cost, that'll put Grandma at ease. Xiaoling had not even started speaking when Aunt Lu decided to make a point. Fourth aunt, Xiaoling is young and immature, are you as immature as her? Xiaoling's a big star now, how cheap could that outfit be? She's saying that it doesn't cost much because she doesn't want to worry Mom, and you actually believed her words. If Xiaoling actually tells us the price, it'll be so expensive our mother wouldn't feel good, right? Her words came like a machine gun, stopping fourth aunt in her tracks. How could she let that family steal their limelight? Seeing that somebody was putting his wife down, fourth uncle joined the battle. Third sis-in-law, you can't put it this way. It can't get any more expensive than the bed we gave, right? Xiaoling is a star, but I doubt she earns much, or that she can afford anything too pricey. Even if it's cheap, she can reveal the price and let Mom feel better about it. Aunt Lu was so angry her eyes could burst out of their sockets. It's all Xiaoling's fault. I told her to get a more expensive gift, but all she bought was an outfit. How could she be so stingy and brainless, leaving me in no position to look at fourth uncle's family with dignity? Xiaoling did not want to join in the fight. She had already handed over the gift. As long as Grandma liked it and felt warm and comfortable, nothing else mattered. As for all the prestige and fame, she had already achieved the highest possible in her previous life, more than anybody present could reach. Having seen greater things, was there really a need to argue with these commoners about such small matters? Her priority was simply to make Grandma Yi happy. Hence, she calmly said, I really didn't spend too much on this. In terms of price, it's way below fourth uncle's bed. The fourth uncle of the Yi family owned a furniture firm, and the gift he gave his mother was truly top quality goods and worth more than just tens of thousands. Hearing what she had just said, fourth aunt and fourth uncle were content again. Fourth aunt darted a haughty glance towards Aunt Lu. Did you hear that? Xiaoling's smart to get the cheap stuff. Aunt Lu was fuming mad but had no reason to counter that statement. All she could do was glare at Xiaoling. Xiaoling pretended not to see it. Instead, she folded the outfit slowly, handed it to Grandma, and advised. Grandma, keep this well and be careful when you're washing it. Also take note of how you store it, in case it gets damaged by moths or worms. Initially, she only knew about wearing these outfits and had no knowledge about washing and storing and such. But Li Lei was thoughtful and had written these cautions on a little card to remind her. He said that materials like this which were 100% natural were high in protein, and were more prone to being damaged by bugs, especially in the rural areas. Fourth aunt laughed. It's not like it's anything valuable, just buy another one if this gets damaged. Fourth aunt's repeated snide remarks were getting to Xiaoling and she was finally about to lose it. She must have been drunk to have let it slide time and again on Grandma Yi's account. Did others really treat her as somebody to be trampled on? Just as she was considering whether to give fourth aunt a piece of her mind, a man dressed primly interrupted. Fourth aunt over here, you can't be more wrong. This outfit is indeed less pricey than the bed you've gifted the old lady, but being able to afford the bed does not mean that you'd be able to purchase that outfit. This outfit is way more valuable than you imagine, it simply can't be bought with money. Hearing these words, the crowd turned towards him. The one who spoke was a young man in a white shirt, smiling graciously and politely. She had no memory of such a person and had no clue who he was. However, he did not seem like to be part of the Yi family. Probably realizing this from her baffled expression, he smiled at her pleasantly. Hello, I'm Nan Sheng, your fourth uncle's friend. Xiaoling replied, hello. She was still puzzled though. Her fourth uncle was a 40-odd-year-old middle-aged man, but this Nan Sheng person seemed to be in his 20s at best. How did they become friends? Fourth uncle half-jokingly answered her in spoken query, Master Nan is my good friend in the industry. Xiaoling, you've to be polite. Master Nan's family ran a textile business, manufacturing many mattresses, pillows, curtains and the like, and their products were highly popular among consumers. His goods were complementary to fourth uncle's, and hence, they were close business partners. But this Master Nan was a third-generation heir and was way more well-to-do than fourth uncle who had started his business from scratch, which was why fourth uncle was always polite and civil around him. He introduced him as a friend, but the truth was Master Nan had the greater say, and he could not afford to offend him. This time, fourth uncle had unintentionally brought up the birthday celebration and, having never attended a celebration in the village, Nan Sheng was curious and had decided to join in on the fun. Fourth uncle did not think that rejecting him was a good idea, and at the same time wanted to take this opportunity to get even closer to him. Xiaoling could not be bothered. What Master Nan? She had never heard of him. City S? She asked. City S was the city she lived in. Yes. Master Nan smiled with some reservation. Nan family of City S. Xiaoling nodded her head politely. She had spent 2 lifetimes in City S, living there ever since she followed Pei Zai hang out of the orphanage more than a decade back. She had been in touch with the wealthiest and most influential figures in the city but had never heard of any Nan family. It seemed like this Master Nan's family was just richer than average, but not anywhere in the top tier. Otherwise, she definitely would have heard of them. Seeing that she did not have much reaction, Master Nan was slightly unhappy. She only got famous recently, it isn't surprising that she hasn't heard of my family. Moreover, how much exposure do these minor celebrities from humble families even get? He thought. With that, he let it slide. Master Nan, you said that the outfit Xiaoling got is one that cannot simply be bought with money, what does that mean? Somebody asked out of curiosity. If I didn't see it wrongly, this outfit is from SSD. Master Nan's sharp eye had noticed the inconspicuous SSD logo in the corner of the box. He was a little baffled, how could an unexposed minor celebrity like Yi Xingling get an outfit from SSD? Even with this doubt, he went on. This store sells custom-made outfits, and only for their members. It's not easy at all to get a membership card. One has to go through their evaluation and be of a certain status, money itself won't do. Money itself won't do. How about my fourth uncle? Second uncle's little daughter asked naively. Fourth uncle looked towards Master Nan, waiting for his answer. What is SSD? I've never heard of it. Master Nan glanced at fourth uncle. Uncle Yi, don't look at me like that. You won't be able to get this outfit even with money. For businessmen like you who've only just made a name for yourself, it's not possible to get a membership card in their store. Fourth uncle was surprised, now seeing Xiaoling in a different light. This little girl could actually achieve something he could not. He was a businessman with networks and contacts and was more exposed than many people. He knew that there were many things which could not be bought with money indeed, it was a matter of status. But when did this little girl become someone of such high status? It seemed like a celebrity was still a celebrity all right. Even if she was not as worldly as he was, her status was different. Besides fourth uncle, many others had changed impressions of Xiaoling as well, viewing her with admiration. Sister Xiaoling is amazing, said second uncle's little daughter. When I grow up, I want to be a big star too. Xiaoling smiled and pinched her cheek. Sure, I'll look out for you then. The little girl was delighted to hear that. She climbed on all fours onto the bed and held onto Xiaoling, giving her a kiss on the cheek. That's a promise, let's hook pinkies. She made a pinky promise with Xiaoling and turned around to face Master Nan. Then, can you get stuff from this store as well, Uncle Nan? Nan Sheng was stunned, completely unprepared for her to ask such a question. An expression of awkwardness appeared on his face. SSD's barrier to entry was too high, even the Nan family was not of high enough status to get the membership card. He knew about this store because he had always wanted to truly integrate into the high society in City S, and hence spent time and effort in researching such details. Moreover, his family was in the textile industry and had some knowledge of this brand and their products. He had applied for membership before but was declined outrightly even when he resorted to bribery. He darted a few glances about, not knowing how to answer the little girl's question. Fourth aunt continued the sentence while berating the little girl. Ying Ying, how can you talk like that? Don't you know who Uncle Nan is? If Sister Xiaoling can get it, how could Uncle Nan not be able to? Right, Master Nan. She smiled at Nan Sheng, trying to curry favor. Nan Sheng was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nodding his head was not a good idea, but neither was shaking his head. He laughed awkwardly and switched topics. Where's Big Ant? Why's she not here yet? It's about time for dinner. That's right, I'll go hurry her, it's time for dinner. Most of them did not notice what had just happened and went along with it. Nan Sheng felt a weight off his shoulders, but his doubt had not faded. If a third-generation heir like him could not even apply for the membership card, how could this minor celebrity with such a humble background manage it? It seemed like she must have her connections, but what could it be? His eyes landed on Xiaoling. Why yes, she is a pure and neat-looking girl. Not an extraordinary beauty, but the way she sits quietly exudes a cool and mysterious charisma. Girls like these appeal to men. Moreover, the entertainment circle is a messy place, where minor celebrities will find themselves rich men for backing. Maybe that's how she got her SSD membership, or this outfit could well be one that a rich man gave her as a gift. Nan Sheng's speculation had an element of truth in it. Xiaoling was completely oblivious to him as she continued her familial conversation with Grandma Yi. A man I like, Grandma, I'm still young, admirer. I do have a few of them, haha, Grandma, I'm not even thinking about marriage. Yes, this must be it, this girl is not so pure. Nan Sheng's imagination was sparked. The Nan family had made a fair bit all these years, but in no way were they on par with the high society. It was way too difficult to affiliate with them and having money was simply inadequate. He had tried very hard, but still, to no avail. Meanwhile, this Yi Xingling must have connections with some wealthy family, maybe he could use her to upgrade his and his family's status. Looking at the girl who was still talking so worry-free, Nan Sheng's eyes deepened. The birthday feast was prepared promptly, and tens of well-prepared dishes were laid out on the table in no time. Xiaoling was Grandma Yi's favorite and was dragged along to sit beside her. Grandma Yi kept getting her to eat more, while Big Ant nearby continually scooped food onto her plate. Xiaoling was slightly shocked by all the pampering. Though Pei Ziheng used to take care of her, she had never felt such care from elders. The elders in the Pei family were colder and more distant in nature and were not very accepting of an orphan like her. Though they did not express their disapproval explicitly on account of Pei Ziheng, the way they acted around her spoke volumes. She used to think that all the disapproval and grievances did not bother her at all, that it was all worth it as long as Pei Ziheng continued to love her. However, now that she was being cared for by two of her elders, she realized that she could not have been more wrong. This was what it meant to be a real family. It was a completely new feeling to her. There were so many emotions inside her as she ate her meal. After the feast, they went out of the house for some fireworks. The splendid sparks flew to the sky, illuminating the night as children cheered and adults admired the scene. Xiaoling sat on the haystack with her arms around her knees, quietly looking up at the night sky. She had a quiet but sweet demeanor and a kind of happiness in her serenity, and the way the lights illuminated her fair, delicate face made her even more attractive. More attractive than even the fireworks. This line appeared in Nan Sheng's head without him realizing. He was almost obsessed with looking at her, and he found this strange. This girl was not some incredible beauty, but her air of mysteriousness was indeed appealing. Fourth uncle caught on his expression quickly. Master Nan, he asked with a laugh. What are you looking at? Nan Sheng turned around. Seeing that it was fourth uncle, he made no attempt to hide anything. Does this girl have a boyfriend? He was so direct it threw fourth uncle off a little. Realizing what Nan Sheng was implying excited him. Did Master Nan ask this because he was interested in her? This Master Nan was a good catch. If he could bring the two of them together, both families would be even closer than before, and that would greatly benefit his business. Fourth uncle smiled. Boyfriend, never heard of it. Master Nan, you've been divorced for a good half year already, yes. It's not easy to raise a son alone, it's time you found a partner. Our Xiaoling is good with kids, as you have seen, Ying Ying and the other kids are rather close to her. And she's a celebrity, her status and yours are well suited for each other. His words were exactly what Nan Sheng needed to hear. Remarry. Yes, he was intending to marry her indeed, and for a good reason. Only by marrying her, or convincing her to enter his family would she help him wholeheartedly. He had always viewed marriage as a means to an end, nothing more than an asset. Despite only being in his 20s, he had had 2 divorces, and both times he had married only because of the benefits involved. After he had used the other party and gained what he wanted, he kicked them aside with no remorse nor shame. Master Nan watched the girl on the haystack as she enjoyed the fireworks, her petite stature making her appear all too lonely. How could she not be? He knew very well that minor celebrities like her were only playthings to the wealthy men in the industry and that they would never be given status or have a chance to enter the wedding hall as a lawful wife. But, which woman wouldn't want a home? For someone like Master Nan to be willing to marry her, it definitely would make her grateful. Master Nan smiled in satisfaction, thanked fourth uncle, and made his way to the haystack. Xiaoling was engrossed in watching the fireworks when somebody appeared beside her, giving her a fright. She widened her eyes at this prim and proper man sitting a little too close to her. Uncomfortable with the lack of personal space, she shifted aside slightly. Xiaoling's watching the fireworks too. Master Nan struck his most attractive pose as he hit on her. Objectively speaking, this Master Nan was pleasant looking and looked rather gentlemanly given the way he dressed and carried himself. He was definitely the type who stood out in the crowd and appealed to most women. But, was Xiaoling just another woman? She was with Pei Ziheng in her previous life, and in this life, she was in contact with Li Lei all the time. Were any of these two men any bit inferior to him? Be it their appearance, capability, family background, or even the way they sweet-talked the ladies, in which way was Master Nan even comparable? Master Nan trying to present himself as attractive was simply a tragedy. Xiaoling found this man a little strange. They barely knew each other and the haystack was so small, why did he think it was a good idea to hit on her this way? And why was he calling her Xiaoling, like they were close? Where did he think this was? A random social bar in City S? She politely answered him, yes, and with that, she turned her head back and ignored him. Master Nan felt awkward, silently cursing at her lack of response, and decided to lean a little closer. These fireworks were picked out and bought by your fourth uncle and me. We got it from the best factory in the vicinity, and the boss gave us a huge discount on my account. This is definitely a cheap but high-quality good. He flaunted his capability at her. Xiaoling simply nodded again, and said, thank you for buying the fireworks, Master Nan. It's getting late and I'm pretty exhausted, I'll head to my room first. You may make yourself comfortable here. With that, she lightly jumped off the haystack and left. What a joke, she just did not want to continue hearing him drone on. And the way he was leaning way too close to her, it took her much effort to not give him a slap on the face. He also smelled bad, she wondered what cologne he used. In any case, it was definitely not her standard. Xiaoling escaped to her room before sighing in relief. She left Master Nan in shock as he sat on the haystack alone. What, how could that woman not be the least bit interested at all? Master Nan could not understand what he had done wrong, she had no taste, that must be it. Did she even know what it meant for the Nan family heir to humbly pursue her? It was a chance for her to rise to success instantly and she actually rejected it, no wonder she remained a minor celebrity after so long. She was really dense. Master Nan scolded Xiaoling in his head for a while before getting off the haystack. Fourth uncle came up to him with a smile. Master Nan, please don't mind her, Xiaoling's temper has always been like this. She's an ignorant child, and also a little shy, I bet she must think she can't match up to you and hence doesn't know how to react. Fourth uncle saw how the situation unfolded, including how Nan Sheng was ignored and left alone. He was afraid Nan Sheng would give up on being with Xiaoling just like that and had no choice but to provide him some consolation. In his heart, he was cursing. Yi Xingling, you wretched little one, if not for the benefit you can bring me, I would teach you a lesson for offending my business partner. Master Nan's expression hardened. All men wanted their dignity, and would not like anybody to see their embarrassing side, especially when girls rejected them. Yet fourth uncle was insensitive enough to not only have watched the whole scene but to also mention it in his face. Was this not clearly an attempt to mock him? He glared at fourth uncle in a fit of anger. Fourth uncle got a shock, Master Nan must have gotten angry with him. They had had business dealings for years, and he knew Master Nan's temperament better than anyone else. He looked chivalrous and prim on the outside but was, in fact, a ruthless scum. It was not good news to be in his bad books. Fourth uncle cursed at Xiaoling in his head once more before an idea came to mind. Master Nan, I have an idea that'll help you get hold of her. He whispered something into Master Nan's ear. Master Nan's expression was off initially but began to smile as fourth uncle spoke on. The older, the wiser indeed, fourth uncle. If this really is successful, I'll recommend a huge client to you. Fourth uncle thanked him profusely. We're already family, what's there to thank me for? Master Nan was practically floating with happiness. If this little girl knows what's good for her, I'll treat her well and give her all that she needs, but if she doesn't, haha, get ready, we'll settle this tomorrow. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was tucked in bed, completely unaware of their plot. The bedding was freshly cleaned, and no matter how she tried, her clumsiness got her nowhere, she was simply unable to lay it properly. Grandma Yi shared a room with her and could hear the movements. You still haven't laid it out. Let Grandma lend you a hand. The old lady found her way there by touch, grabbed a corner of the bedding and the cotton lining, and, with a familiar move, got it laid out flat and neat. Xiaoling was stunned. Grandma, you're amazing, she felt guilty. As an able-bodied young lady, she was nowhere as good as her blind grandmother. At that moment, she wondered what she had spent all her life learning. You child. Grandma sighed and smiled as she helped her with the bedding. How will you marry a man in the future? You can't even arrange the bedding properly. You'd better get a man who loves you enough to do these chores for you. Xiaoling felt herself blush. Grandma. Hearing her voice, Grandma Yi laughed easily. Little girl, are you shy now? Come here and tell Grandma about your few admirers. Grandma will help analyze them for you. I'm not thinking about marriage though. Xiaoling mumbled. That's not the way, said Grandma Yi. Even if you aren't thinking of marriage yet, you can try dating first, this way you'll know what kind of men are suitable for you. Little one, Grandma has been through this before, and you need to know one thing. The person you like the most may not be the best person for you. Even if you love each other to death, you may just look back one day and realize you weren't in the right mind. If you don't have a few experiences first, you could get cheated by someone someday. Xiaoling silently listened. Grandma was very right, wasn't that precisely what happened with Pei Zihang? She loved him so intimately and passionately, but ended up bruised and scarred, and even lost her life over him. The one we like the most may not be the best person for us, maybe we are just not in the right mind. She laughed to herself. Little one, why won't you talk about it? Grandma Yi had laid the bedding and wanted her to share a little about herself. What kind of guys have laid their eyes on our Xiaoling? They've got a good taste. Grandma Yi made Xiaoling smile again. After some thought, she said, he is really nice sometimes, but sometimes he makes me angry. He takes very good care of me, and always protects me when I'm in danger. He keeps finding means and ways to get me gifts, and gets jealous over little things sometimes, so overbearing, I haven't even agreed to be his girlfriend, what right does he have to be in charge of me? Once Xiaoling started rambling to Grandma Yi, she simply could not stop. Grandma Yi smiled as she listened, nodding every once in a while. Did this little girl realize that she was in love with this man? This sort of attitude was only displayed by girls who had already fallen in love. This guy sounds good, when are you introducing him to Grandma? Asked Grandma Yi. Xiaoling was shocked for a bit. Grandma, what's this about now? I've already said there's nothing between us. All right, nothing it is. Grandma Yi laughed. But little one, when you find a boyfriend in the future, use this as a yardstick, okay? He's the sort of man you can spend your life with. Hearing Grandma Yi's words, Xiaoling thought about Li Lei's beautiful smile and felt her cheeks turn red. That night, they had a long casual talk before dozing off. Xiaoling thought of how nice it was to have a home and how she wanted her very own home as well. Xiaoling got out of bed the next day. She realized that Grandma was not in the room, and then found out that she had had too much to eat during the feast the previous night and was suffering from some indigestion. Thus, Big Aunt and Second Aunt had accompanied her to the hospital earlier in the morning. Xiaoling was a little worried and asked Fourth Uncle about Grandma Yi's condition. Fourth Uncle explained that it was not a serious matter. Big Aunt had called from the hospital to say that she just needed some pills to aid her digestion and would be back by noon. Xiaoling was finally at ease. Since they did not have much to do, Fourth Uncle suggested that everyone took a trip to the fields. He said, it's Master Nan's first trip to the village as well, we should take him around on a tour. Xiaoling is also rarely back, we could go together and let her have a feel of how this place has changed. Father Yi and Aunt Lu expressed their interest. Seeing that everyone was eager to go, she felt that it would be inappropriate if she opted out alone. Moreover, this was her first time in the village, and she wanted to see what it was like around here, and hence agreed to join them. They walked on the path in a neat file, passing by the fields, some green crops and a lake full of lotuses nearby. Second uncle's little daughter, Ying Ying, clapped her hands in excitement. Third uncle, fourth uncle, I want to take the boat to get some lotuses. She pointed towards a corner, where a single pink flower rose above the water and stood in contrast to the lush green background. Fourth uncle smiled, found 2 boats nearby, and ushered everyone onto them. Xiaoling got onto one of the boats, and Nansheng followed right behind. She frowned but did not say anything about it. Nansheng smiled at her in a friendly manner, and then gentlemanly said, the wind is strong, you can sit behind me, I'll row the boat. Xiaoling was happy to sit a distance away from him. The little boat could not take many people, and after fourth aunt and uncle got onto their boat, it was full. The rest of them got onto the other boat, and then both boats went further into the lake. Everybody was still talking and laughing when they first started out, but soon enough, the boats had diverged and lost sight of each other. There's a pavilion over there by the center of the lake, let's take a break there. Nansheng said all of a sudden. They stopped the boat at the pavilion in the middle of the lake and went up to the pavilion. Looking around, they could see that the lotus leaves were green. The breeze created ripples on the lake and also carried a faint fragrance. Xiaoling's legs felt a little numb after having sat in the boat for a long time. As she walked a few steps into the small pavilion, she increased the distance between Nansheng and her at the same time. Today, Nansheng seemed very sensible and did not move in her direction. In a leisurely mood, she gazed at the scenery in the distance. After a while, she could hear Nansheng's voice from behind her. Are you thirsty? I have mineral water here. She tilted her body sideways and realized that fourth uncle and fourth aunt had disappeared for some time. That small boat had also vanished without a trace. In the empty pavilion in the middle of the lake, the only people left were Nansheng and her. Where are the others? She asked, slightly alarmed. Are you talking about Uncle Yi and fourth aunt? Nansheng smiled, his lustful eyes lingering on Xiaoling's body. They had something to do, so they decided to leave early. I think the scenery here is quite nice. How about I keep you company here for a while? If Xiaoling still could not tell that there was something wrong with the situation by now, she would have wasted her 2 lives. I'm tired. I want to go back, said Xiaoling calmly. You tired? What should we do then? Nansheng pretended to be annoyed. The small boat has already been rowed away by fourth uncle, and we are surrounded by water. We can only wait for him to return. Are you cold? The wind is very strong in the middle of the lake. Be careful not to catch a cold. Come here a little closer and I will shield you from the wind. Nansheng smiled, leaning forward in an attempt to wrap Xiaoling in his arms. Xiaoling skillfully moved aside to escape from him. Nansheng, what are you trying to do now? Nansheng failed at his attempt to hug her, but he calmly said, Xiaoling, don't treat me like an outsider. Female bodies are all fragile. What's wrong with taking shelter in my arms? Oh yes, has anyone told you before that you're very pretty? Lecher. This shameless lecher did not even bother to hide his intentions. Xiaoling felt a sense of disgust. How could someone be so repulsive? Mr. Nan, please conduct yourself with dignity. Her tone was as cold as the freezing snow. As she spoke, she scanned her surroundings and tried to come up with an escape plan. However, Nansheng was unfazed. This little girl wanted to escape. How could she escape? This pavilion in the middle of the lake was specially chosen by fourth uncle because it was surrounded by water. Once Xiaoling was trapped in the pavilion, it was impossible for her to escape. After Nansheng carried out his small plan and had sex with her, what was done could not be undone. Why should he be afraid of her not listening to him then? With a smug look on his face, he slowly approached her. Xiaoling, you have been in the entertainment industry for so long, I'm sure this is not the first time you are doing this with a man, so what's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, we're trapped alone in this pavilion with nothing better to do. How about you try it with me, among the lotus leaves and have some wild fun? Xiaoling was so disgusted by him she wanted to vomit. Trash. There was just no other word to describe him. Trash. Nansheng smiled even more gleefully. Sure, feisty girls are hot, I like them. Besides, whether I am really trash at it or not, you have to try it to find out. Xiaoling, I will give you a good time. Your heart will definitely start to flutter. He was very confident in that area and considered himself a talent among men. He had been together with many women, and no woman did not enjoy having sex with him. This was why he could deceive two good wives at such a young age. Even his sister, who was of higher status than him, could not bear to leave after having an on and off relationship with him. After reaching that point, he could order them about to his heart's content and enslave them. This was also why Nansheng was trying to make a move on Xiaoling. Even if Xiaoling had already found a backer who was richer and more powerful than him, as long as he could control her through sex, the other problems would be easily solved. Once you try it with me, you can never leave me. Nansheng smiled slyly and grabbed Xiaoling's arm. Goosebumps started to form all over Xiaoling's body. Knowing that she could get rid of him, with a very hard kick, poor Mr. Nan fell into the water like a butterfly. Following that there was a loud splash which caused huge waves to form. She fiercely rubbed the part of her arm he had grabbed. That person was too despicable and also overestimated himself. How dare he fantasize about her? She bet he would never have thought that Xiaoling knew self-defense. In her past life when she was with Pei Zihang, she had hired and trained with the best personal trainer for a long time. Even if she could not defeat professional bodyguards, her skills were more than enough to deal with a few SC Ms like Mr. Nan. She looked coldly at Nansheng, who was thrusting furiously in the water. You piece of trash. If you do this again, I will make sure I cripple your D***ck. Nansheng, caught in a difficult situation, was enraged. You, cough, just wait and see you brat. I will show you. Not being a good swimmer, as he spoke, he thrust in the water and violently choked a few times. Seeing that he was not going to die, Xiaoling could not be bothered to save him. Instead, she took out her cell phone and called her chauffeur. Mr. Joe, I have encountered some problems here. Can I trouble you to come over here to pick me up? I'm in the small pavilion in the middle of the Lotus Lake in the south of the village. You have to borrow a small boat from the villagers. No, I'm fine, just rather annoyed. Okay, I will wait for you. She hung up the phone and looked coldly at Nansheng, who was struggling in the water. He gripped the edge of the pavilion's stone floor and tried to climb up, but she viciously stepped on his fingers. Ah, Nansheng miserably screamed as he fell back into the water again. Why did you have to step on me? He was furious. By not letting me climb up, are you trying to murder me? I'll sue you. Want to live? She sneered. The golden glow of the afternoon sun sprinkled on her body. She was supposed to be a beauty that was as delicate as jade, but Nansheng did not know why he only felt a chill in the air. Swim to the shore yourself. She lifted her hand and coldly pointed at the shore which was a long distance away. She would never let Nansheng climb back up to the pavilion. If she did, who knew whether he would continue to hurt her? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself. The evil we bring on ourselves is the hardest to bear. Nansheng looked over his shoulder to see how far away he was from the shore. You are crazy. How can I swim there? Xiaoling indifferently replied, you can't swim there. Then you can die in the water. Nansheng was furious. He ignored Xiaoling and tried to hold on to the edge of the pavilion again. Unfortunately, Xiaoling stomped on his fingers again. She stomped on his fingers so hard that a few of Nansheng's fingers started bleeding. The sudden burst of pain caused him to scream like a pig that was about to be butchered. You better think this through carefully, said Xiaoling condescendingly in a cold manner. If I step on your fingers 2 more times, they will be crippled. When that happens, you won't even have the ability to swim to the shore. You should seize the opportunity now when you still have some strength, or you might not even be able to survive. Nansheng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he had no choice but to face the truth. This woman was giving him such a cold look that even he was unsure if she really dared to kill him. As someone who was affluent and had a prestigious status, dying in a lake was really not worth it. Forget it, I will let this irritating woman off for now. Saving myself is more urgent, he thought. Nansheng was smart. Once he thought it through, he stopped wasting his time speaking with Xiaoling and began swimming to the shore. Looking from afar, Xiaoling could see that he had already reached the shore. He collapsed like a dead fish on the muddy shore. Not far away, 2 teenagers that were passing by pointed at him and hesitatingly approached. However, they were frightened by his corpse-like appearance and ran away as quickly as they could. The surroundings were finally peaceful and quiet, but Xiaoling was still trapped in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. She gazed at the lotus leaves and anxiously waited for her chauffeur to come to her rescue. Who would have thought that her 4th uncle and 4th aunt would come to her rescue before him? After they rowed the boat to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and only saw Xiaoling there, they were shocked. Where is young Master Nan? Xiaoling did not say anything and only coldly laughed at them. The look on her face made 4th uncle feel guilty on the inside, but he hid his feelings and asked in a stronger tone, where is young Master Nan? She lightly said, he was beaten by me until he fell into the lake. 4th uncle was stunned, then shocked and fearful. What, you beat young Master Nan until he fell into the water? Then, where is he now? Has he been rescued? Does he know how to swim? As he spoke, he strode to the edge of the pavilion and scanned the smooth water surface, trying hard to find a figure that looked like Nansheng. After searching for a few rounds futilely, he could not help but holler. Young Master Nan, young Master Nan. Xiaoling calmly leaned on the wooden pillar and said, so noisy. What did you say? 4th uncle violently turned his head and glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Where exactly did you leave young Master Nan? If he didn't swim after you pushed him into the water, doesn't that mean that he is dead? You brat, do you know how much trouble you have stirred up? Do you know what sort of status Mr. Nan has? You won't be able to pay us back the money even if you shoot down 100 people. Xiaoling looked at him as if he were a clown. 4th aunt, who was standing beside him, was also worried as she stomped her foot. Dear, I don't think we can do this. We better report this to the police. If young Master Nan were really drowned by this brat, she would be the culprit. This murderer, we should end our kinship with her. Yes, yes. With his forehead covered in sweat, 4th uncle trembled as he fished for his phone. Call the police. Quickly call the police. Xia Ling was speechless. What sort of lousy relatives were they? First, they schemed to set her up, and now, without distinguishing the right from the wrong, they were going to turn her into the police. She lightly sneered. Sure, I was about to call the police anyway, old man Yi. What were your intentions just now when you secretly rowed the small boat away? You intentionally tricked me into coming here and was planning on having Nan Sheng deal with me. What did you call me? Fourth uncle was enraged. Old man Yi. Xia Ling looked at him calmly. In the past, I called you fourth uncle out of respect for my grandma. However, you don't deserve my respect. What sort of evil person are you that you would collaborate with outsiders to plot against your own niece? Call the police. Sure, I want to see how the police will deal with you when I tell them that you tricked me into coming here. Fourth uncle's heart quivered after hearing her words. She was right. If the police investigated the situation, they would uncover the reason why Xia Ling was tricked into coming here. Even if Xia Ling pushed Nan Sheng into the water, it was really an act of self-defense. Even if Nan Sheng had died, it would only be considered as justifiable self-defense. For once, he awkwardly remained silent. However, fourth aunt started to shriek. Yi Xingling, I will cut your mouth off. How is this matter related to us? You willingly came here. We only rowed the boat back to get something and immediately returned. Who knows what sort of unbecoming things you and Nan Sheng did? You murdered him, so don't implicate others. Xia Ling looked at her coldly. Her stare was intense and sharp as a knife, causing fourth aunt to stop talking suddenly. Just when Xia Ling was about to say something, suddenly, a small boat stopped at the pavilion. Miss Yi, her chauffeur, Mr. Zhou, addressed her respectfully. Just in time, Xia Ling lightly smiled. Help me tie these two to the pillars. Yi Xingling, what are you trying to do? Fourth aunt screamed again. Oh god, this murderer. She just murdered Nan Sheng. Is she going to murder us as well? The more fourth aunt thought about it, the more fearful she became. She backed off to the edge of the pavilion and said to Mr. Zhou, you, don't come here. Mr. Zhou was once part of the special forces in the military. After lightly using a few of his techniques, he easily subdued fourth aunt. Beside her, fourth uncle was so terrified that he did not dare to move as he watched his wife being captured. Part of her long sleeve coat was torn down and used as a rope to tie her body tightly to the pillar. After he was done with fourth aunt, Mr. Zhou did the same to fourth uncle. After that, he respectfully returned to face Xia Ling to await his next assignment. Xiao Ling, fourth uncle's voice trembled as he thought about how they could be silenced to death and was petrified. Xia Ling smiled happily and unhurriedly walked in a circle in front of them. Let you go, then I would have suffered this grievance for nothing. You better give me some justification. I understand. Fourth uncle thought he understood what she meant. Xiao Ling, fourth uncle will give you 10,000, no, $100,000. Please spare my life, I'm begging you. Old man Yi, are you saying that your life is only worth $100,000? Xiao Ling smiled faintly. Fourth uncle felt the pain as he spoke. $1 million. Xiao Ling just looked at him without speaking. $5 million. Fourth uncle gritted his teeth. He could not afford to pay more. Although he owned a famous furniture business, the liquidity of his assets was limited, and $5 million was already the maximum amount he could come up with in a short period. Xiao Ling, please spare my life. I only have $5 million in cash. Any more and I can only give you a factory in return. Besides, you are a girl and probably have no energy to take care of it, right? It was unexpected that fourth uncle would offer $5 million for his life. Initially, Xia Ling only wanted to scare them, but little did she know that she could also obtain some money. That was good, she would take the money as compensation for her emotional trauma. She would not reject the money for the sake of rejecting it. She pretended to look troubled and frowned. That's a little less than what I was expecting, but considering the lowly person you are, your worth is probably lower than that. Yes, I'm despicable. To survive, fourth uncle readily agreed. But on the inside, he felt like vomiting blood and was filled with anger and humiliation. Xia Ling smiled again. However, I'm not so sure about the worth of fourth aunt's life. Is she as despicable as you? Both fourth uncle and fourth aunt were stunned. This B*TCH wanted to receive two sums of money. The chauffeur, Mr. Zhou, stood beside her in awe. Miss Yi was very good at blackmailing people. It was no wonder that his young master liked her so much. The confident manner in which she set her terms was almost identical to the way his young master negotiated for military firearms in the past. Mr. Zhou appeared to stand sternly, but his thoughts wandered. The wife of the head of the Li family wanted to find someone who knew how to deal with difficult situations, was brave and was not afraid of anything so she would not end up like young master's birth mother. His birth mother was too kind-hearted, which was why she passed away at a young age, leaving young master to grow up alone. Xia Ling smiled delightedly. Old man Yi's life is worth $5 million, I wonder how much fourth aunt's life is worth. If the ransom money is too low, I'd rather directly kill you both to settle things. She turned her head and asked Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, if we sink their bodies in the lake, will anyone discover them? Mr. Zhou tried his hardest to resist laughing as he seriously answered, we can burn their clothes. If we tie large rocks to their bodies, they will sink to the bottom of the lake. After that, their bodies will rot very quickly or will be eaten by the fish and prawns, turning into fertilizer for the lotus flowers and disappear without a trace. A cool breeze was felt across the lake surface. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt both shivered at the same time. Well, have you decided? Xia Ling slowly paced her steps. Are you going to buy fourth aunt's life back or not? $5 million. I will also pay $5 million, said fourth aunt hurriedly. Oh, Xia Ling playfully looked at her. I thought I just heard old man Yi say that your family's liquid capital only amounted to $5 million. I have a nest egg. Said fourth aunt. $2 million. Give fourth uncle some time to raise $3 million. I'm sure there will be enough after selling some items. What, you actually have a nest egg? Fourth uncle glared at her viciously. Fourth aunt was in the wrong, but since this was a matter of life or death, she furiously responded, hey, why can't I have a nest egg? Old man Yi, ever since I married you, I have not had a good day. You're always colluding with Nansheng to do evil things. Eating, drinking, and gambling. What bad things have you not done? If I did not save some money in my nest egg, what would become of our family if something happened? Old man Yi, you're so ungrateful. Looking at them argue, Xiaoling felt exuberant. Weren't they trying to make her life miserable just some time ago? She wanted to see who was the one who would end up more miserable. Thus, she calmly fanned the flames. You plan to sell off items? That's too troublesome. I don't have that sort of patience. I will offer you a price. $7 million and both of you can be released. However, one person's hand will have to be sacrificed. Both of them were taken aback. Suddenly, fourth uncle shouted. I don't want to sacrifice a hand. Xiaoling, little girl, I thought we had an agreement. $5 million for my life. That stinking woman has no relation to me. You can cut off both of her hands. What are you saying, old man Yi? Fourth aunt's eyes widened, and she started to scream hysterically. I must have been blind to marry you, you cruel and unscrupulous thing. Xiaoling, don't listen to his blathering. Besides $2 million, I will even give you the property deed to our house. Don't cut off my hand. If you want to cut off someone's hand, cut off his. It is said that a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion to the rest of your life. Sadly, when they encountered a life or death situation, the outcome was a repulsive one. Looking at them and suddenly feeling delighted, Xiaoling gave Mr. Zhou a few instructions in a low voice. Mr. Zhou nodded his head, hopped onto the boat, and rowed away quickly. Xiaoling interrupted their argument and asked, how will I receive the money? Both of them were startled. Fourth uncle was personally afraid that Xiaoling would not let him go, so he said, my luggage bag contains cash. $1 million, 2 large gold bars, and a Rolex watch. You can find it in your grandma's guest room. Xiaoling, you can take all of them. I will transfer the remaining amount of money to you once I am safe. The reason why he brought so many items was that he wanted to bribe Nansheng. Little did he know that he would be tied up by Xiaoling before he could find a suitable opportunity to offer Nansheng the money. Xiaoling smiled satisfyingly. What about you, fourth aunt? You can have my gold ring, gold earrings, and gold necklace. Said fourth aunt. Xiaoling frowned, not interested in the things fourth aunt had as she thought they were dirty. However, it did not matter even if she did not get them because she was very pleased with the items she earned from fourth uncle. She had no intention of asking for the remaining amount of money. Once fourth uncle and fourth aunt had left the pavilion in the middle of the lake and regained their freedom, they would definitely not give her the money. Thus, she was also too lazy to put in more effort to obtain it. Xiaoling, fourth aunt carefully asked, judging from the way you're speaking, does this mean that you're not going to cut off my hand anymore? I never had any intentions of cutting off your hand, said Xiaoling. What? Fourth aunt was shocked. Both of you actually think that I am a murderer. Xiaoling mocked. How about you grow some brains? If I really killed someone, do you think I would let you off so easily? $5 million. I would have killed you right here even if you offered me $50 million. Her last sentence was an understatement, yet it was chilling and frightening. Fourth aunt leaned back and shrank her neck. Well then, where is Nansheng? Asked fourth uncle carefully. Just as he had finished speaking, a wave of water was seen near the pavilion. As Mr. Zhou returned in the small boat, he dragged a muddy person onto the pavilion. The person's eyes were tightly shut, his teeth were clenched, his face was ghastly pale, and he looked disheveled. Basically, he looked as if he was about to die. This is young Master Nan. Both husband and wife were surprised. Why is young Master Nan in this state? Yi Xingling, what on earth did you do? They were initially afraid of Yi Xingling because they thought she had killed young Master Nan. However, after young Master Nan appeared in front of them half dead, it reassured them that Yi Xingling did not dare to kill anyone. After considering this essential point clearly, they were no longer afraid. Fourth uncle instantly exploded. How dare you trick us, you brat. You even tricked me into promising you so many benefits. There were quite a few perks. Xiaoling smiled gleefully. Thank you for letting me watch your dogfight for free and also earn a few $1 million. She intentionally provoked the couple, causing cracks to appear in their relationship. After this, they probably would not spend time plotting against someone again in the future. It would be a miracle if both of them did not get a divorce when they returned. Not feeling too good, she turned towards Mr. Zhou and said, take off all of Nansheng's and old man Yi's clothes and throw them into the lake. Mr. Zhou had no idea what she was trying to do, but he followed her orders. Fourth uncle squealed like a pig that was about to be butchered. Yi Xingling, let go of me. There will be retribution. Xiaoling just ignored him and minded her own business as she walked towards the small boat and sat back facing them. There was a light breeze on the surface of the lake, and the water was calm. After a while, Mr. Zhou reported from behind her. Miss Yi, I have removed all of their clothes. Even their underwear. Mr. Zhou paused before saying, yes. Why was Miss Yi being so cruel? There was no doubt that his young master's future wife had to brave and fierce, but was not this too much? Mr. Zhou had mixed feelings about this. Xiaoling leaned out and plucked out a long lotus leaf. Without looking back, she handed it to Mr. Zhou. Take this and use it to scratch old man Yi. It will be ideal if you can scratch him till there are wounds. As for Nansheng, wild fun in the Lotus Lake. 2 men and 1 woman. You get it. Mr. Zhou took a moment to understand what was going on. That was the wild love scenario she wanted him to construct. She wanted to make it seem like a threesome and create scratches using lotus leaves. Young master, what sort of perverted woman have you fallen for? Mr. Zhou felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but Xiaoling continued to urge him. Be quick, remember also to scratch them at the right places to make it look more realistic. I'm sure I don't need to teach you where to scratch them, right? Mr. Zhou was speechless. He gritted his teeth and completed the task Xiaoling assigned him, feeling like a pervert as he scratched fourth uncle's and Nan Sheng's inner thighs, waists, hips, chests, and other small wounds. After that, Xiaoling instructed him to make fourth aunt's long skirt look more tattered and her hair messier to cause people to speculate. At least, she still considered that fourth aunt was a woman and was not too vicious as to undress her. Mr. Zhou finished his duties according to her instructions and left with her in the small boat. There was a love affair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake involving a passionate session among 2 men and 1 woman. Xiaoling slightly tilted her head. Yes, that is how the rumors will spread. Call people over to the scene, the more people, the better. She smiled slyly. Did they not want to frame her? Well then, they are just about to get a taste of their own medicine. The countryside people love to gossip, thus, the news spread very quickly. Many of them discussed the situation excitedly and ambiguously as they crowded around to watch the scene. Soon, the shore was filled with people who were pointing at the 3 people in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Look at that, isn't that the fourth uncle and fourth aunt of the Yi family? Why are they tied up? Oh my, I can't believe it. Fourth uncle is actually naked. I would never have guessed that this couple enjoyed wild activities like that since they usually appear very normal. Exactly, the Yi family's fourth uncle and his wife think that they are impressive just because they have earned some money. We're acquainted because we live here together, but every time they see us, they always speak to us condescendingly. What is the deal with that? Now they are having a wild affair in the middle of the lake. They have such corrupt morals. I thought it was said there were 3 people. Where is the other one? On the floor, look quickly. Oh my, there is really a person on the floor. Why is he not moving? Has he fainted? Haha, I am sure that's because he did it so intensely that he ran out of energy and fainted. I pity those 2 that are tied to the pillar because they have no way of being released. They really played too hard. Ha ha ha. The group of countryside people laughed amusingly. The eldest aunt and second son of the Yi family had accompanied Grandma Yi to the hospital. Thus, right now, only Xiaoling's father and stepmother Aunt Lu were home. After they found out about the news regarding the affair in the pavilion, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. How could it be? Everything was normal when they went on the lake tour. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt said they wanted to set that brat Yi Xingling with Nan Sheng and even promised that after that was successful, the Nan family would give them a large betrothal gift. How could things end up this way in the blink of an eye? Aunt Lu guessed that brat Yi Xingling had something to with it and rushed to verify her conjecture. At this point in time, Xiaoling had just returned to the house with her chauffeur Mr. Zhou. Once she entered fourth uncle and fourth aunt's guest room, she found that there really was a large suitcase in it that was filled with cash, gold bars, and a Rolex watch. Move them all to our car, said Xiaoling. Since fourth uncle and fourth aunt saw it coming, she would gladly not hold back and take their assets. She randomly grabbed a wad of cash and handed it to Mr. Zhou. Take this. It is to repay you for the trouble you went through. Mr. Zhou was speechless. Miss Yi's style was really starting to resemble young master's. She even had a charm similar to his when she split the profits. It was no different than the temperament of those in the Li family. Mr. Zhou silently recalled what young master had entrusted him with doing before he left. Miss Yi is your young master's future girlfriend and the future mistress of the Li family. You have to protect her well, and there cannot be any mistakes made. Alright, since it was from the future mistress of the Li family, he respectfully accepted the money. Then, he single-handedly carried the heavy luggage bag and strode towards the BMW to place it in the trunk. After Xiaoling finished what she set out to do, she stretched her back and opened the door of her room, only to find Aunt Lu and Father Yi waiting inside. Yi Xingling, look at what you have done. Aunt Lu lifted her bright red nail-polished finger and pointed at Xiaoling. What have you done to fourth uncle and fourth aunt? The Yi family has been humiliated by you. What have I done to them? Xiaoling sneered. Why don't you ask them what they wanted to do to me? What possibly could they do to you? Aunt Lu was enraged. You should consider yourself lucky that young Master Nan likes you. He just wanted to find a place with nice scenery to profess his love to you. When you marry into the Nan family, you will enjoy wealth and luxury. What's so bad about that? What were you befuddled with that caused things to turn out this way? Haha, Xiaoling was too lazy to respond. She actually thinks I would enjoy wealth and luxury after marrying into the Nan family. Xiaoling didn't need to use her brain to know that Aunt Lu was just greedy for the betrothal gift. Instead of picking a fight with me, I think you must quickly bring those few good-for-nothings back. The ones embarrassing themselves in the pavilion are them, said she lightly. Aunt Lu froze. I refuse to do such a humiliating thing. You should do it since you were the one that caused this mess. She heard that fourth uncle and young Master Nan were both stripped naked and fourth aunt's clothes were disheveled. The entire village was talking about their indecency and that they did many perverted things. Thinking about how they were tied up and whipped made Aunt Lu's face turn red. Anyway, I'm definitely not going, said Xiaoling. Don't blame me for not warning you, but Nan Sheng has already fainted naked. It is very cold in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the wind is very strong there. If you're too late, he may not even survive. Father Yi and Aunt Lu started to become anxious. If Nan Sheng died there, the Nan family would not let them off. Afraid and trembling, Father Yi turned to look at Xiaoling. But Xiaoling, you caused this mess. Xiaoling looked at him with a cold heart and felt sympathetic for her body's original owner. What sort of father was he? He did not care even when his daughter was being bullied by others or was in grave danger. However, once the assaulters were met with some troubles, he immediately pushed all the responsibility to her. Am I your biological daughter? Asked Xiaoling. Father Yi's face turned red and lowered his head. Aunt Lu screamed. Don't be insensible, you rebellious girl. If young Master Nan dies, the Nan family will only look for you, it will not be related to us in any way. If anyone should save them, it should be you. Xiaoling smiled. I think you might have forgotten something. I'm a huge star. If such a scandal occurs, my company will naturally protect me. As for you two, your problems will be much larger. Take a guess, if the Nan family can't exert their revenge on me, who will they take it out on? You. Aunt Lu was fuming. Father Yi lifted his head. Xiaoling, you can't be so cruel. I'm cruel. Xiaoling laughed sarcastically. Her heart felt cold. That was her so-called biological father. Listen carefully, Yi Zongxiao, either you go to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to save them or get the hell out of my room. Whatever you say, you will decide to go or not. Father Yi was troubled, but he lacked the courage to persuade Xiaoling further. He hesitated for a long time before deciding that he could only go alone to rescue them. Otherwise, once Grandma Yi returned home and learned about this piece of news, she would be furious. After being quiet for a while, he left the room. Seeing that her husband had left, Aunt Lu snorted and stomped out of Xiaoling's room. That day, fourth uncle, fourth aunt, and young Master Nan did not return. Xiaoling presumed that they thought it was too humiliating and did not remain in the village any longer. In the evening, Grandma Yi returned with eldest aunt, second son, and the other relatives. Xiaoling welcomed her back and sweetly said, Grandma, are you okay? Grandma Yi affectionately rubbed her hair and replied, I'm fine. The doctor prescribed some medicine for me, and I'm feeling better now. Let's talk about you, little girl, how was your day at home? Did anybody bully you? Why would anyone bully me? Xiaoling laughed. Aunt Lu, who was standing at the side, could not bear to watch them. Continue faking it, you brat. It would be a miracle if you stopped bullying others, she thought. As Xiaoling held onto Grandma Yi and entered the house, eldest aunt announced that dinner was ready and called for everyone to eat. At the dining table, Xiaoling only picked the happy things to share with Grandma Yi, such as how fresh the air was in the countryside and how the lotus flowers in the lotus lake were about to bloom. She did not mention a single word about unhappy things. Other relatives, including eldest aunt, had heard about what happened in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Just as she entered the kitchen, there were already a few countryside acquaintances trying to find out what had happened through indirect questioning. They asked how young Master Nan was related to fourth uncle and fourth aunt, whether fourth aunt was too slutty, or if the couple was bisexual. Eldest aunt was so mad she wanted to vomit blood. In her heart, she chastised the fourth family for being a disappointment and the embarrassment of the village. However, she never suspected that Xiaoling had anything to do with it. Since Xiaoling and Mr. Zhou did not talk about it, Father Yi and Aunt Lu also felt that a little girl fooling so many people was too embarrassing, so they were too ashamed to tell others about the truth. Besides, the one being implicated was the fourth family, it had little effect on the reputation of their own family. Why should they create more problems for themselves? Where are the fourth family and their friend? Asked Grandma Yi. Eldest aunt quickly explained the situation. Mother, I'm sure you know that the fourth family is very busy with their business. After they received a call from a client this afternoon, they hurriedly returned back to the city to settle it. Grandma Yi nodded her head. This fourth son only cares about his business but does not know how to take care of himself well. Why did he have to leave in such a hurry? Initially, I wanted to pick some fresh vegetables for him to bring back home. As she spoke, she turned to face Xiaoling and said, Xiaoling, wait for me to pick some fresh vegetables for you tomorrow before you return to the city. They are healthier than those you buy in the stores. Xiaoling smiled and agreed. Actually, since she was always around Li Lei, the food she ate was either specially imported or personally sent to her by Li Lei, and it was on par with Grandma Yi's fresh vegetables. However, she was very touched by Grandma Yi's good intentions. She loved the feeling of being taken care of by her elders. Grandma Yi asked her when she was going to leave. Xiaoling said, probably tomorrow. I have to get some work done quickly in the city as I have yet to finish a few reports. Grandma Yi sighed again. Her nieces and nephews were all busy people. Xiaoling felt a little guilty and said, Grandma, in the future, when I'm free, I will come and visit you. Grandma Yi nodded her head and pulled Xiaoling's hand to make a pinky promise. The next day, Xiaoling brought Grandma Yi's vegetables, Father Yi, and Aunt Lu and drove back to the city. On the way back, the atmosphere was even stranger. Nobody uttered a sound. Xiaoling felt drowsy sitting on the passenger's seat. Suddenly, the car made an emergency brake, and the shock awakened her. What's wrong? She asked Mr. Zhou. She lifted her eyes to view her surrounding only to witness two cars coming out of nowhere to block their path. Behind them, there were 3 more cars. They were surrounded. Was this a robbery? She had an unsettled feeling in her heart. A man emerged from one of the cars in front of them and walked towards them. Mr. Zhou said, Miss Yi, remain in the car. No matter what happens out there, do not come out. Xiaoling agreed. Mr. Zhou locked all of the windows, got off the car, and shut the door. She had no idea what he was discussing with the other man before he triggered the man. After giving the signal, 20 men holding sticks, fruit knives, and choppers emerged from the cars. They started fighting. Despite being alone and facing many enemies, Mr. Zhou managed to tackle 5 or 6 people. Unfortunately, there were too many people. He slowly started to lose ground, and his shirt began to become stained by red. Several men holding choppers walked past Mr. Zhou and approached the BMW. Aunt Lu yelped. Dear, what should we do? They're coming. They're almost here. I can't stay any longer. I want to flee. I want to flee. Shut up and sit down. Xiaoling demanded. Although she was very nervous, she still kept her cool. She was well aware that the car Li Lei arranged for her was not an ordinary car. It had an anti-riot structure, bulletproof glass, and a specially strengthened door. As long as they did not go out inside, they would be safe. But Mr. Zhou, Xiaoling looked as Mr. Zhou struggled to fight back. Even at this point, he still put in all his effort to stop those people from approaching the BMW. If he were not trying to protect them, he would not have suffered so many injuries. Although Xiaoling knew some self-defense, she knew that she could not do much to help the situation. Unexpectedly, she suddenly heard the car door open. It was Aunt Lu. The savage thugs barged into the car and dragged Aunt Lu and her husband out. They also tried to drag Xiaoling out. Xiaoling had insufficient time to defend herself. She dropped her phone on the floor and was dragged out of the car by them. "Let go of me," she shouted. Ignoring her, the thugs viciously tied her hands behind her back and restrained her body so she could not move. At the other side, Mr. Zhou, who was bleeding profusely, was also subdued. "Who are you, people?" Xiaoling suppressed the fear in her heart and asked in the coldest tone she could muster. One of the thugs started to laugh. "Stupid B***tch, just blame yourself for offending our young master Nan and not knowing your place." After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, he commanded. "Take them away. Today we have abducted the new bride for the marriage ceremony and the consummating the marriage." Ha ha ha. The thugs started to laugh presumptuously. Xiaoling finally understood what was going on. It was Nan Sheng seeking his revenge. "What you are doing is illegal," she said. "I will never marry Nan Sheng." "It is not up to you to decide that." Another thug presumptuously examined her. "Little girl, after consummating your marriage with our young master Nan, you will definitely be captivated. After that, you won't leave even if we chase you away." Ha ha ha. "Exactly. Your parents have also agreed to the marriage. What else is stopping you?" Xiaoling looked over to see Father Yi standing with the group of thugs unscathed. She suddenly realized why Aunt Lu opened the door as quick as lightning. She initially thought Aunt Lu did something stupid because she was scared, but the real reason was that she intentionally wanted Xiaoling to be captured by Nan Sheng. No matter how many precautions were taken, a betrayer in the family was difficult to detect. Xiaoling was infuriated. She glared sternly at them and laughed. "Very well, Yi Zongxiao and Lu Zhaodi, from now onwards, you're no longer my parents. Brat, it is not up to you to decide whether we are your parents or not." Aunt Lu played with her hair and arrogantly walked up to Xiaoling. "After a while, you will have finished the ceremony with young Master Nan and will still have to pay your respects to us, your elders. The next day after you have consummated your marriage with young Master Nan, you will obediently follow him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to legalize the marriage. After that, you will be young Master Nan's woman." Young Master Nan gave the Yi family a betrothal gift of $800,000. How could Aunt Lu not be happy? Even Father Yi slowly said, "Xiaoling, stop trying to revolt. Just accept your fate. What's so bad about being with young Master Nan? Women should be contented with the man she has married. Besides, young Master Nan is so rich that he won't treat you poorly." Part of him was tempted by the betrothal gift, and the other part of him sincerely believed that Xiaoling's marriage to Nan Sheng would be beneficial. Xiaoling knew that saying anything to him was useless, so she remained silent. She saw that Mr. Zhou had been beaten up so bad he had fainted. Covered in blood, she was unsure if he was going to live. Xiaoling raised her head and coldly said, "If you want me to leave with you, I can do that. However, you have to ensure that Mr. Zhou is safe. Otherwise, even if you have me tied up, I will be unwilling and stir up many problems during the wedding ceremony." She could not escape right now, so she decided to ensure that Mr. Zhou was kept alive first. A few thugs laughed, and one of them delightedly patted Xiaoling's face. "Sensible little girl." Xiaoling disgustedly closed her mouth. They pushed her and even started to take advantage of her. Xiaoling squinted her eyes. Emphasizing every word, she icily said, "You better conduct yourself well. After tonight, I will be your young Master Nan's wife. If he knows that you are treating me this way, I can't be sure of how he will react." Men were all face-saving. No matter the reason Nan Sheng married her for, he would never tolerate other men touching his wife. The color left the faces of a few thugs, and they started to behave properly. They escorted her to a resort nearby. Inside the red brick small villa, there was a room that was covered in red carpet and the mattress sheets were lined with mandarin ducks. Donned in a groom's attire, Nan Sheng sat on the bed and awaited her arrival. "You're here," he gracefully smiled at her. It was as if the debacle yesterday had never happened. With a wave of his hand, the armed thugs left the room. "Nan Sheng, I never expected you to be so despicable," said Xiaoling. "Despicable?" Nan Sheng laughed. "Xiaoling, don't be so angry. I just love you too much. After we have consummated our marriage, I'm sure you will also fall deeply in love with me. Come." As he spoke, he locked her in an embrace. Xiaoling's hands were tied together by the thugs. Even if she wanted to resist him, she was powerless. She tried her best to avoid his fondling and hatefully spat. "Nan Sheng, you beast, I will never forgive you." Nan Sheng laughed. "I said before that I loved feisty women." He lifted her face. Before he could kiss her, Xiaoling turned away. "Good, very good." Nan Sheng pulled her face back. A dark, chilling smile crept on his face. "Yi Xingling, tonight I will brutally rape you to death." After he finished speaking, he slammed the door. Xiaoling's heart palpitated in fear, and she could not calm down. What could she do? Was tonight really inescapable? She racked her brains but could not think of a good plan. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. After being born again, this was the first time she felt so afraid and helpless. Who could come and save her? A handsome face appeared in her mind, Li Lei. If only Li Lei were here right now things would be much better. The door opened once again, and a few women walked in. "So you are the new bride?" The woman in charge glanced at her before instructing the others. "Hold her down for me and help her change into the bride's dress." They hurriedly stepped forward, ignored her resistance, stripped off all her clothes, and made her wear a white silk strapless wedding dress with a long trail. The wedding dress was very fitting and outlined the right places of her body, and her slender legs were hidden behind a translucent part of the dress. Not only men, but even the women who helped her change also could not take their eyes off of her. "Oh, such a beauty," said one of the women. "No wonder young Master Nan is interested in you. I can't believe that you have such a good figure despite looking so skinny and small." Xiaoling tightly sealed her lips, refusing to respond. The women surrounded her. They applied makeup to her face and styled her hair. After an hour or so passed, a beautiful bride was created. Her hands were still tied together using white rope. The only difference was that they were tied in front of her instead of behind her. She was also given white laced gloves to wear, and a large bouquet of white lilies and roses were tied to her hands. Without looking closely, one would not realize that her hands were actually restrained. "Get a pair of heels for her to wear. Choose the one with the thinnest heels," said the woman in charge. "Tell the two bridesmaids to hold on to her firmly to prevent her from escaping. After the ceremony, send her back to young Master Nan's room and our task will be done." The women nodded in response. One of them looked at Xiaoling and jealously said, "You really don't know what's good for you, do you? I can't believe you want to run away after being chosen by young Master Nan. Do you know that marrying him means you get to enjoy a life of luxury?" There was still no expression on Xiaoling's face. That woman was not amused and shoved her violently. "Move, seriously, what's the big deal about a small star like you? I don't even know what you did to seduce young Master Nan, and now you are acting all innocent." Xiaoling was tightly held by them as they dragged her out of the room. That pair of thin high heels did not fit her, and it hurt immensely whenever she took a step. However, the emotional pain she felt was the greatest, consumed by fear and uncertainty. She did not want to marry a lecher. She did not want that disgusting piece of trash touching her. However, once the wedding ceremony was over, she would be forced to consummate the marriage. Xiaoling walked very slowly and struggled on purpose. She refused to cooperate in an attempt to delay what was about to happen. Unfortunately, the two bridesmaids were very strong and had a firm grip on her as they dragged her to the wedding hall. There were 18 tables in the wedding hall. Fourth uncle's family, Father Yi, and Aunt Lu sat at the main guest table. The other tables were occupied by neighbors in the village. There were also people who looked like they were part of a mob. Even the people who had attacked her car were grimly present. Nan Sheng, dressed in a groom's attire, walked towards her enthusiastically. "Xiaoling, you're so beautiful." He examined her body with lecherous eyes. Under the crystal chandelier, her porcelain white skin was as beautiful as jade. The dress wrapped her like a glove, and her hands were tightly tied together, but her expression was cold and prideful. She looked like an unattainable frozen rose. "Very soon, you will be mine," he said as he licked his lips. Xiaoling only felt disgusted. "Brute, animal, trash." He only smiled in response. "You can scold me however you like, but you can't change reality." He gave a signal, and the two bridesmaids ushered her up the stage of the wedding hall. The host made a long speech full of praise for the couple. He commented that they were a perfect match and that they would last together for hundreds of years. After that, he asked the groom, "Do you take Miss Yi as your lawful wife for richer or poorer and promise never to desert her?" Nan Sheng looked at her as if he were a snake looking at its prey. "I do." The wedding guests erupted in applause. The host then asked again, "Miss Yi, are you willing to be Mr. Nan's wife?" "I'm not willing," she said icily. "Xiaoling, you really know how to joke." Nan Sheng was unaffected and turned to face the host. "She's also willing," he said. "I'm not willing," Xiaoling screamed angrily. However, the host pretended not to hear her and said, "Since both the groom and the bride are willing, I now announce them husband and wife from this day onwards. Congratulations to both of you. Everyone, please congratulate the couple." Another round of applause erupted from the guests. Xiaoling was shaking in anger, but she could not do anything about it. Nan Sheng took her from the bridesmaid, put his arm around her waist and gently caressed her through the satin cloth. "Xiaoling, stop resisting me and just give it up. You will fall in love with me." He lowered his head and tried to kiss her. "Let go of her." A voice was heard. This voice was not loud, but it foreshadowed danger. It made those who heard it shudder in fear. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the door of the wedding hall had been pushed open by someone. A handsome young man walked in step by step with a cold and murderous expression on his face. Li Lei. Looking at him, Xiaoling thought she was dreaming. Her voice quivered as she almost cried in joy. Li Lei's steady steps that seemed to carry irresistible force were so powerful that it caused the entire hall to become silent. Wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt that was as white as moonlight, the faint outline of his muscles underneath the cotton fabric contracted and relaxed as he walked like a beautiful and dangerous beast. Xiaoling looked at him as he strode past her assailants towards her, each of his footsteps going against the light. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world's troubles were far away from her, only his face was real and gave her a peace of mind. "Li Lei," she lightly called out to him again. Li Lei walked in front of her and pulled her out of Nan Sheng's arms. Her hands were still tied together. As her feet hurt from the thin high heels, she was unable to balance properly and fell into Li Lei's arms. He hugged her warmly and lowered his head to look at her hands. "They tied your hands together." She nodded her head rather aggrievedly. Li Lei's expression turned even colder, but he did not say anything. He lifted her wrists and looked closely at them before using some strength to pull the rope, causing the initially strong rope to snap in two. He took off the white long-laced gloves and frowned. "Your hands have turned blue." However, she did not care. It's fine. She was glad that he came. Compared to being rescued, her minor wounds were insignificant. Li Lei lifted his head to look at Nan Sheng. "You will pay the price for your actions." Nan Sheng was frightened by his murderous eyes and subconsciously took a step back. Coming back to his senses, he straightened his neck and retorted. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my territory? Quickly return this brat to me, or I will not let you leave in one piece. Nansheng felt that although he should not offend the man in front of him, the man was alone and the large hall had 18 tables of guests, which amounted to around 200 people. A large number of them were strong young men. He should not be afraid of him. Li Lei ignored him and whispered to Xiaoling in a low voice. We're in the country, so killing people isn't very convenient. How about I help you get even by first crippling his hands? If you are still not satisfied, I will bring him to the open seas. You decide if he should walk the plank or be eaten by sharks. If anyone else said that, Xiaoling would probably think that they were joking, but she knew that Li Lei was serious. He was the shady young master of the Li family and already had blood on his hands. As long as he had the intention of killing someone, that person would definitely die. However, she did not want him to kill anyone. After all, she had lived as a good citizen for 2 lifetimes. The cruel and dark underground world was too far removed from her. She also did not have the heart to kill someone even if Li Lei was adamant on killing him. She did not want him to carry the burden of taking away someone's life. She shook her head. Forget it. Well then, I will break both of his hands, said Li Lei in a gentler voice. This was as far as he could compromise. After Mr. Zhou sent an emergency message alerting him that Xiaoling was in danger, his entire body was struck with fear. He felt as though he had entered a bottomless pit that had no end tormenting him. He rushed there as fast as possible and spent the whole time praying that she was fine. Presently, she was wearing a very revealing wedding gown, her wrists were filled with injuries, and she was restrained so someone could forcefully kiss her. Li Lei dared not think about what would have happened to her if he was late by even a second. Li Lei was at the peak of his rage and could not calm down. After he supported her to the safe zone, he walked towards Nansheng. You, what are you doing? Don't come here. Nansheng was terrified by the coldness in his eyes and began shaking. He took a step back, then another, until he could no longer retreat further. Nansheng summoned his courage and yelled, Mengzi and Dahu, why are you so shocked? Quickly deal with this man. Hurry. Only after hearing his scream did Nansheng's lackeys reacted and rushed towards the stage one after another. Don't you dare come over. As Li Lei turned around, a gun impressively appeared in his hand. Oh my god, a commotion erupted in the crowd. What exactly was this man's background for him to carry a gun? It was known that guns were banned within the country, and general smugglers simply could not obtain that sort of contraband. Furthermore, at first glance, you could tell the gun was not ordinary. Together with a huge body and a large caliber, the black coating gave people the feeling of indescribable danger. That's an M500. Some military fans recognized the gun in Li Lei's hands and retreated a few steps. That was the most lethal pistol in the world. It was even more powerful than the Desert Eagle. An elephant could be killed with one shot. Anyone who had a brain would not be willing to experience its power personally. That group of thugs was just a group of delinquents formed by Nansheng. They usually bullied innocent citizens, beat people up, or collected debt. They were far from a real underworld gang. Many of them had not even touched a gun before. Thus, when Li Lei pulled out an M500, many people were terrified. Even if they had more people, what was the use? How could a group of people that were holding sticks fight with someone who had a gun? Just as they were about to hesitate and retreat, a person suddenly shouted. Don't be afraid of him. How could it be possible for someone to carry a gun within the country? That gun is definitely fake. Bang! A gunshot was heard. Panic-stricken, everyone started to flee. A few timid guests had already begun to run helter-skelter. Amidst the chaos, they crashed into the tables and fell down. Women were crying and the children were screaming. It was pandemonium. The man who screamed that the gun was fake was already sitting on the floor, and a stench was detected from a pool of yellow water that had formed beneath him. He was so intimidated that he had wet his pants. There was a bit of smoke a centimeter away from his feet. Li Lei laughed coldly. The next time I fire, I will aim for your head. That man's face turned pale and immediately fainted. Run, run quickly, someone shouted. All of the thugs that were surrounding Li Lei started to run away like the guests. However, before they could do so, those people that escaped earlier ran back again as if they had met a ghost. 2 groups of people were ramming into each other, transforming the scene in a comic sight. Xiaoling lifted her head only to see that there were about 10 gunmen following the guests as they rushed back in. Their faces were cold as they herded the people like sheep, ensuring that no one escaped. Mister, you should spare our lives. A woman cried out. We don't know anything. We're innocent. Please be magnanimous and let us go. I'm begging you. Li Lei took a look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling lightly said, she was the one who instructed them to tie my hands together. Xiaoling should not be blamed for her cruelty. It was really that woman who provoked her first. If Li Lei had not arrived in time, at this moment, she would have been forced into the room to consummate the marriage with Nansheng by the female assistants. As such, Li Lei said, everyone, quieten down. I will deal with you after I'm done with Nansheng. If anyone dares to make a sound, don't blame me for heartlessly firing. He was not very loud. In fact, his voice was so soft it was utterly unemotional. Nevertheless, everyone instantly became quiet. Except for a few occasional sobs, no one dared to make a sound. Li Lei turned over to look at Nansheng. After witnessing what had happened just now, Nansheng's legs were shaking so violently he could not stand straight. Dear God, what sort of person have I offended? Is that person the brat's wealthy partner? What the hell, why is he so terrifying and vicious? He thought. Nansheng wanted to flee, but his legs were so feeble that he could not move a step. He could only bitterly beg. This gentleman, I know my mistake. I want to apologize to you, so I am begging you, please have mercy on me. I'm Nansheng of the South City's Nan family. I can give you money, any amount you ask for. South City's Nan family. Li Lei grinned. Yes, yes, yes. Nan Sheng thought that his life was saved. The other party would definitely care about avoiding conflict with the Nan family due to their status and let him off easily. However, he did not expect that Li Lei would only lightly lift his head and softly reply. Perished. Not far away, a noise was heard from one of the people surrounded by bodyguards who were holding guns. Perished. There was a turbulent feeling in Nan Sheng's heart. What did he mean by perished? Could it be that he killed his entire family? He was terrified and immediately fell to his knees in front of Li Lei. Please don't kill my entire family. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Li Lei stared at him icily. Xiaoling also felt uneasy. Li Lei did not really kill the entire Nan family, right? It was not worth it to kill people because of that situation. Boss, don't kill anyone. She urged him. Li Lei comforted her. Who said I killed anyone? Since this bastard's family is so rich, I only wanted to make them bankrupt to help you vent your anger. Without their money, they will also not be able to cause any more trouble. Xiaoling was reassured after hearing that. Nan Sheng also let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, he thought. This scary man let my family live. However, he immediately became afraid. He thought about how Li Lei was able to command armed bodyguards to surround more than 200 people and was not the least bit afraid of causing a scene. What sort of unfathomable background did he have? What sort of punishment would he receive for trying to steal the woman of such a prominent figure? Li Lei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Tried to mess around with Xiaoling, huh? You can decide. Either you break 5 of your fingers yourself, or I will break 10 of your fingers for you. Gasp. Everyone drew in a breath. That man was literally the devil. He even announced his cruel decision in such a casual tone. Fingers were closely linked to the heart. Breaking one finger caused immense pain, and the pain of breaking 5 or 10 fingers was unimaginable. Nan Sheng was so petrified that his face turned pale white. This gentleman, you can't do this. Looks like you're not willing to break them yourself. As Li Lei spoke, he made a signal, and immediately, 2 large bodyguards walked up and tightly restrained Nan Sheng. I will do it then. He walked in front of Nan Sheng and ignored his cries and pleas. He grabbed Nan Sheng's hand and pressed one of his fingers hard. Ah, Nan Sheng screamed. As his right index finger was broken, he convulsed in pain and wanted to roll on the ground. However, as he was being held tightly, he could only continue to endure the pain kneeling on the floor. Large beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. Li Lei broke his second finger, his third finger and Nan Sheng fainted. Li Lei stopped and instructed his bodyguards. Wake him up using cold water. The bodyguards abided by his orders and brought over a pail of water, which they splashed on Nan Sheng's body. Nan Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Before he could react, a searing pain was felt from his fingers again. The snap of his bones could be heard. He screamed again before fainting. Li Lei was unbothered by his reaction and asked someone to wake him again. This was repeated for a few times until all 10 of Nan Sheng's fingers were broken. Li Lei stood up, his entire body and hands covered in blood, and quietly glanced across the entire hall. The 200 people in the hall were in tears, and there was a stench in the air. Many people were scared out of their wits. He frowned and turned over to look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling's face was a little pale, and her white teeth were spontaneously biting her lip. He did not know what she was thinking about. Li Lei took a step forward, wanting to be by her side. However, he considered the fact that he was covered in blood and stopped. Xiaoling, he said. I'll get someone to send you out first. The stench in the air was unbearable, and the surroundings were too bloody. He did not want her to continue tolerating that uncomfortable scene. Xiaoling hesitated for a while before asking him, how are you going to deal with them? She was referring to the guests. Everyone looked at Li Lei anxiously with a begging look in their eyes. Li Lei said, for those who participated in the kidnapping, break 5 fingers each. For those who assisted in restraining Xiaoling, his eyes slowly swept across the ugly faces in front of him. There was something detestable about people who looked pitiful, they only begged for his forgiveness now. If only they knew what was coming, they should not have bullied the woman he loved in the first place. He sneered and made a decision. For those who assisted in restraining Xiaoling, you can slap one another in the face and pluck a tooth out. After that, you can leave. Another round of begging and crying was heard. Li Lei said, not willing. Then you have to sacrifice 2 teeth and 10 of your fingers. If you're still unwilling, 4 teeth and an additional toe. Everyone immediately stopped begging. Devil, that young man was 100% a devil. Who exactly was he? How dare he be so arrogant in public? Unfortunately, no one dared to ask this question. Everyone was trying to suppress their sense of existence and was as silent as a winter cicada. Li Lei called for people to protect Xiaoling as she left the hall. However, Xiaoling was worried that after she had left, Li Lei would be even crueler towards them. Although those people were guilty, she was afraid that things would get out of hand. What if they could not handle the situation then? She lifted her head and said to him, my feet are injured, and I can't walk. How about you hold on to me? He frowned. He could not care less about the bloodstains on his hands as he bent down and gently lifted the hem of her wedding dress to look at her feet. Under the light of the crystal chandelier, her beautifully shaped feet were as white as jade, trapped in a pair of stilettos. The tight leather straps dug into her feet so much that they caused a few shocking wounds. Li Lei clenched his fist in anger before releasing it. Break Nan Sheng's toes as well. He coldly instructed. A few bodyguards responded to the order and dragged Nan Sheng to another corner to deal with him. Li Lei's words made Xiaoling's skin crawl. She did not think that a casual sentence from her would cause him to inflict more harm. Although she had no sympathy for Nan Sheng, she was afraid that Li Lei would have no self-control and quickly said, it hurts a lot. Please quickly help me out. Li Lei did support her, but he lifted her into his arms and gently said, "Bear with it for a while." He carried her and walked towards the exit. The blood on his body stained her pristine white wedding gown, causing it to turn dark red like the blooming of a blood rose. She quietly remained in his embrace. The long trail of the dress glided down the stage steps and caused the champagne tower to collapse. The glasses smashed onto the ground and stained a portion of the dress that was decorated with glowing crystals. As they walked past, the guests quickly made way for them. Their heads were hung low, and they did not dare to look at them. 2 bodyguards were stationed beside them, and they helped them open the large door of the villa. 2 helicopters were parked outside. Li Lei carried Xiaoling and entered one of them. As such, Xiaoling finally understood why he was able to arrive so quickly. He immediately flew over there once he heard the news. After thinking about that, she suddenly remembered one person. How is Mr. Zhou? Li Lei reassured her that Mr. Zhou was okay. He had already been rescued by someone, and his injuries were not serious. Only after hearing that was Xiaoling finally relieved. After she was untied, the severity of the traumatic experience finally hit her. Her body was as cold as ice, and she was slightly shivering. She had been humiliatingly tied up like a desirable good that awaited to be sold at a high price. Not surprisingly, she recalled her experience in her past life when she was imprisoned by Pei Zihang for a long and dark time. She was also trampled on, disgraced, and insulted not too long ago. Her slender fingers were clenched into fists and curled up into a ball. Li Lei noticed a difference in her behavior, so he took a soft fleece blanket and put it over her bare shoulders. He warmly embraced her and gently stroked her thin back. For a while, both of them did not speak. It was very quiet in the helicopter. Only the roar of the motor could be heard. After flying for some time, it landed at a place. As Li Lei carried her down, she then realized that they were on the mountain where she first met him. He carried her as he walked past the parking apron in the large patch of cotton rose hibiscus flowers. On the way, the butlers and servants they met bowed respectfully and congratulated them on a safe return as if they were celebrating the triumphant return of their king and his queen. He carried Xiaoling into a bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. After that, he instructed someone to get some water for her. He then squatted down and personally helped her treat her wounds. Xiaoling felt a little embarrassed and moved back a bit. "I'll do it myself," she said. However, he tenderly held her hand and said, "It is not easy for you to apply the medicated cream yourself. I will help you do it." Despite her rejection, he had already used a wet cloth to remove the dirt near her wrists carefully and applied a cream that reduced swelling. Afterward, he did the same to her feet. There were many wounds on her feet, all of which were caused by the thin belt of her high heels. The flesh and blood were mixed together. It was a horrifying sight. Li Lei's expression darkened. He had a difficult time resisting the impulse of rushing out immediately and ordering the death of Nan Sheng. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down slightly, wiped away the blood from her feet, and applied the medication. Xiaoling sat on the bed and lowered her head to look at him. It was strange. Her big boss acted very high and mighty, but he was willing to lower his pride for her and do something that only servants would do. Her feet were in his arms, and she could feel that he was being very careful as not to cause her any pain, just like he was safeguarding the most precious gem in the world. There was an inexplicable sour feeling that spread in her heart. After Li Lei was done treating her wounds, he lifted his head to look at her just as she was gazing at him. Xiaoling's face turned red and she awkwardly turned her head away. "Be my girlfriend," she heard Li Lei say suddenly. She was taken aback. Not much time had passed since he asked the same question. Why was he bringing up the subject again so quickly? Xiaoling was at a loss for words. She stayed quiet and did not immediately answer him. Li Lei propped up his body and sat down next to her bed. He looked at her seriously. "Xiaoling, be my girlfriend. The next time you have to celebrate a birthday or visit your relatives and friends, I can justifiably accompany and protect you." She bit her lip slightly. He was right. If he were there, she would feel very safe. She did not know when the feeling started, but as long as he appeared, she would not feel afraid of anything that life threw at her. But she already did not have the energy to love another person. Love was like a moth fluttering near a light, seeking its own doom. They met each other too late. She was a moth that had turned into ashes by someone else's flame. Now, she was only a hollow and lifeless shell of a person. She used all of her energy to shake her head. "Why?" he anxiously asked. "Am I not good enough?" "No," she said lightly and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "Li Lei, the person I am today will never be able to fall in love with anyone. I don't have the strength, and also don't the courage." The hopelessness of her words worried him. Li Lei could not comprehend what sort of tragedy happened to her in the past that caused her to think that way. He had hired investigators to find out more about Xingling's history but found nothing unusual. He guessed that she must have a deep and important secret which caused her desolation that did not match her age nor experience. Was it related to Pei Zihang? Only Pei Zihang could evade his investigation. Furthermore, he could also falsify her personal details. Li Lei's instincts told him that the story between Pei Zihang and her was not simple, but, so what? Right now, she would rather stay by his side than return to Pei Zihang, which was very telling. Their old love had faded, or at least there were large cracks in their relationship. He needed to grasp the opportunity to make her his woman firmly. "Xiaoling," he warmly said. "I don't need you to love me. At least before you're prepared to love me, you could treat me as usual. However, give me a chance to love you, all right? I will be by your side to protect you and let everyone know that you are my girlfriend so that other men won't get any ideas. Let everyone know that you are my girlfriend." Xiaoling felt her heart hurt a little. In her previous life, she had waited for another man to tell her that for a lifetime, but now she had unexpectedly heard it from Li Lei's mouth. "Do you know what the consequences of that are?" She fixed her eyes on him. "Li Lei, I'm an ordinary person. I come from a humble family and have a humble background. I'm also of a different social class than you. Don't you find that very embarrassing? What's there to be embarrassed about? Using pure male instinct, he felt that he had vaguely captured the crux of the problem in her relationship with Pei Zihang. Thus, he started to attack his opponent and create an opportunity for himself. Someone who truly loves you would not be willing to conceal you in the darkness and only be an unpresentable secret lover. Xiaoling, I will announce to the whole world that you are my girlfriend. She looked at him for a very long time. Are you serious? As long as you are willing, I will ask the reporters to announce it to the world. It was the miracle that she had wished would happen for a long time. Just as she had lost all hope, looking back, she realized that her wish had already subtly been granted. Xiaoling's nose was a bit blocked, and she turned her head away to lightly wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Xiaoling, just say yes. Li Lei's voice was as gentle as before. I will send you roses, chocolate, bring you to amusement parks, and climb up the snowy mountain to count stars with you. I will accompany you to any place you want to go and look at any scenery you want to see. From now onwards, nothing much can harm you. People can only hurt you over my dead body. Xiaoling could not stifle a snigger. Li Lei became quiet. Was that really amusing? Your words sound like lines of a movie. Also, over your dead body. That's so exaggerated. She couldn't help but look back. Her eyes were still a little red, but she could not help but smile with sparkling eyes. Li Lei felt a little wronged. See, I can also make you laugh. He grabbed her hand with enthusiasm. Be my girlfriend, okay. She tilted her head and thought about it. Finally, she lightly nodded. Li Lei cheered and gave her a big hug, happy as a small child. She also laughed, but she had mixed feelings. What sort of ending would befall this unexpected romance? She did not know the answer, but she knew that the sunlight she longed for was right before her eyes. She stayed in the mountains for a few days to recuperate. The scars on her hands and feet slowly vanished, and her emotions also stabilized. She found him in a large field of cotton rose hibiscus flowers and asked, there was a luggage bag in the white BMW that you arranged for Mr. Zhou to pick me up in. Have you seen it? Li Lei put down his gardening shears and thought for a moment. I recall hearing Mr. Zhou say that there was a large luggage bag. He said that it was yours. I have already asked someone to move it to your room. Do you want it now? I'll get someone to retrieve it. Yes, said Xiaoling decisively. That's my war trophy. War trophy? Asked Li Lei. Xiaoling delightedly told him about fourth uncle and fourth aunt's failed plan to sabotage her such that they even ended up paying her for their release. Li Lei had already heard the story from Mr. Zhou, but he was equally horrified after hearing it personally from Xiaoling. He wanted to rush out in that instant and kill all of them, fourth uncle, fourth aunt, and that damned Nan Shang. However, Xiaoling laughed like a triumphant general. After the servants brought the luggage bag over, she opened it for Li Lei to see. Look, $1 million, no less. There are also gold bars and a Rolex watch. She was very proud of her achievement and boasted it to him. Looking at her in her pile of wealth, Li Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry. A mere $1 million was nothing in his eyes. As long as she wanted it, he could give her more than that. However, until now, she still refused to accept such gifts and would rather work herself to death to earn that small amount of money. Furthermore, she was so delighted after obtaining it. Aren't I impressive? She proudly raised her chin and asked. Li Lei hesitated to agree with her although he felt the exact opposite. As such, Xiaoling was even more delighted and took the Rolex watch. Take it, I want you to have this. A gift for me? Li Lei was stunned. Yes, she said matter-of-factly. Everyone who helped me has a share. I also gave Mr. Zhou a handful of money. Li Lei instantly turned from being touched to jealous. What was it with her? He initially thought that that silly little girl had opened up and knew how to give her boyfriend a gift, but it turned out that, even though he was officially her boyfriend, he was being treated the same as a chauffeur. Li Lei was entirely saddened by that fact. Xiaoling grabbed his hand and started to help him put on the brand new silver-white Rolex. Suddenly, after she was halfway done, she stopped and removed the watch. On second thought, I don't think I should give this to you, she said. Why? He was worried and quickly stopped her from removing the watch. Even though he was given the same treatment as a chauffeur, it was a little better than being treated less important than a chauffeur. Xiaoling was a bit sullen. Even Ah Wei is wearing a Patek Philippe watch. You can't wear just a Rolex. Patek Philippe was undisputedly the most revered watch brand among the brands of luxury goods. She had even custom-made one for Pei Zihang before. Compared to Patek Philippe, a Rolex watch was just too common and could be easily seen on the wrist of any nouveau riche on the street. Li Lei was a big boss. How could he wear a watch that was of less value than his staff member? Li Lei laughed after he realized what the reason was. He happily said, that's all right. I like Rolex watches. I like anything that you give me. He took off the waterproof military watch on his wrist and replaced it with the Rolex at lightning speed. Xiaoling looked at the watch he replaced. It was neither a Patek Philippe nor a Vacheron Constantin and had no brand prestige. The watch was thick, concise, boorish, and black-coated. It was unremarkable, but it had subtle strength and power. Its strap was metallic, and there was a little wear and tear in parts that were not obvious. Her intuition told her that it was a watch that had been with him for a long time, and perhaps, it was much better than the Rolex. She gave Li Lei a somewhat perplexed look. A watch signified a man's status. He did not have to sacrifice so much for her. Li Lei just laughed and gave her a toothy smile. Xiaoling, you're so considerate. Look at my old watch, the straps are worn out. I have wanted to change it for a long time. You gave me a replacement just in time. A Rolex is not bad. I like its design. Half doubtful, Xiaoling asked, really? Li Lei readily nodded his head. Actually, she did not know that the waterproof military watch that he wore had many functions. Whether he was in the jungle, desert or tundra environment, the watch had many uses and could save his life during crucial moments. In actuality, it had saved his life a few times in the past. Just because of what she said, he replaced his important and useful watch with an ordinary Rolex. However, he did not mind taking the risk. Seeing that he really enjoyed wearing and looking at the Rolex, Xiaoling just went with it. She half knelt on the floor and counted the money in the luggage bag. Then, she took a breath and pushed all the money and the 2 gold bars in front of Li Lei. You're giving me these too? Li Lei was shocked again. Xiaoling, you're so nice to me. In your dreams, Xiaoling threw him a quick glance. I'm returning you back the money I owe you. I still owe the company more money. After she said that, she sighed disappointedly. Then, fourth uncle and fourth aunt had promised her $10 million. Unfortunately, the luggage bag only had $1 million in cash. If she had tried to blackmail them a bit more, perhaps she could have paid back the debt she owed the company in full. Li Lei slightly tilted his head. Xiaoling, he said. Xiaoling supported her chin using her hands. Honestly, you can earn more money from robbing someone than being in the entertainment industry. Just a couple of million more and I will be rich. Yes, Li Lei sternly nodded his head. After you have married into the Li family, there will be chances for you to rob others. I'll bring you and a bunch of men with guns and ammunition to the Caribbean, South Africa, and... Xiaoling was speechless. How could she forget that he was part of the underworld? Forget it, I don't want to be wanted by the Interpol. She replied unenthusiastically. Li Lei blinked and said, I just finished a job. We won't be wanted. She became worried. What? They were within the boundaries of their country and not in a foreign country like the Caribbean or South Africa. Could it be that he killed someone or committed arson and robbery here? She remembered that he usually abided by the law. Li Lei laughed and imitated the delighted state she was in. The fourth Yi family couple still owe you $9 million, right? I have already gotten the money from them for you. Mr. Zhou had mentioned this to Li Lei, and since Li Lei did not like being taken advantage of, he unsurprisingly helped his woman get back her money. Xiaoling was shocked. He had to be kidding. Thinking about it again, Li Lei was rich and powerful. If he wanted to bully old man Yi who was of low status, he could do it as easy as turning his own hand. She quietly pitied fourth uncle in her head but excitedly exclaimed. $9 million. That's awesome. That means I have repaid my entire debt to Ski Art Entertainment. I can even give you the remaining money as interest. There's still a lot left after deducting the interest. Li Lei looked at her slyly. There's still around $2 million remaining. Take the money and spend it. Boss, you're so impressive. Xiaoling was thrilled and gave him a big hug. I want to go shopping, eat, drink, and have fun. It was too good to be true. She finally had some money. In her previous life, she could be considered a billionaire's wife. Ever since she was reborn, she had been extremely poor. She could not even buy a single thing she liked. At last, she could now indulge a little. What did you call me? On the other hand, Li Lei was not pleased. They were already boyfriend and girlfriend, but she still did not change the way she addressed him. Sometimes, she called him, Li Lei, and other times she called him, boss. He had objected to it many times to no avail. Knock it off, boss. She stood up and smiled as she stroked his hair like she was stroking a puppy and jumped out in glee. I'm going to buy everything on my list and see how I can spend this sum of money. Xiaoling was a star now, and it was not all that appropriate for her to be shopping openly in the local stores. Hence, she chose to get what she needed in Paris instead. As her official boyfriend, Li Lei was more than willing to go along with her, and everything, arranging a private jet, planning the shopping routes, and even carrying the shopping bags, was settled by Li Lei. Xiaoling purchased a lot of outfits, scarves, and accessories. It was early spring when she first made her debut, and as they moved into the thick of summer, many of her previous outfits were no longer suitable. It was time to get new ones. She got many gifts as well, one for each friend, a pair of beautiful pearl earrings for Sister Mai, athletic earphones for Aoi, and also individual gifts for those who had recently made their debut, including Lu Dao and Luo Luo. She even got the mighty Maui Cartier collar pendant. Why isn't there one for me? Boss coquettishly grumbled as he watched her count her gifts against her checklist. Xiaoling just realized that she had forgotten about him and was feeling a little guilty. Well, I got you a Rolex already. That's not the same, you even gave Mr. Zhou some money. Big Boss did not let her off so easily. Xiaoling sighed. Why did she not realize he was this difficult to handle before? He was acting more like a son than a boyfriend. She thought about it for a while before resigning herself to it. Shoot, what do you want? Li Lei smiled and took her to a jewelry shop the next day. He pointed at a pair of titanium rings and said, I want this. It was a simple design, the smaller ring for the female sitting quietly beside the males, sparkling in the glass cabinet under the white light. Xiaoling looked at it, stunned. You see, you'll give me one, and I'll give you the other. Fair and square, Li Lei said. Xiaoling responded in shock, we're not married yet, we aren't even engaged. Why does that matter? A cheeky expression lay in his eyes. You can just take it as a necklace pendant. When we get engaged, I can get you something else then. She was about to say something when the sales staff approached them. This is our newest design. It seems simple, but it symbolizes eternal love, and as long as a couple puts them on, the heavens will bless their love. Li Lei looked at her, eyes widened with delight. Blessings. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling nodded her head. There were too many painful experiences in her previous life, and she hoped that this could bring her some comfort and hope for a simpler and more smooth sailing experience this time. The sales staff was overjoyed to have closed a deal and enthusiastically asked if they would like any carvings on the rings. Li Lei decided to have L and Y, both their surname initials, to be carved. Hold on, Xiaoling hesitated. What's wrong? Li Lei asked her. Xiaoling was silent for a while. Should she carve Y? Y was the initial for Yi and Yi Xingling. This surname was too distant for her. It was nothing more than a fictitious label for the person she was in this lifetime. Her real name was still Xiaoling. Should she carve X? But she had no reasonable explanation for that. How about the L in Ling? That sounded way too intimate. She had indeed accepted him as her boyfriend, but she still was not ready to hand her entire self to him, be it her soul or her body. She had too many secrets, too many experiences too close to her heart, and there was too much buried deep in her heart that he still had not accessed. Xiaoling, he called her softly. Are you all right? Xiaoling snapped out of her thoughts. I'm fine. Let's go with Y. Li Lei did not overthink about it and confirmed the carvings to be Li. The sales staff got them done in no time and got them a corresponding titanium necklace chains. Li Lei personally put the necklace and pendant on for her. The flawless ring against her fair, delicate skin, it looked perfect. They really should get you to endorse their products. Li Lei smiled. Xiaoling fiddled with the ring she now wore as a necklace and felt the little Y engraved in the ring. She smiled distractedly. Actually, I don't really enjoy being an endorser. She was a singer purely because she enjoyed singing. All the other tasks that came with it were just taken on as part of her work ethics and publicity. Li Lei nodded and consciously took note. He would get Sister Mai Na to take on fewer endorsement tasks for her. They filled the private jet with all the gifts they had gotten in Paris and flew back to distribute them. When they got to Wei Xiaoyan, they were greeted with reprimands. Yi Xingling, you're finally back. Do you know how long you've delayed the recording for? Shopping. If we can't get the next song released, I'll see what you can shop with. Xiaoling kept quiet. Wei Xiaoyan bombarded her with song sheets and other documents. Take them. These are all accumulated. I want you to finish going through them in 3 days. Okay. She was buried in the pile of papers and mild as a lamb. The producer was king, and this Virgo producer happened to be a fire-breathing dragon when he acted up. In the next few days, she spent the bulk of her time in the recording studio, working from dawn till dusk. According to Wei Xiaoyan, this new song was critical as it was the last song that could be released before the Best New Artiste Award ceremony. This was the final chance to amass some popularity and could make or break the artiste's success in receiving the award. Hence, they had to make sure this was a job well done. They did the audio testing and editing for days on end, ingesting so much caffeine that even walking gave them a light, floaty sensation. When it finally came to an end, Xiaoling let out a long moan and rested her head on the desk, unwilling to get up. Wei Xiaoyan was still in glowing spirits, tying up the final loose ends while talking to her. Xiaoling, you're going to be staying here for a while. I still have quite a bit to discuss with you. There's a bed in a section of my office. We'll continue after you're up from your nap. Xiaoling nodded weakly, her head groggy. She bumped into the door frame twice on her way out, and finally stumbled into the bed in the office. She closed her eyes and entered dreamland almost immediately. She woke up in the back of a car. It was quiet in the car, and the seat under her was a soft genuine leather texture, while a thick blanket covered her. Put together, it felt warm and cozy. She was dazed for a few moments before she propped herself up and saw the person in the driver's seat, just the back view of him. It looked so familiar. You're up. It was Li Lei's voice. He looked up and glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Sleep in for a bit, we'll be home soon. Oh right, you'd better not go to Wei Xiaoyan so often in future, that workaholic has practically lost all his humanity. If he doesn't let you go, just give me a call and I'll rescue you. Xiaoling was still hung up about that song. Wei said he still had quite a bit to discuss. Li Lei turned around to look at her, his expression unreadable. Xiaoling felt somehow a little guilty and her voice trailed off. Having one workaholic in ski art is enough. Li Lei turned back around and continued driving, his tone gentle but with a trace of inexplicable threat. I don't want there to be a second one. Xiaoling, if you sleep in his office again, I'll immediately send him to South Africa and make him work with Aboriginal music instead. Well, why was it that he would take it out on Wei if she made him unhappy? Wei's misfortune was not just about boss taking it out on him. Just as he finished working tirelessly on her new song, Eyes Beneath the Mask, some sad news came along. The diva Xiaoling's tribute song, The Caged Butterfly, was about to be launched. Why was this considered sad news? Any new release that clashed with the launch of Caged Butterfly was definitely at a losing end. The press and media would be focusing on news coverage of this tribute song that the public had been longing to hear about, and as for the other new songs, nobody would be interested in them. Wei was grumpy. There was only this period left for the release and publicity before the Best New Artiste Award reveal. He cursed and swore at Feng Kun in the recording studio. This workaholic bastard. Are you pitting yourself against me on purpose? You could be enjoying your holidays abroad, but you choose to come back at such an untimely period. What for? Does Imperial owe you your wages? Xiaoling could not listen to it any longer. Hey, Wei, you actually think of the workaholic word as a negative too. She took a look at the black card with rose gold embossment. 3 days from now at Imperial Entertainment Building. Wei, if you're not going, I'll just throw this away. In her previous life, she held a cocktail reception every time she released a new song and invited some socialites as well as the big shots in the industry. She always made it an event unique to her to distinguish herself from the rest of the celebrities. It sure was unique, with so many distinguished guests getting together every once in a while. If not for Pei Zihang's status, there was no way a celebrity in the entertainment industry could manage to invite them. Hence, her status in the entertainment circle was impossible to be challenged. No one else but she had such an honor. But, she remembered Wei never attended the receptions. Just as she took an aim and was about to throw it in the bin, Wei snatched it over. Hey, don't. Who says I'm not going? Wei was flustered. Huh, you want to go? Imperial Entertainment's reception, HMPH, pretentious and snobbish. That's right, Xiaoling agreed with him silently. That's precisely why Ah Wei doesn't like Imperial, then why is he attending this time? Ah Wei clenched his teeth. I want to know what Feng Kun's caged butterfly is all about. If it's a lousy work, I'll shove, eyes beneath the mask, in his face. Xiaoling was silent, so he was there to spy on his rival. Feng Kun always had very high standards and took great care of even the smallest of details. In a song as important as The Caged Butterfly, there was no way he would make a mistake. Xiaoling wanted to advise Ah Wei not to waste his time but decided to forget about it considering how stubborn Ah Wei was. She lazily said, you have fun there, I'll be at home sleeping. He had been working her out for the past many days, and even though Li Lei was there to rescue her occasionally, to stop her from overworking, she was still exhausted from all the work. She had planned to catch up on her beauty sleep over the next few days, do some yoga, and get some massages. Her daydream had only lasted a mere few seconds when she heard Ah Wei. You're coming with me, huh? Xiaoling looked up in shock. You're a singer, can't you be a little more diligent? You'll go and learn more about your rival song, no skiving. Ah Wei flipped to the back of the invitation in slight frustration. Those at Imperial Entertainment are very contentious, remember to wear a formal gown on that day. Xiaoling walked out of the recording studio in disappointment. She had no interest in going for the event at all. In fact, she wanted to stay away from anything that had to do with Pei Zihang. What reason should she give Ah Wei to escape attending the reception? Flu, fever, stomachache. Before she decided, Li Lei had appeared again. Xiaoling, during dinner, Li Lei held her intimately. Can you take me along to the cocktail reception for the launch of Caged Butterfly? More coquettishness. Xiaoling could not bear with it and released herself from his grasp. Why? This reception is exceptionally large scale, and Pei Zihang invited every big shot possible. I want to see how close he is to each of them. Xiaoling nodded in understanding. He had the same motive as Ah Wei, checking out on his competitor. But that meant she had to make some sacrifices. She had no intention of going, to begin with, but both Ah Wei and Li Lei insist on going. One of them got provoked the moment he saw Feng Kun, while the other had attacked Pei Zihang before. She was afraid that something might happen if nobody was there to watch them. She hesitated for a bit before finally saying, we'll go together. Li Lei cheered and edged towards her again. I knew it, my Xiaoling is the best. The truth was, he was not going there to analyze his competitor whatsoever, he only wanted to go because he heard that she was going, and he was worried about her sharing the same space with Pei Zihang. Pei Zihang's relationship with her was a mystery, the less she talked about it, the more Li Lei worried. He felt as if she could be taken away by somebody else anytime. Li Lei was not going to let his woman meet somebody that could well be his love rival. As such, two people who had no intention of attending the Caged Butterfly launch reception initially ended up showing up together. Oh right, and Ah Wei as well. When they got off the black Lincoln limousine and walked along the red carpet, all the guests were silent for a moment. It was no secret that both Li Lei and Wei Xiaoyan were outstanding men. One was a wonderful balance of beautiful looks and bronze, just like a handsome beast, while the other was cold and elegant like the peak of an iceberg. The two striking figures appearing side by side took everyone's breath away. Between the two of them was a petite girl. She wore a rose-colored mermaid bottom maxi dress, had beautiful fair skin, and clear eyes that reflected a hint of arrogance. The way she walked on the red carpet appeared as if two knights were escorting a princess. It's Yi Xingling. Most people around recognized this celebrity. Ski Art's big boss and their chief music producer accompanied her. People were whispering and discussing. She's a minor celebrity who just made her debut. How did she have such an honor? What's her background? Not much of a background. She came from a humble home. Everybody was confused and speculating now. In the corner of the reception ballroom, Feng Kun was discussing with an official in hushed voices. Noticing a change in the atmosphere, he looked up and saw her instantly, the girl standing before the grand entrance, escorted by two extremely gorgeous men, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a goddess who just arrived. She resembled somebody so much. He instinctively took a step forward and bumped into a waiter, spilling some champagne onto his own custom-made black suit. The waiter profusely apologized in all sincerity. Feng Kun simply waved him away. As he snapped out of his daze, Feng Kun smiled sadly. How could that be Xiaoling? I must be missing her too much to mistake another girl for her. Xiaoling walked into the reception ballroom and scanned her surroundings. The spacious room was brightly lit, and a violin ensemble had a live performance on the black marble stage. The melodious tunes danced around in the room as waiters formally dressed in white shirts and bow ties served wine to the ladies and gentlemen around. The male guests were in their tuxedos while the female guests arrived in their gorgeous gowns, all exuding a faint fragrance from their perfume. They spoke gently and civilly, portraying a classic scene of the high society. Xiaoling had no idea why she used to like such a pretentious event and even hosted it year after year. She recalled the time when Pei Zihang had kept her imprisoned, and when Xia Yu secretly filmed the predicament she was in. It was these people here who had attended her reception parties who gloated over it. Such a pampered woman, she should have been kept out long ago. I told you, Director Pei would get sick and tired of playing with her one day, but you didn't believe me. Who didn't believe you? Boss Lu and I had a bet about how long it'd take for Director Pei to kick that woman aside, haha. It's been less than 2 years, I win. All these bits and pieces ate at her slowly. The only consolation was that Pei Zihang was not around, there was no sight of him in the entire ballroom. This is so boring. That was Wei Xiaoyan's voice, he had been uncomfortable since he stepped into the place. I don't like crowded places. Li Lei shrugged. You can go wherever you like. He did not like having Wei Xiaoyan around, playing gooseberry on a perfect couple's date. Ah Wei was delighted to hear that and decisively broke away from his boss, looking for a corner to relax in. Xiaoling was not all that excited about the event either, seeing so many familiar faces disgusted her. Li Lei read her expression. Are you bored? She nodded. Li Lei was happy to know that she was not enjoying herself at Pei Zihang's cocktail reception. He thoughtfully asked, I'll get you something to eat, what would you like? Hazelnut cake. Hazelnut cake was her favorite. Li Lei ate with her very frequently in the recent weeks and had figured out her likes and dislikes. He told her to stay where she was until he got back and went on his own to the food table to get her cake. Xiaoling waited by the side, when suddenly, she felt a pain in her shoulder, someone had knocked into her pretty hard. She subconsciously reached out for the windowsill beside her to avoid falling flat to the ground. Why are you in the way? Are you blind? The other party started berating her before she even had the time to look up. It was a young lady's voice. Who's this over here? Her condescending tone got Xiaoling fuming. Xiaoling looked up to see a fancifully dressed lady in a classy custom-made gown. She had an intricately designed chest brooch in the shape of a peacock studded with precious stones. What are you staring at? You have something against me. That lady disliked the way Xiaoling looked at her with her clear eyes and piercing glare. There was no trace of fear or inferiority in those eyes, and with a HMPH, that lady turned and walked away from Xiaoling. Xiaoling wanted to act up, but took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. This was Imperial Entertainment's event in Pei Zihang's territory. She did not want to draw any unnecessary attention to her or to create a commotion. She furrowed her brows and tried standing upright, holding onto the windowsill for support. Her ankle gave way, and she almost fell again. A steady hand appeared before her. The nails were cleanly cut, the rest of the arm was covered in a white sleeve under a black suit, and the titanium cuff glimmered in under the light from the chandelier. She looked up and saw the person's face clearly, Feng Kun. It had been too long. He was just as she remembered him to be, not incredibly handsome, but polite, pleasant and quiet. He looked at her with gentle eyes and asked, Are you all right? That was when she realized she had been staring at him for too long. She snapped out of it and nodded her head. He still had his hand outstretched before her. She felt better and reached out to hold onto him. Feng Kun exerted some force to help her steady herself. Thank you, she said. She had thought about the possibility of bumping into him at this reception even before she came. This old friend of hers was one she missed truly, and now that they met once again, there was so much she wanted to say to him, but none of which she had the chance to. Feng Kun looked down at her. You're welcome. The words were polite but estranged, nothing more than the usual formal exchange between acquaintances. Yet he did not leave after the short exchange. He could not pinpoint why, but he felt that the girl standing before him gave him a very familiar feeling. She really seemed like Xiaoling. It was too strange, they did not resemble each other at all. Is there anything else? Asked Xiaoling. She felt conflicted. On the one hand, she really did not wish to have anything to do with Feng Kun and wanted him to distance himself as soon as possible, but on the other hand, she could not bear to watch him go so quickly. Old friend, it has really been long. I've heard you sing, Sea Demon, Feng Kun said. His voice was gentle as the waves, calming her fluster that arose from her excessive focus on not revealing her identity. It wasn't well sung, she said. No, it was great. Feng Kun smiled. You're the first person I know who can sing Xiaoling's song well and suitably. That was too good a compliment, and she expressed how flattered she felt. You're too kind. If she were still here, she'd definitely like you. Feng Kun's voice sounded a little strained now, making Xiaoling ache a little inside. Before she realized, she asked, How, have you been abroad? What? Feng Kun was stunned. Xiaoling realized she had said something wrong. Given that it was their first interaction, how could she have asked something so personal? She tried to salvage her mistake. No, nothing much. I just felt that after Xiaoling passed on, you'd be very sad. Was he sad? Of course. Feng Kun looked up, gazing at the screen where Xiaoling's videos were playing as he smiled sadly. She was my best friend, he said, gently and painfully. Her heart ached even more. Afraid that he would sense her change in emotions, she turned away. I'm sorry, she said. Someone's waiting for me over there. I should get going. She fled from him. She could face all her enemies from her previous life and the hatred and insults that came with it. Yet she did not have the strength to face Feng Kun and his longing. She was afraid she would lose control. She walked towards the food table quickly. Why was Li Lei not back yet from getting her the cake? She looked past rows and rows of delicacies before finally spotting him. In front of him stood a girl who had her hands on his elbow, as if they were very close. She had beautifully styled hair and was in a beautiful gown, and on her front was a shimmering peacock brooch. It was the girl who bumped into her and hurled rude words at her previously. Xiaoling stopped in her tracks. So that girl knew Li Lei. She did not know how they were related, but they seemed close. Xiaoling's gaze fell to her hand that was grabbing onto Li Lei's forearm. She squinted her eyes slightly. Very well, now that she was present as his official girlfriend, what was she going to do? She casually took a glass of wine from a passing waiter and strode towards them elegantly. Brother Lei, when will you come over to my house? The lilacs you gave me have bloomed, and I got somebody to get a pavilion done up in my garden. When you come over, we can have tea together there. That girl looked up towards Li Lei in sheer admiration and was leaning so close to him that even her bosom was pressing against him. Even a fool could tell that she was interested in Li Lei, and yet Li Lei made no move to distance himself. Xiaoling's rage rose inside her, and she almost splashed the wine in her face, but the little bit of rationality she had stopped her from doing so. This was Pei Zihang's territory, and she did not want more enemies or trouble than she had. She chanted in her head, impulsiveness is the devil, and calmed herself down. She went to stand beside Li Lei as if nothing was happening. Xiaoling, Li Lei turned to look at her and smiled. You came just in time. Let me introduce her to you. This is Ji Yulin, the eldest daughter of the Ji financial magnate. She's the granddaughter of the grandfather Ji that you met before. So she was the eldest daughter of the Ji financial magnate. What a pity. Xiaoling thought old Mr. Ji was an intelligent and wise man. How did he end up raising such a shameless and rude granddaughter? Li Lei then introduced her to Ji Yulin. This is Yi Xingling. Ji Yulin's expression changed after hearing the introduction. In a situation like this, the default rule was to introduce the party of lower status to the party of higher status first. The less important figure was introduced before the more important figure. Such a concept was definitely not new to Li Lei. But he chose to introduce her to Yi Xingling first. She, Ji Yulin, was obviously of higher status. Did it mean, then, that in Brother Lei's heart, that, Yi Xingling, was a more important figure? Ji Yulin's intuition made her tense up. She sized Xiaoling up and realized that it was the person she had knocked into earlier, and that made her even more annoyed with Xiaoling. Yi Xingling, she used an arrogant and fussy tone. I think I might have heard of you. You're a minor celebrity in Brother Lei's company. She intentionally emphasized the word, minor. I've never heard of you, though, Xiaoling replied calmly and even more arrogantly than she did. She could not splash red wine in her face, but that did not mean she could not find another way to put her down. She had no intention of swallowing her anger if she could find a way around it in a contained manner. Regarding putting someone down sarcastically, could anyone beat her? She was one who had used her words to fight her way up ever since she was in the orphanage, and after she entered the Pei family, she continued at it with those high and mighty figures. It was even more frequently employed in the entertainment circle where fights and bickerings were almost staples. She did not have many talents, but this was one that she was too good at for anyone to deny. Sure enough, Ji Yulin was enraged. You. She stomped her foot and shook Li Lei's elbow. Brother Lei, she's bullying me. She and Li Lei could be considered childhood friends, and she had been his secret admirer since they were children. She knew he liked innocent girls and hence had perfected her acting in front of him. The Li family and the Ji family were old family friends. On account of old Mr. Ji, Li Lei could not do much about Ji Yulin. He acted as a big brother giving in to his little sister. You're not young anymore, what's with all the bullying stuff? You and Xiaoling aren't in the same industry, it's no surprise she doesn't know you. Not in the same industry. Ji Yulin side-eyed her, satisfied. Oh, right, a minor celebrity like you has it tough as it is. Besides your main job, you have to curry favor with all the people around you and attend all sorts of receptions to widen your connections. How could you know a big missy like me? Haha, I won't stoop to your level. Oh, for goodness sake, Li Lei did not mean it that way. But, his words were indeed misleading. As they spoke, Ji Yulin had rested her hand on his elbow. He thought of moving his arm away when he saw Xiaoling walk towards him in the corner of his eye. Under the chandelier, Xiaoling walked elegantly with a glass of wine in her hand, her demeanor calm. She must have seen her holding onto him but pretended not to. Was she not bothered by it at all? Li Lei was heavy-hearted, and at that moment decided to sound her out. He deliberately let Ji Yulin have her way, and left her hand on her arm. He even allowed her to be condescending to Xiaoling. As for Xiaoling, her only problem was concerning Ji Yulin insulting her. She had no response nor reaction to the way Ji Yulin had her hand on him or how she acted intimate with him. Xiaoling, do I not matter to you? He asked in his heart. In order to get his answer, he looked at her without any change in expression. Xiaoling clenched her fingers, she was so close to splashing that red wine, not at Ji Yulin alone this time, but at her and Li Lei both. This adulterous pair acted like she did not exist. No, she could not care less about Ji Yulin who did not know about her relationship with Li Lei. She had no reason to fight with her love rival, but what about Li Lei? He was the one who initiated the relationship, why was he getting so close to someone else now? As she looked at them, her reluctance to create a scene and her arrogance led her to maintain her calm expression. Even so, her heart was aching with the surge of past memories. At that time, it was also because Pei Zihang had another woman that she kicked a huge fuss and eventually became a pathetic laughingstock. Now she understood this. Once a man had a change of heart, there was no point even if she got rid of her love rival. She did not want to fight such a meaningless battle anymore. Ji Yulin was still provoking her. What, have you gone mute? You've got no words. Is there anything else? Otherwise, stay away from us. Can't you see I'm talking to Brother Lei here? Xiaoling's clear eyes were still undisturbed. She shot a nonchalant glance at Li Lei and walked away. In the crowd, her posture was gracious and elegant and her back straight as she walked off without care or longing. At that moment, Li Lei was extremely fearful, as if he would never be able to get to her again once she integrated into the crowd. Xiaoling, he called out to her, removed his arm from Ji Yulin's resting hand, and chased behind her. Xiaoling heard his call but did not stop, she carried on straight ahead. All of a sudden, she felt a warm, coarse hand grab her elbow. She turned around and glared at him. Let go. I won't let go. Li Lei held her hand even more tightly. Xiaoling was furious and struggled hard to escape his grip but to no avail. Just as she was about to continue fighting, the crystal chandelier in the hall suddenly went out. Her movements came to a halt and she lifted her head. In front of her, a beam of light slowly appeared in the darkness and shined on the stage where the MC was standing. The MC's low-pitched voice rang through the hall. Good evening ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending Diva Xiaoling's final tribute, the Caged Butterfly Conference. The hall immediately became silent. Everyone held their breath and anticipated what was about to happen. Xiaoling realized that it was not the right decision to continue struggling to escape Li Lei's grip as she might cause an even greater commotion. She was held in place by Li Lei and could not move, so she listened to the MC as he tirelessly continued his speech. He recollected her previous life and introduced the song's main theme. Finally, he said, everyone must be very curious. The diva Xiaoling has already passed away, and her voice was considered the peak of poetic perfection. How did her previous producer, Mr. Feng Kun, restore the song? This will soon be disclosed to everyone. This was definitely something everyone was curious about. Her voice was very unique and had a wide vocal range. She could easily master many difficult notes that laymen could not possibly imitate. Who else could possibly sing her important final song after her death? Xiaoling was also very curious herself, such that she forgot that she was still angry with Li Lei. She quieted down and fixated her eyes on the screen. She trusted Feng Kun's eye for talent. He must have chosen the most suitable singer to perform the song. Who could it be? The lights on the stage started to change. Then, cheers came from all directions. Looking at the many dots of light slowly appearing in the hall, she felt a faint sense of familiarity. Gold, silver, and purple, it was like fireflies dancing. Gradually, all the dots of light gathered together to form an immensely beautiful girl. The virtual figure of the girl silently stood on the stage. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, a pink diamond bracelet, and was gently holding a microphone. Her head was slightly raised, revealing a distinctly beautiful face. Her sharp eyes were overflowing with confidence like a queen who ruled the world. One look from her was enough to enchant all living creatures. That is, Xiaoling, that is the diva Xiaoling. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Who would have thought that they would see the return of the diva here? This conference used 3D holographic projection technology to recreate her last concert perfectly. Within the sound coming from the surrounding stereo speakers, the cheers grew louder, and numerous people shouted in unison. Encore, encore, encore. That was the real audio recording from that day. The reality of that concert happened again. Xiaoling felt a little dizzy. She did not expect it to be like this. For a moment, it was as if she had returned to that high and huge stage and was looking at more than 100,000 crazy fans below the stage. She said, "Okay then, I will sing an encore." The voice seemed very realistic. It did not come from her memories but from the illusory projection on stage. The sound of the music rang in all directions. The prelude was psychedelic and low-pitched like the intricate falling of flowers that was sometimes violent and sad, and sometimes mildly passionate. However, it was completely different from what happened that day. That day, she sang a cappella, and there was no prelude. Xiaoling stood in the crowd and, just like the other guests, was shocked by the sudden prelude. It was like a squally shower, with the sonority and resplendence of Feng Kun's arrangement. It also reinforced her arrogance as a queen who had held a position that was unattainable for many for more than 10 years. It was tragic like the fragmentation of a peony. Everyone was captivated. On the stage, the illusory projection that resembled her naturally started singing. If she had not met someone that year, would the ending be different? Just like a butterfly lost in time, she was unclear if the warmth she felt from him was real or just a dream. Every sound she heard was knocking on her heart. Xiaoling's face turned pale and found it difficult to breathe. Before the song started, she had thought of the many possibilities and even joked about suspecting that Feng Kun had randomly looked for an unpopular singer to perform the song. However, she never would have guessed that the song would be created by mixing in her original singing voice. The recording from a concert was far inferior to that of a studio recording. The sound was very unclear, and there were many cracks and distortions in parts of the recording. However, that gave the caged butterfly an added effect of desolate sadness. It was as if a large invisible hand was holding her heart and squeezing it. The dark memories of her past life flooded her mind. Not able to contain her emotions, she managed to push away Li Lei's hand with an inexplicable burst of energy and ran out of the conference hall. On the way, she ran into many people, but she did not notice them. She only stopped and became a little clear-headed when she was under a huge flower tree. Xiaoling, are you okay? It was Li Lei who chased after her. She supported herself by holding onto the old and mottled tree trunk and slowly squatted down. The pieces of her past kept flashing back at her. The howling dog, the demon-like man with the blood-stained whip. Under the pale moonlight, her face was so pale it was frightening. Seeing that she had huddled into a ball, he leaned down and gently hugged her in his arms. He did not know what had happened, but he was able to feel her pain and fear, so he used the only way he could think of to give her a sense of security and comfort. It was absurd. It was evident that she did not care about him. She had no reaction when she saw him with another woman. Why could he not give up on her? Once he found out that she was hurt, why did his heart ache as well? As he held the petite and soft body in his arms, Li Lei thought that this was probably premeditated in this lifetime. His warmth and serene embrace slowly calmed Xiaoling down. However, once she clearly saw who the person hugging her was, she reached out and tried to push him away. Xiaoling. Li Lei was a little worried and hurt. Xiaoling gave him a perplexed look. There was still a trace of Ji Yulin's perfume on his body. She did not understand why she felt so reassured in such a man's arms when it was obvious that he could not give her the loyalty she wanted. Since you already have Ji Yulin, why did you still look for me? Her voice was slightly hoarse. Li Lei was stunned. Suddenly, joy erupted from the bottom of his heart. Are you jealous? Xiaoling was quiet for a moment before replying, yes, I'm jealous. However, I won't persuade you to stay. Li Lei, I don't want to play a game of jealousy with you in our relationship. If you have an unclear relationship with another woman, no matter how much I like you, I will still give up on you. You said, you like me. Li Lei was so happy that his voice slightly trembled. Xiaoling was speechless. Did you even listen to my main point? Xiaoling, I'm so happy that you like me. Li Lei tightly hugged her just like how he always wanted to. This is the first time you said you like me. I swear I will never do anything to make you upset again. I will definitely keep a distance from other women and only allow you to be near me. That's good. Looks like he still heard my main point, she thought. Xiaoling nodded her head and stood up. Remember what you said, Li Lei. The moonlight shined past the flower trees and sprinkled on her face. It was obscure and beautiful, like a dream. I will never betray you, Li Lei said and lifted his head to look at her. Xiaoling, what happened to you just now? You just suddenly ran out of the hall. Is there something wrong? Faced with Li Lei's question, Xiaoling was unable to answer him. The private and festering wounds were too deep and too severe. Even if he was her boyfriend, she could not reveal them to him. Xia Ying turned her head to avoid his probing eyes and whispered. Yes, I'm not feeling too well. He knew instantly that she was lying. However, he did not dare to expose her. When she met Ji Yulin just now, the way she resolutely turned away from him still lingered in his heart. He was afraid that if he pressured her to tell him the truth, their fragile relationship would fall apart. How much exactly did Xiaoling like him? He did not know. He only knew that she seemed to have many secrets in her heart, and they were probably related to Pei Zihang. Every time she met that man, including now that they were in his territory, she always looked rather strange. His love rival was near, and he did not dare to provoke her at all as he did not want to risk the chance of losing her. As such, he forced a smile, pretending that nothing happened, and said, not feeling well. Then we should go back. Leave the conference. They should leave this dangerous conference that caused him to be on guard the entire time. Xiaoling nodded her head. Both of them were in the back garden. When they traced back their footsteps and returned to the reception hall, the release of the caged butterfly had already ended. The smartly dressed violin quartet once again played a melodious tune. The men and women in the hall paired up, and many people were dancing on the packed dance floor. Xiaoling followed Li Lei and walked through the crowd. Suddenly, a girl walked up to them. She had long curly hair, was wearing a gorgeous dress, and had a peacock brooch on her chest. It was Ji Yulin. She looked at Xiaoling unkindly before turning to give Li Lei a sweet smile. Brother Lei, where did you go just now? I was looking everywhere for you. When the caged butterfly was being released, Li Lei had brushed Ji Yulin off to chase after Xiaoling. This caused Ji Yulin to feel resentful and also strengthened her belief that that irritating woman's relationship with Brother Lei was unusual. That woman was probably just his mistress. How dare she compete with an aristocrat like her? Ji Yulin's fighting spirit was heightened, and she vowed to chase Xiaoling away from Li Lei. She pulled Li Lei's arm towards her again. Brother Lei, can you dance with me? This time around, Li Lei was more obedient and absolutely did not want to make the same mistake. He removed her hand from his arm and said, Lin Lin, I'm sorry, I can't dance with you. Xiaoling is not feeling well, so I have to send her home. What? Li Lei was a big boss, yet he had to send that irritating woman of no status or background home. Ji Yulin was becoming upset. Brother Lei, you can just call for any random driver to send her home. Why do you have to take on the trouble? I don't care, you have to dance with me. As she spoke, she tried to grab onto Li Lei again, but Li Lei quietly avoided her. Ji Yulin was even more upset. Brother Lei, why are you ignoring me? Xiaoling simply could not watch the scene any longer. That Ji Yulin was considered a socialite. Did she not find the way she shamelessly flirted with Li Lei embarrassing? If it was the Pei family instead, in her past life, she had seen Pei Zihang deal with a shameless female family member that flirted excessively during social events. That was really an extreme measure in their family rules. It was so strict that for a long period of time, the entire family kept silent like cicadas in cold weather, and that female family member no longer dared to commit the same mistake. Both families were of high social class, how could their family values differ so greatly? Xiaoling was lost in her thoughts, but after she came back to reality, she felt that something was not right. Ji Yulin's poor upbringing did not mean that Pei Zihang's family upbringing was much better. Otherwise, how could that raise such a pervert like Pei Zihang? She felt a little pain in her heart and forced herself to stop thinking about it. Are we leaving or not? She asked Li Lei with some impatience. We're leaving, Li Lei immediately replied. He was now as obedient as a large pet dog. He accommodated whatever her request was as he was afraid he would provoke her again and cause her to be unhappy. He carefully held out his hand, signaling Xiaoling to hold it. Xiaoling had never held his hand and never thought that he would do that, so she was somewhat taken aback. He looked at her deeply with eyes as green as a forest, hoping that he had gained her favor. It was as if he was saying, look at how obedient I am. How about you give me a little reward? Ji Yulin also did not think that her brother Lei would actually hold his hand out to another woman. Her eyes were almost about to spit fire. In the corner of her eye, Xiaoling saw the way Ji Yulin was gritting her teeth. She initially was hesitant about keeping Li Lei by her side, but suddenly, she became determined. She reached her hand out with a smile and gently held Li Lei's hand. She also gave Ji Yulin a provocative look. Li Lei had a full view of what she was doing, but instead of being angry, he was jumping in joy in his heart. His Xiaoling was finally not indifferent towards him. When a love rival showed up, she would also try to counter her. Li Lei was feeling extremely great as he held Xiaoling's hand and walked in the direction of the main entrance. Slow down. Ji Yulin's voice was filled with fury as she blocked them. Brother Lei, you can't treat me like this. I've already said that Xiaoling is not feeling well. Li Lei took into account the relations of their two families and maintained the gentleness in his voice while being very firm. Lin Lin, can I trouble you to make way for us? I want to dance with you. Ji Yulin was still unwilling to compromise. As she was very emotional, she increased the volume of her voice. That attracted the stares of a few nearby guests. What is going on? A man's voice was heard. Xiaoling lifted her head and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit. His face had a few similarities to Ji Yulin's. Uncle Ji Yu, Li Lei had already called out. Uncle Ji Yu, Xiaoling guessed in her heart that he was probably Ji Yulin's father. She guessed correctly. Ji Yulin turned around to look at the middle-aged man and suddenly became relieved. She resentfully glared at Xiaoling, indignantly pointed at Li Lei, and said, Dad, Brother Lei refuses to dance with me. After clearly hearing what she said, more of the surrounding guests started staring at them. Not only did she capture the attention of the group of high society people, the ordinary people who loved gossip were also intrigued. Many people started to walk towards the commotion, trying to be near to find out what had happened. There was a ghastly expression on Father Gu's face. According to the rules of social etiquette, if a girl invited a man to dance with her, that man could not reject her. Otherwise, it would be akin to giving her a tight slap and announcing to everyone that he thought poorly of her. How could Father Gu witness his daughter endure that sort of humiliation and do nothing? Li Lei, he angrily asked. Our families are considered friends. Can you explain clearly to me what this is all about? Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering out relations. Li Lei also realized that the situation had become a little troublesome, but he remained fearless. I'm sorry if I have offended you, Uncle Gu. However, Xiaoling is not feeling well, and I have to send her home quickly, so I really do not have time to accept Lin Lin's invitation. I'm very sorry. So what if he had offended the father and daughter of the Gu family? It was better than offending Xiaoling. After Father Gu heard what Li Lei said, he finally realized that he was holding a girl's hand. That girl's face was full of mockery and indifference. She was also standing elegantly and straight, and did not look like she was not feeling well at all. Excuses, they were all excuses. Father Gu became even more infuriated and asked Xiaoling, who are you? Xiaoling really did not like speaking to such an impolite person. If it were up to her, she would not even look at him. However, since Li Lei called him Uncle Gu, she still replied. I'm Yi Xingling. She said it very matter-of-factly, like the entire world knew who she was. In reality, she had already been noticed because she was escorted into the hall by two handsome and dazzling men. In the conference, there were also many people who knew who she was. The way she reported her name was mostly nonsense. Father Gu was furious. He actually wanted to ask her what her relationship with Li Lei was, and why was Li Lei protecting her so much such that he hurt his precious daughter for her. She was only an unworthy small star. Father Gu coldly said, I know who you are. You're endorsed by the Gu family's Meteor Wings company. Xiaoling did not respond further and quietly waited for what was about to happen. A few guests that were surrounding them secretly thought to themselves. Does she not know the status of the Gu financial magnate? She should be grateful that they are willing to use a small star like her as their spokesperson. How could she stand in front of an important regular like him and remain so proud and indifferent? How can she be so ignorant? Even if she has a good backing in Li Lei and is Li Lei's woman, she should not insist on being pampered like that and let her wealthy partner help her deal with the people she offends. They secretly shook their heads and felt that she was too pampered and ignorant and would eventually be abandoned by her wealthy partner. Father Gu indifferently said, you have two choices now. Either you apologize to Lin Lin, or you give up the ability to be endorsed by Meteor Wings. There was an uproar among the surrounding guests. For Meteor Wings, that was the most significant endorsement the Gu family made in recent years. Could it be cancelled by just a single sentence? It was said that Yi Xingling was a rather effective spokesperson, and the popularity of her and the perfume was rising. That's like killing 1,000 enemies but harming 800 of your own men. An old man that was holding a red wine glass shook his head. That girl is not sensible, but Mr. Gu is not being wise as well. The surrounding people were also unhappy about his decision. However, Father Gu did not care. He was right that the Meteor Wings endorsement was important, but how could it be more important than his precious daughter? It was even less important now that she was suffering in front of Li Lei. He knew that his precious daughter had been infatuated with Li Lei since a young age and had always wanted to marry into the Li family. If she were humiliated so badly in front of Li Lei, she would definitely not be able to handle it. Besides, he was also eager for them to get married. Although the Gu family was big, it was far incomparable to the formidable giant that the Li family was. If his daughter were able to marry into the Li family, the entire Gu family would be able to gain in leverage and status. Then, Meteor Wings would no longer matter to him. The endorsement would no longer matter to him. Both would no longer be important. Sacrificing Meteor Wings' endorsement to get his daughter back in the playing field, in Father Gu's eyes, was very worth it. Li Lei could not guess what Father Gu was thinking and frowned. Actually, even if he was not talking about the entire Li family, the small ski art entertainment company that he owned in this country did not lack money. Even the money that he had exposed was just the tip of the iceberg. The company could do just as well without the endorsement from Meteor Wings. However, this endorsement was important to Xiaoling as it could help her advance in her career and pave the way for her to achieve fame. He did not wish for her career to be ruined because of an insignificant matter. Uncle Gu, I will apologize on behalf of Xiaoling. Li Lei said very politely. I also want to apologize to Lin Lin. Lin Lin, I'm the one who rejected you, so naturally, I should be held responsible. I will visit you and make amends on another day. I'm really sorry. He bowed his head towards Ji Yulin and Father Ji Yu. Ji Yulin was enraged. What was that all about? She wanted that irritating woman to apologize, but instead, Brother Lei lowered his voice and apologized on her behalf. She had always remembered Brother Lei as a very prideful person, he had his pride engraved in his bones. No matter how gentle or indolent he looked, the pride in bones did not give way easily, and she had never seen Brother Lei bow to anyone before. Ji Yulin was resentful and in an awkward position. She hated Xiaoling even more now. Lifting her finger and pointing at Xiaoling, she said, Brother Lei, your apology is useless. She must apologize to me. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have rejected my invitation to dance. Her health is none of your business. What gives her the right to insist that you take her home? Does she not have feet? Can't she go home by herself? She fired her questions like cannonballs in a very sharp voice. At this point in time, she had gained the attention of all the guests in the hall. Li Lei opened his mouth to speak. She is my employee. Xia Ling finished his sentence. There was no doubt that she was Li Lei's girlfriend and that Li Lei was willing to disclose their relationship to the public. However, she did not want their relationship to be so high-key. She wanted to be a more dazzling queen than her past life and reach the top. The path to fame was very steep. She did not wish to cause complications at such an early stage and let others suspect that she became famous due to some disgraceful means. You're nothing without brothers Ihang. Xia Yu's vicious statement in her past life haunted her and became one of her inner demons. In this life, she wanted everyone to see her ability and not her love affairs or the people backing her. As for Li Lei, as long as he had the heart to ensure that she was not wronged, she was content. The timing was not right yet. Once she had gained some stability in her career, she would announce their relationship to the whole world. Li Lei swallowed the other half of his sentence, feeling his chest become a little stifled. However, if hiding the relationship was her wish, he would satisfy her. He smiled and naturally continued, she's a very important employee. Even if I'm wronged, I cannot let her be wronged. If she was an A-list celebrity, it was self-explanatory for an entertainment company to accommodate her. However, Xia Ling was not. At best, she had the potential to excel as a star. Was it worth it for the big boss of the prominent ski art entertainment to be so caring towards her? At once, everyone was speechless. There were many young girls present who were green with envy. Even if they were celebrities or capable women, who did not wish for someone handsome and influential to protect them. Li Lei's status was also very extraordinary. Although there were so many distinguished guests, they were afraid that only the boss of the organizer, Pei Zihang, was on par with him. All kinds of stares were fixated on Xia Ling. Yi Xingling, if you have any guts, don't hide behind Brother Lei. Apologize to me, otherwise, you can forget about my family's endorsement. Ji Yulin furiously exclaimed. Xia Ling felt that if she refused to say something, she would be labeled as a coward. Lin, Li Lei began to say. Xia Ling held on to Li Lei and coldly said to Ji Yulin, it is such a pity that the excellent Meteor Wing's reputation will be destroyed by the hands of a missy like you who don't know any better. You don't want me to endorse your product? Fine, I hope you remember what you have said and do not come begging me to come back in the future. After saying that, she turned to Li Lei and said, let's go. Li Lei actually wanted to try to salvage the endorsement, but since he saw Xia Ling acting so confidently, he gave up on the idea. Forget it, Xia Ling's happiness is the most important. Besides, she said before that she did not like endorsements. In the future, I will give her better opportunities to make up for it. Li Lei thought. With this in mind, he nodded his head to Uncle Ji Yu and, with an attitude that was neither humble nor disrespectful, said, I apologize again, Uncle Ji Yu. We will be leaving first. He held Xia Ling's hand and walked towards the large door. The guests immediately made way for the young man and woman who had garnered a lot of attention. Many people secretly admired them in their hearts. It was evident that the status of the Li family was different. When Meteor Wing's terms changed due to some external factor and the second young Master Li did not agree with them, they just gave up the endorsement easily. However, before the two people could leave, they were stopped by someone. Stop there. It was a familiar, mellow voice that caused Xia Ling's heart to jump abruptly. She knew who that person was without looking back. His voice often appeared in her nightmares, and she could not get over him. Li Lei turned around and realized who the person was. Mr. Pei, what would you like to add? Xia Ling had no choice but to turn around. This was the first time she was looking at Pei Zihang from such a close distance ever since that time she was kidnapped and drugged by him. Under the radiance of the crystal chandelier, his jaw was as sharp as a knife. Handsome and full of dignity, he only took a few steps and looked at her silently, but she felt immense pressure and fear. She had a near instinctive, deep fear of him. Her body was slightly tense and her arrogance and indifference while dealing with the father and daughter of the Ji Yu family immediately disappeared. Right now, her body was rigid due to the pressure she felt. Li Lei felt that something was wrong with her, so he took a step forward to shield her. As Pei Zihang's line of vision was cut off, he became disgruntled. However, he did not otherwise react. Both of you are just going to leave like that, he murmured. I said before that Xia Ling is not feeling well. Li Lei frowned. You're also called Xia Ling. Pei Zihang stepped forward and moved closer to Xia Ling, giving her a perplexed look. What a coincidence. The diva who passed away was also called Xia Ling. The luxurious glass door of the hall was open, and the cool breeze of the summer was felt. However, it had a rather ghostly sensation. At this moment, although she knew it was impossible, Xia Ling had a bad feeling. It was as if Pei Zihang had already seen through her past and present life, and was there to demand that she return the Xia Ling that belonged to him. Your Xia Ling is already dead. She tightly grabbed Li Lei's hand and slightly quivered. The surrounding guests gasped in astonishment. Was that girl crazy? How could she speak that way to Pei Zihang? She should be well aware that Pei Zihang was unlike the father and daughter of the Ji Yu family. He was the head of the most powerful family in the city and even the country. There was not even the need to mention that he was known for his cruel and cold nature. There was no good outcome for anyone who offended him. Many people were already mourning for Xia Ling in their hearts. Xia Ling also knew that she was being impulsive after saying those words. She saw a moment of haze in Pei Zihang's eyes which foreshadowed his real rage. Xia Ling was very scared and could not help but step back from Li Lei. If it were not for Li Lei holding her, she would have probably been so frightened that she would not be able to stand straight. The 1-year imprisonment in the past severely haunted her. Although she did not completely develop Stockholm syndrome as he had hoped for, she had developed a strange mental distortion. This caused her to feel like a shocked rabbit seeing a tiger whenever she faced Pei Ziheng. Looking at her faintly pale face, the haze in his eyes slowly faded away. Besides her, you're the first person who has dared to speak to me like that. Pei Ziheng paused. No, you definitely cannot be compared to her. Even if she caused trouble, she was always unafraid. His look changed and became both empty and sad as if he was caught up in a distant memory. Xiaoling was silent. In her past life, before she was imprisoned by him, she was daring and arrogant. Even if she said something wrong in front of everyone, she could not care less and remained confident. She was nothing like she was right now, at a loss for words after making a small mistake. However, she breathed a sigh of relief. He could despise her or say that she was not like Xiaoling. She was thankful as long as no one found out about who she really was. With this reasoning, Xiaoling regained some of her composure after a huge fright. I'm sorry, we will take our leave now, she said and wanted to pull Li Lei away with her immediately. However, Pei Ziheng responded. The cocktail party is only halfway done. Don't you think it is rather rude if you leave now? I said before, Li Lei tried to explain. I know that Miss Yi is not feeling well. Pei Ziheng interrupted him. There is a lounge upstairs and 3 private doctors on standby. Miss Yi, you can take a break there for a while and come down later to dance. According to the normal procedures of similar cocktail parties, it was considered very rude if the guests left early without dancing. The request made by Pei Ziheng was not very demanding. However, Li Lei did not want to spend another second longer in that awful place. It was better when Pei Ziheng did not appear. Once he appeared, he would only want to take Xiaoling with him and run away quickly. Pei Ziheng looked as if he saw through Li Lei, made a hand signal, and the large glass door was closed. Li Lei was enraged. What are you trying to do, Mr. Pei? I hope you can respect the last cocktail party dedicated to her. Pei Ziheng solemnly said. The person Pei Ziheng was referring to was obvious. Many guests nodded their head in agreement. It was the last new song announcement party dedicated to the diva Xiaoling. Since it was her conference, it was understandable that Pei Ziheng wanted it to be flawless. This was the minimum respect that he could give to the diva Xiaoling. Since Xiaoling was already Xiaoling, she never noticed this. Furthermore, Li Lei gave her his fullest attention, so they completely ignored how special the occasion was. As the importance of the occasion was brought up by Pei Ziheng, it was not wise to insist on leaving. He looked at Xiaoling inquiringly, wanting to see what she thought about it. If she wanted to stay, he would stay with her. If she wanted to leave, even it meant offending everyone, he would still leave with her. Naturally, Xiaoling wanted to leave, but at that moment, a man wearing a dark black suit emerged from the crowd. It was Feng Kun. Mr. Li and Miss Yi, he said. Please be understanding. I hope that both of you can be considerate towards our emperor's feelings. There were unspeakable grief and sorrow in Feng Kun's expression. It pained Xiaoling to see her old friend like that. The pain she felt was not for herself, but for the person in front of her who still remembered her long after her death. She hesitated for a moment, but as she could not bear to hurt Feng Kun, she nodded and said, okay. Thank you. Feng Kun looked at her and sincerely said. However, Li Lei was not very pleased. As long as we dance, it will not be considered leaving early, right? Not dancing before leaving was very impolite. However, as long as they danced, they would have shown sufficient respect for the occasion. Furthermore, Xiaoling was feeling unwell, and if they left, no one could gossip about her. Feng Kun looked at them somewhat apologetically. Yes, please dance for a song. I know that Miss Yi is not feeling well, but I would have to trouble you to do so. He had always been thoughtful, and his tone was very lukewarm so no one could find an excuse to get angry. Xiaoling also had no intention of going against his wishes. She only nodded and said, then we will dance for a song. She only wanted to leave that place as soon as possible, so she pulled Li Lei's hand and entered the dance floor. The music that was stopped due to the squabble started again. Li Lei used one hand to support Xiaoling's waist and asked in a low voice, do you know how to dance? Don't panic, just follow my lead. Everyone was watching them. Hypothetically speaking, it was impossible for a celebrity like her not to know how to dance, but he had never seen her doing this sort of social dance before and did not know how skilled she was at it or if she would make mistakes in full public view. He deliberately wanted to take care of her, so he slowed down the rhythm. Xiaoling did not speak. She just followed his body movements and danced gently and slowly. Her graceful and adept posture indicated that she was not a beginner. Her long dress spun around as the song played. Very soon, everyone could not take their eyes away from them. It was like the moonlight brushed across their faces. It was like the first bloom of flowers. Li Lei was impatient when it came to socializing and usually did not attend such social gatherings, and it was even rarer to see him engaged in a social dance. Under the backdrop of a free-flowing dance, his well-proportioned and sturdy limbs looked sexy and mesmerizing. Many female celebrities turned slightly red, but they could not help but stare at him and imagine being the ones dancing in his arms. Xiaoling followed his footsteps obediently. In actuality, in her past life, she was a master of social dancing and had even danced with Pei Ziheng during a few social events. Her dancing was flamboyant, incomparably magnificent, and it always mesmerized the crowd. However, as Pei Ziheng and her old friend Feng Kun were near, she did not dare to show a similar dance style as that of her past life as they understood her too well. Fortunately, Li Lei really knew how to take care of her, so she followed his lead, slowed down when he did and danced with a completely different style. They cooperated very well while dancing, just like they had been together for thousands of years. Pei Ziheng's expression became very solemn. It was strange. The dance style of that girl was completely different from Xiaoling's, so why did she keep giving him that sense of familiarity? Even an occasional, inadvertent turn of her waist had Xiaoling's charm. Feng Kun's expression was even duller than Pei Ziheng's. He pushed through the crowd, subconsciously walked to the place the nearest to the dance floor, and fixated his eyes on Xiaoling. He was a music producer, so, in certain areas, he was more sensitive than his boss. The girl before his eyes was brought there by Li Lei and followed Li Lei's movements, but she danced so perfectly. A raise of her hand was like seeing heaven. She was definitely not someone who did not know how to dance and needed an expert to guide her like how she appeared to be on the surface. Her dancing skills were probably no less than Li Lei's. They could even be higher than his. Why did she want to hide? Feng Kun only felt that his throat was dry. The figure of the girl in front of his eyes overlapped with his memory of the diva who was fascinating even when she was just breathing. He imagined if Xiaoling was still alive, if Xiaoling slowed down when she was dancing, if she was more relaxed and careless while dancing. Similar. She was too similar. He could not contain the conclusion that he came to in his mind. It shocked him. They were literally the same person. The music gradually faded, and the song ended. As the two people on the dance floor stopped spinning around, the surrounding guests erupted in applause. At that sort of social event, such applause was rare and was the highest form of appreciation given to dancers. However, Li Lei turned a blind eye to the applause, held Xiaoling's hand and asked Pei Zihang, "Can we go now?" The two men's eyes met in the midair. It was like there was a bright and piercingly cold stare that was as sharp as a sword which appeared in a deep and dark abyss. Li Lei laughed. "Mr. Pei, I will deal with any other tricks that you have up your sleeve. Is it that fun to keep bullying a girl?" He was referring to how Pei Zihang poisoned Xiaoling a few months ago. Pei Zihang kept trying to make things difficult for her and Li Lei could no longer tolerate it. Pei Zihang looked at them deeply. He was unpredictable, and no one knew what he was thinking about. After quite some time, he lightly raised his hand, and the glass door of the banquet hall reopened. Pei Zihang did not utter a sound. He just turned around and left. Li Lei brought Xiaoling out of the hall. As they walked out, he worriedly advised her. "Xiaoling, I think that pervert Pei Zihang has not given up yet. He was probably focusing on Diva Xiaoling today and prioritized the dead, so he easily let you off. In the future, you have to remember to stay away from him, understand? This sort of person is too dangerous and unscrupulous." Yes, Xiaoling was not in a very good mood, so she casually replied to him. Li Lei wanted to say something else, but suddenly, he could hear that a person had caught up to them. "Mr. Li, Miss Yi, please slow down, wait." Both of them turned around to see a man dressed in a suit and with a square handkerchief in his chest pocket running towards them. Once he had gotten close, he panted before saying, "Mr. Li and Miss Yi, I'm sorry for bothering you. I'm Lin Yuani, the assistant director of Jinpeng Media. We recently began shooting a movie and there is a role available that requires dancing, but we have not found a suitable actor for it yet. Just now, Miss Yi's dancing deeply captivated me. If it is possible, I hope that Miss Yi can come to our office for an audition." Xiaoling did not expect that. Just now, she just followed Li Lei's lead when they danced. She did not think that someone would actually appreciate something like that. She asked about her inner doubts. Lin Yuani smiled a little embarrassedly. "Miss Yi, you are too modest. Although you are a novice to the social dance, judging from your lower body movements when you turn, it is obvious that you have very solid basic dancing skills. We need someone to perform a classical dance in our movie. From your movements, I can see a very unique disposition." Xiaoling was speechless. She really wanted to ask him if he was able to see any other disposition of her doing other dances such as Latin dance, hip-hop or ballet. In her past life, she had been involved in every kind of dance. She could not help but think that if he needed any other kind of dance to be performed, he would actually see different types of temperament from her. On the other hand, Li Lei was pleased and smiled. "Lin Yuani, you have a great eye. You can send over the script and we will take a look." If the role was suitable, it was a good idea to let Xiaoling take on the role. Besides, she had just forfeited the endorsement from Meteor Wings and freed many of her days. Lin Yuani said, "It's War and Death." War and Death was written by a famous screenwriter and received much attention in the industry ever since its release. The producers invested a lot of money into making the movie. They hired the best chief director, the best costume designers, and the best special effects team. Moreover, they had an A-list cast of celebrity actors. It was a great honor for a small star like Yi Xingling who had just debuted to participate in an audition. He was surprised that she still wanted to read the script before deciding. Lin Yuanqi smiled a little stiffly. However, Li Lei thought about it before saying, "War and Death." The title sounds rather familiar. I think I might have heard someone mention it before. No matter what, you still have to send the script over for us to take a look. My company's Xiaoling will not take on a job when she has no idea what the job scope is. If she were able to secure the role, it would be the first movie she would be acting in. Li Lei had to ensure that he took care of it well. Lin Yuani could not laugh any longer. That did not seem right. As the big boss of an entertainment company, Li Lei did not even know about such a famous project like War and Death. How had Ski Art Entertainment not shut down yet? However, those were just his personal complaints. He was aware of Li Lei's status and did not dare offend him. Lin Yuani said, "All right, I will send the script over in a few days." Forget it, he thought. If Big Boss Li wants to evaluate the script, I should just let him do so. Besides, this is such a good opportunity. After they have read the script, he will definitely agree and let Miss Yi audition. Yi Xingling's temperament was extremely suited for the role. He hoped that she could succeed in the audition for the role that numerous people had tried out for. If even she could not pass the audition, Lin Yuani would really start to cry. He really could not find a better actress. The next day, he sent the script to Ski Art Entertainment. Xiaoling had seen the script and found it all right. The role she was to audition for was a dancer who would perform a beautiful dance at a palace event before killing the emperor. The role required the performer to be extremely skilled in dance, and the character of the role was not easy to grasp and present as well. If done properly, it would be a highly interesting and fantastic act. However, the level of difficulty was extremely high, and any lack of cautiousness could ruin the portrayal of the role. Li Lei asked her how the script was. She said, "I'll have to discuss it with Sister Mai Na." Li Lei looked hurt. "Why not with me?" Xiaoling simply said, "Can you tell the difference between folk dance and classical dance? Or the difference between war and death and the gambler?" This big boss was good at everything, but he was indeed lacking in professionalism. The first time they met, he had not even heard of the best-selling song from her previous life that brought to fame. The previous night, when Lin Yuanyi mentioned war and death, his look of confusion revealed his complete ignorance of it. Xiaoling sometimes shared Lin Yuanyi's sentiments, landing in the hands of somebody so unreliable. How had Ski Art Entertainment not shut down yet? Li Lei was even more hurt now, but Xiaoling was speaking the truth, and he had no way to refute it. Sister Mai Na arrived quickly. She was a top-tier manager indeed. After having an understanding about war and death and the role, she paused for a mere moment before saying, "Take it up." Xiaoling asked, "Are you not afraid that I wouldn't do a good job?" She was nowhere as confident about her acting as she was about her singing. In her previous life, she had only acted in a grand total of one film, and that role was one that Imperial had specially tailored for her. Sister Mai Na said, "This is a rare opportunity. Although this role is not easy to act out, it suits you quite well, and there isn't that much screen time, so if you put in more effort for it there shouldn't be a big issue. There are so many big shots in this show, and it is a blockbuster. You have a 4.5 minute solo dance scene, it's definitely worth fighting for." The entertainment circle was not a place where accumulating experience meant the most, so it would be foolish not to take a shortcut. Nobody would give up the chance to rise to fame. Hence, Xiaoling nodded. "All right, I'll take it." She gave Wei Xiaoyan a call to let him know that she would not be able to go to the recording studio for a while and that her priority would be to secure the role in War and Death first. Not only did Wei Xiaoyan not make things difficult for her, he simply restlessly replied, "All right, go ahead." His response got Xiaoling worried instead. "Ah Wei, what's the matter, are you unwell?" On the other end of the line, Wei Xiaoyan was in the recording studio, wearing his crisp and clean white shirt with a memorial album between his slender fingers. The album had a black craft cover with a gold butterfly on it, and besides the butterfly were two words in a beautiful handwritten font, her masterpieces. It was the diva Xiaoling's last album. The album included the newly released, The Caged Butterfly, and some of her other songs. Wei Xiaoyan stroked the butterfly gently. "Xiaoling's last album, have you listened to it? I suggest you listen to it. Feng Kun's a jerk, he's using past records to boost their image, but, Xiaoling, we have to postpone our original schedule for the song release, because this album that the jerk has put together has awed everyone again." It was rare to hear Wei Xiaoyan praise Feng Kun, even though it was with the word, jerk. Xiaoling was stunned for a while before the second thought flashed past her, a new album from her previous life. What in the world? She was very sure that there was the only song she had not released, which was Caged Butterfly, unless Feng Kun actually produced a version with no background music, several versions of mixed audio, and several versions of accompaniment, and shamelessly made up an album with those. Forget it, that was not the main point. The main point was, how long would the postponement be? We definitely have to wait until the hype about this new album is subdued. Wei Xiaoyan was desolated. In any case, it's impossible for us to get it out in time for this year's Best New Artiste award. Whether it's yours or not depends on your luck. My luck was not all that good. Xiaoling wanted to mock herself, but considering Wei Xiaoyan's fragile current state, she swallowed the urge. She smiled. "Yup, that's all right. We're just one song down anyway. I, big sister, will still fight my way through." "You're barely of age." Wei Xiaoyan scoffed. "I'll be 19 next year." Xiaoling countered. The days passed quickly indeed. It had been long since she revived. She joked with Wei Xiaoyan for a bit and waited until he felt better before she hung up. In the following days, she spent all her time practicing her dance in preparation for the audition. The audition criteria for War and Death was high. Not only did candidates have to choreograph their own dance item, they were even required to include several grade S dance moves. Time was tight, and Xiaoling tried a few different choreographies before deciding on one. As the day arrived, Li Lei knocked on her door and said he would send her to the audition. "You're coming with me." Xiaoling furrowed her brows. Li Lei laughed. A boyfriend sending his girlfriend there, that's a given. He often fetched her when she worked overtime in the recording studio as well, but that was different. There were no outsiders in the recording studio, but now they were going out, in public. Xiaoling was worried that their relationship would be exposed. Li Lei casually said, "I'll be good. I won't bring you any trouble nor expose our relationship." Looking at how he appeared so expectant, Xiaoling's heart softened. All right. Li Lei was extremely glad that his innocent act worked. "Oh, also, tell your assistant she need not come along." "Why, I'm sending you there, why do I need to send someone else?" His expression changed quickly and was now looking hurt again. "You're really treating me like a chauffeur." But what? I won't be the only one at the audition, and all the other artistes will have their assistant with them. If mine doesn't come along, I'll lack prestige." "Prestige?" Li Lei grinned widely. "Am I not enough to give you prestige?" Xiaoling was speechless. "Oh, boss, if the assistant came along, it would be obvious to everyone who the assistant was. But with him, how were they going to explain their relationship? If she dared reveal his identity, gossip would be all over the tabloids the next day, along with speculations of a minor celebrity seducing a rich man." Xiaoling was vexed. Li Lei could see her frustration and offered. "How about I let you have Su Tang for a while? The image of that beautiful lady with eyes as cold as jade came to mind, and she had an internal battle with herself before deciding she could not afford to have her. Moreover, it did not help with the explanation. Why would a big boss's special assistant decide to be at her beck and call? Forget it. Xiaoling surrendered. Just the two of us then, but don't tell anyone that you're my boyfriend, and don't mention that you're my boss either. Sure. Li Lei grinned in satisfaction. I don't mind revealing my identity. I do. Li Lei was slightly upset. His Xiaoling was good in all aspects, but she was simply too serious when it came to this. But as her good boyfriend, he adhered to her request and kept it as low profile as possible. He even deliberately chose the most ordinary car he had, the Land Rover, to drive her in. Only when they reached the venue did she notice how many branded cars there were. The number of BMs and Cadillacs that lined the entrance was enough to host an expo. Li Lei drove along those cars for a round before finding a spot, and when he finally got his car parked, his phone rang. He peered at the number on his cell phone and told Xiaoling, "You go on in first, I'll come once I'm done with this call." Xiaoling nodded her head and got off. The audition studio was not very far in, and two security officers stood at the entrance talking. She was about to enter when a group of people made their way out. The first one among them was a girl in a pompous outfit with a cup of coffee in her hand. She was talking to the people around her while exiting the studio. Xiaoling could not move in time and got bumped into by her. With a whoosh, the whole cup of hot coffee had landed on Xiaoling. Xiaoling took a few steps back from the impact and felt the sting from the hot coffee. She looked down at herself, only to see her light-colored outfit ruined, and a big blotch of coffee stains on her top. The coffee was still dripping from her outfit, making her look pathetic. Have you got no eyes? The girl in front of her lost her temper first. Xiaoling looked up and realized it was a familiar face, Li Baier. What ill luck, they had turned enemies at the Southern Mountains Equestrian Club, and today they met again. Realizing who it was, Li Baier was first shocked before she sneered. Yi Xingling, who do you think you are? Don't block the way. Move. The last time she had embarrassed herself in front of such a big crowd at the club was all because of this woman. On that day, she had been dumped by second young Master Zhou the moment she got back, losing a financial backer. It took her much effort before she managed to find herself another one, but even so, the hatred had not faded. Xiaoling's chest area was still stinging. She was afraid she might have been scalded. Coupled with Li Baier's false accusations, she lost her temper. The last time when you lost in the race, did your brain suffer a kick from the horse as well? Are you blind? Among the people around Li Baier, one man spoke up. Who do you think you are, being rude after you've knocked into Miss Li? If Miss Li got hurt, would you be able to pay for it? Scram. He turned towards Li Baier and kindly asked, Miss Li, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? A few other people streaming out had begun to crowd around to enjoy the show. Li Baier looked at Xiaoling, pleased that she had so many people with her while Xiaoling was alone. She became more condescending than angry. You're here for the audition. Did everyone in Ski Art die or what? Not a single person's here with you. Or have you lost your backing? Her last three words were vile. She had seen Xiaoling and Li Lei together when they were at the Southern Mountains Equestrian Club and thought that Xiaoling was the sort of selling her body. Given that second young Master Li was well known to change his female partners every so often, and that it had been long since they last met, it was no surprise that Xiaoling was no longer his woman. She scrutinized Xiaoling from head to toe. Huh, cheap goods. You actually dare to wear them out. To be fair, Xiaoling's outfit was not lacking in any way. In fact, it was a limited edition brand item that she got in Paris. But the brand was not too popular, and many of the locals in their country had never seen that brand. Li Baier was now of a different status. She was no longer the lady who vied with others for an outfit in Lucas's store. Now, she was decked in Chanel from head to toe and prouder than before. Li Baier was even surer now that Xiaoling had lost her backer. Elated, she said, look at how drenched you are, haha. Yi Xingling, did you not see this day coming for you back when we were at the club? Let me tell you, you can forget about the audition today and just go home. How do you expect to compete with me in your pathetic state? Compete? You're not fit, Xiaoling calmly said. Though she was stained in coffee, her cool demeanor made her seem like a queen in her grand robe, and everyone around began shrinking back. Li Baier was about to explode with anger, and a spark of hatred flashed past her eyes. She held her head up high and looked even more arrogant than before. I see you're here for the audition. Haha, what a pity, I should let you know that this role has been internally decided, and the chosen one is none other than me. The whole audition is just a formality. Oh well, I'm sorry you made a wasted trip. With that, she observed Xiaoling's face carefully, hoping to see a look of disappointment defeat her indignance. And yet, the one who was disappointed was herself. Xiaoling's expression remained calm as usual, as she looked toward Li Baier like she was a fool. Internally decided, she did not know if Li Baier was speaking the truth, and even if she was, the production team actually dared make her, Xiaoling, somebody else's stepping stone and even a spare candidate, she would make them regret it. Li Baier was extremely disturbed by her sarcastic look and shot her a cold look before simply leaving. Forget it. Anyway, she is already soaked in coffee, there is no need to argue with her further. HMPH, Director Jin's criteria are so stringent, there is no way this bitch will make it through anyway. A whole line of haughty people strode past Xiaoling. Xiaoling remembered her audition time slot and lost the heart to continue bickering with her. She would remember this and take her revenge another day. Peace was restored at the entrance of the audition studio. As Xiaoling took her first step towards the studio, the security officer at the entrance stopped her. I'm sorry, miss. It was a young security officer. Those who are in inappropriate clothing are not allowed to enter. Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. She looked down at her stained clothes and said, I didn't arrive in inappropriate clothing intentionally, this happened because I knocked into someone, as you would have seen. Please let me enter, I'm here for the audition. She did not prepare an extra set of clothes when she left in the morning, and the place she was at was not near any clothing store. The only way was to get into the audition studio and get to a washroom before her audition, it was the only chance for her to salvage her outfit. You want to audition in this outfit? The young security officer could not recognize her limited edition apparel from Paris as well. The design and cut of the outfit were very low-key, and while it was presentable, it was nowhere near that fanciful or eye-catching. The young security officer appeared to be slighting her. Miss, just look at the line of cars parked at the entrance, do you know who the other audition candidates are? As for the car you arrived in. He looked towards the direction she came from and saw Li Lei in a casual sleeved t-shirt, walking from his parked car. You've got the guts to bring a chauffeur along in such a lousy car. And why's your chauffeur dressed so casually? I suppose he isn't professional. Miss, let me advise you, do not get someone to boost your image at the last minute. Just look at how shabbily your chauffeur is dressed, doesn't it further bring your image down? Xiaoling was tongue-tied as she looked at the security officer. She then turned towards Li Lei. He isn't too professional. She had no other way of putting it. Isn't that right? The young security officer was staring closer at Li Lei. You came here sad and all alone, without even an assistant to say the least. What point was there in making up the fact that you have a chauffeur? Look at Miss Li, she has 2 to 3 assistants, her manager, a makeup artist, and even a bag carrier, that's what privilege is called, get it in your head. True enough, Xiaoling thought. Boss, I just knew that you wouldn't boost my image as well as an assistant would. Ahem, the other security officer coughed. He was a lot older than the younger officer, and probably in his 40s. He nudged the younger security officer and then smiled apologetically to Xiaoling. I'm so sorry, miss. Xiao Zhang is new here and often says the wrong things. If he's offended you in any way, please be magnanimous. However, based on our regulations, those inappropriately dressed are not allowed to enter. We will have to trouble you to come back again after you've had a change of clothes. The young security officer was unhappy. When have I said the wrong things? What did I say wrong? It's a fact that she's shabby, what use is there trying to boost her image? Who's shabby? An attractive male voice interrupted. She turned around and saw Li Lei standing beside her. Xiaoling, why haven't you gone in? He frowned. And what happened to your clothes? Xiaoling briefly told him what had just happened. Li Lei looked a little somber. Which Li buyer? Xiaoling was quiet for a while. All right then, it seemed like girls who walked alongside wealthy men were simply insignificant to people like Li Lei. But, it's only been a while, and he actually forgot all the drama that had taken place at the Southern Mountains Equestrian Club. She was about to say something when the young security officer sneered. You people don't even know who Li Buyer is. I guess you don't watch movies. She's a star that Director Jin has groomed and brought to fame personally, her potential is boundless. Director Jin was the chief director of War and Death. He was extremely well known and way higher in status than the Lin Yuanyi who approached her to try out for the audition the other day. Li Lei did not watch movies often indeed, but that did not stop him from smiling grimly. Jin Yifei is tired of living. Xiaoling was shocked. What was this big boss thinking of doing to Director Jin? She tugged at his sleeve, whispering, don't bring up fighting and such stuff all the time. What an innocent victim. The young security officer overheard what she said and mocked them even louder than before. Fight. So you're a gangster, I've seen too many little gangsters like you. Miss, let me advise you, don't get a gangster to act as your chauffeur, don't you know it's very embarrassing. Li Lei glared at that security officer fiercely. It did not matter that he was being laughed at, but no one was allowed to laugh at his Xiaoling. The old security officer got a shock when he saw Li Lei's expression. He was way more experienced than the young officer and was a lot sharper in judging people. This man before him might be in a casual t-shirt and not flaunting in any way, but in his eyes was a subtle but threatening look of power, one that was more intimidating than even the rich and powerful. He appeared like one who could get others to bow down to him even without any show of extravagance. This could only be achieved by those who had lived a life of luxury and authority since they were young. The old security officer guessed that Li Lei was someone of a certain status, and frantically got the young security officer to stand behind him to stop him from talking further. I'm really sorry, Xiao Zhang is new here and doesn't know any better. Please do not put yourself at his level. Oh, right. Mister, may I know how I should address you? The old security officer smiled apologetically and looked only toward Li Lei. Xiaoling was amazed. Experience came with age indeed. With just a little interaction he knew exactly who had the upper hand. Li Lei did not even bother to entertain him as he whipped his cell phone out. Hey, Yunfeng, I'm at the audition venue for War and Death. Get your highest level personnel to the phone. Yes, what am I here for? I sent my Xiaoling here for the audition. Yes, she's my precious, and I finally got her to agree to be with me. Why, do you have an objection? Haha, alright, I'll treat you to a drink sometime. He went on teasing for a while before hanging up. The old security officer was stunned and then turned awful. You, called Director Du. Xiaoling recalled that the biggest investor of War and Death was not Jinpeng Media, the party that invited her to the audition, but the renowned Fanhua Entertainment. And the executive director of Fanhua Entertainment happened to be the Du Yunfeng she met at the equestrian club, who was also Li Lei's brother-in-arms. Li Lei did not even glance at the security officers and simply told Xiaoling, when you go in later, I'll get someone to find you a change of clothes. Next time, remember to put a set of spare change in my car, okay? Xiaoling nodded obediently. A while later, a man walked out of the audition studio hurriedly. In his 40s, he was dressed in high-grade formal wear, even the buttons on his shirt were gold-plated. The moment he saw Xiaoling, he began sizing her up discreetly and then turned towards Li Lei, to whom he presented a pleasant smile. This must be Mr. Li. Hello, I'm the producer of War and Death, Zheng Desong. I did not know you'd be here today, please pardon me for my lack in hosting and welcoming you. Xiaoling was odd. Li Lei was dressed so casually and simply, how did they so accurately judge that he was of a higher status than her? Comparison is really the devil, she thought as she glared at Li Lei, and then smiled in her heart. Having a boyfriend who was so suave and powerful, she was a little proud of it. After his introduction, Zheng Desong respectfully bent over slightly and offered both his hands in a handshake, to which Li Lei had only offered one. After that, he straightened up and extended his right hand to Xiaoling. I looked through today's audition list, this must be Miss Yi. My pleasure to meet you. Xiaoling did not reach her hand out and merely apologized. I'm sorry, my hands are dirty. Li Baier's spilled coffee had caused her to become a mess. Zheng Desong suddenly looked shocked, as if he had just noticed how miserable she looked. This is. Met a mad dog, said Li Lei. What's she called? Li, what? Xiaoling replied, Li Baier. Yes, Li Baier. Li Lei's voice was cold now. She spilled coffee all over Xiaoling, and not only did these two security officers not stop her, they even stopped Xiaoling from entering. Is Jin Yifei so extraordinary now? He thinks he can bully my people with his lackeys. Artiste. Zheng Desong turned towards the security officers and gave them a dressing down. How do you both even handle anything? Hurry and apologize to Mr. Li and Miss Yi. The old security officer looked awful. I'm very sorry, it is our fault for not being discerning. We've realized our mistake, and hope that you'd be magnanimous and forgive the average people like us. He said all the right things and looked at them pitifully. It was not easy for them to make a living. Thus, Xiaoling was about to tell Li Lei to let it go when the young security officer raised his voice. Why should I apologize? The inappropriately dressed are not allowed to enter in the first place. I was just enforcing the rules. Zheng Desong looked at him expressionlessly. Did the rules also say that when you see our guests encountering difficulty, you should simply watch as a bystander and mock them about it? The young security officer choked on his words. Go to the finance department to settle your wages, you don't have to come tomorrow, Zheng Desong told him coldly. The young security officer was in shock and only just realized the severity of the situation. He looked as if he wanted to plead for a second chance but, unwilling to put himself down, he stood rooted to the ground, conflicted and awkward, and appeared like a laughing stock. Zheng Desong did not give him a second look. He turned towards Li Lei and Xiaoling with an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry you had to see our embarrassing security officers. Let me apologize on their behalf, I'm really very sorry for the mistake. I will punish them as necessary and ensure that you're given a satisfactory account. Xiaoling looked towards the old security officer and felt awful about it. He never offended her in any way, and even when he stopped her from entering, he was polite and kind about it. She pointed at the old security officer and told Li Lei, Li Lei understood her immediately and said, Manager Zheng, you can let the older one off. Zheng Desong was surprised, and then nodded smilingly. Miss Yi, you're too kind-hearted. Xiaoling was speechless, this was being kind-hearted. It seemed like taking Li Lei along with her had an additional function, to be awarded praises. The old security officer thanked them profusely. This time, the young security officer had come to a decision and awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Manager Zheng, Mr. and Miss, please don't fire me. Xiaoling did not have a good feeling towards this young security officer. Zheng Desong was right, enforcing the rules. Then what about the fact that somebody had spilled coffee on her and ridiculed her? Why was he standing there and enjoying the show? She pursed her lips tightly, not saying a word. Li Lei's expression was also as cold as ice. Zheng Desong read their expressions and said, please do not plead on his behalf, it'll make things difficult for me. This security officer does not have the proper skills and quality, even if he did not offend Miss Yi today, he would have offended other guests in the future. Wouldn't this be causing us more problems? I have to set the rules straight this time. Li Lei was satisfied and proceeded to walk Xiaoling into the studio. Zheng Desong led the way and took them to his office. He then offered them seats, served Li Lei tea, and appointed somebody to get Xiaoling a change of clothes. Just before they left, Xiaoling suddenly recalled something and turned towards Li Lei. You said. Li Lei sighed and told Zheng Desong, Manager Zheng, regarding my appearance here today, please keep it a secret. Zheng Desong appeared surprised, but quickly put on an understanding smile. But of course, I'll instruct the security officers right away. She was relieved. Although Li Lei was the big boss of Ski Art Entertainment, he was lazy and hardly had a hand in many of their public appearances, and in fact, he almost never showed himself. Xiaoling guessed that few people knew him, and as long as they did not publicize this matter, it should pass quietly, that was also why she was willing to let him come along. Otherwise, if word got around, who was to say what the story would be distorted into? An employee led Xiaoling to a small makeup studio and found her a dance outfit. It was pale green in color and flowy in its cut, almost like a whiff of smoke that could escape between her fingers. The employee was slightly apologetic. I'm sorry, Miss Yi, we don't have brand new outfits here. This one was borrowed from the props team. However, don't worry, although it's just a prop, it was cleaned and sterilized very thoroughly. I hope you won't mind. She nodded her head as a show of acceptance. If not for Li Lei, they might not even have agreed to lend her a dance outfit. This was an outcome she was more than thankful for. The employee left the room and shut the door for her. Xiaoling changed into the outfit and looked at herself on the full-length mirror, realizing that the outfit was surprisingly fitting. She tried a few dance moves and realized that it felt very light and that the outfit did not restrict her movements in any way. Yup, very satisfied, she turned around and prepared to leave the room. But just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, she heard voices from the corridor outside. The one who just auditioned is not bad, the expression in her eyes were strong enough, and her thighs are round and tough. I like her. It was a light-hearted voice. Director Jin, have your preferences changed recently? How could that girl match up to your Lee buyer in any way? Her face, her body, wow, even the thought of it is thrilling. The other voice was even more playful. Xiaoling was stunned. Director Jin, Jin Yifei. Before she could think further, the first voice was heard again, along with a laugh. You like her, I can let you play with her for a few days. How could I lay a finger on your woman? The second voice sounded tempted. What's the matter with that? I'm pretty sick of her anyway. That girl is getting greedy. If I don't teach her a lesson, she will probably forget how much she's really worth. In that case, it'd be bad for me to reject you. Thanks in advance, Director Jin. The both of them started laughing, and their voices soon faded into the distance. Xiaoling rested her hand on the doorknob for a moment, the coolness of the stainless steel sending a chill down her spine, alerting her. Was Director Jin picking a character for his show, or was he picking a mistress? She suppressed her unhappiness and thought for a while. Instead of heading to the audition studio, she detoured to the office first. Li Lei was surprised to see her. Xiaoling, why are you back? He then tilted his head slightly and looked at the outfit she was in. His eyes were gleaming with admiration. You look really good in this outfit. Xiaoling ignored his second line and said, I just recalled something. When I bumped into Li Buyer at the entrance, she said that the role had been internally decided and that she would be the one to take it. If that's the case, there's no need for me to audition. Li Lei's pleasant expression faded as he flashed Zheng Desong a questioning look. Zheng Desong immediately replied, Li Buyer really doesn't know how to handle things, Miss Yi, please don't hold it against her. To be honest with you, she was indeed the internally decided choice, she's been rather close to Jin Yifei recently, and her dancing is pretty good. But after that, our assistant director recommended Miss Yi and Jin Yifei was very interested. He called off the deal he had with Li Buyer and said that the role would be based on merit and would go to whoever deserved it more based on the audition. I see, Xiaoling thought, no wonder Li Buyer glared at me with such hatred. But, did Jin Yifei purely admire her for her dance, or? Thinking back about the conversation she overheard previously, Xiaoling felt uncomfortable. What about the artiste Jin Yifei was sizing up during the audition? Seeing her expression, Li Lei asked, Xiaoling, is there any other problem? Xiaoling hesitated before shaking her head. Having known Li Lei for this long, she had realized how Li Lei was like as a person. He was nice usually, but when he lost his temper, it was hard for anyone to deal with him. Just earlier that day he had caused a security officer to be fired because of a small issue. If he did anything to Jin Yifei just because of her insecurities or doubts, it would be disastrous. Zheng Desong said, Miss Yi, don't you worry, with our members involved in this audition, we will definitely give a fair outcome. Moreover, he looked at her meaningfully. Jin Yifei may appear teasing and unrestrained sometimes, but he is surely a serious man at work given that he's doing so well in the industry now. His words put Xiaoling at ease. But Li Lei drowned at the words, teasing and unrestrained, and would not let it go. Xiaoling, he stood from the sturdy couch. I'll go over with you. Xiaoling was about to agree when his cell phone rang. He looked at it and furrowed his brows. She was not sure what important call it was, but she did not want to interfere. You should just get to it. I'll go over on my own, it's all right. Reading the situation, Zheng Desong stood up as well. I'll walk Miss Yi over. With Zheng Desong's accompaniment, Li Lei was more relieved and decided not to insist. Xiaoling, be careful. Xiaoling nodded and followed Zheng Desong to the audition set. The set was not big. In the center was a temporary wooden stage, and under the spotlights and cameras, a girl in a red dress danced on stage, her movement enchanting and elegant, just like dancing flames. Xiaoling determined at first glance that this girl's dance techniques were far from comparable to hers. Zheng Desong led her past many employees and filming apparatus before finally arriving at the side of the stage. She saw a deck chair there, and lying on it with one leg propped up casually was a man in a floral shirt, and a Vacheron Constantine watch was on his left wrist. He did not notice them entering and was excitedly talking to the man on the stool beside him. The one in red was not too bad, but her foundation isn't strong enough. Her toes were not pointed properly, she needed a great effort to do a bridge, and when she did that spinning movement, even I felt bad for her bones. With someone like that, even playing with her in bed won't be thrilling. He did not lower his volume, maybe it was inaudible from the stage, but for Xiaoling, she heard it clear as day. Zheng Desong appeared uncomfortable and gave a loud cough. The man on the deck chair turned around and seemed shocked to see them. Brother Zheng, why are you here? Are you looking for me? He spoke while rising from his seat with a smile. This is Yi Xingling, replied Xiaoling. Up close, the man was rather good looking with his big bright eyes. At that moment, he was using those very eyes to size her up, and the way he looked at her was practically peeling her clothes off layer by layer. Xiaoling felt disgusted and took 2 steps back. Zheng Desong could sense her uneasiness and went forward to shield her slightly. Yifei, he said, this is Miss Yi Xingling here for the audition. She's an honored guest, please be a good host to her, all right. He placed emphasis on the words, honored guest. The man got a mild shock before smiling. All right, Miss Yi, you're really somebody, even Brother Zheng who doesn't involve himself in the choosing of the cast thinks so highly of you. He appeared more serious now and offered his hand. I'm Jin Yifei, director of War and Death. I heard the assistant director Lin Yuanyi mention you before. Welcome to the audition. Lin Yuanyi had been busy recently, and while he had mentioned to Jin Yifei how good Xiaoling was in her dancing, he completely forgot to mention her relationship with Li Lei. Everybody had seen the way Li Lei shielded Xiaoling at the cocktail reception. If Jin Yifei had known about it, he would not have dared size Xiaoling up before. Xiaoling shook his hand lightly. At this point, the lady in red had already finished her piece and had left the stage. The employees cleared the stage and signaled to Jin Yifei, asking if they could move on to the next audition. Jin Yifei looked toward Xiaoling smilingly. Miss Yi, are you ready? The set is all ready for you. She nodded her head and walked up. It could not be helped that her hearing was impeccable. She could clearly hear the soft whispers between Jin Yifei and Zhang Desong. Hey, brother Zhang, what's this Yi Xingling's background? Isn't she just a new artiste from ski art? Why did you have to come all the way down with her? She has her backing, you'd better be careful. Put your flirty ways aside and don't make any trouble. Backing. Jin Yifei sounded shocked. Is she somebody's mistress? That's not right. Her looks are merely average. What good financial backing could she have that's better than me? Brother Zhang, who exactly is he? Not so loud. Zhang Desong was getting annoyed. Stop creating trouble. In any case, it's somebody you can't afford to provoke. As they spoke, Xiaoling made her way to the center of the stage. More and more lights began to gather on her, and the intensity of the rays cleared all the distractions in her ears and mind. She could no longer hear what they were saying as she stood steadily in the center, and nothing was left in sight nor in her heart except the dance. The instrumental began a beautiful classical Chinese melody. She was familiar with this melody. Before the audition, the production team had sent them this piece. All the artistes who auditioned for the role had to choreograph their dance according to this music, which would be the dance that the character would perform during the celebratory palace feast. She had practiced diligently. As she started moving, her body stretched out, and a small sword appeared in her hand. She was now an enchanting figure. The dance she had choreographed was highly difficult, with challenging movements following one after the other. A jump split followed by quick spins right after the landing, a mirage of moves put together seamlessly. It was not her choice to show off all her steps, but was it not the production team who requested all these challenging moves? To make these moves even more elegant and smooth flowing in a piece, and to better appeal to the audience, she decided to add more challenging steps than required. She remembered the first time she practiced the whole piece and how her body was in knots after just one round of rehearsal. But the effects were stunning. Her swift actions with the sword, along with the peony in her mouth, still fresh and fragrant with drops of dew, had brought her back to thousands of years ago at the very scene of the palace feast. She imagined herself performing before the empress, emperor, and his concubines, and in a split second, did an arched back and began doing spin after spin, turning herself into a splendid and magnificent peony. Vague noises were coming from the surroundings, and there seemed to be some sort of commotion. However, Xiaoling had no time to pay attention to it. She was already deeply immersed in her role. In this beautiful dance, she was the best dancer and also the best assassin. She was in this unsuspecting town for one reason, an assassination. The more she twirled around, the more urgent she grew, and the desire in her heart became more and more eager. She looked at the emperor on the dragon throne. His eyes were intoxicated and his throat was fragile. She could almost imagine the beautiful scene of the edge of her sword plundering his throat. The taste of victory. Her heart was jumping, and her short sword was buzzing. As she continued dancing, her eagerness burned. She felt the peony in her mouth become destroyed. The petals scattered everywhere and brushed across her face and the tip of her sword. As whirling in the dance increased, her body's center of gravity became lower, and she became closer to the earth. The commotion in her surroundings started again, with rising exclamations. They sounded like they came from somewhere far away, as if they came from another world. After some time, the speed of the dance instinctively slowed down. However, the dancers were still spinning around in circles. They danced emotionally and ceaselessly like flowers blooming throughout the darkest areas, slowly turning into phantoms and ghosts. They were like inconspicuous ripples in the dark, all the colors converged, and it was as if life was also exhausted. Speeding up the spinning dance was hard, but slowing it down was even more difficult. However, she instinctively knew from the depths of her soul. Knowing how to perform the dance in the best way seemed inherent in her. She was a natural dancer. Perhaps, this was God's blessing. The music sped up and slowed down according to her dancing. After the completion of her last spin, Xiaoling leisurely pressed her body to the lowest position of the dance, folded her legs, and supported her forehead on the ground. In the illusion of light and shadow, she seemed to see the emperor smiling at her, getting up and holding out his hand. She also smiled. Her body was like a folded flower which was in its most gloomy yet most beautiful state. It was the moment she had been anticipating. Attack. Dong. A sound was heard. The large drum suddenly sounded. At that moment, she turned her body and leapt, twisting her waist and spinning her short sword. With a determination to kill, she pierced the air. A sudden stop, an exclamation, followed by clashing sounds as equipment collapsed. After that, the air was still. The dance had ended. Xiaoling panted as she tried to maintain the last stance of the assassination dance. She was surprised to find out that the short sword she was holding was currently pointing at a person in front of her, Jin Yifei. At this point, he had fallen to the ground with a confounded look. His body was buried in a large pile of photographic equipment which had collapsed as he gaped and looked at her in shock. He looked like he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Could it be that a prop scared him to this extent? On second thought, pointing something at someone was rather impolite. Xiaoling kept the sword and apologized to Jin Yifei. Director Jin, I didn't do it on purpose. He seemed as if he did not hear her and continued to look at her in shock. Xiaoling raised her hand to wipe away the sweat on her forehead. Although she had only danced for a few minutes, the physical exertion was immense. She was very thirsty, so she turned to look for some water to drink. However, she found out that the small temporary stage was filled with people. All of the staff members in the room were standing at the side and looking at her enthusiastically. You danced really well, someone took the lead and shouted from the audience. Cheers and applause followed suit. Xiaoling was startled. That was only her first audition, and she did not expect such a huge reaction. Feeling happy, she waved at them, and the feeling she had at this moment was akin to that in her past life when she had thousands of fans chasing after her. She smiled as she gave the crowd a light and elegant curtsy to acknowledge them. Yi Xingling. Someone shouted her name from behind her. She turned around to find that Jin Yifei had already stood up from the equipment pile. He supported his tripod with one hand and pointed his other trembling hand at her. You, it has to be you. The genius dancer, the perfect assassin. This role was made for you. He was so emotional that he looked like he was going to faint. He stumbled as he ran towards her and shook her hand furiously. Yi Xingling, you must accept this role. As an award-winning director, I guarantee that if you act in this role, you will definitely become famous. Definitely famous. Oh my god, I'm too lucky this time. Thank heavens I didn't directly accept Li Bayer. Thank heavens the position is open for a change of actress. This is wonderful. Xiaoling fell silent. This time, did she rob Li Bayer of her role and indirectly exacted her revenge on that woman? Jin Yifei held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Suddenly, a hand emerged, pulled Jin Yifei by the collar, and dragged him away. Congratulations Miss Yi. It was Zheng Desong, handing her a cup of tea. We would like to warmly welcome you as a member of our cast. A while later, we will assign a few staff members to finalize the contract with your manager. We look forward to working with you. Xiaoling took the cup of tea, slightly sipped it, and tilted her head to look at the still overly emotional director beside Zheng Desong. The role was not the problem. The problem was whether Jin Yifei was reliable. Zheng Desong followed her gaze and also looked at Jin Yifei. He smiled. Yifei is usually quite vocal, but once he starts filming, he does not speak much. He has amazing intuition and control. Humbly speaking, whatever he shoots becomes famous, and whatever he promotes gains attention. Yifei's professionalism far exceeds other directors. Alright, since even Sister Mai Na said that it was a good opportunity. Sister Mai Na would never lie to her. Xiaoling nodded and said, I have no problem with that. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving first. The audition had ended, and the only thing left was her manager's finalization which did not concern her much. In her heart, she kept thinking about going to find Li Lei, but she did not know if he had finished his call. Zheng Desong stopped her. Miss Yi, please wait for a while. I have already asked some staff members to buy a new set of shirt and pants for you. If you don't mind, you can go to the dressing room and change out of the dancing costume you are wearing now. As the highest-ranking person in charge, it was no surprise that he was so attentive. Xiaoling thanked him and went to the small changing room to get changed. The fabric of the clothes the staff had bought for her had a good texture, and the clothes were comfortable to wear. The size was a little too big for her, however, she felt that it was fine as they looked like they fit her quite well on the outside. She looked at herself in the mirror and decided to pack up properly before leaving. Just then, she heard a knocking sound on the door. Once she opened the door, she saw Jin Yifei's slender body leaning against the door and smiling at her. He was still wearing the well-made flower shirt. The first two buttons were unbuttoned and revealed the gold and emerald pendant he was wearing. Paired with the shiny branded watch on his wrist, they enhanced his beauty. He was the perfect example of a rich second-generation heir. Aren't you going to invite me to sit down, Xiaoling? He smiled and said. The tone he used was as if they had known each other for 10,000 years. Xiaoling did not move. Xiaoling, half an hour ago, he was still calling her, Miss Yi. He smiled rather shamelessly. I heard that the employees in Ski Art Entertainment call you that. You see, Xiaoling, we're about to be co-workers. Calling you by your surname sounds too strange, don't you agree? Oh yes, you can just call me Yifei Oppa. Yifei, Oppa, Director Jin, have you watched too many Korean dramas? Xiaoling looked at him emotionlessly. Director Jin, is there something important? He exaggeratedly placed his hand on his heart. Xiaoling, how could you be so cold to me? Xiaoling said, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving now. We can chat another day. He quickly blocked the doorway. Don't, why can't I look for you if there is nothing important? How about you give me some face and eat dinner with me tonight? I know a very good Thai restaurant. She vaguely recalled that half an hour ago, Zheng Desong already told him not to provoke her. Director Jin, someone is waiting for me. Xiaoling placed emphasis on the last part of her sentence. Jin Yifei looked at her and shrugged his shoulders. You aren't even dating anyone. No matter who is waiting for you, he or she is in no position to stop me from inviting you to dinner. Thinking about it, he added, rest assured, Xiaoling. Even if your family has wealth and power, my family's status is not bad and is definitely compatible with yours. If you're with me, I'm sure there will be no loss to you. He actually thought that her backing was a family member and not a lover. No wonder he dared to have ideas. Xiaoling looked at him in shock. How do you know that I am not dating anyone? Even Zheng Desong guessed that she was protected by Li Lei and deliberately warned Jin Yifei that she had a backing. From eavesdropping on their conversation before her audition, she saw that Jin Yifei agreed with his conjecture. Why did he suddenly change his mind after a short while? Oh, his gaze fell on her body. I'm good at observing people. Just now when you were dancing, I observed very closely and noticed that although your body is very flexible, you obviously have not. Xiaoling's intuition told her that what he was about to say was nothing good. Her face had just darkened before someone spoke for her. Flirting with my staff. Are you tired of living? A cold and murderous voice thundered. Jin Yifei immediately stopped talking. Xiaoling lifted her head and saw Li Lei standing close by and looking very upset. Big Boss Lee. Jin Yifei was traumatized looking at Li Lei. Why are you here? This was quite unexpected to Xiaoling. Did he know Li Lei? Turning his head, he could see that Li Lei's face was as dark as an overcast sky. Manage yourself and your women. If I find out that you're harassing Xiaoling again. Jin Yifei finally realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the delicate girl in front of him was actually Li Lei's woman? At this moment, he wanted to give himself a slap on the face. He should have listened to Zheng Desong's warning. Why did he have to chase after women for no good reason? Now, he was in an even more difficult situation. Indeed, he and Li Lei were old acquaintances. The Jin family was involved in a business that involved trade with foreign countries. They frequently offended many people, and their cargo ships were often targeted by enemies, so they needed the protection of the Li family. After a few business transactions, the two families became familiar with each other. Jin Yifei was the family's youngest son and was spoiled from an early age and became a hedonistic, good-for-nothing. When he was 10 years old, he disobeyed his family's orders and refused to help out in the family business. He then made a living wandering from place to place alone and encountered some trouble in the past, and it was thanks to Li Lei that he was where he was today. As such, he was not afraid of anything and anyone except Li Lei. If he had known earlier that she was Li Lei's woman, he would not have dared to make a move on her no matter how brave he was. In his heart, Jin Yifei had already burst into tears. He nodded like a chicken and said, "Yes, I assure you that my group of women and I will never disturb Xiaoling again." Wait, that's not right. My group of women and I. Big Boss Li, which of them has provoked Xiaoling? I will give her a piece of my mind. Li Lei smiled and said, "Li Buyer." This time, he remembered that damned woman's name. So it is her. Jin Yifei flew into a rage. I was just talking about how this little girl is overstepping her boundaries more and more these days. She thinks that just because I treat her well, she can do as she pleases, and now she has caused problems for me. Big Boss Li and Xiaoling, don't worry. I will get rid of her this instant. I won't even give her a compensation fee for breaking up. No, I won't. I thought you said before that you were going to give her to someone else. Asked Xiaoling. Jin Yifei was terrified. Xiaoling laughed. I heard it when I was in the corridor outside the dressing room. Jin Yifei cried. You have heard it already. Well, I admit that I had plans to get rid of her. Transferring this sort of woman to someone else when one doesn't want her anymore is also very common. Li Lei's face darkened and gave Jin Yifei a warning look. Jin Yifei immediately stopped talking. Being the alert person he was, he naturally saw that Big Boss Li did not want him to say those offensive things in front of Xiaoling. It was strange. These small stars frequently slept with men, how precious could they be? Why could he not bring up those offensive things around her like he was around a famous celebrity? Wait, something was wrong. Jin Yifei suddenly had an epiphany. He observed people very well. Just now, he already wanted to say that that girl's posture and the way she danced showed that she had not been touched by any man before. She was a clean and pure young lady. Unless it was Big Boss Li who was unable to have sex with her, otherwise, this was rather odd. This girl was not an ordinary small star that people played with. Since luck brings wisdom, Jin Yifei blurted out. Sister-in-law. What did you call me? Xiaoling stared at him dumbfoundedly. Sister-in-law. Jin Yifei was gleeful and said, Sister-in-law, don't be surprised. I will definitely take care of Li Buyer did and will not introduce her to anyone else. I will get rid of her, hide her, destroy her reputation, and terminate her path to riches. It is her fault for offending my sister-in-law. Who is your sister-in-law? Xiaoling nearly collapsed. Big Boss Li is like my big brother, so you are my sister-in-law, said Jin Yifei. As long as one is willing to lower his pride, one will be invincible. Jin Yifei's strategy of being shameless was perfect. He was above 25 years old but still called an 18-year-old young lady, sister-in-law, without any stress. He also gave Li Lei a smile of flattery. This strategy was very useful. Li Lei's initial face of dissatisfaction immediately changed from dark to bright. Yes, this Jin family member, you have a good eye. Xiaoling's face turned red. She had never been called sister-in-law in both of her lives. She had always been accustomed to hiding her love in a dark corner that never received any light or blessings. However, today, she had gained recognition. Her heart full of emotions, she lifted her head to look at Li Lei and saw him looking at her with a smile. Her face turned even redder, and she quickly shouted at Jin Yifei. Shut up. Her voice was very soft. Sister-in-law was embarrassed, so Jin Yifei smiled and stopped talking. However, in his heart, he was thinking of numerous gossip factors. Oh my god, he thought. I actually guessed it correctly. This girl and Big Boss Li are seriously a couple. Those unclear and spoken rules in the transactional relationship were actually used to hide a clear and pure romance. This was Big Boss Li's first love. Big gossip. Jin Yifei wanted to howl in excitement and share this important news with everyone he knew. However, he could not. As Xiaoling had fiercely threatened Li Lei not to expose their relationship, Li Lei could only fiercely threaten Jin Yifei to keep their relationship a secret. Jin Yifei agreed readily, but in reality, he had many complex emotions and endured many difficulties. What had he just seen? This seemingly delicate girl threatening Big Boss Li. And Big Boss Li had not resisted. Why did he not realize before that Big Boss Li was also a henpecked husband? Oh god, this world was too crazy. Jin Yifei's tears were about to fall. Xiaoling did not care that much. Once he promised to keep the secret, she was no longer worried. After some time, she arrived at the studio in a very low-key car as per normal to participate in the live shooting of War and Death. She was going to film a part that required much singing and dancing, an assassination during a palace feast. All the main characters in the movie gathered together, including the top-tier celebrities. These top-tier celebrities had very tight schedules, were bad-tempered, and were used to people waiting on them. They would not even acknowledge small stars like Xiaoling who had just recently debuted if they saw one. Xiaoling did not like hypocritical social gatherings, so she was very bored. However, Jin Yifei was nervous. Before starting, he pulled her away for a few steps before saying, "Sister-in-law. Don't call me sister-in-law," snapped Xiaoling. Jin Yifei laughed. I know that I can't disclose your relationship with Big Boss Li, okay? Don't worry, when there are people, I will call you, Xiaoling, but if there is no one, I will call you, sister-in-law, in private. Anyway, don't worry, he had spent many years fooling around with women and had seen all types of females. The director understood women's psyche and realized very quickly that Xiaoling was only putting up a bold front. She said that she did not like being called sister-in-law, but the way her body reacted, in her heart, she liked Big Boss Li. Jin Yifei said, "Sister-in-law, you have to be more careful. These big celebrities are all considered lords of the industry, you can't risk offending them." Xiaoling had no more energy to correct the way he addressed her, but she was puzzled. Even you can't afford to offend them. Although she saw the shadows of two movie kings of the luxurious lineup and a few new stars that were currently famous, no matter what, Jin Yifei was a big director who had won many awards internationally. His renowned name was far above that of the movie kings and queens. Sure enough, Jin Yifei stomped his foot. Who said that? The actors have no choice but to listen to me obediently. Xiaoling was still doubtful. Then, Jin Yifei did not stomp his foot again, but looked at Xiaoling and said disheartened, "Forget it, just take it as if I never said anything. Even I cannot afford to offend you, sister-in-law. You are the true lord, all right." He then tried to probe her for more gossip. "Sister-in-law, when are you and Big Boss Li going to get married? When that day comes, I will bring a few brothers to support you." Getting married? Nothing tangible was even in sight yet. Xiaoling felt an inexplicable emptiness in her chest. She only promised to be with Li Lei because of an accident, or maybe it was because she had been struggling so long in the dark that she impatiently wanted to hold on to the only ray of sunlight in her life. Li Lei was that ray of sunlight which was warm, bright, and could dispel her boundless coldness and fear. But, marriage. Was she even worthy of a marriage ceremony? "Director Jin, you can start shooting." A studio assistant ran over and shouted. Jin Yifei acknowledged him and turned back to look at Xiaoling. "Sister-in-law, we have to go. Just relax during the shoot and don't be nervous." Xiaoling's heart was troubled, so she did not even realize that she had followed him until he handed her the short sword that she used as a prop. Only then did she try to stabilize her emotions. The music started, lights flashed, and the camera lens followed them. She instinctively performed the resplendent sword dance. Jin Yifei stood behind the cameraman, and his expression slowly became stern. "Cut," he yelled. Xiaoling stopped moving and turned around to look at him inquiringly. "Sis, Xiaoling," he said. "Your expression is incorrect. You need to be more charming, more frightening, and more seductive. Look less sorrowful and look colder. The expression you had during your audition was very good, like a blood-stained thorny rose." Xiaoling understood that she was distracted and apologized. They started to shoot again. It was still not right. Xiaoling knew it was difficult for her to concentrate now, so she told Jin Yifei, "I'm sorry, director. How about you shoot the other scenes first? I think I need some space first to reconnect with that feeling." After she said that, the entire studio fell silent. The setup for this scene took the entire afternoon. If they were to shoot other scenes first, they would have to take down the entire setup. Furthermore, many A-list celebrities were in the same scene as her. The actors acting as the emperor, princesses, and royal consorts were all seated in the hall and their time was precious. Every minute and second to them was a lot of money. As a small star, what right did she have to delay the shoot? "If you really can't do it, then get a replacement." A famous actress reprimanded. "If you act like this, we really can't accommodate you. Director, either you replace her, or you replace us." Xiaoling was stunned and realized her mind had wandered too far off this time. It was not about whether she danced well, but the sentence she blurted out when she walked away. She forgot that this was not ski art entertainment, that this was not the location of a music video shoot, and this was most definitely not Pei Zihang's Imperial Entertainment's shooting studio. She was not in any of those places that treated her like a princess. Here, she was a small star. How could she be so big-headed that she wanted the A-list celebrities to wait for her? In this situation, even she felt a little embarrassed for herself. This also gave Jin Yifei a headache. However, as he respected Big Boss Li, he made the decision to help Xiaoling. "All right everyone, let's take a short break and shoot this scene later." That actress who was currently famous was not happy. On what basis? Who is she anyway? Before Jin Yifei could respond, Xiaoling was already furious. She coldly remarked, "You want to shoot now? Fine, let's have more outtakes and see how long you can last." It was autumn, and their scene was being shot in a scenic spot in the mountains. As the film took place in midsummer, the actresses were all dressed in thin clothing. Xiaoling was fine because she was moving around constantly as a dancer, but it was difficult for the actors who were sitting as they were cold and shivering. "You," that famous actress gritted her teeth. Xiaoling looked at her provocatively. It was true that Xiaoling said something she should not have said, but that did not mean that she could endure someone's condemnation. Was she not just a famous actress? Why did she have to show an air of superiority? In the past, when she was in high demand to star in a big-budget production, that so-called famous actress was still begging some agency to give her a role. The atmosphere was becoming stifling. Jin Yifei started to become worried for the famous actress. When it came to fighting prowess, she was definitely not Xiaoling's match. Not only was Xiaoling's fighting power off the charts, but she also had her big boss backing her up. How could that actress compete with her? As such, Director Jin tried to mediate the conflict again. Everyone disperse for now. Go somewhere warm since it is so cold today, I don't want to keep reshooting. His great reasoning had placated everyone. Except for the famous actress who took a beating from Xiaoling, the other A-list celebrities were dissatisfied but were not willing to endure the cold wind. God knows how many outtakes that small star Yi Xingling needed. It was better to disperse for now. When she had regained her composure, shooting again was not too late. The actors and crew members dispersed and started to shoot another scene. That famous actress took the big shawl from her assistant, walked past Xiaoling, and said in a high-pitched voice, "What's your problem?" Xiaoling also shot her a look of disdain. That actress froze. Yi Xingling, what are you implying with that look? Sun Jing, you actually think you are that great? Xiaoling sarcastically replied without looking back to acknowledge her. Out of respect for director Jin Yifei who called her sister-in-law, wait, no. Out of respect for director Jin Yifei who called Li Lei, Big Boss Li, she did not want to cause such a large scene on the film set. Unexpected meetings may occur in the future since they were in the same industry, so there would eventually be a chance in the future to deal with her. Unfortunately, Sun Jing was unwilling to relent and blocked her path. Wow, small fry, are you trying to be unreasonable? Do you think you're all that impressive after landing a small role such that you don't even have to respect your seniors? Let me tell you, not only am I a more prominent actress than you, but I'm also one of the spokespeople for the movie. What about you? Besides getting outtakes and living from paycheck to paycheck, what good are you? Sun Jing was very beautiful and had sharp, seductive eyes. She was the longtime spokesperson of a relatively well-known gold jewelry brand, Dynasty Jewelry. Indeed, it was thanks to her that this movie obtained sponsorship from Dynasty Jewelry. There were few sponsors for historical films, and the sponsorship she secured for the film was very important. However, Sun Jing was a little bit of a show-off. She had a superiority complex and bragged about herself to everyone she met. As such, she could not handle being mocked by Xiaoling. She really wanted to use her endorsement as a bargaining chip to end Xiaoling and make Xiaoling aware of the insurmountable gap between the big stars and the small stars. The big uproar she caused attracted the stares of the surrounding staff members and big celebrities who were resting. Some of them mourned for Xiaoling in their hearts. Xiaoling was a small star who had just debuted. She had never seen Sun Jing's ability to one-up her competitors. Did she really think that Xiaoling was merely provoking her? Then she would have made a grievous mistake. One male star used his elbow to nudge the emperor beside him. Hey, brother Rong, look. The camera there is still on. The person who acted as the emperor of the film was called Rong Ping. He took a brief glance at the camera that was silently filming, picked up his cup to drink some water, and said, "Let the little girl endure some hardship. She is too stubborn. If she doesn't suffer now, in the future, she will suffer even more." That male star laughed and shook his head. Brother Rong, you really don't have any compassion for women. On the other side of the movie set, no one knew what the two of them had argued about. Xiaoling's expression was indifferent, while Sun Jing's expression changed from anger and arrogance to indignance, biting her lower lip as if she were about to cry. She was a natural beauty, so when she cried, people could not help but feel sympathy for her. In contrast, Xiaoling's cold look seemed very arrogant. Jin Yifei felt as if he was going crazy. He had just been pulled aside by the stage manager to discuss a matter, but immediately after, he found out that there was conflict again. He quickly shouted at the cameraman. "Turn the cameras off, do you not want to live? I don't care how many benefits Sun Jing gave you. God forbid should anything bad happen to Yi Xingling, I will cut off your heads." The two cameramen rarely saw director Jin so enraged, so they quickly turned off the cameras. They really did receive a few benefits from Sun Jing's agent and were prepared to take some shots of Sun Jing, edit the footage, and use it as entertainment news. The general topic of it would be about how a small star was big-headed and the famous actress Sun Jing was wrong for the sake of the bigger picture. That was how Sun Jing one-upped her competitors and gained the status she had today. Xiaoling knew nothing about the tricks Sun Jing had up her sleeve. Regardless of whether she was in Imperial Entertainment or in Ski Art Entertainment, she was always protected seamlessly. How could she have known about these dirty tricks? In the past, nobody even dared to offend her. Even during the conflict she had with Xia Yu, she knew that she had to look out for the paparazzi, but she did not think that even the cameramen in the film she was in were also acting as paparazzi. Delete them all, repeated Jin Yifei. Those two cameramen did not dare to slow down. Under the supervision of Jin Yifei, they quickly deleted all the shots they took. The male star who was sitting beside Rong Ping took notice of this. Oh my, looks like this little girl is quite lucky. Director Jin actually protected her. Looks like she won't be implicated this time. Rong Ping seemed to have no expression, but inside, he was quite shocked. Jin Yifei was too nice to that little girl. However, looking at the interaction between both of them, they do not seem like they are dating. Then, who is this Yi Xingling? What sort of backing did she have such that director Jin easily accommodated her? Don't offend that girl. Rong Ping patted the shoulder of the male star who was next to him. What? That male star was astonished but smiled immediately. Brother Rong, I think you're right. Good men do not fight with women. Besides, that little girl is quite good. I saw her dance in the audition, and it was really breathtaking. The only reason why she had so many outtakes just now was probably because she really was not in a good mental state. Besides, the aura when she spoke, if I didn't know better, I would have thought she was a queen. Brother Rong, I foresee that sooner or later, there will be a day when she will join you in collecting an Oscar like the movie Kings and Queens. That was a very high evaluation of her, but surprisingly, Rong Ping nodded in agreement. After that, they started to mourn for Sun Jing. Poor Sun Jing was still dreaming of pitting against her without knowing that she was someone that she could not defeat. How could you go so far as to say my endorsement is rubbish? Sun Jing did not know that the camera had been turned off and was still skillfully acting. How could you say that when you don't even have a single sponsorship endorsement? Xiaoling did not say that Dynasty jewelry was rubbish. She only said that she was a rubbish spokesperson. However, Sun Jing purposefully exaggerated the topic and turned it into Xiaoling undermining the film sponsor instead of a personal grievance she had. Even if Xiaoling was slow, she heard what was wrongfully said, frowned, and wanted to speak before a voice interrupted her. It is so lively in here. She turned her head and saw an old man with a head full of white hair. He was wearing a navy blue exquisite Chinese tunic suit, traditional white cloth shoes, and holding a cane in one hand. With the help of a young girl, he slowly walked over. Old Master Ji-Yu. Xiaoling was very shocked. Was that the Ji-Yu family member whom she saw when she was in the Ji-Yu garden and was a man of his word? What sort of wind had blown this respectful figure here? Little girl, are you being bullied again? Old Master Ji-Yu looked at her kindly. She had a very good attitude towards this elder whom Li Lei also respected. She put away all of her cynicism and arrogance, smiled and said, Old Master Ji-Yu, do you think I look like someone who is easily bullied? After hearing what she said, Old Master Ji-Yu smiled, shook his head, and looked at her warmly. When you call me, Old Master Ji-Yu, it sounds like we are not close. You can just call me, Grandfather Ji-Yu, like Xiao Lei. Li Lei really liked this little girl, and Grandfather Ji-Yu liked her too, so he treated her more kindly when he spoke to her compared to others. The surrounding people were all confused. Where did this old master come from? He was well dressed, and his gracious manner indicated that he was not an ordinary person, but no one knew who this big shot was. Sun Jing, however, refused to concede. She was unafraid as she had some backing too. As such, she asked Old Master Ji-Yu determinedly, excuse me, but who are you? Considering Old Master Gu's status, he would never acknowledge an actress. He only spoke to Xiaoling. Little girl, Grandfather Ji-Yu is here today because I brought my good-for-nothing granddaughter to apologize to you. Xiaoling blinked. Good-for-nothing granddaughter. She finally realized that the person supporting Old Master Ji-Yu at the side was actually Ji-Yu Lin, who had a conflict with her during the Imperial Entertainment reception party some time ago. In the past, the little girl Ji-Yu Lin was swollen with arrogance, but today, as she was standing beside Old Master Ji-Yu, she was as meek as a sheep. Xiaoling laughed lightly and said, this matter is in the past. I have not taken this matter to heart. Well, you did not take it to heart, but Old Master Ji-Yu was angry, yet he laughed. Little girl, you have such a big temperament. Are you really going to forfeit the Meteor Wings endorsement just because of what she said? Ji Yulin was in the wrong that day during the reception party. However, she and her father have no right to change something that I decided on. I made the final decision for you to have the endorsement with Meteor Wings. Nothing they say counts. The surrounding people gasped in astonishment. They finally understood the background of the old man who was dressed in the Chinese tunic suit. It was actually a family member of the reputable GU financial magnate who had retired for many years. The news of the termination of the endorsement between Meteor Wings and Yi Xingling was known by some people in the inner circle. Everyone thought that Yi Xingling had suffered a huge loss as no good could come from offending the GU family, but they did not expect that the old master of the family would personally appear to apologize to her. Sun Jing's expression changed slightly. Her endorsement with Dynasty Jewelry was not bad, but it did not reach the scale of GU financial magnate's endorsement. Furthermore, her backing was far inferior compared to the GU family's old master. For a moment, her posture and expression became more respectful. However, Xiaoling did not care. It really doesn't count. Uncle GU already sent a letter through his lawyer regarding the termination of the endorsement. I have already settled that problem, said old Master GU cheerfully. Little girl, don't be as insensible as your Uncle GU. He only has one precious daughter, and he usually spoils her, so he was irrational. I have already disciplined him. After knowing that Father GU terminated the endorsement with Xiaoling, old Master GU was infuriated. That night, he abided by the family rules and deprived Father GU of some of his inheritance rights. His son was good at everything except disciplining his grandchildren. He loved them too much, such that they developed an exaggerated opinion of their abilities. In the end, he even wasted the GU family's wealth and had to rely on their reputation to clean up the mess he created. Father GU could destroy the entire Meteor Wings just for his daughter. It was not certain as to whether he would destroy the entire GU family one day. This was why old Master GU was boiling with rage. The reputation of their family, which was built on for more than 100 years, was not made for him to squander like that. Old Master GU also fiercely reprimanded GU Lin and warned her that no matter what her tomfoolery was, she must never do anything to harm the interests of the GU family. Otherwise, the next time she made such a mistake, he would remove her name from the genealogy. He was always a man of his word. As such, GU Lin became afraid. If her status as the daughter of the GU family were revoked, she would amount to nothing. She had no choice. Even though she still harbored hatred in her heart and felt unwilling and wronged, she still had to follow what old Master GU told her to do and apologize to Xiaoling. I'm sorry. She lowered her head and tightly clenched her fist. Yi Xingling, it was my fault. Please don't be insensible like me. Come back to Meteor Wings and continue the endorsement, she said in a soft voice. In her heart, she was about to explode. To her, it was obviously the fault of the executives who spoke gibberish in front of her grandfather about how after Meteor Wings lost the endorsement with Yi Xingling, its reputation and sales were on a decline. Otherwise, how could her grandfather bear to let the eldest daughter of the GU family apologize to a small star? This small star had also seduced Brother Lei. GU Lin was filled with resentment. Actually, old Master GU knew about what GU Lin was thinking about. The reason why Father Ji dared to risk meteor wings to save his daughter's face in front of Li Lei was obviously that of the idyllic dream of her marrying into the Li family. However, old Master Ji, who had endured many years of hardship, deeply understood that Ji Yulin was never destined to marry Li Lei. Not only did Li Lei treat Ji Yulin as his younger sister, even if he did want to marry her, but old Master Ji also would definitely not agree to their marriage. The Li family was part of a criminal syndicate. Even though their domestic business looked peaceful and calm, their overseas dealings were very messy. Arms dealers, smugglers, privates, and mercenaries were all inextricably linked to his family. Marrying into this sort of family was too dangerous. Even Li Lei's birth mother, the niece of the Italian mafia's godfather, died in a fire because her personality was too delicate. Considering that, there was no need to even think about Ji Yulin as she did not have any background in a criminal syndicate and was also an extremely simple girl. Indeed, in old Master Gu's eyes, Ji Yulin was too simple-minded and sometimes, rather foolish. Ji Yulin looked smart, but in reality, she had no awareness of the time and location she was in and frequently blindly caused mischief without considering the consequences of her actions. Furthermore, Li Lei's personally chosen girlfriend, the girl who looked cold in front of her, was the polar opposite of Ji Yulin. She seemed quiet, but in reality, she was full of ideas. When it was time to be arrogant and strong, she was very arrogant and strong. When it was time to be low-key, she would remain out of the limelight. Only someone like that was worthy of marrying into the Li family into the future. What old Master Ji wanted to do was to prevent his family's ignorant son and granddaughter from offending the future mistress of the Li family. No, it was possible that they may even have offended Li Lei as well. After the old master reached 100 years old, how can the friendship between the two families continue? They must never become enemies. Old Master Ji cared so much for the next generation of the Ji family that it broke his heart. That was why he put aside his age and status and personally brought Ji Yulin to the film set in the mountains to apologize to Xiaoling, hoping that Xiaoling would forget their previous conflict and continue being the spokesperson for Meteor Wings. The Meteor Wings endorsement was insignificant compared to the repairing of relations between the two families. Xiaoling did not know that old Master Ji had so much in mind. However, since old Master Ji had already personally brought Ji Yulin there to apologize, she had to give him some face. As such, she smiled and said, "Let's not bring up that matter and leave it in the past. I will adjust my schedule with my manager and free up some time for the Meteor Wings endorsement." She had accepted the Ji family's apology. Only then did old Master Ji sigh in relief. He was not mistaken. The girl in front of him was not someone who enjoyed stirring up trouble. In contrast, she knew about the general situation and cared about the overall outcome. Although she had a proud and hot-tempered personality, when she saw Ji Yulin lowering her head to apologize, she did not take the chance to flare up and criticize Ji Yulin. She was really showing respect to the Ji family. Old Master Gu's expression became kinder. "Little girl, the Ji financial magnate will not treat you poorly. I'm sure they will treat me well." Xiaoling smiled. "Grandfather Ji, you have traveled very far to come here. How about you take a break? There are 5-star hotels that the crew booked nearby. I will ask Director Jin to allocate 2 rooms for you." Before old Master Ji could react, the surrounding people were in shock. How could she ask Director Jin to do something like that? Director Jin was a prominent director who had won numerous international awards. As a small star, how could she use that sort of flippant tone to ask him to do something as if he were her younger brother? On the contrary, younger brother, Jin was delighted to be called. Yes, I will arrange it now." Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out from staring at his reaction. "Don't bother yourself," said old Master Ji. "I'll take my leave now." He was there to apologize to Xiaoling. Even though he was in the wrong, it was still embarrassing to have to apologize in front of so many people. As such, he did not want to stay any longer and was intending to leave with Ji Yulin. Before leaving, he remembered something and turned around. "The movie is War and Death, right? Have you received sponsorship from a perfume company yet?" Generally, films would be happy to accept sponsorship and do product placement in the film. Such advertising was a huge revenue stream for film producers. However, historical film pieces tended to receive much fewer of such sponsorships than modern-day films. Hearing old Master Gu's question, Jin Yifei hurriedly answered, "No." Old Master Ji nodded. "Why not let the Ji family sponsor you? We have a lot of perfumes that were inspired by historical traditions and cultures and have perfume recipes from way back. There are many complementary elements between our perfume and this film. Director Jin, please help pass on the message to your producers. We can discuss on a sponsorship package that is suitable." Even a blind person could see that old Master Ji was doing this to show Xiaoling face. Jin Yifei was delighted and replied, of course, I will." The last remnants of unhappiness that Xiaoling had against the Ji financial magnate disappeared on seeing how old Master Ji was dealing with the matter. She really had no reason to stay angry. Thus, she graciously thanked old Master Ji and watched as he left with his granddaughter. She turned around and saw Sun Jing staring at her with a complicated expression on her face. Xiaoling laughed. "What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face?" Sun Jing was upset, but could not throw her temper at Xiaoling. Those that were able to succeed in the entertainment circle were not dumb. She might have bullied Yi Xingling at first, thinking that she was an easy target, but today she realized that Yi Xingling had a backer that was much stronger than her own. Hence, she could not walk over Yi Xingling like before. What's more, to get the Ji family sponsorship, they had the reputation in the entertainment circle for being exceedingly generous, and they would definitely be forking out more than her backer, Dynasty Jewelry. She glared at Xiaoling with jealousy and the unwillingness to be outdone written in her eyes before walking away with a huff. The staff and other actors that were standing around also looked at Xiaoling with renewed interest, the disdain and neglect they showed initially now long gone. What replaced it was enthusiasm and boot-licking, as they all wanted to get to know her more. Two veteran female artistes called her over to have an amiable chat, and it was not long before Rongping and the other male artistes joined in the mix, turning the atmosphere in the filming location more relaxed. Jin Yifei completed filming another scene and returned to direct the remainder of the day's filming. This time, Xiaoling's dance was on point and her dance poses were perfect. However, Sun Jing clearly was still reeling from the shock and was constantly in a daze, resulting in many ing takes. Jin Yifei sighed and called it a day since he felt that there was no way they were going to be able to complete the filming that day. Xiaoling was perspiring slightly from having danced for a long time in the day and only started feeling cold now that they were released. Her assistant, Wei Wei, came over to help her to the makeup room to get changed, but Xiaoling refused her help, saying, "You can go back to rest first. I'll stay on for a while more to practice the takes for tomorrow." Other than the film that Imperial Entertainment had tailored just for her in her past life, this was Xiaoling's first time filming a movie. She was worried about the assassination scene immediately after the dance scene, which she felt had something lacking, hence wanted to take this chance to practice more. She had always been diligent when it came to her work. Wei Wei was a young and innocent girl and was happy to abide by Xiaoling's wishes. She poured Xiaoling a glass of hot water, before following the large group that was heading back to the hotel together. This left Xiaoling alone in the large filming location to practice the assassination scene. When the dancer attacked the emperor, chaos would break out. The emperor would run away disheveled, and the dancer would chase him down, piercing through the emperor's heart from the back with a sword. Xiaoling had died in the same way in her past life, and hence did not particularly enjoy this scene. She needed to practice a few more times to ensure that she made no mistakes in the actual filming. She forced herself not to think about what she saw just before her death in her past life, and practiced the motions again and again for a long time. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out in the empty venue. "You're killing someone. That's not the way to do it. You should be piercing through from under the third rib from behind, and then turning the sword a little, only that will kill him in one shot." Xiaoling gave a start and turned to see where the sound came from. In the filming location, under the huge shadow of the historical film set from the setting sun was an old, rickety man standing under a dragon painting with a broom in hand, watching her. She did not know when the old man had appeared like a phantom. She took a step back and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "You're asking me who I am." The old man smiled, his voice croaky and unpleasant. "People call me Old Man Bao. I'm the props director in this film team, caring for all the props. Miss Yi, I need to collect back that short sword in your hands. Why did this film team hire this eerie props director?" Xiaoling was distracted as what Old Man Bao said rang in her ears, pierced through from under the third rib from the back, before turning the sword. Oh my god, wasn't that the exact way that she had been killed in her past life, with this exact handling of the sword? The coldness and pain that she felt in her past life just before she died came back to her, leaving Xiaoling dizzy. Her hands and feet turned cold, and she could hardly hold herself steady. She glanced quickly at the props director in the shadows, threw the short sword in her hand down, and ran off like she was escaping from a monster. When she was back at the hotel, most of the film team had finished their dinner and returned to their rooms to rest. Xiaoling ordered a lunchbox and brought it back to her room. She ate a few random mouthfuls, took a shower, and lay down on her bed to sleep. Wearing coral cashmere pajamas and lying down in the soft, comfortable bed, she closed her eyes and soon drifted off into dreamland. Suddenly, that croaky voice drifted over from afar, the third rib, pierced through the back, kill in one shot. She screamed and woke up, a cold sweat breaking out over her body. The memories flashed past in her mind in a mess, like a huge demonic web that was trying to entrap her, making her feel terrified and uncomfortable. Subconsciously, she grabbed at the pendant hanging on her neck. This was a small platinum ring that had two letters engraved in the inner surface, L and Y, her and Li Lei's surname initials. She breathed a few deep breaths before her heartbeat started to slow down and return to normal. All of a sudden, she heard a sound outside her window. "Who's that?" She jumped and asked out loud, her voice trembling. The window creaked for a moment, and the curtain was pulled back as a person jumped into the room. It was a handsome man with long, slender limbs, agile and muscular. His tan, brown skin was attractive under the off-white t-shirt he was wearing. On his neck was a pendant of the same platinum ring that she had. Li Lei. Xiaoling felt herself relax. "You scared me. What are you doing here?" They were in a mountainous region in the outskirts of S City, very far away from the apartment they were living in. "Is it a nice surprise to see me?" Li Lei smiled as he walked over. "I avoided all the tabloid reporters, fans, and security to get here, Xiaoling. It was really difficult to get past all of them just to see you." So he had snuck his way in. Xiaoling did not know what to say. Li Lei walked over and stood in front of her. He examined her and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale?" She leaned on the bedhead and curled her legs to her as she hugged onto them. Li Lei sat down on the edge of the bed and gently asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" Xiaoling hesitated before nodding her head. "What did you dream of?" he asked. Xiaoling did not answer but hugged tighter onto herself. Uneasiness crept into Li Lei's mind. This was like the many random moments that he felt that Xiaoling was far away, so far away that it was like she would disappear like a bubble in the next second. He did not like this feeling. However, he understood that there were some things you could not force. If she was not willing to say it, there was no way that he could pry it out of her. Li Lei's eyes darkened slightly, but not enough that she would notice. He reached out his arms and cautiously embraced her. Xiaoling's body was small in his arms, like a bony and slender bird, and she struggled uneasily for a moment before becoming still in his arms. He patted her slowly and gently on her slender back and combed her long and slightly messy hair with his warm fingers. Xiaoling, he said as he kissed her gently on the top of her head. I'm here. Xiaoling's face was pressed on his chest, and she could hear his steady and powerful heartbeats through the thin, cotton t-shirt he was wearing. She could feel his gentle breath on the top of her head, and his embrace was like a safe and dependable mountain. The messy and terrifying snippets of her memory disappeared unknowingly. She raised her head slightly and asked him, Are you going to stay here? Li Lei laughed. Of course. Xiaoling, go to sleep, I'll accompany you here. He shifted slightly to the side, still hugging her, and leaned his wide back against the bedhead. He pulled up the soft, feather duvet to cover Xiaoling, whose body felt slightly cold. The warmth and comfort of his embrace made Xiaoling slowly close her eyes. Leaning into Li Lei's arms, she fell asleep in no time. This time, she was not disturbed by her nightmares. Li Lei hugged her with one hand and used the other to send a text message. Investigate what happened in the afternoon at the filming location for War and Death. In particular, I want to know what Miss Yi did, and who Miss Yi saw during the day. There were bodyguards following her in secret, and it was not long before Li Lei received a reply. Li Lei's lips tightened into a thin line as he read the information that was sent over, and he fell into deep thought. The next day, Xiaoling woke up and found herself still lying in Li Lei's embrace. He was hugging onto her peacefully while sleeping with his head against the bedhead. The sun was shining in through the flowery curtain and onto his handsome features, making him look like a mythical god. There was light between his brows, shining like flakes of gold, making you unknowingly drawn to him. Xiaoling thought to herself that he was really handsome, more handsome than anyone she had ever seen before. No, another handsome silhouette entered her mind at that moment. Silently but forcefully, like a demon walking out from the depths. She gave a shiver to shake herself out of her reverie. She sat up from Li Lei's embrace, feeling slightly guilty. He had slept in this uncomfortable, half-sitting position the entire night, while she comfortably slept in his embrace. She pulled up the duvet that was still warm from her body temperature and gently pulled it over him. She also thought of trying to help him lie flat, but he did not budge when she tried to pull him down to a lying down position. This man was not fat at all, why was he so heavy? Xiaoling felt slightly dejected, and while she was looking around thinking to get a few more pillows to prop him up in a more comfortable position, Li Lei slowly opened his eyes. He said in a slightly dazed voice, Xiaoling. Xiaoling looked at him for half a second and asked, Are you awake? MMHMM. If you're awake, then you can lie flat by yourself. Your sleeping position is wrong, go back to sleep. Li Lei did not know how to respond. It's all right, I slept well last night. He could see the concern and guilt that was masked in her statement and gave a hearty laugh. How about you? Are you feeling better? Filming a movie is a physically tiring proposition. Xiaoling nodded. Thank you, for last night. If he had not hugged her to sleep, there was no way she would be able to fall asleep the entire night, and it would delay the filming today. His appearance last night was indeed timely. However, what did you come here for? She forgot to ask last night. To see you, Li Lei responded matter-of-factly. I missed you. Actually, Li Lei had received news from the bodyguards that old Master Ji Yu and Ji Yu Lin had come to the filming location. He was worried and, thus, rushed over at first instance. Unexpectedly, old Master Ji Yu did not make her life difficult at all, but Xiaoling was still in a mentally unstable state when he found her. What was her trauma that caused her to react this way? Li Lei thought of the diagnosis that Dr. James had given about her. She has experienced some trauma that was highly destructive. For instance, death threats, imprisonment, rape. As such, she would be triggered whenever she was met with a similar situation. Li Lei did not dare think too deeply about what Xiaoling had possibly met with as it was too terrifying. He only had to imagine her in pain to feel unbearable pain in his heart. However, he was sure of one thing. Her life and resume had been fabricated. Yi Xingling's life was too smooth, there was not an inkling of a traumatic incident. He was full of anxiety, but on the surface, he continued to joke around with Xiaoling. Xiaoling did not suspect anything and had breakfast with Li Lei, told him not to run off anywhere but to stay in the room, and follow the big group back to the filming location. Perhaps due to having a good night's rest, everyone was in good spirits, and the filming went along smoothly with much fewer NGs. The last scene was completed around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Xiaoling's part was done, so she went to look for Jin Yifei to bid him goodbye. Jin Yifei asked, You're going back to the city now. The rest will be done in a few days, don't you want to stay for the celebratory dinner at the end of all the filming? Xiaoling was tempted to stay, but she thought of the big boss that she was hiding in her room. This place was not like the audition room, it was filled with top actors and actresses with their managers, and there was also all the staff in the film set. If any of them recognized Li Lei and ratted to the reporters, there would be no way she would be able to explain herself. She had to leave now. Seeing that her decision to leave was made, Jin Yifei did not hold her back any longer. He bade her farewell and told her to take care of herself. Xiaoling took a ride with Li Lei back to their city apartment. In the following days, she was extremely busy with the renewed endorsement deal from GU financial magnate for Meteor Wings. Her entire schedule was flipped upside down, and Sister Mai Na had to sit down with her to reorder her entire schedule again. It was packed from morning till night, seemingly trying to squeeze 48 hours of work into her 24-hour day. Li Lei quietly went to meet someone. On the last day of filming, War and Death, at the filming location. Everyone had left to go to the celebratory dinner, and the grand palace set for the filming had been torn down. There was the long empty corridor, the big hall, and the dragon throne, which made the place look exceedingly deserted under the evening sky. Old Man Bao was standing in the same shadow of the film set. Li Lei was standing opposite him. Who are you? Just an old man managing the props. Old Man Bao's voice was as croaky as ever. Oh, is that so? Li Lei gave a light laugh and took 2 steps forward. As far as I understand, you have another name, Wang Jingzhou, the former heir to the Wang family corporation, and also Pei Ziheng's then father-in-law to be. A shocked expression came over old man Bao's face, but he very quickly regained his composure. I don't understand what you are talking about. Don't understand. Li Lei laughed lightly. Bao Renju, that's the name you go by now. If you put the characters together, it reads, revenge. What deep grudge are you holding on to? Don't be too keen to deny it. I've checked up on you, and while it was clean at first, I found out about your relationship with the Wang family when I dug a little deeper. What a pity for the once head of the family to be relegated to such a lowly position. Old man Bao stared at him with animosity. What do you want? Li Lei was right. He used to be the illustrious chairman of the Wang family corporation, Wang Jingzhou. His daughter, Wang Jingwan, who had passed away tragically, was Pei Ziheng's unwed fiancé. It was this wedding that had brought destructive misfortune upon the Wang family. Li Lei said, I want to know what you said to Yi Xingling the other day. Old man Bao gave a start. He did not expect this man in front of him to go to such great extents to expose his identity only to ask him this question. He narrowed his eyes as he examined Li Lei. I have seen you before, second young master Li. There was a year we both were on a luxurious yacht near the Canary Islands, and we have even fought together. Second young master Li, you want to ask me a question, but do tell me, why do I have to answer you? I'm right, Li Lei said as he looked old man Bao up and down closely. The unkempt white-haired old man in front of him, skinny and filthy, was miles apart from the portly gentleman he had met on the yacht 3 years ago. He looked like he had aged 20 years. Perhaps he had even had plastic surgery done. If Li Lei had not investigated his identity, there was no way he would have recognized Wang Jingzhou in his current state. What do you want? He asked old man Bao. Very simple. Old man Bao's eyes lit up. I will tell you what I told Yi Xingling, and you will help me keep my identity a secret. Deal. Li Lei agreed readily. As such, old man Bao told Li Lei what he had told Xiaoling. After hearing what old man Bao had to say, Li Lei's heart sank. If Xiaoling reacted so strongly to old man Bao's reference to killing someone, did it mean James had been right, and she had indeed met with a death threat before? Why did you tell her this? He stared at old man Bao with a grave expression. Old man Bao said, that day, everyone had left, and I was the only one who stayed behind to organize the props. I saw her practicing the assassination scene in the big hall alone. From the back, she really resembled someone. It's someone that you probably have heard of, Xiaoling. Xiaoling was murdered by a stab in the back on stage. Watching Yi Xingling practice made me think of the memories of the past, and I simply spoke subconsciously. What? Xiaoling was stabbed to death? Old man Bao sniggered. Didn't you know? The news spouted nonsense, saying that she lost her footing on stage. Xiaoling was murdered. She was stabbed through the heart from the back and pushed off stage. He laughed canonically. Her head was split open, and brain matter was all over the floor. There was no worse way to die. Why do you know this so well? Why wouldn't I know this well? Old man Bao's voice became agitated. I know it so well because the person that took the fall for the murder was my son. I don't know which animal killed Xiaoling and framed my son. My poor son Wang Yu. Before they shot him dead on the death row, he was still shouting about how he had been wrongly accused, but no one would believe him. No one would believe him. Old man Bao lowered his fraught with agony voice. Li Lei did not know that Xiaoling's death had such a backstory. He simply felt that old man Bao's words were not pleasing to the ears. What did he mean by Xiaoling looking like Xiaoling from the back? How could his Xiaoling look anything like that lady that had died so young? Did Pei Ziheng also think that Xiaoling resembled Xiaoling, and as a result had been bothering her so much? Li Lei frowned. Tell me more about Xiaoling. Old man Bao slowly began his story. At first, when Wang Jingwan wanted to marry Pei Ziheng, old man Bao was against it. The Wang family corporation was big and rich enough, and while it was definitely a good thing to be connected to the Pei family through marriage, there was no real need for them to. Rather than marrying up for the sake of business relations, old man Bao had wanted his daughter to be happy. However, if Wang Jingwan were to marry into the Pei family, she was destined to be unhappy. Why? That was because the first condition that Pei Ziheng had set down when he was negotiating the prenuptial with the Wang family was that they were not to touch Xiaoling under any circumstances. It was clear as day that Pei Ziheng was protecting Xiaoling, and whenever he mentioned Xiaoling, there was a gentleness in his eyes that was enough to make anyone jealous. Everyone could tell what kind of relationship Pei Ziheng and Xiaoling had. He had even left all of his assets to Xiaoling before his marriage. Old man Bao had advised his daughter to give up on Pei Ziheng, but she loved Pei Ziheng and was bent on marrying into the Pei family, vowing to compete with Xiaoling for the top spot in Pei Ziheng's heart. The young Wang Jingwan had naively and arrogantly thought that there was no way that she, the princess of the Wang family, would lose to a lowly, powerless orphan girl. She thought that once she was married to Pei Ziheng, she would be able to use her status as his wife to remove Xiaoling from the picture and become victorious. She did not expect Xiaoling to argue with her. And she did not expect that she would die at Xiaoling's hands. Xiaoling killed my daughter, said old man Bao through clenched teeth, his voice breaking a little. She also indirectly killed my son. His son Wang Yu was extremely close to his elder sister Wang Jingwan. After hearing about Wang Jingwan's death, he had been furious and went around announcing that he was going to make Xiaoling pay with her life. Pei Ziheng had isolated Xiaoling on an island with heavy security to protect her. Everyone had thought that he had given her the cold shoulder and was preventing her from continuing on in the entertainment business. Only the Wang family knew that he just did not want to give them a chance to take revenge on her. The negotiations between Pei Ziheng and the Wang family went on and on. He offered them land in compensation, ignoring the pressures that he received from within and outside the company. For Xia Ling, the man that was known to be so overbearing was willing to put aside his pride and apologize to the Wang family, until the Wang family had promised not to do anything to Xia Ling. It was only then that he had let Xia Ling out from the isolated island. He had organized a grand ceremony to celebrate the 10th anniversary of her debut. However, it was at that concert that trouble struck. The sudden blackout, and the unknown murderer that took Xia Ling's life. After the incident, the police investigated the matter, and the biggest suspect turned out to be Wang Yu. All of the evidence pointed to him as if it had all been put nicely in place. There was no way that Wang Yu could wash it all clean, and he was ultimately sentenced to death by shooting. Old Man Bao had delivered Wang Yu's last meal. Wang Yu had knelt before his father in tears, saying, "I really didn't kill anyone. I'm innocent. Dad, help me get revenge on whoever did this to me." Old Man Bao was furious and devastated at the same time, and he vowed to take revenge for Wang Yu. However, before he could take any action, the storm of Pei Zihang's fury struck first. Anyone that hurt Xia Ling needed to pay the price. Pei Zihang turned turtle on his humble attitude in his anger and used all the power he had with the Pei family name to get at the Wang family. It was not long before the Wang family was declared bankrupt, and many in the family either lost their minds or committed suicide. The remaining survivors tried looking for jobs to feed themselves, but even that was taken away from them by Pei Zihang. All the living souls from the Wang family had to be made into beggars. Pei Zihang declared that as long as the Pei family was still around, the Wang family would never ever have the chance to make a comeback. You have no idea what kind of life the survivors of the Wang family have been living. Old Man Bao laughed bitterly. Even the beggars gang would not let us join them. Everyone in the Wang family has had to sleep in the streets, under the overhead bridges, feed off leftover scraps and rotten food from the dumps, and be chased away by everyone like we are wild dogs. Second young Master Li, you ask if I want revenge. I want to find out the truth about what happened to Xia Ling, and then personally drive the real murderer out into the open. And I want Pei Zihang. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. You want Pei Zihang to do what? Asked Li Lei lightly. To get on his knees and admit his mistake to you. To pay with his life. Li Lei laughed. You know that's impossible, Old Man Bao. When you were the high and mighty Wang Jingzhou, you couldn't even touch Pei Zihang. What makes you think you can do better in your current state? Old Man Bao's gaze darkened. I have a way to make him wish he were dead. Oh, tell me about it. Why should I tell you? Old Man Bao looked at Li Lei suspiciously. Li Lei answered, well, perhaps we can form an alliance. I don't care if Pei Zihang wishes he were dead, but I do want to know what happened between him and Xia Ling and to find out more about the women around him. I want to know every detail, big and small, about all of his relationships. Wang Jingzhou, I need you to help me to do the investigation, and as compensation, I can help you achieve whatever you set out to do. This offer was very tempting, and Old Man Bao could not help but be attracted by it. He was currently in hiding, without money or power. The resources that he was able to harness were meager, which was making it extremely difficult for him to dig deeper into the matters of the past. If he were to cooperate with Li Lei and tap on the resources that the underground king of S City was able to make available to him, his investigations would become a lot smoother. Why are you doing this? Even though Old Man Bao was very tempted by Li Lei's offer, his years of experience told him that there had to be a catch. He cautiously asked, why are you so interested in Pei Zihang's matters? I have someone that I want to protect, replied Li Lei. She is Yi Xingling. You think she resembles Xia Ling? I guess Pei Zihang thinks so as well. I need to ensure that she doesn't get harassed by Pei Zihang. Oh right, and, I don't want you to go near Xia Ling ever again, or else, Li Lei's voice became sinister. Any promise or alliance that we make will be rubbish to me. I will make you, and the rest of the Wang family, disappear from the face of this earth. A chill entered Old Man Bao's heart. He did not doubt that Li Lei had the power and the guts to follow through with his threat. Old Man Bao was deep in thought for a moment, before he said, okay, Yi Xingling was never my target. I will provide you with all the information that I uncover from my investigations. However, second young Master Li, I hope that you will help me take care of the rest of the Wang family as well. They're being bullied and trampled on by everyone at the moment. As the underground king of S City, one simple word from you will make their lives a whole lot easier. I will give them the necessary help within reason, Li Lei agreed, but I will not give them too much help. We need to make sure that Pei Zihang doesn't smell anything fishy. If I'm not wrong, he has probably sent people to spy on all the remaining survivors of the Wang family. Given his vengeful nature, there is no way he would let them relax and be out of his sight. Old Man Bao nodded. You're right, I would be very grateful if you just extend your assistance where necessary. He had feigned death to be rid of the eyes that Pei Zihang had placed on him, but the rest of the family was still under Pei Zihang's scrutiny. Pei Zihang had always been a man of his words, and since he had vowed to make their lives difficult, he was going to follow through until the end. Li Lei laughed. Don't worry, if I give you my promise, the lives of your family members will not be in danger. When our collaboration is over, I can send all of you overseas to a place where Pei Zihang is unable to reach for you to start anew. Old Man Bao looked at Li Lei seriously. Second young Master Li, it is said that you're a man of your word. I, Wang Jingzhou, will believe you this once. Happy partnership. Happy partnership. Li Lei held out his hand and gave Old Man Bao a light high five. His instincts told him that he was extremely close to learning the truth about what was bothering Xia Ling all this while. Was it really related to Xia Ling's death? Whatever it was, he would give his all to protect her so that she would not be hurt again. Li Lei composed himself and returned to S City. In front of Xia Ling, he would only show his happy side, as if all these anxieties and worries did not exist. Xia Ling was very busy, running all over for her schedules and recording new songs. Yet, Li Lei was determined that she should work hard and play hard as well. Regardless of how busy she was, there were breaks scheduled into her daily routine that was non-negotiable. He would not let her go to her next schedule if she did not get enough rest. Xiaoling worked till midnight for a full week, and in the weekend, Li Lei dragged her out to relax. He drove her to the seaside. They watched the sunrise in each other's arms and took a stroll along the beach before returning home. Home was an exquisite, white beach bungalow. Many properties along the coast were owned by Li Lei. Xiaoling examined the beach bungalow with curiosity. It had a Mediterranean-style architecture with huge, full-length windows. Pushing open the side door from the bedroom led out into a white striped balcony, and there was the smell of the sea in the air. She finally had some peace and quiet and was able to relax. For most of the day, Xiaoling would be sleeping or lazing around, as if she was repaying all the sleep debt from her rigorous schedule and nightmares that kept her awake. She hugged onto the blankets, and Li Lei would embrace her from behind, ignoring her half-asleep protests. He would sneak a kiss from time to time and hum a random tune as he rocked her to sleep. They did not talk about Pei Zihang, as if all the danger and pain did not exist. Li Lei said, Xiaoling, I really want to hide you away and live like this forever. In her half-asleep reverie, she mumbled something in protest. He gave a light laugh and pinched her nose slightly. Sleep. It would be best if you turn into a pig from all the sleep, then Away and the rest won't recognize you. Only I will recognize you. Xiaoling gave a HMPH in protest again as her brain processed what Li Lei was saying in slow motion. Pig. Away. Wait. Away. She opened her eyes with a start and stared at Li Lei. Did Away look for me these few days? Li Lei continued to pinch her nose lightly. No, and with another pinch, he said, who cares about him anyway? Xiaoling stared at him, her eyes full of suspicion. That couldn't be right. She remembered that a few days ago, Awei had called her while she was in her apartment to go to the recording studio as he had something to tell her. Why was it that now that she had been pulled out here by Li Lei, that call seemed to have never happened? This was not scientific of Awei, who was a workaholic, obsessive, petty, and a stickler about punctuality all rolled into one. Li Lei blinked at her innocently. Her nose felt itchy from his pinches, and she sneezed while sitting up. Let me go give Awei a call. He pushed her back into bed. If there were anything urgent, he would call you himself. No, I need to ask him what he needed to tell me before I can relax. She pulled Li Lei's hand away from her shoulder and put on a random pair of slippers before heading out to the living room to look for her mobile. Li Lei reluctantly followed behind her. Her mobile was switched off, and she stared at it mildly confused. I never switch off my phone. Is the battery dead? She pressed the power button and the screen lit up. Her battery was full. Li Lei coughed sheepishly and turned away. From the other end of the line, Awei's shouting could be heard. Yi Xingling, why are you only switching on your phone now? Do you know how many days I have been looking for you? What kind of artiste are you? Do you even care about your work? Why do you keep coming with problems every 2 or 3 days and mess up my schedule? Do you think you are some big shot? So what if you have some talent? Who says you can develop all these bad habits? Huh, you had better. Awei continued on his rampage, and Xiaoling could only listen as he lectured her, nodding her head at his words and reflecting on her actions. Awei was right, she was too free and lazy, which was not the attitude an artiste should have. How could she forget about their appointment and disappear for so many days? No, she had to change. When she went back, she would change this lousy phone that had switched off on its own accord. As her mind drifted off, Xiaoling suddenly felt her hand go light and realized that Li Lei had grabbed the phone out of her hand. Hello, he said. The shouting from the other end of the line stopped momentarily. Hello, Li Lei said again. All of a sudden, the rampage started again. Li Lei, don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you're my boss. I knew it was you who hid Xiaoling. It had to be you. What are you thinking? Do you want the entertainment company to close shop? What kind of boss are you, sabotaging your own staff like this? If you're so free, go spend some time reviewing some of your properties and entertainment cities. Go play somewhere else, stop hanging around Ski Art Entertainment. Stop being a bad influence on my artiste. Awei's volume was just too loud, Xiaoling could hear him loud and clear from the side. She gave Li Lei a look of pity, while also breathing a sigh of relief as Awei's target for his frustrations was no longer her. However, Awei, is it okay for you to be shouting at your boss? Li Lei looked a little sheepish, and he rubbed his nose while listening to Awei lecture him for a long while. Finally, he gave a loud cough and, as sternly as he could manage, he said, Wei Xiaoyan, if I ever hear you scold Xiaoling again, I'm going to. Going to what? Fire me, Wei Xiaoyan shouted back arrogantly. If you dare fire me, I'll just go over to Imperial Entertainment and bring Xiaoling with me. Hey, Awei, Pei Zihang is not going to let you shout at him like that at Imperial Entertainment. Xiaoling thought to herself as she heard Li Lei retort almost immediately. What do you mean, fire you? He paused before saying, I'll hang up on you. Xiaoling was speechless. Awei was at a loss for words. Li Lei calmly added, I'm a man of my word. Li Lei, you rubbish of a boss. You inhuman person. Stop abusing your power. Get Xiaoling on the phone right now. Awei shouted in exasperation. You're not going to scold Xiaoling anymore, right? What is it to you whether I want to scold her or not? Shouldn't I lecture an artiste when she made a mistake? How would she learn otherwise? How can you not know that as the boss, huh? Do you know the importance of punctuality? Do you? You have 3 seconds to reply to my question, or I'm hanging up on you. I said to stop abusing your power. You're going to spoil her rotten. 3. If you're letting her do anything she wishes in Ski Art Entertainment, she's just going to get in trouble at her schedules in no time. 2. Okay, I'm not going to scold her. Give her the phone. See how easy that was? Li Lei proudly gave Xiaoling a triumphant look and handed her the phone. Xiaoling received the phone from Li Lei and said a careful, hello. Ah Wei did as promised and did not lecture her anymore. He just angrily said, Xiaoling, you better come back here immediately. The invitation for this year's Nebula Music Festival has arrived, and we need to go over the game plan. We need to push your popularity up to its peak to vie for the Best Newcomer award. Nebula Music Festival. No wonder Ah Wei was so agitated. That was the biggest, most popular, and most prestigious music festival in the country. In actual fact, it was merely an annual music competition. Every autumn, they would open up for the public to nominate and vote for 10 or so new and veteran singers. She could not remember the exact number. In any case, these singers would receive an invitation from the organizers to participate in the competition. If she were able to win the award, it would be a very good accolade to her name. In her past life, she had received the Best Female Singer award several times. Singers like Kei Yunpei, Chen Jingqiu, and Wu Tong, the best A-list singers in the industry, had all received this award before as well. She told Ah Wei, I'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up, she turned and saw Li Lei staring at her with a pitiful expression. Xiaoling, you didn't even discuss with me. He came over and hugged her while whining. She tiptoed and patted him on the head. Be good and don't distract me from my work. His hair was short and fluffy as usual. Li Lei lowered his head more so that she could continue to pat him and complained. I can afford to take care of you. I don't want to live off you. As she spoke, Xiaoling quietly estimated their height difference and realized that he was almost a head taller than her. This realization made her slightly upset. She was 18 now, which meant she had stopped growing already. She didn't need to be too tall, she just wanted to be tall enough that she did not need to tilt her head up to look at him. As she was thinking about this trivial matter, she heard him say, we're family. Why do we have to draw the line so clearly? It's a given that I should provide for you. Why don't I provide for you? What? He looked up at her in shock. I said I'll provide for you. Xiaoling raised her hand to pinch his face playfully. You just need to wait for me, the diva, to work hard for a few more years. Once I become a diva, I'll earn big bucks and will be able to bring you out and around for parties and to eat sumptuous meals. She started to laugh as she spoke. Li Lei laughed as well, his eyes sparkling. Sounds good. I'll wait. He drove her back to the city. There were 7 people from Ski Art Entertainment invited to the Nebula Music Festival this time. Wei Xiaoyan, Xiaoling, Lu Dao and his partner Leng Wei, as well as 3 other popular singers, Bai Marong, the dream boy of countless fangirls, Xie Linlang, the rising songstress, and Shu Wanyi, the elegant goddess. At this moment, the 7 of them were gathered in a meeting room listening to Sister Mai Na's commands. I'm in charge of the backstage operations for this music festival, said Sister Mai Na. She was dressed in a sleek, business suit, her hair a vibrant wine red, and she was elegantly leaning against the back of the sofa. Her gaze ran across each of their faces. Marong, Linlang, and Wanyi, I won't say too much more to you guys. You 3 have participated in the music festival before and should not have any problems. I'll place greater emphasis on you 4, Ah Wei, Xingling, Lu Dao, and Leng Wei. You 4 are participating for the first time. Listen closely as I explain the rules and things to watch out for the competition. Ah Wei was participating for the first time. Xiaoling was shocked at hearing this and turned to look at him. He noticed her shocked gaze and disgruntledly said, what are you looking at? If not for you, I wouldn't attend this time as well. Because of her, Xiaoling was even more confused. Hearing his words, Sister Mai Na nodded and explained. Xiaoling, Ah Wei is indeed attending for your sake. Every year he receives the invitation, but every year he declines. On this year, he decided to attend to give you support. The quality of the newcomers this year are great. Sha Yu, Luo, and a few others are all strong contenders. The competition is tough. With Ah Wei present to take care of you, things will go much smoother. Xiaoling felt slightly touched but also slightly awkward as Lu Dao and Leng Wei were still in the room. After all, they were a new group this year as well, and if Sister Mai Na and Ah Wei were backing her, then Xiaoling, you should do well. She hadn't finished her thought before feeling Lu Dao clap his hand on her shoulder, almost smacking her face down to the floor. He had a bright smile on his handsome face. If not for the fact that our popularity is lower than yours, I wouldn't give up the award for you. His partner, Leng Wei, nodded in agreement from his side. Xiaoling rubbed her aching shoulders. After thinking carefully, she realized that she did not pay much attention to her popularity recently. However, she remembered that people were very interested in the duo consisting of Lu Dao and Leng Wei. The last time she met them by coincidence near the street dance center, stupid Lu Dao had not disguised himself well and was spotted by the sharp eyes of his fans, causing great chaos and confusion. If Leng Wei had not pulled him and fled the scene quickly, the aftermath would be inconceivably dreadful. Sister Mai Na smiled. Have you realized that your popularity has increased? Your 2 singles sold very well, and out of all the newcomers in the company, you earned the most money from the jobs you accepted, have the largest following on your official fan support club, are the most searched celebrity on the internet, and are the most talked about celebrity. Who else should I praise besides you? Xiaoling smiled silly. Sister Mai Na explained the rules of the Nebula Music Festival to everyone. As in previous years, all competitors will be divided into 6 groups that are led by 6 different music producers. At every stage that requires teams to be formed, Ah Wei, you must pay attention to. Sister Mai Na looked sternly at Wei Xiaoyan. Your Ski Art Entertainment's producer. According to the rules of the competition, you can only choose at most 1 singer from Ski Art Entertainment. You're to choose 7 other singers from other entertainment companies. I hope you can utilize this place well. To avoid cheating and the competition from being too boring, the competition rules were set as such. A producer could at most choose 1 singer from his or her own company. Any more and his team's score would be nullified. Who should he choose? Wei Xiaoyan scanned the singers present. Xiaoling. Xiaoling casually said, I can do it. She did not care about which team she joined. As long as she could show off her talent, it did not make much of a difference. However, Sister Mai Na frowned. Ah Wei, don't forget. Nebula Music Festival not only awards the top 3 contestants, but there is also the entertainment company that laps from the start to the finish award. This award is given based on the total points of all the artists in the company. Xiaoling's skills are very reliable, she doesn't need much help. This place is best reserved for those who are still unstable or are veterans like Murong. If he's in your first team, Murong can help you deal with many things since he has participated in the competition several times. But Xiaoling, Wei Xiaoyan was still worried about her. You are really biased. Sister Mai Na smiled and shook her head. There is a reason why I did not let Xiaoling join your team. If Xiaoling was led by you and you win, people will say that it is expected and even dubious. If you lose, you will receive even more disdain and ridicule. Ah Wei, we should let Xiaoling win spectacularly and leave everyone speechless. As such, Xiaoling should not join her company's team to avoid gossip. After hearing what Sister Mai Na said, Wei Xiaoyan immediately understood and did not insist anymore. With a little regret, he chose the group consisting of Leng Wei and Lu Dao. Although there are 2 of you, a group only takes up 1 place, so you can join my team at the same time. Your live performances have always been unstable, so it is better if I take care of you. Lu Dao heavily nodded. Thank you, Brother Wei. There was a hint of gratitude in her cold gaze. They all knew that it was Wei Xiaoyan's first time participating in the Nebula Music Festival. The fact that he chose 2 newcomers instead of Bai Murong, a veteran of king status, showed that he was taking some risk, and it may even affect his reputation. However, the reason he was willing to take the risk was that he wanted to escort them. He was truly the most compassionate producer in the industry. No one could compare to him. Lu Dao and Leng Wei tightly clenched their fists in the dark. They had to do their best to repay the love that Wei Xiaoyan was showing them. Bai Murong laughed and touched his nose. Looks like I have been abandoned. You can act that way. Sister Mai Na laughed too. I want to give you an assignment. What is it? Protect Xiaoling, said Sister Mai Na. No matter which team Xiaoling ends up in, join that team too. Besides, you are of king status, I'm sure you can do well in any team. I'm hoping that you can help me create a queen. No problem, replied Bai Murong in a relaxed manner. The order of team selection is based on a lottery. If Xiaoling gets to choose before me, I will join the team she chooses. If I get to choose first, I will choose a team suitable for Xiaoling. Thank you, said Xiaoling. It is my pleasure to serve beautiful women. In a half-joking manner, Bai Murong elegantly bowed his body slightly in a classical and gentlemanly Baroque style. Lin Lang and Wanyi, said Sister Mai Na and looked at the 2 female singers. One has a lively style while the other has a gentle style. Both of your styles do not clash with Xiaoling's style. There are many opponents this year, so you have to take care of yourselves. If you have the energy to spare, try to help Xiaoling out to help Ski Art Entertainment achieve the highest points and achieve the entertainment company that laps from the start to the finish award. Xie Linlang and Xu Wanyi agreed. Finally, Sister Mai Na looked at Wei Xiaoyan and said, Ah Wei, you have to remember that the leading producer can gain important points, and these points will be counted in the company's total score. You also have to do your best. No problem. Ah Wei was filled with confidence. I will definitely earn the highest points out of the producers. Sister Mai Na quietly looked at him. Xiaoling also quietly looked at him. Bai Murong, Xie Linlang, Lu Dao, and few others quietly looked at him. What's wrong? Ah Wei was confused. Am I wrong for saying that? Sister Mai Na replied, this year, Feng Kun is one of the producers participating. Ah Wei, it is fine as long as you put in the effort. No one will blame you if you are unable to achieve the highest points. Everyone looked at Ah Wei with sympathy. Ah Wei was speechless for a while, but suddenly became emotional. Why can't I get the highest points, just because he is there? Do you think I am scared of him? Hey, Ah Wei, no one said that you are afraid of him, did you just expose something? Sister Mai Na wagged her finger. This year, Feng Kun composed, The Caged Butterfly. What do you have to compete against him? Ah Wei choked. The Caged Butterfly caused Feng Kun's popularity to explode. Just the voting by the audience members was enough to hinder other producers from winning sufficiently. Not to mention, he had much more experience participating in competitions and had sophisticated skills. Compared to him, Ah Wei would suffer a crushing defeat in all areas. Even Xiaoling did not have the heart to continue comparing them. Feng Kun put in his blood, sweat, and tears to cut out the audio track from the last concert of her previous life, mixed her original singing voice before she was murdered to create an arrangement, and produced a unique song that only belonged to Diva Xiaoling. His creation was flawless and caused the numerous fans to be so touched in that moment when they heard the song that they cried. To them, it was as if the diva had not left them, it was as if she was still alive in this world and had just released a single, it was so realistic that it was heartbreaking. Feng Kun said, the caged butterfly is unique and only exists for one person, so it is not easily tarnished. That sentence turned him into a god in the hearts of the fans. But Ah Wei, alright, Ah Wei was also a god, but his godly status was not as high as Feng Kun's. Wei Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and said, the caged butterfly. Everyone continued to look at him with sympathy. Ah Wei, it's not your fault. Xie Linlang smiled and comforted him. You might be able to come up with an arrangement like that. After looking at Ah Wei's expression, she changed her phrasing. Alright, if you spend some time, I'm sure you can come up with that sort of arrangement, however, who would be able to give the song its special meaning? No matter how good your arrangement is, it cannot compare to the grief Feng Kun had for the dead. Well, Ah Wei was a little flattered by her and felt comforted. Sister Mai Na felt that Ah Wei was incorrigible. It's okay, Ah Wei. Anyway, all of the producers this year will not waste effort competing with Feng Kun. You should also save the effort and not only focus on competing with him. Instead, you should focus on taking good care of your team, alright? Then I will make my team defeat his team and make him bow down in front of me. Said Ah Wei resentfully. Sister Mai Na could not be bothered to respond to him. End of discussion, she said. Very soon, the day of the start of the Nebula Music Festival arrived. First, there was the opening ceremony and audition. Before entering the studio, all the singers and producers had to walk on the red carpet. Wei Xiaoyan said, Xiaoling, walk with me. Xiaoling nodded in agreement, knowing that he had the intention of promoting her. The competition was of a very large scale and had an extraordinary influence. Every year, many dazzling celebrities walked on the red carpet, and everyone tried their utmost to gain as much attention as possible. There were so many people competing for attention that if an up-and-coming rookie like she did not have sufficient backing as a secret weapon, she would go unnoticed in the crowd of celebrities. And just in time, Wei Xiaoyan could be her secret weapon. He was one of the industry's top producers and was famous for being difficult to collaborate with. After many years of sincere invitations from the organizers, he was finally willing to put his honor aside and accept their invitation. His participation was long awaited by the public. With him leading off the teams, it was no surprise that the news made the headlines and became a hot topic. Sister Mai Na commended his action. That's true love. Wei Xiaoyan shuddered. Stop teasing me, Sister Mai Na, Xiaoling is already taken. The one who likes her is very selfish and cannot tolerate a small provocation. If he becomes jealous and changes Xiaoling's producer, where else can I find such a good singer to work with? A few core personnel of Ski Art Entertainment already knew about Xiaoling and Li Lei's relationship. After all, they frequently saw one another, and both of them did not deliberately avoid them, so it was an easy guess. For that reason, Sister Mai Na also advised Xiaoling to focus on her career and not start a love affair with her boss. Xiaoling understood the stakes involved and promised Sister Mai Na that she would keep their relationship a secret. She also truly did a good job of maintaining the secret, making Sister Mai Na very pleased. However, was the big boss pleased? Was that important? The boss of Ski Art Entertainment never had any rights. Since Wei Xiaoyan carefully mentioned that matter, Sister Mai Na laughed. Have you finally remembered who the boss is? She shook her head and sent them to the limousine. Ah Wei, take good care of Xiaoling. The spacious interior was a white and extended version of a Lincoln car. Wei Xiaoyan advised Xiaoling with concern. Xiaoling, walk with me later. Don't be nervous, understand? Xiaoling yawned a little. You said that 100 times. Wei Xiaoyan was unhappy. Can't you put in a little more effort? You're a newcomer, and this is the first time you're walking the red carpet. Please be more serious. Seeing that he was about to fly off the handle, Xiaoling quickly sat properly and became more well-behaved. However, in her heart, she could not feel nervous at all, let alone become excited. Was it not just a red carpet? What was the fuss about? What was the difference between that and walking out of her own home? In her past life, she had probably walked on more red carpets than the number of bridges Ah Wei had crossed. Her thoughts had drifted, and unknowingly, she had blocked out the ceaseless chatter. The limousine slowly approached the red carpet and stopped. The lady who was in charge of greeting the guests opened the car door. Xiaoling followed Ah Wei as he walked out. Instantly, there was an illumination of lights, and the screams of fans could be heard. Wei Xiaoyan, that's Wei Xiaoyan, young Master Wei, look here, look here. Young Master Wei, Yi Xingling, my beloved Xiaoling. Xiaoling, Xiaoling, the waves of cheers became louder and louder. Wei Xiaoyan was wearing a custom-made suit that was black with silver silk paired with an exquisite French shirt. He swayed his chin slightly and maintained an arrogant and supercilious attitude as he walked ahead. His aura and posture were as if he was the ruler of the world. Xiaoling walked beside him and wore a long gown that was made of white silk and satin and had a winding skirt. She looked elegant and noble. According to the stylist, it matched pretty well with Wei Xiaoyan's outfit. Wei Xiaoyan, I'm your fangirl. A high-decibel female voice was heard. Young Master Wei couldn't be more handsome. Screamed more fans. Xiaoling is the most beautiful. In this lifetime, many fans of Xiaoling's fan support group came. Oh my god, young Master Wei wants to be with Xiaoling. This. Xiaoling looked up quietly and glanced at Wei Xiaoyan. His expression seemed normal, but there was a storm brewing in the depths of his eyes. She could not help but think. Ah Wei, do you dislike me that much? Are you that unhappy after the fans said that little sentence? With a heart that was a little hurt, she recalled the grand ceremony at the end of the year which happened a year ago. This event was less exaggerated than that event. This time, he paired with her as he walked the red carpet. For that event, she wondered what rumors were spread. Sure enough, there were shouts from people who were not afraid of death. Young Master Wei is no match for the great Feng Kun. Young Master Wei, don't abandon the old for the new. Wishing you great happiness with Feng Kun. As the anger in Wei Xiaoyan's eyes was about to explode, his expression became colder and he quickened his steps. Xiaoling also hastened her pace, but since she did not have legs as long as his, it was more difficult for her. She could not help but say in a low voice, Ah Wei, slow down. The other celebrities walking the red carpet were trying to stay as long as possible. Why was he acting like he was enemies with the red carpet by showing a cold face and increasing his pace? An early death means an early reincarnation. He looked forward steadily, lowered his voice and hissed. I can't keep up. Xiaoling appeared to be walking elegantly, but the way she said that indicated that it was a strenuous task. Due to what she said, the distance between them was reduced. They looked very intimate, and this caused another burst of excited screaming. Wei Xiaoyan's face blackened, but he still slowed down a little. Why can't you grow taller? Your legs are so short that you can't walk faster. Does Li Lei frequently not give you anything to eat? She ignored his complaints. Slow down more. Dream on, he replied. Xiaoling gritted her teeth. Have you forgot the watches on our hands? After knowing that he was going to participate in the music festival, a famous jeweler offered him a sponsorship deal. Since Xiaoling and he were walking together on the red carpet, Xiaoling also benefited and was sponsored as well. Wei Xiaoyan wore a complete set of platinum-encrusted watch and cufflinks on his wrists while Xiaoling, as a rookie, only wore a gold-plated mother-of-pearl female watch on her wrist. However, it seemed now that she was more devoted to her job than Wei Xiaoyan. She deeply remembered the agreement with their sponsor. They had to stay on the red carpet for a full 5 minutes, which was the longest time the organizer allowed the guests to stay on the red carpet. Wei Xiaoyan stiffened and slowed down his footsteps as expected. Xiaoling instinctively knew that he forgot about it. He was very professional when it came to music making, but was terrible at handling other jobs. How many minutes have passed? He asked uncertainly. 1.5 minutes, said Xiaoling definitively. As someone who had walked on so many red carpets that it was uncountable in her past life, once she stepped on the red carpet again, she suddenly had a strong sense of familiarity. Even if she closed her eyes, she could accurately estimate the time, angle, different locations to pause, and the best poses for photos, those were instinctive to her. On the other hand, Wei Xiaoyan did not believe her. How could it be that only 1.5 minutes have passed? I feel that at least 3 minutes have passed. 1.5 minutes is 1.5 minutes. Come, follow me. Walk 4 steps and stop for a while. Okay, turn your body 30 degrees and wave. Make sure that you position your cufflinks and watch in front of the camera, that's right. Now, put your hand down, switch sides, and do it again, Xiaoling instructed Wei Xiaoyan. Wei Xiaoyan obediently followed her instructions for a while before suddenly reacting. Why are you telling me what to do? It's not like I don't know. I was afraid you couldn't last the 5 minutes, said Xiaoling. We have to be particular about where we stop. Different parts of the red carpet had different light sources, backgrounds, and media personnel. Looking at Wei Xiaoyan's behavior just now, it was obvious that he never noticed these details. Wei Xiaoyan started to become impatient. You're walking too slowly and will exceed the time allowed. The consequences of exceeding the time allowed on the red carpet were very severe, and there would be special security guards who would escort those who exceeded the time off the red carpet. To be asked to leave the red carpet in front of so many media personnel and fans was extremely embarrassing. We won't exceed the time allowed. Trust me, Xiaoling guessed that his perception of time was all messed up. This was unusual for a nitpicking Virgo like Wei. When he was making music, he could tell the speed to the nearest second with high accuracy. Why did he become like that after being provoked a little by the fans? Together with the great Feng Kun. Beyond the security line, there were still many voices shouting. Wei Xiaoyan was frustrated. He lifted his wrist unnoticeably and glanced at the platinum-studded watch. Just now it was 1.5 minutes. Now it is about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Xiaoling smiled. Wei Xiaoyan snorted. There is no second hand. Haha. At this moment, Xiaoling really laughed. Many luxury brand watches did not have a second hand. It is said that the rich do not need to tell the time so accurately to the second. However, due to his job requirements, he was used to wearing a Patek Philippe watch that had a second hand. Thus, he could not adapt to the new watch quickly. Be more serious. Wei Xiaoyan was becoming anxious. Xiaoling tried her best to conceal her laughter. Okay, haha. It's fine, Wei, just follow me. You always say that my camera sense and my awareness of my surroundings are good. Today, I will show you the style of the future queen. Wei Xiaoyan stopped talking and followed her instructions. The second half of the red carpet walk went very smoothly. Under the guidance of Xiaoling, they perfectly completed the red carpet walk. When they reached the end, exactly 5 minutes were over. Wei Xiaoyan was relieved. I will never accept a sponsorship ever again. Xiaoling replied, in the future, I won't let you be involved again. In recent years, Wei Xiaoyan's popularity had been higher than a few top celebrities. However, unless it was professional music equipment, he always refused to accept sponsorships. Furthermore, he sponsored cufflinks and a watch this time. Personally, he used a Patek Philippe watch and really had no need to change his watch. Xiaoling knew that he accepted the sponsorship for her sake. The watches they sponsored were from a big luxury brand that was very picky. Without Wei Xiaoyan's help, they would never sponsor a new singer who just debuted. With this sponsorship and the Meteor Wings endorsement, in the future, her status would increase, and it would be easier for her to gain other sponsorships and endorsements. She really received help from a lot of people at the start of her path to fame. Xiaoling's lips curved into a soft smile. Perhaps being reborn into ski art entertainment was God's biggest favor to her. There was a wall filled with signatures at the end of the red carpet. Every guest who had finished walking the red carpet had to sign on it and let the media representatives take photos of them for one last time. Wei Xiaoyan took the lead by taking the pen and quickly scribbling his signature. Then, he looked at her to urge her to hurry up. Xiaoling knew that he was impatient, so she accommodated him by naturally taking the pen and using her fair-skinned hand to sign her name on the wall smoothly. She had done this movement numerous times, and it was almost instinctive to her. She was used to having many fans and media representatives surround her, having bright lights flashing at her, and hearing screams from all directions. She was slightly distracted. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat. On the signature wall, she was already halfway done with writing the Chinese character, Sha. If she had finished writing it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xiaoling's hand started shaking and soon became drenched in cold sweat. How could she make such a mistake? Luckily, the characters used in her current name were very similar to her previous name, and her mistake was not easily recognizable. In a hurry, she quickly changed the half-written Sha to Yi. It was a bit forced, but it was an acceptable cover-up. As such, Yi Xingling appeared on the star-studded signature board. Xiaoling maintained her smile as if nothing had happened and remained at the signature board for the media representatives to take photos. After that, she nodded to give her regards and left. Behind her, at the end of the red carpet, there was a man immaculately dressed in a suit walking at a steady pace. He had a solemn expression and emanated warmth and magnanimity. There were loud screams as he walked past the crowd. After he had finished walking the red carpet, he arrived in front of the signature board. He took the pen and was about to sign his name when suddenly, he had a shock and stopped moving. Beside his hand was the half-written Sha Chinese character that Xiaoling had written. Although there were traces of a cover-up, he was not mistaken. Feng Kun had partnered with Xiaoling for many years, and he was all too familiar with her signature. The half-written Sha was as if Xiaoling was revived. Feng Kun controlled the surge of emotions in his heart. Looking at the signature, he realized that it had been forcibly altered to form the name, Yi Xingling. Yi Xingling, from the first time he saw her, he already felt that she resembled Xiaoling. What exactly was the connection between the two of them? There was a turbulent storm forming in Feng Kun's heart. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that Xiaoling reincarnated as Yi Xingling? Obviously, he knew that the idea was ridiculous, but he was too shocked. Besides this reason, what else could explain this amazing similarity? Feng Kun was full of thoughts. On the surface, he appeared composed as usual as he let the media representatives take photos of him and walked away from the signature board. The interior of the TV station was like a labyrinth as it had a ring-like shape. Wei Xiaoyan had bad direction sense and circled the place many times with Xiaoling. As expected, someone walked up to them. It was surprisingly Feng Kun. To be exact, it was Feng Kun who saw them there and deliberately blocked their path. He looked at Xiaoling deeply, pretended nothing happened, and said, "Hi, you two. I haven't seen you in a long time." Xiaoling lifted her head and saw Feng Kun wearing a black suit with a tight seam. In his left chest pocket, there was a dark gold silk handkerchief that was folded in the style of the nobles in ancient times. His looks were not particularly outstanding, but he had a quiet and calm disposition. His footsteps were leisurely like a natural gentleman. They attracted people unknowingly, and once they looked at him, they could not avert their gaze. About a year ago, they were still good friends who told each other everything. Feng Kun, said Ah Wei as he gritted his teeth. What do you mean by, you haven't seen us in a long time? We just met last year when you were recording a song in memory of Xiaoling. In reality, the last time they met was not when Feng Kun was recording a song in memory of Xiaoling but the recent, the Caged Butterfly, release reception party. Unfortunately, as Wei Xiaoyan wanted to find a quiet spot, he specifically avoided people and did not speak face to face with Feng Kun. The way he interrupted him caused Xiaoling's feelings for her old friend to fade and directly started to complain to Wei Xiaoyan. What did he mean he just met him last year? It was early autumn when he recorded the memorial song. Now, it is the middle of winter. A full year and a half had passed, but he thought it was not long enough. Why exactly was he so unfond of Feng Kun? Ah Wei, could you restrain yourself a little? Feng Kun did not take offense. He smiled and turned to look at Xiaoling. You're Yi Xingling, right? She was afraid that he could see the flaws in her facade and nodded as calmly as possible. Feng Kun said, I heard the version of Sea Demon that you sang. You sang your whistle notes astonishingly beautifully. Xiaoling was startled. She did not expect that he would bring that up. About half a year ago, when she was still a trainee, she once did a cover of Sea Demon. At that time, she was urgently pressed by Imperial Entertainment to do so. To prove her capability, she spared no effort in singing and did not think that the video would be circulated so widely. Many of the vocal techniques she used in the song were exactly the same as those she used in her previous life. As such, she was worried that Feng Kun might have realized something. Feng Kun said, I personally made that song. I know how difficult it is to sing it. In fact, besides Xiaoling and you, no one else could sing it. There were too many whistle notes, and only very few people could sing them. Whistle notes were also known as dolphin sounds. It was true that in the whole world, only a few singers could control the whistle range well. Xiaoling maintained her composure and said, that was why I made a few changes. The talent she had in this world was not as good as her previous lives. She could not sing the high dolphin whistle notes, so she changed them all into a suitable melody that Yi Xingling's voice could handle. As such, she presented a different sort of beauty to the song. In her previous life, the song was like icy flames. In this life, the song was like forlorn fog. However, Feng Kun smiled and said, how coincidental. Xiaoling suddenly had an ominous premonition. It was as if there was something not quite right. Wei Xiaoyan, who was standing beside her, asked, what's the coincidence? Feng Kun replied, Miss Yi, I'm very curious about something. Where did you get the inspiration for the changes in the whistle part of Sea Demon? Before Xiaoling could answer, Wei Xiaoyan had already displeased Ly interrupted him. Hey, Feng Kun, don't try to strike up a conversation with my singer. That posture resembled a cat being protective of its meal. Feng Kun laughed. Don't be nervous, Ah Wei. We're just having a casual conversation. Casual conversation. Wei Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. I think you're just jealous that Xiaoling sings better than Xiaoling. Mumbled Xiaoling as she became quiet. Although she felt very happy that he talked about her in that way, in this lifetime, she did not necessarily sing better than in her past life. In the past, her singing was more exquisite, but now, her singing was more arrogant. Both singing methods seemed to have their own merits when compared. Furthermore, Xiaoling was also a huge star. Feng Kun and Xiaoling were already long considered a legendary duo. Why would he be jealous of a small star like Yi Xingling? Ah Wei, please wake up. Although Ah Wei made many controversial claims about him, Feng Kun just smiled. I'm actually a little jealous. What? The song remains the same, but the person singing it is no longer there. His voice was low and a little sorrowful, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Miss Yi, your musicality is very similar to hers. She was similar to her past life in what way? To maintain her facade, she purposefully frowned. Mr. Feng, are you trying to praise me? I'm very sorry, but I don't feel honored. Perhaps, being the second Xia Ling is the dream of many. However, it is not mine. After my modifications, Sea Demon became very different from the original. Feng Kun looked at her inquiringly. The difference is not as big as you say it is. In reality, your singing style is very similar to one that she abandoned in the past. Until now, a recording of that old style is still locked in a drawer in my office. Xia Ling's palms started to turn cold. She finally realized what was wrong. She almost forgot that Sea Demon originally had two versions. That year when Imperial Entertainment was creating the song, the sunlight in the recording studio was just right. Cascading radiant summer flowers landed outside the window and butterflies fluttered around. She was wearing a gorgeous dress and had a glass of fruit juice in her hand. She laid on the sofa, looked at the pile of manuscript papers, slightly tilted her head, and asked the man next to her, Ah Kun, which of these two versions do you think is better? Feng Kun looked at her kindly like he was looking at his younger sister. Both are very good, Xiao Ling. One of them shows off more skills while the other one needs to be polished with more delicate emotions. Arg, that sounds rather troublesome. Let's choose the first one then. Xiao Ling, you can't be impulsive when making music. Impulsive, I was always more suited for this type of pompous singing style. Besides, you can blame that hateful music critic who said I only sing with my raw talent without refined training. HMPH, I will sing with my raw talent on purpose to infuriate him. In the spacious recording studio in midsummer, a man named Feng Kun smiled and shook his head. Memories of the past emerged in Xiao Ling's mind. She suddenly remembered that the version that required more delicate emotions was really similar to the version that she sang at Ski Art Entertainment's trainee center. Wei Xiaoyan blew up in anger. What do you mean by that, Feng Kun? Are you accusing Xiao Ling of plagiarism by claiming that she copied a version of the song that your company never released publicly before? You're trying to frame her. We reserve the right to sue you. Never released publicly before. That's right. Feng Kun looked at Xiao Ling deeply. Xiao Ling had a guilty conscience and evaded his gaze. She pretended to turn angry from embarrassment and added on to Wei Xiaoyan's accusation. Mr. Feng Kun, I respect you as a senior in the industry, but I hope you can be mindful of your words and not slander others as you please. Turning her body, she walked around Feng Kun and said, Ah Wei, let's go. Wei Xiaoyan fiercely glared at Feng Kun before catching up to her. Feng Kun stood in the same place and watched them leave. He was even more lost in his thoughts. Xiao Ling's emotions were in a mess, and she did not know why she walked into the dressing room. Opening the door, she was hit by a wave of noises and blinding lights. Sister Mai Na, Bai Marong, and Xie Linlang were all there. There were also a few makeup artists and assistants waiting upon the artistes. Seeing that she and Wei Xiaoyan had entered, they smiled and greeted them. Quickly freshen up to appear on stage in your best state later. As such, Xiao Ling sat in front of the mirror and let the makeup artists do their job. There was another group of people in the same dressing room as them. They were artistes from Galloping Horse Entertainment. After taking a phone call, their team leader said a few words before loudly calling out. Those from Galloping Horse Entertainment, our dressing room has been changed. Follow me please. The group of people made a racket as they exited the dressing room. In the beginning, Xiao Ling did not mind it. However, soon, another group of people that were dressed magnificently flooded the room. One of the girls who was wearing a cute princess dress bounced towards Xiao Ling and threw herself on Xiao Ling like an octopus. Xiao Ling, the girl eagerly said, I can't believe it is really you. I missed you to death. Xiao Ling was caught off guard and lost her balance. She even fell to the ground with the chair and the girl. She was very dizzy and could not breathe as she was held down with the weight of MT. Tai. The girl joyfully moved her face closer to Xiao Ling's. It's me, Luo Luo. Xiao Ling, did you miss me? It was Luo Luo from Imperial Entertainment. That being said, the group of people that left were actually replaced with people from Imperial Entertainment. Xiao Ling felt extremely unwell. She used the hand that was not crushed to push Luo Luo away. Looking out from a crack in the crowd, sure enough, she saw Feng Kun immaculately dressed in a suit standing at the doorway. At this moment, his calm and deep gaze fell on her. Did he see through her? Xiao Ling knew it was impossible, but she was still afraid of being found out. After she had pulled Luo Luo away from her, she covered her face. Luo Luo was still lying on her body and cheerfully exclaiming, Xiao Ling, you have slimmed down. Has life been very tiring recently? Luo Luo, please get up, Xiao Ling gasped for air. You're too heavy. Oh, I'm sorry. Only then did Luo Luo hurriedly got up. Xiao Ling also used a chair to support herself as she stood up. While adjusting her standing position, she cleverly turned her body at the back of the crowd to evade Feng Kun's line of sight and carefully observed the situation over there by hiding in the crowd. She heard Wei Xiaoyan's cold and arrogant voice. Feng Kun, why are you sharing the dressing room with us? There were a limited number of large dressing rooms in the TV station. This time, 2 or 3 entertainment companies had to share a room. Originally, Ski Art Entertainment was paired with Galloping Horse Entertainment, but Galloping Horse Entertainment suddenly left without reason and was replaced with Imperial Entertainment. Feng Kun looked as if he had already gotten used to Wei Xiaoyan's arrogance as he smiled and said, we have many people and items. Our original dressing room was too small, so we switched with Galloping Horse Entertainment after a discussion. He switched changing rooms on purpose. Xiaoling's heart sank. What did he mean they had too many people and items? It was just an excuse. On the other side, Wei Xiaoyan was also fuming. Rubbish. How many more people than Galloping Horse Entertainment can you have? How is it possible that the room is too small? In this competition, the largest number of participants come from Ski Art Entertainment and your company. Why must you squeeze with us when there are other companies you can share a room with? Perhaps they were natural enemies. No matter what the situation was, Feng Kun was always an eyesore to Wei Xiaoyan. After hearing that he had to share a dressing room with Feng Kun, he went berserk. Feng Kun blandly replied, I asked 2 other companies, but they were unwilling to move. It is all thanks to Mr. Liu, the head of Galloping Horse Entertainment, who cared enough to switch with us. What he said seemed to make sense. This impromptu desire to change dressing rooms required 2 willing parties to happen. If one party was adamant about not changing rooms, there was nothing he could do. However, in reality, that was absurd. Only small companies would be refused if they wanted to change dressing rooms. If Imperial Entertainment proposed to change dressing rooms, which company would not agree to it? Furthermore, Feng Kun's popularity was very well known in the inner circle. Besides Wei Xiaoyan, who was difficult to deal with, he was beloved by everyone else. Even if one rejected 10 Wei Xiaoyans, they might not necessarily reject a request by Feng Kun. Although Wei Xiaoyan was bad-tempered, he had a clear train of thought and did not fall for Feng Kun's theory. Feng Kun smiled and interrupted him. Well, Wei, we're already here. How can you chase us away? Make do with this for a while. After a few rounds of selections and the formation of teams, we won't be using the same room anymore. Wei Xiaoyan became quiet. What he said made a lot of sense, and he had nothing to say to him. Arguing further would only waste time. Wei Xiaoyan lifted his chin, snorted, and walked away with elegant indifference. In the dressing room, the people from Imperial Entertainment were in a hurry, but the people in Ski Art Entertainment had settled down. Luo carefully pulled on Xiaoling's sleeve. Xiaoling, is that the legendary Wei Xiaoyan? He seems to dislike producer Feng. It's nothing, replied Xiaoling without changing her expression. How could Wei Xiaoyan dislike Feng Kun? It was more of a deep-seated hatred. Luo let out a small sigh of relief. That's a relief. Produce Feng is such a good person, how could anyone dislike him? Oh yes, Xiaoling. She looked at Xiaoling with her large, bright eyes. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? Don't you know how worried I was about that situation between you and Xia Yu in the past? I wanted to call you, but I was afraid that. She looked as if she suddenly thought of something, smiled awkwardly, and did not continue speaking. Xiaoling expressed her understanding. You're part of Imperial Entertainment. It's really not convenient for you to express your concern about me regarding that matter. No, that's not it. Xiaoling, Luo was anxious. Being part of Imperial Entertainment is obviously not the reason why I did not call you. Work and friendship are separate matters. I was scared that you would not consider me your friend. She said that sentence very loudly and quickly. Many eyes turned to look at them in succession. Xiaoling immediately pulled her to the side to evade the attention and said, I have always considered you a friend. After Xiaoling spoke, she was slightly startled. She recalled that during the first time they met in the dance studio of Ski Art Entertainment, she let go of her hand and said she had no friends in front of everyone present. However, such exclusion and barrier did not exist today. When did she start to slowly accept others? It seemed that after being together with Li Lei, many things had changed. Luo's face lit up with happiness. I knew that Xiaoling is the best. We have to be friends for a lifetime. She moved closer and hugged Xiaoling so affectionately one would think she was about to kiss her. She hugged Xiaoling so tightly that Xiaoling became out of breath. She accidentally lifted her head and saw someone staring at her with cold and sinister eyes. The owner of that stare had a carefully sculpted face like her past life did and looked very pitiful as she had a very fragile body frame. It was Xia Yu. She was here as well. Xiaoling stared back coldly as a silent proclamation. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I will deal with all of them. Under the pressure of her imposing manner, Xia Yu retreated and turned around as if nothing had happened. The staff of the TV station entered the room to invite Wei Xiaoyan and Feng Kun to appear on the stage for Nebula Music Festival's opening ceremony's first event, flipping the cards. What was flipping the cards? During flipping the cards, 6 producers would appear on stage. Before the first round of selection, each producer would have to first choose one singer of his choice to be in his team. The lucky chosen singer would have immunity during the mass selection and could be an official member of the producer's team without participating in the mass selection. The producers would also not have to compete with one another during the mass selection to obtain their first chosen team member. Choosing the right person during flipping the cards was very important. Every year, all the producers would be very prudent. Generally speaking, this spot would be reserved for the key players of their own company so that they could advance smoothly under the protection of their own producer. This spot could also be reserved for strong players so that the team could gain an advantage regarding singing quality. Wei Xiaoyan had already discussed with the people in Ski Art Entertainment, so he immediately flipped his card to reveal that he would be choosing the Lu Dao and Leng Wei duo. This caused everyone's jaws to drop. The MC smiled and asked, Ah Wei, you flipped the card for Lu Dao and Leng Wei. I think everyone is very shocked. Actually, everyone thought that you would flip the card for a strong king-level singer like Bai Marong or Yi Xingling. I heard that Yi Xingling is the key person to be protected. Wei Xiaoyan calmly and coldly asked, Are you telling me that Lu Dao and Leng Wei aren't our key singers to be protected? In private, he was a little arrogant, a little hot-tempered, and was easily provoked. However, when he actually went on stage, he still had a strong aura. This was probably why he had so many obsessive fans as a producer, they did not know his real character. Fans frequently unhesitantly associated elegance and nonchalance as part of his personality, so all the insiders who had worked with him before felt intoxicated. However, he maintained a good public image so they could not do anything about it. Below the stage, there was an immediate eruption of screams. Ah Wei, we support you. Lu Dao is the best. Fight on, Leng Wei. The MC had nothing more to say since Wei Xiaoyan's answer was just too good. There was no way she could say that Lu Dao and Leng Wei were not the main focus without disappointing the fans, right? A show should be entertaining and sensational indeed, but it was taboo for the MC to classify participants and artistes according to their popularity. Hence, even if everybody knew that Yi Xingling was more important than Lu Dao's duo, it was not in the MC's place to be explicit about it. She smiled professionally and added some fillers before getting the other music producers to flip their cards. A few of them had gotten the people they had in mind, and the last to flip his card was Feng Kun. He walked to the center of the stage and stood by the wooden tray, scanning the few singers' names on it. Whose should he flip? In fact, the outcome of this round was predetermined every year, the producer and the singer would have liaised beforehand. This time Imperial Entertainment had decided to work with the major celebrity singer, Zhang Chenhao, who was as popular and renowned as Bai Marong. With him on Feng Kun's team, half the battle would have been won. But now Feng Kun was hesitant. His eyes lay on a small card with the name, Yi Xingling, on it. Should he pick her? On the screen behind him, tens of name cards were projected, and a close-up of Feng Kun's expression was screened as well, his thoughtful look stirring many emotions and expectations among the audience. Let's see, who would Feng Kun pick? The MC assumed that Feng Kun was simply feigning hesitation to create some hype in the audience when the decision was already made earlier. She smiled. Feng Kun seems to be hesitating. Is he in a dilemma because all of these singers are just way too good? Back in the makeup room, Xiaoling and many other singers were watching the live stream. The way Feng Kun knitted his brows made her unsettled. Surely he would not pick her. Yi Xingling's status and his were worlds apart, they were practically strangers through and through. If he did pick her, it could only mean that he was beginning to get suspicious about her. Xiaoling's wrapped her slender fingers around the titanium ring pendant worn around her neck as if the little Li carving could give her immense strength. Who exactly will Feng Kun pick? The MC was still building the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Feng Kun had snapped to his senses after deep consideration. He looked up towards the camera and easily picked up the card with the name, Zhang Chenhao. Of course it's the Heavenly King of Imperial Entertainment. He raised the card as he addressed the crowd. He had thought through a lot while making that decision. In any sense, it would not have been appropriate for him to pick Yi Xingling. They were too different in terms of reputation and status, age and music genre, were not from the same company, and did not have much interaction usually. There was no reason he could offer for anyone to believe that his choosing her was not out of personal bias. His personal bias, however, was merely to find out how Yi Xingling and Xiaoling were related. If he chose Yi Xingling and it turned out that she was completely unrelated to Xiaoling, it would be alright. But if she were indeed related to Xiaoling in any way, she would definitely guard herself against him from then on. Furthermore, Chu Chen would also get suspicious and alert Pei Zihang about it, and once it got to Pei Zihang, even Feng Kun would not be able to help her. If this caused Xiaoling harm, or anyone related to her, the outcome would be disastrous. Hence, after going through all these considerations, he still chose the predetermined singer. As for Yi Xingling's identity, he would investigate it without alerting anyone. Seeing his choice, Xiaoling heaved a sigh of relief. Good thing he had not recognized her. A moment later she shook her head and smiled to herself. How would Feng Kun manage to think about something as incredible and strange as reviving into another person's body? Her mood improved once she stopped worrying, and she joyfully watched the rest of the show. The 6 singers had been chosen, and the rest of them would be picked by random using an online generator to decide the sequence of the performances. The results were out very quickly as the tens of names were projected on the screen in number order. Xiaoling was placed 43rd, somewhere in the front of the second half. It was considered the best position. The producers would have had a rough idea of the overall standards by then and would have picked a few but also left vacancies for upcoming singers. With neither the fluster in the beginning nor the bore in the end, she was placed exactly when the producers were the calmest and clear-headed. Sister Mai Na, Bai Marong, and Xie Linlang went forward to take a look. Not bad at all, Xiaoling. You're lucky, said Xie Linlang with some envy before revealing a smile and taking a shot of Xiaoling. She was genuinely happy for Xiaoling. In ski art entertainment, the relationship between artistes was good, probably because their boss Li Lei gave them a lot of freedom in the workplace, and every artiste was able to find their place in the company and help one another with it. Hence, there was close to no rivalry among them. Xiaoling smiled. Yup, my luck's not too bad. How are yours? Everybody shared their positions. Xie Linlang and Bai Marong were closer to the front, followed by Xu Wanyi who was in the middle, and Xiaoling who was performing last. Anyone wants to exchange their position? Asked Xu Wanyi. To make things all the more interesting, singers were allowed to exchange their positions with one another after the generated ones were screened. Each singer was entitled to only one exchange. At this point, the MC had also announced this rule. Xiaoling said, I'm fine with anything. Though she was considered a newbie, she had the talent and potential of a diva and was confident that she would get her desired outcome regardless of when her performance was. Xie Linlang and Xu Wanyi added, we're fine with anything too. Bai Marong looked toward Xiaoling. We'll be in the same team. If my turn is before yours, then you'll have to choose the team that I'm already in, which might be difficult. How about this, let's switch it around. You'll go first and I'll join the team that you've picked. He was a heavenly king in this industry, and though he had not been explicit, what he meant to say was simply this: the teams that accepted him might not accept a newbie like Xiaoling, but the teams that accepted Xiaoling would more than likely want him on the team as well. Xiaoling read between the lines, and her temper rose slightly. No need, I can manage it. Bai Marong side-eyed her doubtfully. Xiaoling glared back at him. What are you staring at? She was about to mention the time she was still a diva, how Bai Marong would have had to bow down to her. That was no exaggeration. In those days, if Bai Marong and Zheng Chenhao were considered heavenly kings, she was a super diva that surpassed them easily. They met at an event once, and Bai Marong had literally stopped in his tracks to give way to her. But there was no way she could bring this up now. There was no way she could flaunt the talent she had before. All she did was continue to glare at him seriously. Don't look down on me. I'm a woman who wants to be a diva someday. Ha ha. The few artistes from ski art, including Bai Marong and Xie Linlang, laughed aloud, thinking of how innocent and adorable this newbie was. Xie Linlang could not help but pet her on the head. Be good, don't kick a fuss. Alright, you're a woman who wants to be a diva, PFFT. Xiaoling was practically in tears. How could nobody believe her? Bai Marong could not help but smile. Alright then, I'll go first. You do your best to get into the same team as me. He would try to pick a team suitable for her, and this way was better as well. If she joined his team, it would be with her ability, and word about him favoring her would not spread. Sister Mai Na was right. Since they intended to groom her, they should do it graciously and flawlessly with no room for gossip. The selection had started on stage. There were 5 rounds of selection, each round featuring between 10 and 20 candidates. Tonight, only Xie Linlang was featured among the ski art artistes. Her stage presence was extremely likable and was chosen by a pretty good team. After the show, they smiled and bade their farewell. Back at the apartment, the doorbell rang. Xiaoling opened the door and realized that it was Su Tang at the door. Big beauty Su Tang was carrying many bags and had a cold smile on. She politely said, Miss Yi, young master got me to bring these to you. Xiaoling stood aside to let her in. She had been so busy recently that before Su Tang appeared, she almost forgot how little time she had spent with Li Lei. The last time she contacted him, he was on a business trip, and she did not even know how he was after that. Su Tang left the paper bags in her apartment. Xiaoling asked, what are these? Su Tang elegantly but coldly replied, you can see for yourself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Concerning Xiaoling becoming Li Lei's girlfriend, he had kept Su Tang in the loop. Su Tang had lost sleep over this and was a lot more tired and haggard than before, relying on makeup to cover up her fatigue. She looked at Xiaoling. This petite girl standing before her, who was in a pair of casual room slippers with her hair done up loosely, and who only looked pleasant at best, had already become a thorn in her heart. There was no way she could remove this thorn nor stop her heart from bleeding. With all her might, she suppressed her desire to shoot her a look of hatred. Xiaoling tilted her head. That's all then, thank you. It was probably a woman's intuition, but she had always felt that Su Tang did not particularly like her, though she had no idea why. Xiaoling could not be bothered to speculate anyway. If there was no chemistry between people, then there was no point forcing them to get close. She politely walked Su Tang out and then returned to open up the paper bags. Li Lei had given lots of clothes, beautiful and elegant colors, simple and fitting designs, and their texture was simply too good. She took a look at the tag and saw that they were pullovers made with top-quality mulberry silk and Scottish cashmere, dresses and blouses made with Egyptian cotton, as well as scabble cardigans. She was very used to wearing such quality goods and knew exactly how rare they were. She gave Li Lei a call. You don't have to give me so many expensive gifts. Although he was her boyfriend and was very rich indeed, she always hoped to be independent so they could be on equal standing. She did not want a relationship where she was always dependent on him. Li Lei sounded joyful over the phone. That's nothing much, Xiaoling. You're my girlfriend, as long as you like something, I'll definitely find a way to let you have it. I like it. When did she say she liked it? Though, of course, she did like them very much. Have you forgotten? He still sounded happy about himself. When you first debuted, Sister Mai Na had asked what brands you liked and you named these 2. Back then, Tan Ying was present as well and told me about it. So, I took note. She recalled that incident. How did you come to know about these 2 brands? Li Lei was curious. It's a European handmade brand and their products are all made with top quality goods, even I have never heard of it. I had to get Su Tang to find out about it for me. Doesn't Sister Mai Na know about them? When I mentioned it, she knew what they were right away and even told me I could forget about wearing them because they were too expensive. She tried evading the question. It's not that rare, you're just uninformed. On the other end, Li Lei stood by the full-length glass window in a presidential suite of a hotel, admiring the night scene. Xiaoling did not mention how she knew about these brands, and he had conducted some checks to find out that Xiaoling loved donning these brands when she was alive. Was this a coincidence? His brows were furrowed, but he managed to regain his composure. Xiaoling, are you mocking me for being outdated? Grievances again. Xiaoling sighed. Only after getting along with him frequently did she realize how coquettish he was as a man. There was no way he could get off it unless she talked him out of it each day. She wondered thoughtfully, how and why did she find him fierce and threatening when she first met him? She must have been sick then. He hung up in satisfaction when she gave him the response he wanted. Xiaoling tossed and turned in bed, recalling many memories regarding the 2 brands. She hardly got any sleep that night. The following day, Sister Mai Na saw the clothes she was wearing. Pissed, Xiaoling, aren't these the brands you mentioned previously? Xiaoling likes these 2 brands too. Not only do you sing like her, but even your fashion tastes are also similar. Boss gave it to me, so I'm just wearing it around, said Xiaoling a little unconvincingly. She could not let them think about how similar she was to herself in the previous life, it was too dangerous a line to thread. Sister Minot shook her head and smiled. Only boss would happily get them all for you, cherish them. She went on to say. Actually, it looks really good on you, you should dress like this more often. But you must keep your relationship with boss a secret. Otherwise, it'll ruin your career as an artiste. Xiaoling was silent for a while before replying, yup, I'll take note of it. In her memory was such an incident. Xiaoling, don't kiss me like that in front of others, you need to be mindful of your public image. That was Pei Zihang's low and attractive voice. Back then, Xiaoling had smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of, I love you, and that's all that matters to me. That man had stroked her cheeks gently. You promised me that you'd be a world-renowned diva. If we get too intimate in public, imagine the gossip that would get around. Xiaoling, I'm your partner, your boss, and also the person who adopted you. The reporters can write all the awful things about it and it'll break our deal. Little Xiaoling was not too happy. She furrowed her beautiful brows but said, all right then, low profile it is, but you can't have a change of heart. I won't. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. These images from the past still remained clear. A beautiful 13-year-old girl in her white as new princess gown, barefoot and leaning on a man. That man was lying sideways on a black leather couch, some of his shirt buttons undone. One of his hands was resting on her waist, while the other gave her the pinky promise she asked him. Xiaoling, his face was glowing from the sunset, his deep and rich voice saying, my most beautiful butterfly. She was immersed in that memory for a long while. She had liked him since she was very young and had learned to hide their relationship. Yet, hard as she tried, she still lost him eventually and ended up with nothing but betrayal and pain. She ached in the depths of her heart, and with a clank, the glass she was holding slipped out of her hand and shattered on the ground. Sister Minot got a fright. Xiaoling, are you all right? Goodness, you're an adult, how could you be so clumsy? She pulled Xiaoling back a few steps away from the glass shards. Xiaoling was shaken and snapped back to reality, trembling. Why have you turned so pale? Asked Sister Minot concernedly. It's nothing. Seeing Sister Minot's worried look, she tried to regain her composure. I've probably been too worn out these few days because of the preparation for the Nebula Music Festival. I should be fine after some rest. Sister Minot saw her back to the apartment, helped her into her bedroom, and got her some warm water before leaving. Xiaoling held her blanket and daydreamed for a long time. If this time, her relationship with Li Lei was revealed, would he be completely alright with it like he had promised initially? Did he really not mind at all that she was just a commoner from a humble home, with no power nor authority? And she had so much in the past that she dared not face. Could someone like her match up to him? Would he despise her one day? The thought of it was enough to wrench her heart. As the sky was turning dark, a call from Li Lei came. Xiaoling, what are you doing now? Have you been well today? Xiaoling kept silent for a while before softly asking, Li Lei, will there come a day when you no longer like me? He was evidently stunned on the other end of the line before he spoke with all gentleness. What are you thinking, silly child? How could I not like you? We've made a pact to be together for the rest of our lives. These are all lies. She thought about the time the man and the little girl latched their pinkies in a promise against the sunset. As her head began to throb, she curled up on the bed and bit her lip. Xiaoling, Li Lei sounded worried now. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Xiaoling could not say a thing until the pain had subsided. No. He asked, what happened today? Nothing much. She did not want to elaborate any further. Li Lei kept quiet for a moment before he spoke. Xiaoling, no matter what happens, I'll be with you. You're my lover, my lifelong companion. We're a team, all right. She did not reply to that, but in her mind, the image of the couple in the sunset had faded in the distance, until she could no longer make out the both of them. She smiled a little. Li Lei, it's so nice having you around. After speaking for a bit more, she fell sound asleep. In her sleep, she vaguely felt a weight on one side of the bed and a warm embrace around her. She adjusted herself a little and found a comfortable position before falling into a deep sleep. Morning came. Xiaoling opened her eyes groggily and found something a little amiss. She looked down and actually saw an arm around her waist, lightly tanned and well-toned, like one from an ancient Greek statue. On the back of her neck was a familiar and rhythmic breathing. She blinked her eyes in disbelief. Turning around, she saw that it was indeed Li Lei by her side. Li Lei seemed to have been awoken by her movement. He opened his eyes and blinked several times before focusing his vision on her. Breaking into a wide grin, he greeted her. Good morning, darling. Weren't you overseas? She could not understand what was happening and had to pinch him to ensure it was not just a dream. He called out, it hurts, and went on to grab her and pull her close. I missed you, so I came back. He had sensed something off about her emotions the day before and got worried, hence taking the midnight flight back to see her. Only when he saw her fast asleep on her bed was he finally relieved. Then he joined her on the bed and held her carefully as she slept. But he would never reveal his worries to her. Xiaoling said, but Su Tang said you're very busy these days. Xiaoling had asked Su Tang about how he was doing overseas, and she had said that Li Lei was incredibly busy, so much so that he had not had proper sleep nor meals in a while, and she advised Xiaoling not to bother him. She looked at him in the eyes. It had been close to a month since she last saw him, and he appeared slimmer than before and had some dark eye circles on his eyes. She wondered how many days of broken sleep it took to cause them. What got you so worried you ended up in this state? She stroked his face gently. She had known him as someone who was always calm and composed, sometimes even lazy. It sometimes seemed like all he ever did was eat, sleep and laze about, so Xiaoling never realized that he also had his fair share of busy days and haggard looks. It pained her to see him look this way. Li Lei smiled, his eyes gentle as he gazed at her. Does your heart ache for me? You wish. She took her hand back and wanted to turn away. He held her tight and kissed her. It's nothing much, just some miscellaneous business. It regarded triad matters, killing and the like. His Xiaoling was pure and innocent, it was better if she was kept out of the loop. He tried to get it over with simple, but the bags beneath his eyes told Xiaoling things were far from simple. He was not one who got flustered easily. Even if he had an important business matter at hand, his calm and cool self never wavered one bit. The fact that he was so busy with handling these matters personally just said how important and urgent they were. Come on, Xiaoling, give me a smile. You won't look good with a frown, he told her. She was not relieved yet, however, and had doubts about his words. He had already kissed her on the face in an attempt to reassure her and calm her down. Xiaoling, his voice was now low and hoarse. His lips were searching as he tossed around in bed, over and over. Her breath was getting shorter and more hurried as she placed both hands on his shoulders, which were tough as a rock. He felt encouraged and landed on top of her. As he began undoing her buttons with one hand, his warm and coarse palm reached into her pajamas, exploring. It seemed his passion was ignited. She shuddered as her mind became a blur. She was accepting, welcoming him, but out of the blue, an image flashed past her, an image that seemed too similar to the scene before her, one that disturbed her continually. The memory was summoned once again, the huge villa, the handcuffed wrists, the devilish man. She was semi-conscious now and tried, albeit weakly, to struggle and wrench herself free. Yet, the more she wanted to escape his increasingly unrestrained movement, the more forcefully he restrained her. Li Lei, her voice shook. Don't do this. Li Lei could not hear anything more at this point. As his passion surged, all he wanted was to have her to himself completely. Panic rose inside her, and the image in her memory got clearer and clearer. That man had pinned her down the same way, unrelenting towards her struggles as he brought her more pain. No, she was pale as a sheet as she pushed Li Lei away, screaming. By the time she realized what she had done, she was already free from him. Still flustered, she backed off and held onto the sheets. Xiaoling, don't come close. She looked at him, so utterly horrified that even her voice was different. Li Lei was evidently hurt, but he did not try to get any closer. His clothes were crumpled, revealing his beautifully toned body, and the look of confusion in his eyes had not left. Yet he managed to restrain himself, to not do anything that could potentially hurt her. Why? He asked, his voice low and hoarse. They were all right just moments ago, why did she push him away with such fear all of a sudden? Xiaoling did not know how to answer that as she held her head low, unwilling to meet his gaze. She knew he meant no harm and that he simply loved her too much. They were already a couple, and things were bound to happen, but, what went wrong? The problem was definitely on her part, not his. She could not control herself and her body, nor could she overcome that panic and rejection. All of what she felt now was a result of what that devilish man did. He turned extreme pleasure into extreme pain, branded the trauma in her mind, leaving it etched in her heart. She could not get rid of that fear. Xiaoling, Li Lei was worried about her. I'm fine, just let me be on my own for a while, she said softly as she held herself. If you're unwilling, I will not force you. His voice was slow as he spoke slowly. We will be spending our lives together. I will wait until the day you're ready. With that, he stood up and left the bedroom. The room was now quiet, and as a dark cloud eclipsed the sun, the room had fallen into darkness. Xiaoling stayed completely still as her body cooled down. She remembered Pei Zihang's words. Xiaoling, are you trying to escape? You'll never succeed, your body belongs to me, forever. Was this what Stockholm Syndrome was like? After repeated whipping and torture, isolation and love, was she really Pei Zihang's and no one else's? Would she reject all other men who touched her? She had begun a new life, her outer shell completely changed, but was her soul any different from the one that had been branded on? She dared not think further. She was curled up in the bedroom the whole day. When dusk arrived and the dark scared her, she finally got up and stumbled on her numb legs to turn on the lights. That was when she realized that Li Lei had left. In the living room, the windows were half open, allowing the breeze to enter. Yet it was not enough to dissipate the smell of smoke. She had never seen him smoke before, but today, the crystal ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Beneath the ashtray was a note. I have left and probably will not return in a while. Take care of yourself, and call me when you miss me. On the note was an even thicker smell of smoke than in the air, and the note itself seemed to speak of hurt. It was a huge blow to Xiaoling, and it showed on her face in the next few rounds of selection. Sister Manga could not take it any longer and went to speak with her. Xiaoling, what happened with you recently? You're not in good shape. It isn't your turn yet, so you should be due to sing in the next round. If you're still in this condition, how are you going to compete with the other singers? I'll adjust myself, said Xiaoling wearily. Sister Manga frowned. What is it, exactly? You've been going well recently. Was it an argument with boss? There was no way she could speak about something so private and personal, so Xiaoling simply shook her head and said, he's all right. She avoided Sister Manga and forced herself to focus on her work. Seeing that she was trying her best, Sister Manga did not see a need to give her a lecture. Xiaoling had nightmares for the next few nights. The moment she closed her eyes, memories of that pitch-dark room and the sense of helplessness and panic came rushing back. She could barely manage a good sleep at night and often stayed awake for the most part of it. It did not take long before she looked haggard. What happened to your skin? It's so dry I can barely get your makeup on properly. The last round of selection for the Nebula Music Festival had finally arrived, and the makeup artist was busy helping her out in the studio and lecturing her as he applied her makeup. I've already told you the past few times that you have to take note of your sleep and drink more water to stay hydrated. Look at you now, I can't give you anything more than a light and nude makeup. Otherwise, it'll look too cakey on camera. Xiaoling did not have the energy to argue with him. Moreover, he was only speaking facts, so she let him go on. Sister Mina, Bai Marong, and the rest were sighing by the side. They had planned to create the best conditions and opportunities for her in every aspect, but they missed out the one important thing, Xiaoling's condition. There was no way they could have expected her to be so out of her norm. Her period. Bai Marong tugged at Sister Mina and whispered. Isn't that a bit too long for that? Sister Mina glared at him. More like you're on your period. Bai Marong kept quiet after that. At this point, the only thing left to do was for Xiaoling to perform better. But, this was just the selection round, and she had such a good position, surely she would not have an issue. Xiaoling did not know about their worries. After her makeup was done, she went to the washroom. The corridor was long and maze-like. As she walked on, she heard a man's voice coming from a corner. Come on, little beauty Luo Luo. Don't be shy, let me touch you. Luo Luo. This name caused Xiaoling to slow down her footsteps before she increased her speed and ran towards the corner. In that secluded corner, a man grabbing onto Luo Luo, and his hand was touching her body in an unruly fashion. Luo Luo, red-eyed, was desperately struggling. Let go of me, Boss Zhao, I'm not that sort of person. She wept. You aren't, Boss Zhao smirked. Stop acting, I don't like people who play to hard get. Let's just be a bit straightforward. Slut, didn't you ask Sha Yu to help you find a backing? Sha Yu already told me that. Don't worry, as long as you serve me well, I assure you that your popularity will explode after the Nebula Music Festival. How is this related to Sha Yu? Initially, Xiaoling was shocked, but after thinking about it for a while, she finally understood what was going on. Luo Luo must have offended Sha Yu somehow. Considering Sha Yu's dark personality, it was a big possibility that she found a quick way to get her revenge on Luo Luo. After Xiaoling figured that out, she was immediately enraged. It was outrageous that they dared to bully her friend like that. Let her go, Xiaoling loudly hollered and took a sudden big stride, grabbing Boss Zhao's hand and pushing him aside. Boss Zhao was taken aback by her sudden scream and could not respond in time, so she actually managed to push him away. He stumbled a few steps back and nearly almost fell flat on his face. It took a long time before he stabilized himself. After seeing that the person who pushed him away was a slim and delicate girl, he lost all his pride. He could not help but become embarrassed and angry. Who do you think you are, busybody? Scram. Otherwise, I will call for help. Xiaoling used one hand to protect Luo Luo and another hand to retrieve her phone. Her icy, piercing glare made Boss Zhao quickly realize what was going on. It was so strange. She was only a young girl, so why did she exude such a bitterly cold aura? She was so cold it was like everyone ought to be beneath her and she could do anything she set her mind on. Boss Zhao was afraid that she would really call for help and fiercely glared at him. You 2B *TCHES better watch out. It's best if you never end up being under my control. Xiaoling only sighed in relief after looking at him leave. Luo Luo hugged her and cried loudly. Xiaoling, I'm scared. As she cried, she told Xiaoling about her misfortune. She was walking along the corridor when suddenly someone dragged her to a corner. Boss Zhao told her a lot of obscene things and then molested her. Thank God you came. Luo Luo cried so hard she was out of breath. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to me. Xiaoling asked. Just now, that person mentioned Sha Yu. Have you offended Sha Yu recently? What? Luo Luo was shocked. After trying to recall something for a long time, she suddenly gave Xiaoling a complicated look. I think, it was that time when we switched dressing rooms, and I was very happy to see you and talk to you. I accidentally realized that Sister Sha Yu was looking at me, and her expression, I don't even know how to describe it. It was very scary. That was it. Xiaoling smiled bitterly. It looks like she had implicated Luo Luo. Sha Yu was too resentful towards Xiaoling and vented her bitterness on innocent Luo Luo. Who is this Boss Zhao then? She asked. Boss Zhao. Luo Luo let out a disgusted look. He is part of the TV station crew and is in charge of the revival contest after the selection round. After the previous few rounds, there are about 10 people who entered the revival contest. Including the final round tonight, there will be about 20 people entering the revival contest. Boss Zhao is responsible for all of them as he arranges their order of appearance and genre of songs they will sing. Boss Zhao's authority was not small. No wonder he thought that Luo Luo was looking for some backing. Xiaoling had been constantly immersed in her own feelings these few days and did not notice the current process of the selection. She remembered something suddenly and asked Luo Luo, have you passed the selection round? Me. Talking about this subject made Luo Luo want to cry again. Xiaoling, Sha Yu is really too much. She switched the good Q number I had and passed the selection round yesterday. I have her awful Q number of 54 and will be performing only during the last round. Not only that, she still looked for Boss Zhao to harm me. What? Luo Luo is going to perform during the last round. Xiaoling felt that the situation was far from good. Since it was the last round, who knew whether the producers already had full teams? In the unluckiest situation, all of their teams were already full, and the last singer would not even have the chance to compete and enter the revival contest directly. Furthermore, during the revival contest, there would be about 20 competitors, and only one would survive. The elimination rate was astonishingly high. Xiaoling looked at the girl who was hugging her and painfully crying. How much injustice did she usually suffer in Imperial Entertainment? Both of them just debuted, but Sha Yu could switch her Q number as she pleased, and besides crying, Luo Luo could not do anything about it. No, she was definitely not going to let Luo Luo enter the revival contest. Luo Luo was too innocent and kind, and the revival contest was usually very dangerous. There was also Boss Zhao looking at her like a tiger eyeing its prey. This was something she caused. If Luo Luo were not close to her, Sha Yu would not even remember Luo Luo. Xiaoling thought for some time before saying, all right, don't cry. Do you know who is the second last performer, the one that goes on stage right before you? It's Wang Jun. Why do you ask? Luo Luo was still holding back her tears and gave her a confused look. It's nothing. I'm just randomly asking. Xiaoling patted her head. I think you should go back quickly. Look, your makeup is ruined because of your crying. You need a good touch-up to succeed in the selection round. I will go to the bathroom, and then it will be about time for me to appear on stage. Oh, okay. Unlike Xiaoling, Luo Luo had already noticed her queue number very long ago and knew that she was number 47, so it was no doubt that she was going on stage very soon. She did not want to hold up Xiaoling and quickly bid her farewell. However, Xiaoling did not go to the bathroom. After she ensured that Luo Luo had left, she changed directions and went to look for Wang Jun. After hearing her intention, Wang Jun was very surprised. Usually, it is always those with bad queue numbers that want to switch with those who got good queue numbers. Your queue number is so good, and it is about time for you to appear on stage. Why would you want to switch your queue number for mine, which is the second last number? There was a difference between the second last and the last queue number. Both had the possibility of being the unlucky number of entering the revival round directly. Xiaoling said, don't worry about that. Are you going to switch with me? Time was tight. There was no way she could help Luo Luo if she missed this chance. One would be an idiot if they did not take advantage of others when given a chance. Thus, Wang Jun resolutely switched queue numbers with her. Xiaoling only sighed in relief after personally watching him walk on stage with her queue number. It was great, since she had the second last place. If the 6 producers did not have full teams and the last 2 queue numbers did not have to enter the revival contest directly, she would have a chance to protect Luo Luo. Originally, she thought of directly switching her queue number with Luo Luo as it was a safer option, but Luo Luo had already switched queue numbers with Sha Yu and lost the ability to switch her queue number again. As such, she could only try her second best plan. Hopefully, everything will turn out well. She prayed silently in her heart. She took the queue number she had switched with Wang Jun and walked back to the dressing room. After she opened the door, everyone from Ski Art Entertainment stared at her with a strange look. Yi Xingling, are you crazy? Sister Mai Na was the first to rush up to her and angrily pointed at the man who was singing on the broadcast screen. What have you done? Why did you give your queue number to Wang Jun? Earlier, Xiaoling only cared about helping Luo Luo and forgot that there was a large number of people pinning their hopes on her. However, it was too late for them to say anything as Wang Jun was already on stage. Furthermore, even if she were given another chance to choose again and were met with the rage of the people in Ski Art Entertainment, she would still choose to help Luo Luo. Luo Luo was her friend. She could not watch her friend fall into the clutches of that pervert, let her innocence and future be destroyed, and do nothing about it. I'm sorry Sister Mai Na and everyone else. She lowered her head, sincerely apologized to everyone. I was the one who made the decision and took the liberty to switch my queue number with Wang Jun. I had no choice but to do this. What do you mean you had no choice? Sister Mai Na was so enraged that she laughed. After working as partners for so long, this was the first time Sister Mai Na was so angry. Don't tell me that you actually want to join the revival contest. Xiaoling was speechless. Sister Mai Na gradually changed her expression. You actually want to enter the revival contest? Oh god, you're crazy. I'm sorry everyone, repeated Xiaoling. She could not tell them the reason, otherwise, they would start to criticize and attack Luo Luo. Luo Luo just debuted and could not bear the blame and pressure from so many agents of big celebrities. However, she did not think that she would see Luo Luo walking over and squeeze her small frame through the crowd. She looked at Xiaoling unbelieving with tears in her eyes. Xiaoling, you did it for me, right? That's why you went to look for Wang Jun to switch queue numbers. You wanted to protect me, who was the last to go on stage. She was innocent, but she was not stupid. After seeing Wang Jun appear on stage and thinking about it, she immediately understood what was going on. Additionally, she was in Imperial Entertainment, which shared a dressing room with Ski Art Entertainment. Seeing the commotion in the part of the room belonging to Ski Art Entertainment, she was very sure of what had happened. Then, Luo Luo felt extremely guilty. She blamed herself for causing Xiaoling to make such a poor decision. Sister Mai Na frowned and asked Luo Luo what was going on. Before Xiaoling could stop her, Luo Luo had already told her the entire story from the start to end without holding back. After listening to her, everyone was quiet. Even Sister Mai Na's rage was reduced by a little. They were all people who valued friendship. If they examined their own conscience and asked themselves, they would probably make the same decision as Xiaoling if their friend was met with such a difficult situation. As for their own reputation and company expectations, they were not as important or urgent. So this is the reason why Xu Wanyi was the first to speak and acted as the peacemaker. Since the situation is already like this, anything we say is useless. Sister Mai Na, don't be mad anymore. Everyone, let's think about what we should do next. However, Sister Mai Na stared at Luo Luo. I have watched the entire process of the selection round. I remember that you switched your queue number with Sha Yu before and caused her to get a good queue number while she should originally be last. When that happened, there was even a media report documenting that you two are as close as sisters. How close you two must be as sisters. After you sacrificed for Sha Yu, now you plan on going harming Xiaoling. It's not like that. Luo Luo was so anxious that she was about to cry. Sha Yu and I were never close friends, to begin with. This child, once she got emotional, she would start speaking loudly and not be able to control her volume. Everyone in the large dressing room heard what she said, and everyone from Imperial Entertainment turned to stare in her direction. Luo Luo still did not have a clue about what she did and continued. It was Boss Chu who asked me to switch with Sha Yu. It was arranged by the company. It is Xiaoling who is my good friend. Why would I switch my queue number with an outsider and then do something to harm Xiaoling? Who did you say was an outsider? An ominous voice interrupted the conversation. Everyone turned around to look. It was Chu Chen. He glared at Luo Luo with a hostile look and said, "Don't forget your status. As an artiste from Imperial Entertainment, you actually said that your senior from Imperial Entertainment is an outsider while an artiste from another competing company is your good friend." Luo Luo choked. "Don't teach someone a lesson in front of me." Xiaoling used her body to shield Luo Luo and lifted her head to look at Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, what good are you? In this industry, you're considered a gold-tier manager, but you unscrupulously set your own newbie back and forced her to switch her good queue number for another of your artistes. Do you have any shame?" "Shame." Chu Chen looked at Xiaoling and smiled deeply. "Miss Yi, you have always been prideful, which is why you were stupid enough to ignore the hard work of so many people in Ski Art Entertainment and voluntarily gave your good queue number to someone else. Imperial Entertainment is not the same. All our artistes are very obedient and follow the company's arrangements. Have you heard of TNG's racing horses? What's wrong with giving the best horse the largest advantage? As such, you would just sacrifice Luo Luo." Xiaoling replied coldly. "Sacrifice." Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. "We're just giving a newcomer a chance to experience the contest. That's all." "Experience my foot." Sister Mina could not help but burst into a rage. "Get lost." Chu Chen did not waste any more time with them as he calmly smiled and left with those who succeeded. At Imperial Entertainment's side, in front of a long row of dressing room mirrors, a girl wearing a long pale pink gauze dress was quietly looking at the dispute at the Ski Art Entertainment side through the reflection on the mirror. A delicate smile appeared on her sculptured face. "Yi Xingling, oh Yi Xingling, I never thought you would have a day like this. With the second last queue number, just wait to enter the revival contest." Sha Yu's heart was filled with vicious pleasure. She never thought that forcing Luo Luo to switch queue numbers with her and constructing that scene with Boss Zhao would bring such unexpected benefits. "Ha ha ha, Yi Xingling, just kill yourself." She elegantly reached her hand out to apply a layer of powder on her face. Although Chu Chen was chased away, the pressure was still very low in Ski Art Entertainment. The queue number matter was like a large rock that pressed heavily on the hearts of the Ski Art Entertainment people. They silently prayed that the 6 producers did not have full teams in advance and there would be a place for Xiaoling and Luo Luo. Perhaps their prayers were effective because, in the end, there were exactly 2 places. Feng Kun's team and Zhang Yaren's team both had a spot left. Everyone sighed in relief. As long as Xiaoling was chosen by Feng Kun and Luo Luo was chosen by Zhang Yaren, everything would be fine. However, they were quickly conflicted again. Feng Kun had high standards for the singers he chose. Was Xiaoling competent enough? If she did not get chosen by Feng Kun, she actually could try for Zhang Yaren's team. But once she joined Zhang Yaren's team, Luo Luo had no way of joining Feng Kun's team because she was from Imperial Entertainment and could only enter the revival contest. "Xiaoling, you must do your best. If only Zhang Yaren chooses you, just join his team and don't think of me." Luo Luo held Xiaoling's hand and said seriously. Securing a spot in the limited team places was very precious as it meant that the singers could continue to advance further in the competition and stand a chance to win. On the other hand, if one failed to be selected during the selection round and did not pass the revival round, one's music festival progress would end there. To a new singer, that was a grievous loss. Luo Luo was very grateful for Xiaoling and would remember their friendship forever in her heart. However, she did not wish for Xiaoling to sacrifice so much for her. Xiaoling smiled lightly and went on stage. This time, when she went on the stage, she was very different from usual. In the past, she used her most dazzling attitude to sing songs that people fell in love with. But this time, the accompanying music was heard. Under the many illuminating lights and under the observation of the many audience members and media representatives, she raised her microphone and sang. "La la 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 la, the love that I want is like a small duck, quack 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 quack." Backstage in the dressing room, everyone was horrified. What was she doing? Sister Mina gritted her teeth and asked, "When did she change the song?" I never noticed." Xie Linlang did not dare to make eye contact with her. Looks like she is doing it on purpose since she chose such a poorly written and composed song that does not fit her style at all. Luo Luo was filled with guilt. On stage, Xiaoling was singing and dancing. "You call me, dear, quack 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 quack. Let's watch the moon together, la 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 la." This was a lively yet average song and did not require any special skills to sing. It was not even very nice to listen to and could not reflect any uniqueness that the singer had to offer. Furthermore, during this entire period, Xiaoling had been rather forlorn, and her entire state of mind did not match the song. She sang the song directly with a sort of absent-minded and deadpan style without any special improvisation. Her makeup was also very light and clashed tremendously with the exaggerated style of the song, causing her to look more boring as a singer. Sister Mina was fuming mad and clenched and unclenched her fists. This little girl really made a poor decision. There were 2 spots left in 2 teams. Why did she not put in her 100% into her singing and grab a spot in Feng Kun's team? Since she could be recognized by Wei Xiaoyan, it was not possible that Feng Kun would think poorly of her. "She's deliberately losing," said Xie Linlang as she covered her eyes. Bai Marong was also unhappy. "It's best if she gives us a reasonable explanation after she finishes. Otherwise, I suggest that the company changes the person to be supported." It was understandable that Xiaoling wanted to help Luo Luo for the previous situation, but this time, when she could get a spot in Feng Kun's team, why did she not even try to achieve that? The way she switched her queue number without consulting the others already disappointed everyone, but she was still going to let them down again. Sister Mina deeply sighed a few times. She gritted her teeth and said, "I understand. If Xiaoling can't give us a reasonable explanation this time, I will recommend the company to redistribute the resources to support other people who can perform better. So what if Xiaoling was Li Lei's girlfriend? In ski art entertainment, the golden rule was that employees must not be swayed by personal considerations. Even Li Lei always followed this rule. Besides, he could take care of her financially. Sister Mai Na felt that she was being too compassionate. Things were in a mess, but she still cared about Xiaoling enough to think about whether her boyfriend could support her financially. She deeply sighed again and powerlessly leaned against the back of the chair. At the other side of the dressing room, Xia Yu was pointing at the screen and laughing hysterically. Yi Xingling, what are you doing? Why would you choose this song? This standard, she sighed faintly. What a pity. It turns out that she is so unsuited to perform on stage. Chu Chen looked at the broadcast screen and frowned. Something was not right. There were 2 places left, so why did she not want to fight for a place in Feng Kun's team? Unless Yi Xingling really did not want to have any relations with people from Imperial Entertainment. Otherwise, why would she be afraid even if the person was Feng Kun who was renowned in the industry? He thought deeply about it. On stage, Xiaoling was very pleased with her performance. In front of her were 6 producers. Every producer's high chair was back facing her, and if she sang well, a producer would turn around to show that he approved of her and wanted to choose her. However, until now, out of the 6 producers, only Wei Xiaoyan, who had no choice, turned his chair around. The other 5 chairs did not move. Even Ah Wei was glaring at her with menacing eyes. Xiaoling suspected that if the competition rules did not state that one could not run up and hit someone or fly into a rage, Ah Wei might have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, Ah Wei did not have an empty place to choose her. The more upset he got, the happier she was, as it was an indicator of how successful her singing was. Small duck, quack quack quack. Small duck, la la la. She smiled happily at Ah Wei. Ding, the second chair turned around. Xiaoling was so scared, stunned, and almost forgot her lyrics. She turned around, only to see that it was Feng Kun. All audience members, media representatives below the stage, and everyone in the dressing rooms was astounded. Brother Feng pressed the wrong button, right? Xia Yu was perplexed. How could he turn around for such a lousy performance? If one must know, Feng Kun did not even turn around when Xia Yu was performing on stage. For this reason, she felt awkward for a very long time. An unwritten rule of Nebula Music Festival stated that when the producer was met with an artiste from his company, regardless of whether he had a spot in his team, he had to turn around to show that he thought highly of his company's artistes and supported them. However, during this year's Nebula Music Festival, Feng Kun broke that rule. When Xia Yu was singing, Feng Kun did not turn around from start to finish, and this caused the media representatives and anti-fans to mock her for a long time. Although he explained that he was trying to sharpen a newcomer and not let Xia Yu become more arrogant as she went down the path of stardom, his statement was too politically correct, and Xia Yu knew very well that Feng Kun did not like her. Why, that year, he treated her sister so well. But now, he treated her so badly. Xia Yu was resentful. At this time, seeing that he actually turned around for Yi Xingling's poorly performed song, she was burning with jealousy in her heart. Could it be that in Feng Kun's eyes, she was not even better than that rubbish woman in that rubbish song? Brother Chu, Xia Yu lifted her head and looked at Chu Chen pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears. However, Chu Chen was frowning and consumed in his thoughts. He was pondering over the reason why Feng Kun turned around and also why the girl called Yi Xingling was not happy at all after seeing him turn around. Small duck, small duck, small duck. It was difficult, but Xiaoling finished singing the song. She rejoiced as she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, except for the 2 gods Wei Xiaoyan and Feng Kun, none of the remaining 4 music producers turned around. After the song finished, the organizer manipulated the controls backstage and the 4 organizers turned around to face her. She was even more reassured after seeing the faint disdain on their faces. The MC walked on stage and spoke to the 7 music producers. The song Yi Xingling sang was really special. However, what I am more curious about is, Ah Wei and Yi Xingling are from the same company, so turning around to support her is very normal. But what about Feng Kun? Why did you decide to turn around after hearing half of the song? Did you think that Yi Xingling sang this song very well? Everyone was looking forward to Feng Kun's answer. After all, the song, Small Duck, that Yi Xingling sang was really too, well, shocking. Feng Kun said in a calm and leisurely manner, honestly, I'm very disappointed by her choice of song. Everyone was speechless. Brother Feng, if she was so disappointing, why did you still choose her? All of us are also very disappointed. Wei Xiaoyan exploded with fury. It is not your right to assess how disappointing my company's Xiaoling is. Feng Kun smiled and looked at Wei Xiaoyan. This is where the problem lies. Yi Xingling's voice is actually not bad. I don't know if you have realized, but she can sing many intricately complex parts of songs that other singers cannot. What did he mean by, I don't know if you have realized? Wei Xiaoyan did not only explode with fury, but he also went berserk. What did Feng Kun mean by that? Was he trying to question his ability as a music producer? How could he not know how outstanding Ski Art Entertainment's Xiaoling's voice was? He icily replied, of course, Xiaoling's voice is good. Exactly, so why did your Ski Art Entertainment choose such a song for her? Feng Kun's tone was warm and sincere but cunning. Such a naturally talented singer is wasted by singing this song. If the song was changed, I believe that Yi Xingling could perform something different that is more elegant and graceful. As such, Yi Xingling. He looked at Xiaoling and said, I hope you can join my team. I will create a song that suits you the best. Wei Xiaoyan did not rebuke this time and continued to glare fiercely at Xiaoling. He distinctly remembered that she was not supposed to appear in this order, and she was also not supposed to sing this song. What exactly happened backstage just now, and how did it become like this? However, he could only silently tolerate the disaster of small duck. He obviously could not tell everyone that the original plan was not like that. Wei Xiaoyan was very hot-tempered and disgruntled and kept shooting daggers at Xiaoling. Xiaoling maintained a perfect smile and pretended not to see his gaze and focused on dealing with Feng Kun. She raised her microphone to show that a new singer was paying respects to an award-winning producer. Thank you, Brother Feng. Honestly, I don't think singing this song was a waste. This song is pretty cute. Although it doesn't require much skill, isn't singing from one's heart more important than having skills? She lied through her teeth about skills and singing from her heart, which was what Wei Xiaoyan once complained about. The main reason why he said that was because the songs that Feng Kun wrote for Xiaoling were too flamboyant and did not focus on conveying complex emotions. Xiaoling had listened to his complaints too many times and knew the phrase like the back of her hand, so she used the statement very smoothly. After seeing that she was using what he said in the past, the ominous look on Wei Xiaoyan's face reduced a little. Thinking about it, it was still not right. This was not the time to talk about what was right or wrong. The more urgent matter was to let her join Feng Kun's team. Feng Kun was the only music producer who wanted her, so she could only join his team. Was it really okay to say this sort of thing that could offend her future leader? Wei Xiaoyan was starting to go berserk again. However, Feng Kun remained calm. Join my team and I will respect your heart. No, unexpectedly, Xiaoling rejected him. Thank you for choosing me, Brother Feng, but I cannot join your team. You're not my choice. She's gone mad. In the dressing room, Xia Yu was jealous, resentful, and angry. Rejecting Feng Kun, is she an idiot? What gave Yi Xingling the right to do that when she had worked so hard but still was unable to gain any recognition? How could that irritating woman reject him without a care in the world? The audience and media representatives who were watching the live broadcast were also going crazy. Is this a gimmick by the organizer? Exactly. How could anyone reject Feng Kun? However, Xiaoling was still serious about rejecting him. She looked at Feng Kun with a firm gaze. Feng Kun asked, "Can I ask why you are rejecting me?" He asked what thousands of people were asking in their hearts. Xiaoling replied, "Brother Feng, I remember you saying before that I sang like the late diva Xiaoling." Feng Kun nodded. Not long ago, when he was talking to her about Sea Demon, he did say something similar. Xiaoling said, "However, I don't think I resemble her." Brother Feng, I told you that day that perhaps many people dream of being the second Xiaoling, but that is not my dream. This is my reason for rejecting you. What she meant was that she was worried that Feng Kun, who was once the late Xiaoling's producer, would transform her into the second Xiaoling. Everyone was boiling with anger. How could a new small singer dare to say something like that? Publicly provoking the diva Xiaoling. She should be honored that Feng Kun said that she resembled Xiaoling. How could she be this dissatisfied? Did she think she was an important person? Booing sounds were heard from the crowd. In the dressing room backstage, Sister Mai Na was so enraged that she almost smashed her glass. What sort of bad temper is this? Even if she wants to speak the truth, she has to be aware of the appropriate time and place. What benefits can there be from rejecting Feng Kun and offending Xiaoling's fans? A few other singers, including Xie Linlang, quickly consoled Sister Mai Na. On stage, Feng Kun was slightly taken aback. She actually had a reason like that. Was that the real reason or just an excuse because she did not want to join his team? He was deep in contemplation. The MC said, "Yi Xingling, you have to think carefully. Besides Wei Xiaoyan, only Feng Kun turned around for you. If you refuse to join his team, you will be eliminated and enter the revival contest." "I choose to enter the revival contest," she said firmly. The sound of the click of a camera rang out. Numerous flashes of light illuminated the stage, photographing her standing on stage proudly lifting her head high. Her silver white satin dress was fluttering due to the wind on stage, making her look like a defiant princess. What arrogance! She rejected Feng Kun, the best producer in the industry. Furthermore, she was only a newcomer. What do you think of her response, Brother Feng? Asked the MC who desired to make the scene more dramatic. Honestly speaking, I feel like I received a small blow. Feng Kun smiled bitterly. However, what he said next was unexpected. However, I can understand it. Any artiste who truly has pride and ambition would not want someone to say that he or she is the second of someone more famous. Yi Xingling, I think I should apologize for what I said earlier. There was an uproar in the crowd. What? How could Feng Kun apologize to this newly debuted singer considering his status? Xia Yu gritted her teeth. How did it turn out this way? How was that irritating woman deserving of an apology from a prominent figure like Feng Kun? However, she smiled faintly again. Is Yi Xingling really worthy of the apology? I'm sure Brother Feng is trying to harm her. Won't his apology make Yi Xingling appear more arrogant and self-absorbed? Brother Feng must be trying to seek revenge on her. However, she did not expect that Feng Kun would continue with another question. Well then, can you consider joining my team again? That was the real reason why he apologized. To him, it was imperative to stop all of Xiaoling's excuses. Xiaoling felt thoroughly unwell. She thought of a reason to reject him but not how to deal with the current situation. It was beyond her expectations that Feng Kun would invite her to join his team again after apologizing. In the industry, Feng Kun was well known for doing his job impeccably. In the past, she respected him for that, but now when he used that trick on her, she felt like crying. She blinked her eyes, showing a bit of innocence and confusion. As she was racking her brains for a reason to reject him, Wei Xiaoyan said, "Since Feng Kun is so sincere, just agree to join his team then, Xiaoling." This time, Xiaoling really cried. "Oh, Brother Ah Wei. When I first met you, I said that you were a horrible teammate. Why is it that you're so good at being a terrible teammate every time? This is literally a horrible teammate's godly assistance." She thought. Initially, she had hopes of rejecting him, but due to what Aoi said, if she insisted on rejecting him again, she would be going against the intentions of two of the best producers. She would appear too ignorant. It would also be too forced, too deliberate, and too unusual. She was afraid that Feng Kun would see that something was not right and that Chu Chen would suspect something. As such, she had no choice but to accept his invitation. Feng Kun finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. At last, he finally managed to get her to join his team. In the future, there would be many chances for him to investigate and see if that girl's similarities with Xiaoling were a coincidence or if they were related in any way. Xiaoling walked backstage despondently. Despite her calculations, she was still not able to evade Feng Kun. However, the people in Ski Art Entertainment were very happy and felt that Aoi did excellently. Thank God for Aoi, said Sister Mai Na. Otherwise, I don't know how badly that brat would have screwed up. Seeing that Xiaoling was walking in, she frustratedly pinched her cheeks. Are you crazy? Do you dislike Feng Kun that much? Bai Marong, Xie Linlang, Xu Wanyi, and others from Ski Art Entertainment were looking at Xiaoling. Xiaoling was feeling dejected. She was silent for a while before saying, I'm sorry everyone, but I'm afraid that you really have to change the key singer to support. After joining Feng Kun's team, I'm unsure if there will be good chances for me to utilize my singing talent well. Why? Xie Linlang did not understand. Do you really have a feud with Feng Kun? My conflict with Xia Yu in the past was very serious. Don't you think his sister Xia Yu's official partner who has even written songs for her, he won't bear any hatred towards me? Xiaoling racked her brains for the most reasonable explanation. Everyone at Imperial Entertainment is unfriendly towards me. Sister Linlang, Sister Wanyi, and Brother Bai, I can only protect myself this year. Sister Mai Na finally understood her reasons. So it was because Xiaoling was afraid that Feng Kun wanted her in his team to seek revenge. Which was why she was trying her best to avoid him. Perhaps there might even be a deeper reason that cannot be said. Sister Mai Na thought of how Imperial Entertainment harassed Xiaoling and how Pei Ziheng had dirty thoughts about her. Suddenly, she also felt that letting her join Feng Kun's team was not necessarily a good idea. However, it had already happened. Sister Mai Na nodded her head and said, forget it. Just protect yourself well during this year's Nebula Music Festival. We will recalibrate the strategic plan. This year, we will support Lu Dao and Leng Wei as the important newcomers. I'm really sorry, everyone. Xiaoling apologized softly. Xie Linlang loudly sighed. Seriously, Xiaoling, I've got to hand it to you. I can't believe you're wasting such a good opportunity. However, I do recall your bad conflict with Xia Yu, and it is reasonable for you to be afraid of Imperial Entertainment seeking revenge on you. Forget it. If we're going to change the person to support, then so be it. Please be careful on your own. Ski Art Entertainment was a company with a good atmosphere. After being dejected for a while, everyone recovered and started to re-strategize, replacing Yi Xingling with the Lu Dao and Leng Wei duo as key singers for this year. Sister Mai Na specially called Li Lei to explain the changes in their plan. Li Lei then called Xiaoling. Do you mind this? I can order them to continue supporting you. Xiaoling impulsively asked. I thought that Ski Art Entertainment was transparent, fair, and not shady. Big boss, do you think that it is good to make such a direct order? Li Lei laughed. That depends on who I'm making the order for. Instantly, the shock in Xiaoling's heart turned into gratefulness. However, she replied, it's okay. I don't want to receive special treatment. It is not easy for Sister Mai Na, Lu Dao, and Leng Wei. In her past life, she had received too many privileges and was hated by so many people that they did not hesitate to harm her at her worst. After knowing that she had been murdered by Pei Ziheng, many artistes rejoicing at the tragedy, and she finally realized that she was so disliked by others. Now that she was in Ski Art Entertainment and treated Sister Mai Na and the others as her friends, she hoped that something like that would not happen again. Li Lei was a little disappointed. You really don't need my help. I don't need your help. All right then. He sighed and accepted that he could not do much to change the situation. You must take care of yourself well. I'm almost done with the situation over here, and once it is finished, I will be back. Good luck with the competition. As long as you perform, I will always watch you live. Xiaoling thanked him and gave him some encouragement as well. After that day when she rejected his romantic advances in the bedroom, it was a little awkward to talk to him, and she did not know what to say. Both of them became quiet. Li Lei said goodnight to her and hang up. Xiaoling became more and more uncertain about the future of their relationship. Perhaps one day, their relationship may come to an end because of her unspeakable secrets. She was still unable to accept another person completely and may never be able to do so. This realization made her feel very sad. She did not dare to imagine what would happen to her if she lost Li Lei. She tossed and turned around the whole night. The next day, she went to look for Feng Kun. Now, the groups for the Nebula Music Festival were fixed, and every team needed to have a pre-battle discussion and form a plan with their producer. Even if Xiaoling was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to show up. The windows were clear in the conference room as Feng Kun sat on the main seat and smiled at everyone. For the next few days, everyone has to work together. I hope that we can work together to win the Nebula Music Festival. We definitely will, a Singer said. Besides Feng Kun leading the team also had Zheng Chenhao, who was the king of Imperial Entertainment, to rely on. Winning the competition was an easy job. The only variable was probably the lucky and accidentally chosen singer Yi Xingling, who sang, Small Duck. You better perform well, understand? Zheng Chenhao played his role as the big brother of the team and said to her. As long as you don't impede us, with me, our team will be able to achieve victory. Xiaoling could not be bothered to respond and did not even glance at him. In her past life when she was still the diva of Imperial Entertainment, Zheng Chenhao was very obedient when he saw her. He would serve her tea, offer his seat to her, and be her yes man. She even thought that Zhang Chenhao was sincerely friendly towards her before, but after she was imprisoned, Xia Yu played a recording for her. In the recording, Zhang Chenhao said, Xia Ling, always taking advantage of the fact that she's favored by the boss. She is really too arrogant. Do you know how many job opportunities she stole from me? It's better if she's gone. She finally knew what he really thought about her. At this point in time, she felt that she was already restraining herself well. She only ignored him and did not rebuke. He actually thought that the team could achieve victory based solely on his efforts. Please, this was a team competition. How could he do it when even Xiaoling could not? He was really too naive. Seeing her like that, Zhang Chenhao frowned unpleasantly. A female singer listening from the side said, how can you speak to big brother Zhang like that? He's a heavenly king. So what if he's a heavenly king? Xiaoling could not resist but retort. If you're afraid that I will be a burden on the team, then don't pick me to join. She had an idea and intentionally glared at Feng Kun. Why don't you kick me off the team now? I'll join the revival round. Feng Kun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This little girl had a big temper, she could not take even the slightest criticism from others. He wondered how she was able to work with Wei Xiaoyan at Ski Art Entertainment, who was known to have a sharp tongue. However, he missed this a little. Imperial Entertainment was a hierarchical place, and ever since Xiaoling died, no one had dared challenge the authorities the way she did. With this thought, Feng Kun looked at Yi Xingling with a gentler gaze. Breathe, cool down, Chenhao had no malicious intentions. Since everyone is in the same team, we have to cooperate well. He then turned to the female singer and said, we're in the same team, take it back a notch. With that, he gave Zhang Chenhao a warning glare. Feng Kun's bias was clear as day. Even the popular Zhang Chenhao did not dare offend the top producer in the industry. Everyone was aware that Feng Kun used to be Xiaoling's exclusive producer, and one word from Feng Kun would weigh more than 10 sentences from him. If he offended Feng Kun unintentionally, it could be the end of him, and he would not even know how it happened. Zhang Chenhao seethed inside but gave a light laugh out loud. I was only giving you a kind reminder, I didn't mean to be mean. The female singer that was watching on astutely shut up as well after seeing Zhang Chenhao's change in attitude. Xiaoling was disappointed. She had almost successfully incited an argument, but Feng Kun saved the situation. Bastard, why was Feng Kun's temper still as gentle and amiable as before? This spoiled her plan of being kicked to the revival round. Xiaoling unhappily picked up the tea ladle and prodded angrily at the tea leaves. Feng Kun narrowed his eyes as he watched her prodding at the tea leaves. This little action was so similar to that girl in his memories. He lowered his gaze to hide the surprise in his eyes and passed papers and pens around to the team. Everyone, listen up. You're all aware of the rules of the Nebula Music Festival, which is, you can't sing your own song. You have to sing someone else's song, and you're restricted to the list that the organizers have picked. There are more than 300 songs on the list to pick from. Now, I want you to write down the 10 songs that you're most confident to sing from the list, as well as the 10 songs that you're the least confident about. I will then discuss with everyone on the best lineup for the competition. There were no objections from the team as they received the papers and pens and started writing as instructed. Xiaoling was still dwelling in her unhappiness, but she took a paper and subconsciously wrote, that summer when the flowers were in full bloom. Wait a minute, wasn't this her favorite song in her past life? Her pen stopped momentarily. However, it was too late for her to change it. She decided to stop writing altogether and scrutinize the list, taking her time to choose 9 songs that she could sing well in this life but were songs that she did not like in her past life. She then carefully chose 10 songs that she was not confident about, that were counter to her preferences in her past life. Feng Kun looked impassive but was, in fact, observing Xiaoling closely the whole time. He saw that she wrote down the first song and then suddenly stopped, only continuing to write after taking time to scrutinize the list. After everyone had finished writing on the papers and he had collected them back, he took a quick look at the first song that Xiaoling had written down, that summer when the flowers were in full bloom, and gave a start. The next 19 songs had no relation to Xiaoling. Was this just a coincidence? Feng Kun quietly kept that paper and continued with the discussion on the game plan with the team. After the meeting had ended, Feng Kun brought the stack of papers back home and extracted Xiaoling's piece. The resemblance was uncanny, her handwriting looked so similar. Feng Kun started to rummage through one of the cupboards in his house, where he found one of Xiaoling's old manuscripts before she passed away, and started to match the Chinese characters word for word. That, summer, flowers, full, bloom. Every word was almost identical. His hands started to tremble slightly as he opened a little box on his table. In the little box was a picture that he had taken of a signature on the signature wall at the Nebula Music Festival red carpet. The signature, Yi Xingling, was cut into 3 strips of paper, and 3 other papers had the words, Yi, Xing, and Ling, extracted from Xiaoling's manuscripts before she passed away. A while back, he had sent these 3 words, both the signature and the extractions from the manuscripts, to 3 different handwriting identification specialists to analyze. The results from the 3 specialists were that they were the handwriting of the same person. Feng Kun's hand started to tremble even more, and he took a copy of the 20 songs that were written on the paper, looked for the corresponding words in Xiaoling's old manuscript, separated it into several different batches, and then sent it off to the different specialists to analyze. The papers were mailed out. It took Feng Kun a long time to regain his composure. If the specialists came back saying that the handwriting was from the same person again, what would that mean? Was it possible for there to be 2 persons in this world that were so similar, regardless of speech, action, and handwriting? Or, were they the same person? Was it reincarnation? However, Xiaoling had passed away just slightly over a year ago, and Yi Xingling was already 18 or 19 this year. Feng Kun sat in front of his work desk staring at the papers with the handwriting, trying to piece it all together. Suddenly, he stood up and dialed a number. Is that old Chen? I have something that I need you to do. Help me investigate a singer named Yi Xingling. I need a manuscript of her handwriting from a year ago. No, 2 years ago, just whatever you can find, her school homework, song lyrics, signatures, whatever. Send them all to me. The more, the better. Old Chen was a friend of his that ran a private investigation outfit. He would be more suitable to look into this matter. Feng Kun felt expectation rising within him, while also feeling some trepidation. What should he do if it really was Xiaoling? And if it wasn't Xiaoling, what would he do then? Xiaoling was blissfully unaware of all this. While she was writing the song titles, her focus had been entirely on the songs, trying to make sure that Feng Kun would not be able to find any similarities with Xiaoling in her past life. However, she had neglected to think about her handwriting. In her past life, she had been pampered by Pei Ziheng and never had to come up with any scheme. Now, she was being spoiled by Li Lei and seemed to be turning out like what Li Lei had teased her to be at the amusement park, a little dumb. How would she be able to see past the ploy that Feng Kun had so carefully laid out? The dumb little Xiaoling went about the team meetings, as usual, setting down the team strategy. She did not know that Mr. Feng Kun was giving her increasingly queer looks throughout this time. This day, the Nebula Music Festival teams were discussing the You Choose, I Sing segment of the competition. As the name suggested, the song choice for the segment would be chosen by their competitors. It was Xiaoling's turn to sing. It's Yi Xingling's turn. Her opposing team discussed in low voices. What song should we pick for her to sing? We should pick that song, of course. Someone said in a hushed tone. Didn't I tell you that I overheard Feng Kun on the phone saying that Yi Xingling has been practicing all the songs on the song list? She is pretty confident with most of them, but there is just that one song that she can't sing well. What song is that, idiot? It's The Caged Butterfly. Oh, right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that song, The Caged Butterfly. How could anyone other than the late diva Xiaoling sing that well? It was a highly challenging song technically, and the emotions that were required in the song were intense. Merely the fact that it was the memento song for the late diva would be a huge burden and pressure for any competitor. Let's pick that, someone said. However, someone else raised an objection. If we choose this song, wouldn't it be obvious that we're trying to make things difficult? Everyone was aware that this song was a difficult choice, and even though it was a competition, being too obvious about making things difficult for competitors could come across as being too petty. Hence, no one had picked The Caged Butterfly, yet even though the You Choose, I Sing segment had been going on for several rounds already. If it were for someone else, we would be intentionally making life difficult. But we're talking about Yi Xingling here. The person that had suggested the song piped up. Yi Xingling was able to sing Xiaoling's Sea Demon well. Who knows, she might kill it, The Caged Butterfly, too, since she's supposedly Xiaoling's fan. I'm sure many are interested to hear her sing this song, we're simply picking it to please the crowd. That's right, the team settled on their plan and selected a representative to go on stage. That representative was a relatively new singer who had recently debuted, called Mu Xiaoxi. At this moment, she stood tall in front of Xiaoling and raised the microphone to her lips with a smile. Hello, Yi Xingling, the song that we have chosen for you to sing is The Caged Butterfly. Xiaoling almost felt herself go dizzy. What? The Caged Butterfly, we hope that you can sing that song. Mu Xiaoxi continued, I heard you're Xiaoling's fan, and coincidentally, so am I. I've heard your version of Sea Demon, and it was awesome. Hence, I believe that your version of The Caged Butterfly would be great too. Please, the stage is yours. There was great commotion off stage. The audience started to discuss this excitedly. The Caged Butterfly was a really challenging song, and it was a song that encapsulated the best of techniques and emotions that the diva Xiaoling had mastered. Ever since its release, many professional and amateur singers had tried to sing covers, but none had been able to do it well. In fact, most that had tried to cover The Caged Butterfly had simply been the center of ridicule and bashing from netizens. Now, Mu Xiaoxi asked for her opponent to sing this song. Wasn't that just mean? However, the audience was indeed curious if Yi Xingling, the one who had sung Sea Demon with such finesse, would be able to pull off The Caged Butterfly and bring to the audience a miracle. The female MC's eyes lit up, and she gave an expression that was bent on spicing up the atmosphere even more. Mu Xiaoxi, are you sure? Mu Xiaoxi quietly nodded her head. Xiaoling frowned slightly. This song, I would not want to do injustice to it. Can you pick another song? This was not the real reason for Xiaoling's question. The real reason was that she did not ever want to sing that song again. That song was a culmination of all the pain in her past life. It was too bloody, too dark, and was born in the midst of her worst nightmare. She did not know if she would be able to keep her emotions in check if she were to sing it again. Mu Xiaoxi replied sincerely, it wouldn't be an injustice, it'll be just a different way of giving a tribute to Xiaoling. Aren't you also her fan, Yi Xingling? Isn't it great to be able to do something nice for your idol? The song is on the song list, after all. It was true, the song was on the song list. Nebula Music Festival's song list was created with reference to the participating singers and producers every year. All the songs that were sung by singers and producers participating in the musical festival would be on the list. It was the first time that Xiaoling agreed wholeheartedly to Wei Xiaoyan's view. Feng Kun was the bane of her existence. If it weren't for him, The Caged Butterfly would not appear in the song list this year. The female MC laughed conspiratorially. Mu Xiaoxi is right, there would be no injustice done at all. Songs are made for people to sing after all, don't you agree, Yi Xingling? However, if you think that you won't be able to outdo the late diva Xiaoling, and have no confidence in singing the song well, you're free to forfeit and admit defeat. Her words were like needles hidden in a pile of cotton, and they made Xiaoling see a fire. I have never believed myself to be inferior to anyone, even if it is the late diva. Xiaoling responded coldly. The audience was completely silent upon hearing her statement before rapturous applause and jeers broke out simultaneously. Great job, Yi Xingling. Tisk, don't bite off more than you can chew. Shouts from both sides continued to ring out for a while. The female MC's smile broadened across her face as she reveled in the situation. As an MC, her concern was always that there would not be a punchline, and she embraced conflict and controversy instead of shying away from them. At this moment, the audience's reaction was just what she liked to see, and she became even more excited. Yi Xingling, she said immediately when the crowd quietened down a little. It looks like everyone has high hopes for your performance. Why don't you grace us with your rendition of the song? Look behind, your score isn't particularly high right now. The MC turned around to glance at the big screen behind her. Your accumulated score now is 3,658 points, and while you're in top place for all the newcomers this year, Xia Yu is close behind you. If you forfeit this round, you won't be able to accumulate any points, and will even be losing 500 points. You will then fall behind Xia Yu. How would you feel if that happens? What do all of you think, audience? Should she let that happen? The female MC turned to the audience and asked emphatically, extending her microphone to the audience to capture their response. The audience passionately shouted back. No, she shouldn't. Yi Xingling, the caged butterfly. Yi Xingling, the caged butterfly. The anticipation in the hall was at its peak. Xiaoling felt dizzy seeing this unfold as if a huge tidal wave had enveloped her, and she was at a loss of where she was. Was it anemia, or did she not get enough rest last night? Her knees buckled slightly, and she had to compose and steady herself through taking several deep breaths. Feeling faint, she did not know how much longer she would be able to hold herself together on stage. She needed to get this over and done with. Okay, I'll sing, The Caged Butterfly. Let's begin, she hurriedly said. The female MC smiled in satisfaction and said a string of encouragement and compliments to Xiaoling. Seeing that her mission was successful, Mu Xiaoxi also said a word of encouragement. Xiaoling thanked them politely, holding in her increasing discomfort, and watched as they left the stage. She was left alone on the vast stage. The spotlight dimmed, and a bluish-purple mist rose from all around her, making it seem like she was part of a dream. She heard the introduction melody of The Caged Butterfly start playing in the background, like flowing water, full of melancholy and sadness. The melody lines layered upon each other, complementing each other, just the introduction was sufficient to knock at the depths of the listeners' hearts. As expected of the top producer, Feng Kun, Xiaoling listened and immersed herself in the melody, before lifting the microphone to her lips with her eyes closed. Even though she had heard the arrangement for The Caged Butterfly by Feng Kun before today, it felt entirely different having to sing to it in this performance. It was so familiar. The song was like an old friend that she had not met in a while, gently waving at her and calling to her. It had nostalgia, sadness, it seemed to understand her, to empathize with her, and to feel her pain, and it seemed to know her tempo and match her voice. Although Xiaoling was singing this live for the first time, she moved alongside it impeccably as if she had rehearsed it thousands of times before. Long time no see, old friend. With her head still spinning and feeling as if she were in the midst of a dream, Xiaoling opened her mouth and sang softly, if only we had never met that year. The feeling of anguish and sharp pain extended through her body with the first line of lyrics. Perhaps the ending would have been different. As the second line of the lyrics left her lips, the pain in her heart intensified, and Xiaoling felt like she could hardly breathe. Masking her discomfort, Xiaoling continued with the third line. Like the irises by the road, lost in time. Unable to differentiate if the gentle you is reality or a dream. Her tears fell without warning. Snippets of her memories flashed across her mind. A random summer, there were huge bushes of irises by the roadside, blooming splendidly in the summer breeze. A young, tall man was standing against the light, smiling at the little girl in front of him with his hand outstretched. Xiaoling, come home with me. Xiaoling, come home with me. That voice was low and mesmerizing, like a curse, making her voice choked up. More images flowed into her mind, the luxurious bungalows in the mountains, that man holding the girl's hand and announcing to his family. This is Xiaoling, the girl I adopted. I hope you welcome her into the family and treat her well. In the quiet study room, that man had the girl in his lap as he held her hand and taught her to write. In the rose garden, with the roses in full bloom, that man was half kneeling as he helped the girl remove the thorns from the soles of her feet. His eyes were lowered in concentration, looking gentle and focused. Tears blurred her vision as Xiaoling recalled all these memories of the past, and her voice changed. You gave me the crystal clear sky, that perfect dream. She seemed to have gone back to the past in the song, turning back time to become that little girl once again. She was slight but elegant, and pretty beyond measure. She pranced with agility in the dance practice room, perfectly spinning and singing with the glorious voice that she was born with, year after year. Pei Ziheng came to visit her when the first snow started to fall outside the full-length windows. He took a soft, woolen jacket from one of his bodyguards and draped it across her slender shoulders, saying, it's getting cold, remember to keep warm especially after breaking a sweat from all the practicing. She wrapped her hands around his neck and raised her head to kiss him tenderly. He brought with him a fragrance that was a mixture of tea leaves and the sandalwood, paper, and ink from his study room. He would wrap his hands around her waist and pull her closer, as he took over the lead from her, and they would kiss until she was breathless. Xiaoling, he would murmur in his hoarse voice. My butterfly. That was the voice that was carved into her mind. Xiaoling felt her heart clench in pain, and the world was spinning around her as she stood in the shroud of mist on stage. The hand that she was holding the microphone was shaking uncontrollably, and her voice trembled as well. Becoming a butterfly that belongs to you. In her reverie, the stage became another one that was in the middle of an open-air stadium, in front of a 10,000-strong crowd. She was dressed in a white silk dress, with golden wings on her back, her chin held high, arrogantly singing her song. Cheers were sounding out all around her. Xiaoling, Xiaoling, Xiaoling. Deep within her, she felt her heart breaking as she stared emptily up into the sky. Where was this? Who was she? Is this her past or current life? Her tears kept falling with no sign of stopping, and Xiaoling no longer had any strength in her legs to carry herself. She stumbled to the edge of the stage and held onto the mic stand that was secured to the floor. Shining brightly, for you, she sang through her tears, her voice breaking up, and the poignant lyrics seemed like they were etched into the depths of her soul. Only for you, just for you. Until that moment, when everything changed. When you broke my beautiful hallucination and pushed me into the cruelest valley of pain. The image of the headlines of a newspaper flashed into her mind. The head of the Pei family, Pei Zihang, announces his engagement to the daughter of the Wang family, Wang Jingwan. Xiaoling had stared in disbelief at the newspaper, before looking for him in hysterics at the Imperial Entertainment headquarters. He was holding a very important board meeting with all the directors of Imperial Entertainment then, and the atmosphere was very serious. She had slammed the newspaper in front of him. What an embarrassment, one of the old directors had said in a low voice. Xiaoling acted like she did not hear him, as she angrily demanded an explanation from Pei Zihang. He had been quiet, and the frown between his brows was like a knife to her heart. Xiaoling, this has nothing to do with you. She was shaking in anger, and would not let it go, shouting all sorts of things at him. The board meeting had been cancelled due to the scene she made, and Pei Zihang had dragged her home, threw her into the bedroom, and forced himself onto her, but did not mention a single word about the engagement. No matter how hard she tried to interrogate him on it, he would just respond with, "It's none of your business." She had sought the opinion of many, but none were willing to be roped into her spat with Pei Zihang, all unwilling to commit any view on the matter. Only Feng Kun and Chu Chen had advised her. Xiaoling, what boss means is that regardless of whether he is engaged, it is only a political wedding and does not affect your relationship at all. Does not affect their relationship. What a joke. She had given them both a piece of her mind, and her arguments with Pei Zihang became more severe. She had even gone to negotiate with Wang Jingwan, until Wang Jingwan was poisoned, and Pei Zihang imprisoned her in his anger. You lifted your fingers slightly, and without my knowledge, you broke my wings. Inside the cold bungalow, he had trapped her under him on the bed, ignoring her terror and struggles, claiming her time and time again against her will. The crystal sky, my broken dreams. He had locked her in the dark and narrow isolation room, without a tinge of light or sound. She wanted to scream but could not open her mouth. She wanted to struggle but could not move her fingers even an inch. The long and dead silence made the time in the room feel like 10 and 100,000s of years. She could hardly tell if she were dead or alive but could hear her weak heartbeat and the blood coursing in her veins. She saw the huge monster and spider's web, the sickle of the Grim Reaper, and countless other hallucinations. And then the door was opened, and that man walked in with the light like a god descending. Xiaoling, he swished the whip and she woke from the pain and intensity of being struck. He bent over to touch her face, his tone cold but gentle. All your joy and pain comes from me. Everything you have is mine. Xiaoling was crying her heart out, as she struggled to sing the next line of the song. The caged butterfly. The butterfly that cannot fly, her body slipped lower and lower until she was kneeling on the stage. She felt a burning pain near her ankles, where she had an injury. Pei Zihang had personally shackled her with golden chains. It was an injury that was an accumulation of all the pain and suffering in that period. The butterfly that cannot fly, she tried all she could to compose herself, to keep herself from breaking down altogether. The spreading spider's web. The bloodied wings, the killing of hopes. The butterfly that cannot fly, trapped in the spider's web. Unable to escape from its cage. Waiting. Dying. With that, she finished the last line of the lyrics. Xiaoling continued kneeling on the stage, her body feeling numb, and the sound of her tears could still be heard. Momentarily, her mind went blank, like the wind from that day when she had fallen was blowing non-stop. No, her mind wasn't blank, but instead, there were too many memories flashing through, churning through her mind, screaming at her. Overwhelmingly. All of the gentleness and the pain. When they first met, it was a bright summer's day with the irises in full bloom at the orphanage. He had brought her back home, holding onto her hand tightly. When she was 13, they became a couple, and he said that he would care for her all the days of his life. At the International Music Awards ceremony, he was seated in the VIP seats, listening intently to the song that he had written for her to sing, Perfect Dream. And that day when their destiny changed forever, in the doorway of their home, he had slapped her to the ground and furiously asked why she had murdered Wang Jingwan. Imprisonment, despair, almost going insane, complete breakdown. That nightmarish final year was something that Xiaoling did not dare think too much about. She only remembered herself falling off stage, and then, being reborn. She bid goodbye to the life of Xiaoling and became Yi Xingling. Yiling rubbed the back of her hand vaguely across her eyes to wipe away the tears and remembered that she was still on stage. She thought that she probably looked disheveled and ugly since there was not a single clap from the audience. She sniffled and struggled to stand up, mocking at herself in her mind. Xiaoling, look at you. How did you make yourself end up in this state without Pei Zihang holding you dearly in his hands? She stood up with difficulty and then heard the sounds of some people crying. That's weird, didn't she already stop crying? Subconsciously, she raised her hand to touch her face. It was a little swollen and slightly smarting from all the tears, but she had indeed stopped crying. She lifted her head and saw many in the audience crying. They were crying hard and uncontrollably, like how she was crying just a while ago. Xiaoling felt slightly dazed and at a loss. The female MC walked forward, her eyes red and swollen like she had been crying as well. Xiaoling, you really, she paused as her voice broke a little. You sang really well, so many of us were touched to tears. Even I could not control my tears. This is the most touching performance I have ever heard live since I started as an MC. Can you tell us how you managed to emote this song so well? Xiaoling was still in a daze, but her many years of experience allowed her to respond subconsciously. Singing comes from the heart. The female MC was clearly happy with this answer, as she unloaded a torrent of compliments. She asked many other questions like, when had she started liking Xiaoling? What influence Xiaoling had on her music style? What plans did she have for the future? And so on. Xiaoling answered these half-heartedly, distracted by the churning memories still in her mind. She could not remember what the female MC had asked after getting through all the questions. After a long while, the female MC let her off, and she walked off stage with rapturous applause from the audience behind her. Xiaoling walked unsteadily backstage, and almost fell when she was walking down the stairs. Someone caught her before she fell. Xiaoling, be careful. It was Wei Xiaoyan's voice, though it sounded rather far away. Why are you still crying? Xiaoling wanted to say that she was not crying anymore, and the tears had already stopped, but she felt something being stuffed into her hands. She lowered her head and saw that it was the silk handkerchief from Wei Xiaoyan's shirt pocket that he usually wore as a decorative item. Wipe your tears. You look horrible. The people from Imperial Entertainment are going to see you as a laughingstock, he said. She mechanically wiped her eyes with the handkerchief, and it was only then that she realized her tears had started falling again. Her hand began to shake uncontrollably again, and she stopped for a moment, before covering her face completely with the handkerchief and allowing her tears to flow freely. There. Wei Xiaoyan did not know what to do. Why are you crying like a baby? How old are you already? She leaned into Wei Xiaoyan and started to cry out loud. Xiaoling, he started to get nervous and was at a loss for words. Don't be like this. People are going to think I bullied you or something. No, wait, this is so gross. I like being clean, let go of me. She ignored his complaints and cried even harder. Wei did not know what she had been through and did not know the days of imprisonment that she lived through with Pei Zihang. Those were days when she dared not even cry freely, such that she had forgotten what it felt like to cry. Wei would never know how deep her sorrow and pain was. Wei Xiaoyan kept quiet, and stiffly wrapped his hands around her shoulder, patting her lightly on the back like he was trying to coax a kid to stop crying. After a long while, Xiaoling felt exhausted from all the crying, and her cries died down to sniffles and random sobs. Miss, are you done crying? Wei Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief and did not even bother asking why she was crying so hard. Can you still walk? Xiaoling nodded her head. He said, okay, let's go, follow me back to the makeup room. How could you not be embarrassed crying like that on the corridor? It was only then that she realized that the people walking by were looking at her with queer expressions as if they were dying to see some juicy gossip. She wiped her face with the silk handkerchief still in her hands and followed Wei Xiaoyan in the direction of the makeup rooms. Oh right, why did you come to look for me? Her voice was hoarse, and it hurt for her to talk. Shouldn't you be in the makeup room resting? You were almost in hysterics singing, The Caged Butterfly, and I was a little worried for you, so I came over to have a look at how you were doing. Wei Xiaoyan shrugged off his jacket with an expression of disdain as he walked ahead. You just destroyed my jacket. It's the newest of this season's collection too. She remembered his hypochondriac tendencies, and seeing the patches of tears and snot that she had left down the front from her crying, she could only laugh. Wei Xiaoyan glared at her angrily, but the anxiety in his eyes became gentler. They returned to the makeup room. When they pushed open the door, everyone turned to look at Xiaoling with all sorts of expressions. Some were shocked, some were stunned, some were envious, some were curious, some were disdainful. Only Luo innocently pounced onto her, exclaiming, Xiaoling, that was so awesome. You were Xiaoling reincarnated. Don't spout nonsense. She chided Luo in a low voice, her tone unpleasant. The truth that Luo had unwittingly said made her jittery, and she could not help but look around warily. No one seemed to have noticed a thing, and everyone's expression remained as they were. Those that were envious were still envious, and those that were jealous were still jealous. It was only then that she relaxed a little. However, she glanced around and caught sight of someone, which made her feel nervous again. Feng Kun. He was leaning on the edge of the makeup counter, quietly sipping from a glass of water. His gaze was on her, and he had a pensive look on his face. He was still steady and quiet as he usually was, dressed in a black suit like a low-key wealthy gentleman. Only she knew how astute he was, and knew how scary his instincts were. Xiaoling was unsure if Feng Kun had realized anything, but if Feng Kun were to call her Xiaoling right now, she would not have been too surprised. He was too familiar with her and was even more familiar than Pei Zihang about her singing style and every detail or turn in her voice. They had worked together for 10 years and were a legendary partnership. He would be able to tell which song was sung by her with his eyes closed. Xiaoling did not know how much she had revealed of herself in her rendition of The Caged Butterfly earlier. There was a screen in the makeup room showing the live broadcast, and seeing the look Feng Kun was giving her, he had likely watched the entire performance. She could not help but feel uneasy and tried to think back on it. It should have been vastly dissimilar to the rendition she had sung when she had supposedly killed herself. After all, her experiences and mindset had changed a lot since then. This time the emotions were probably not as raw as last time. Xiaoling thought to herself but felt increasingly unconfident. But, reincarnation was too out of the world. Her looks and voice had changed completely. She hoped that he did not think of this crazy possibility and that he did not recognize her. Even though she was dying to walk up to him and tell him that she was doing well. Xiaoling looked at Feng Kun longingly for a moment but caught herself, knowing that she should not be revealing her emotions, and sheepishly looked away. Luo was still chattering beside her ear like a chirpy little bird. She lowered her head to look at this child. Luo, I'm tired. Luo gave a start, before saying, ah, right, you were so into your performance just now. You should rest, I shouldn't be disturbing you anymore. I'll come to look for you again after you've had a good rest. With that, she bounced off back to Imperial Entertainment's resting area. Wei Xiaoyan also bade her goodbye and hurriedly went off to change out of the clothes that she had cried all over. Xiaoling walked over to an empty seat and sat down, dazed. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, seeing that her makeup was a mess and she looked ugly, nowhere comparable to her looks in her past life. However, why was Pei Zihang still harassing her? Why was he so bent on collecting so many substitutes for Xiaoling? Did Pei Zihang know that she would be heartbroken to see him like that? Her tears had dried up, and there wasn't any more to shed. The past memories disappeared like smoke. Sister Xiaoling, her assistant Wei carefully piped up. Do you want me to get some water for you to wash your face? With that interrupting her thoughts, Xiaoling recalled that her face was in a mess and it was rather unbecoming of an artiste. She was about to nod her head in agreement when she heard a huge bang, and the door of the makeup room was swung wide open. Everyone turned to look towards the door. At that moment, Xiaoling felt her throat go dry, and she was unable to make a sound. If there were anyone in this life that she never wanted to see again, it would be him. Yet, if there were anyone that could make her lose sleep at night, and to love and hate with all her heart, it would also be him. Only him, Pei Zihang. Her god, her Satan, her everything. Looking at the tall shadow in the doorway, Xiaoling felt her body stiffen, and she could not breathe. He was wearing an old, light gray round-necked woolen sweater that was very familiar. She subconsciously lowered her gaze to the bottom corner of the sweater, and as expected, she saw an insignificant stain. That was a stain that she had caused by spilling a drink on the sweater in the past. She felt her heart clench, and there was a sharp pain in her chest. Why was he still wearing that sweater? She knew how picky he was in the 16 years that they had been together. He would usually throw anything that was slightly damaged away, and only this sweater had survived all those years ago. Then, Xiaoling had insisted that he keep that sweater because she liked its soft texture, and would snuggle in his embrace whenever he was wearing it, refusing to leave. Now that the Xiaoling that would snuggle up to him was gone, why was he still wearing that sweater? What's more, to somewhere like this, Pei Zihang did not allow himself to dress so casually in public areas. Whenever he left the house, he would be in a formal suit, emitting a cold, tough charisma. However, at this moment, he looked disheveled. Could it be? Pei Zihang, how hurriedly did you leave the house? For whom? She stared at him blankly and heard Xia Yu's surprised voice ringing out from the side. Brother Zihang, why are you here? Did you come to pick me? That's great, once the show is over, I'll follow you. As she spoke, she walked up towards him. Surprisingly, Pei Zihang looked past her, and his intense gaze swept across the room to finally settle on Xiaoling. Her heart lurched, and Xiaoling instinctively wanted to run away, but she seemed to be frozen to the spot and could not move. She watched as he strode across the room with long steps until he was right in front of her. Who are you? His tone was sinister, and there was danger in his eyes. Xiaoling was in shock. Her throat was dry and her mind completely white. Speak. Say it. Who are you? Pei Zihang grabbed her wrists tightly, almost crushing her bones. The intense pain brought Xiaoling back to her senses, and she struggled to extract her wrists from his grip. Pei Zihang, let go of me. He ignored her cries, and his grip became even tighter. His eyes were bloodshot like that of a savage animal, and he seemed ready to tear her apart. Who are you? Who are you? How is it that your version of the caged butterfly is so much like hers? How do you know the second half of the caged butterfly? How in the world would you know how to sing that? The pain was making Xiaoling break out in cold sweat, and his words struck her like lightning. The second half of the caged butterfly. How could she have forgotten? In the final concert in her past life, she had only sung half of the caged butterfly before she was murdered. The second half of the song had always been a mystery. However, when she was singing the song in the Nebula Music Festival today, she had been lost in her emotions and memories of the past, and she had unknowingly sung the unreleased second half of the caged butterfly. Oh my god, she felt her body go cold, the blood seeming to have frozen in her veins. Pei Zihang cornered her to the makeup counter and pressed on with his interrogation. Tell me right now, who the hell are you? Being this close to him made the memories of the past come back to the forefront of Xiaoling's mind, and she struggled in panic. Pei Zihang, let go of me. Let me go. I'm not anyone at all. Let go of me, quick. It hurts. Feng Kun rushed forward to pull Pei Zihang back. Boss, calm down. She's Yi Xingling from Ski Art Entertainment, not the person you're looking for. Pei Zihang was not convinced and looked like he was ready to eat her alive. How could you know the second half of the song? It was me. I gave her the music and lyrics. Feng Kun used all his might to pull Pei Zihang back. In actual fact, Feng Kun was also feeling shocked. He did not give her the lyrics, and no one other than Pei Zihang and him knew the second half of The Caged Butterfly, since it was top secret. However, this girl that was uncannily similar to Xiaoling was able to sing the second half of the song. What did this mean? The answer was evident to him. However, Feng Kun was more interested in making sure that, this time, he protected her, rather than to dwell too much in the truth. She just sang according to the music and lyrics I gave her. It's perfectly understandable that she knows the second half of the song. Feng Kun shouted at Pei Zihang. Yet, Pei Ziheng refused to hear any of it and continued to press on, almost hysterical. Who the hell are you? Xiaoling felt like her wrists were being crushed, and the pain was close to intolerable. She shrieked in despair. Why do you care who I am? Pei Ziheng, who are you to me? Everyone knows how to sing, the caged butterfly. I simply sang according to the music and lyrics that were given to me. You're lying. Pei Ziheng was furious and suddenly used his other hand to grab the bottom of her face, forcing her to look up at him. You're lying. It's not possible. It's not possible that Feng Kun would give you the music and lyrics. How do you know the unreleased second half of The Caged Butterfly? How is it possible that you can sing it in its entirety? Who in the world are you? Perhaps it was hope or anguish from missing her for so long. Pei Ziheng refused to believe that the music and lyrics were given to her by Feng Kun. He knew it was preposterous, but he was waiting for a different answer. His tirades came in waves at Xiaoling, and she thought she heard his voice trembling ever so slightly. She shut her eyes, willing herself not to reveal a single ounce of emotion. There was a rare tinge of anxiety in Feng Kun's tone as he said, "Boss, please let her go first." Calm down. He sounded so helpless. Pei Ziheng still refused to let go. A chill ran up Xiaoling's spine. She could not let him discover her real identity. She definitely could not. Pei Ziheng's monopolist tendencies were too strong, and she did not dare imagine what consequences she would face if he took her back. Xiaoling forced herself to calm down. She mustered up courage with difficulty and said, "You." Her chin was still in his vice-like grip, and it was challenging to speak. "You, let me go first, I will tell you how, I know, the song." She felt his grip loosen as she spoke. She did not have time to think. Using all the strength she had, Xiaoling pushed Pei Ziheng aside and half-rolled, half-crawled, as she sprinted out of the room. "Stop right there," he shouted out in anger. How would she dare to stop? She crashed through the tables and chairs in her way as she ran off, sprinting down the hallway without thinking. She could hear him chasing her from behind, his steps heavy and thunderous, getting louder and louder, closer and closer. Xiaoling ran with all her might and saw the elevator in front of her. If she could just ride the elevator down to the first floor before he caught up with her, the bodyguards that Li Lei had sent to protect her were on the first floor. She would be safe there. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just as she entered the elevator and pressed on the close button, a tall shadow squeezed into the crack of the closing elevator door. The elevator door closed with a loud ding. Xiaoling felt the blood drain from her face as she looked at the man in front of her. She kept backing away until her back was flat against the cold, metal walls of the elevator. In the elevator, Pei Ziheng pressed Xiaoling to the back of the elevator and grabbed onto her shirt collar. "You want to escape? How can you possibly escape from me? How did you dare sing that song? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Let me go." His breath was blowing on her face, and it made her terrified and hysterical. "Pei Ziheng, let me go. I'm Yi Xingling from Ski Art Entertainment. I'm Ski Art Entertainment's artiste. Let me go right now." She struggled to get away from him and reached forward trying to open the elevator door, but he pushed against her even more emphatically. All of a sudden, the lights went out and the elevator plunged into darkness. The elevator started to shake, and suddenly, it was free falling downwards. The sudden loss of balance made Xiaoling scream out loud, but immediately she felt herself being pulled into an embrace, and he was using his body and arms to protect her. The elevator continued to fall extremely quickly, free falling like it was going to crash to the bottom at any moment. Was she going to die here? It was barely 2 years since her reincarnation, and she was about to die here with him. There was a sense of despair and absurdity, emptiness and sadness. She closed her eyes and awaited her death. This time, there was no sounds of wind blowing, just the sound of his heartbeat, quick and clear. Boom, she felt a big impact as they crashed to the floor. The darkness remained. At that moment, she felt that she was already dead. However, she was able to feel pain coursing through her body, like all the bones in her body were about to shatter, and every vein in her body was about to burst. Yet, she was still alive. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiaoling woke up from the shock of the impact. She tried to move her body but realized that she was being embraced tightly by someone, Pei Ziheng. He did not let go of her. "Are you okay?" In the pitch darkness, she asked anxiously. At this moment, she realized that she still cared deeply for him, and a terrifying thought entered her mind. What if he was injured? No, he needed to be all right. He was always so strong and domineering. How could anything happen to him? "Are you all right? Say something." Xiaoling's voice got increasingly anxious, and she struggled to get out of his embrace, but to no avail. "Pei Ziheng, are you injured? Talk to me. Don't move." His low and hoarse voice sounded different from his usual self. "Are you all right?" Xiaoling's voice was trembling. He did not reply, but she felt a drop of liquid falling on the back of her hand. Her heart dropped along with the drops of liquid. "Pei Ziheng, you're bleeding. Where are you hurt? You?" The light flickered and then lit up. She anxiously turned her head to look at the back of her hand. And then, she was quiet. That was not blood. That was a teardrop. Since the time she had followed him when she was 12 until the year she turned 28, fell out with him and died, even up until the many times he had chased after her since she had reincarnated. In so many years, she thought she had seen many sides of him, gentle, domineering, nice, evil, happy, angry, confident, monstrous. Yet, there was a side she had never seen before. She had never seen him cry. Not even once. That teardrop felt like cement pumped into her heart, burning in her chest such that she could hardly breathe. "Pei Ziheng, why are you crying? Do you only ever cry to yourself in darkness, where nobody can see?" Xiaoling's heart was throbbing with pain. If that tear had not fallen onto the back of her hand, she would never have known that he was a person with emotions. He wasn't God or Satan, he was a human that would feel sad too. Pei Zihang, why are you in so much pain? For whom? She did not move as she remained in his embrace, shocked and confused. In so many years, she had never seen him in anguish and did not know that when he was sad, she would feel so sad as well. Subconsciously, Xiaoling stretched out her hands and wanted to embrace him to console him, but when her fingertips touched the corner of his shirt, she stopped herself abruptly. She did not dare. She did not dare embrace him as she did in the past, bearing all her emotions. There was the huge gap between them, filled with the love and hate, life and death from the past. Her fingertips grazed the surface of his shirt as she carefully tried to extract as much gentleness and warmth from him. She did not dare move forward another inch, afraid that he would realize, and afraid that she would lose control and reveal too much of her emotions. After God knows how long, the elevator door opened with a whoosh, without warning. There was commotion outside the door. Be careful, be careful. The elevator malfunction hasn't been fixed completely. Be careful in front of the door, don't be careless. Is everyone inside okay? Luckily the safety mechanism caught the elevator on the first floor. If the elevator had fallen all the way to the ground at the basement car park, they would definitely have died. Don't spout nonsense, Mr. Pei from Imperial Entertainment is in there. Xiaoling raised her head subconsciously, looking up to the source of the commotion. She saw that the elevator landing was filled with people from Ski Art Entertainment and Imperial Entertainment, and there was also staff from the broadcast station and other unfamiliar faces. They were deep in discussion and trying to have a look inside the elevator shaft. Then, the voices died down and shock registered on everyone's faces. Oh my god, said someone in a low voice. Am I mistaken? Isn't that Yi Xingling from Ski Art Entertainment? Why is she and Mr. Pei from Imperial Entertainment? Why are they hugging each other? It was only then that Xiaoling realized that she was still in Pei Zihang's embrace, and was momentarily stunned. She was an artiste, and Pei Zihang was an untouchable figure in the industry. This image of them hugging was going to be groundbreaking news. She could already hear reporters snapping away with their cameras, with the clicking of the shutters and the flashes. Stop taking photos. Ski Art Entertainment staff blocked the reporters' cameras. This gentleman over here, put down your camera. Feng Kun's voice rang out as well, his face grave. That reporter was undeterred. I have the official pass from the broadcast station. No one can prevent me from taking photos. As he spoke, he rushed forward with his camera, trying to break past the barricade that Feng Kun and the staff had created. There was momentary chaos. At this moment, Xiaoling saw a familiar figure appear, raise his hand and grab the reporter's camera out of his hand. Ignoring his cries of objection, he retrieved the memory card from the camera in 2 or 3 smooth motions before throwing the camera towards the wall. He then picked it up again and threw it to the ground with all his might. Pang! The camera shattered, and pieces of it flew in all directions. Li Lei, that's Boss Li from Ski Art Entertainment. There were many exclamations from the crowd of onlookers. This sudden development stunned Xiaoling. What was Li Lei doing here? Wasn't he overseas? When did he come back? Before she could finish her thought, Li Lei had already pushed past the crowd and walked to the side of the elevator shaft. He reached out his arm and pulled her out of Pei Zihang's embrace and into his own. He used a lot of strength, and Xiaoling felt herself lurch forward, feeling as if her arms had been pulled out of their sockets. Her nose smashed into his chest, and she gave a muffled yelp of pain. Li Lei coldly looked at Pei Zihang and said, "Don't touch my girl." His voice was sinister, giving the onlookers the chills. There was silence all around momentarily. In the elevator, Pei Zihang was still motionless in a half-kneeling position, maintaining the posture he had with Xiaoling tightly in his embrace. Upon hearing Li Lei, he turned his head, but his gaze fell onto Xiaoling, who was in Li Lei's arms. There was deep pain in his bloodshot eyes, a pain that was so deep it couldn't be dispersed. Xiaoling's heart clenched tighter in her chest, and she stared back at him like she was bewitched. Li Lei's gripped tighter onto her and pulled her away without warning, taking big strides towards the exit. She held onto his hand and stumbled alongside him, walking across the long corridor to the underground car park. He threw her into the passenger seat of his modified sub and closed the car door. Thereafter, he got into the driver's seat from the other side of the car and wordlessly started the engine before driving away. The night sky flashed past from outside the car window, looking spectacular and unreal. Xiaoling was still in a daze, with memories of her past still swimming in her mind. Pei Zihang's name was like a curse that kept ringing in her ears. He was a conundrum to her, gentle but vicious, her happiness and her greatest demon. Without warning, tears started to fall again. Li Lei saw her crying through the rearview mirror. Her tears fell silently, drop after drop, and he felt as if hot cement was dripping onto and burning his heart. What was her relationship with Pei Zihang? Why did Pei Zihang hug her so intimately? And why was she crying so weakly right now? Li Lei could not make out the reason behind all this, and his lips were drawn into a thin line with frustration. He drove faster and beat several red lights along the way, causing many drivers on the road to swerve and brake suddenly because of him, sounding their horns and shouting profanities at him for driving so recklessly. However, Xiaoling was completely unaware, still preoccupied with that tear from Pei Zihang on the back of her hand. Was he really sad because of her death? That was enough for her. She cried and cried, but a distorted smile formed on her face. Thereafter, she covered her face and cried even more uncontrollably. Li Lei drove the car back to their apartment building. The head of security stepped forward to open the car door for him, but Li Lei did not unlock them. Xiaoling kept crying. When she finally stopped, she lifted her head with her eyes still blurry with tears. It was only then that she realized they had already reached the apartment building. She stretched out her hand to open the car door but realized it was locked. She turned to look at Li Lei with a confused expression. Li Lei said, "You owe me an explanation." He had been working day and night to be able to come back to her. Yet, when he returned from overseas, he was met with the scene of the love of his life in the arms of another man. Her hands were grasping onto the edge of that man's shirt, and her cautious expression was as if she was afraid to break the most precious treasure. At that moment, a shadow descended upon Li Lei. Seeing her like that, he knew that Pei Zihang's interest in Xiaoling was not unrequited. He turned his head to look at Xiaoling. What do you like about him? Do you like how cruel and brazen he is or his playboy tendencies? Xiaoling's body started to tremble slightly as she bit her lips and did not respond. What did she like about him? There were too many things. She liked his outstretched hands to her the first time they met. She liked the first glimpse of him that she got every morning she woke up. She liked it when he grabbed her hand and taught her to write. She liked that he would tolerate her willfulness, regardless of what she did. Many times in the middle of the night, these beautiful memories and terrifying nightmares would intertwine, becoming a scar in her heart that she could not remove. She thought she had let go of the past, that she no longer had any longing for Pei Zihang. However, her resolve had all crumbled away with that single teardrop. She could not stop her heart from hurting. Li Lei raised her chin and kissed her without warning. She was shocked, and subconsciously started to struggle, but he had immobilized her hands and legs. His kiss became more intense as he ignored her struggles and muffled cries of objection as if he was bent on branding himself on her. After a long while, he let go of her reluctantly when they were both out of breath. Xiaoling glared at him angrily. Li Lei's voice was hoarse. Yi Xingling, don't forget who you belong to now. While I may have a good temper, it has its limits. He could tolerate when she spoke back at him, or when she threw her temper and ignored his authority. What he could not tolerate, however, was her thinking about another man while she was by his side. A long time ago, he had suspected that there was someone else hidden in the depths of her heart. Yet, when he saw her expression when she was wrapped in Pei Zihang's arms with his own eyes, he realized what it felt to be overwhelmed with jealousy. Yi Xingling, I forbid you to see him ever again. He lifted his hand intending to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes but was pushed away by her. Are you trying to limit my freedom? She asked coldly. This evening had been too chaotic, and there were too many things on her mind. She had no excess energy to placate Li Lei. However, he kept pushing her to the corner and was now trying to add a new shackle on her heavily burdened body. Forbid. Did he think she wanted to see Pei Zihang? What if Pei Zihang was bent on looking for her? How was she going to hide from him? Did he think of that? When she was in the makeup room, and Pei Zihang was forcing her to the corner and chasing her down, where was Li Lei? Now that things had turned out like that, he was blaming her. She glared at him even more angrily as these thoughts ran through her mind. Li Lei was furious. Do you like him that much? Are you dumb? He's been going through so many women, and all of them have just been substitutes for the dead diva Xiaoling. Are you proud of resembling Xiaoling? Yi Xingling, Pei Zihang doesn't love you, he loves that dead person. Old Man Bao had been reporting back to him about his investigations for some time now, and Li Lei had found out quite a bit about the story between Pei Zihang and the late diva Xiaoling. He had been so bent to help his girl be rid of that monster that he never expected that she would be bewitched by him, even when the one he truly loved was not her. Wake up, Yi Xingling. His words were like needles piercing through her heart. There were tears at the corner of her eyes again as she said, open the door. Let me down. Yi Xingling, let me out of the car. She screamed at Li Lei and started banging on the windows, not wanting to be in the car for another second. Who did Pei Zihang truly love? He was devoted to her in her past life and had no interest whatsoever in who she was in this life, prepared to hurt her at his whim. She was just a substitute for herself in her past life. Even if she were still alive, that love had already been pronounced dead and was long gone. Pei Zihang did not love Yi Xingling. This was the cold, hard truth, and Li Lei had laid it out bare in the open. She was in too much pain and was much too tired. She just wanted to shut herself out from all of this. Li Lei looked at her with sadness in his eyes. She banged on the windows with all her strength, causing the fair skin of her palm to start to bruise over. He quietly unlocked the doors, his face grim and his lips tightened into a thin line. Xiaoling got out of the car immediately seeing that she had regained freedom and ran into the apartment building without turning back, leaving Li Lei alone in the darkness of the night. Li Lei suddenly did not know what exactly he came back for. He lit a cigarette, and the rising smoke covered his handsome face. He sat in the car for a long time before making a phone call. Hello Su Tang, are you asleep? I want to talk to you about something. The scene in the elevator gave him an unprecedented feeling of crisis. He was no longer confident of his skill in pacifying women. How could he win over the heart of a girl like Xiaoling? Perhaps asking Su Tang, who had a similar personality, would lead him to the answer. He loved Xiaoling and wanted to have everything, her body and her soul. Xiaoling went back to the apartment but did not sleep well the entire night. The next day, her head still hurt. She walked into the bathroom, looked at the mirror on the floor, and realized that she was weary, her face was pale, and her coat was very creased. Only then did she remember that she did not even take off her clothes before falling asleep last night. She started to take off her clothes one by one. When she took off her shirt, she realized that she was missing something on her wrist. What she was missing was the expensive gold female watch with mother of pearl which was sponsored by a luxury brand. After the music festival ended, she had to return the watch to the sponsor. If she lost it, she would have to pay the selling price of the watch's compensation. Xiaoling could not help but rub her forehead as she rummaged through the pile of clothes to look for it for a while, but failed to find it there. She then went back to the bedroom to search the bed, the carpet, the cupboard, and all the places she could think of. However, she still could not find it. That was troublesome. She could not afford that watch. Even though the money she earned as a small star who just debuted was not bad, she had to spend the money she earned on a lot of areas. Every month's salary was used up by her, and there was no excess at all. What should she do? Borrow from Li Lei? Even though they had just argued, Xiaoling knew that he would give her a huge amount of money without hesitation or questions, and she would not even need to return him the money. However, if she did that, how is it any different from being in a transactional relationship? Not too long ago, she was unscrupulously squandering Pei Ziheng's wealth. In her past life, although Xiaoling's net worth was hundreds of millions of dollars, she never used her money even for a minute. All of her expenses were covered by Pei Ziheng's personal account. He gave her a black gold credit card that she would use even to buy him gifts. At that time, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with what she was doing. She thought that it was okay that they shared everything. It was only later that she realized how wrong she was. In his eyes, she was forever his subordinate. Now that she was alive again, Xiaoling did not want to lead a life like that ever again. She was independent and did not need to rely on anybody. Thus, no matter what happened, she would never ask Li Lei for money. How was she going to solve the problem in front of her then? Her phone rang just as she was consumed in her thoughts. It was an unknown number. Xiaoling pressed the answer button. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, low and magnetic. Is this Yi Xingling? That was Pei Ziheng's voice. Her heartbeat accelerated, and Xiaoling felt that her hand holding the phone was slightly trembling. How did Pei Ziheng know her phone number, and why was he calling at this timing? Yi Xingling, he repeated slowly. She took a deep breath. Why are you calling? Are you not going to ask who I am? He asked at an appropriate speed which was completely different from the violent and fierce way he spoke last night. Looks like you have recognized who I am. Should I say that you are sensitive to sounds or that we are fated? The last part of his sentence made her almost want to smash her phone. Don't talk nonsense. Her voice was unsteady. Pei Ziheng, I don't have the energy to talk to you. If there's nothing important, I will hang up now. He smiled slowly. There was a bit of bitterness, helplessness, and a tinge of nostalgia in his laughter. How long has it been? No one dares to speak to me in this tone. Yi Xingling, you are the second one. Xiaoling became quiet. They both knew who the first one was. Yi Xingling, he said again. You dropped a female watch here. It is with me now. Xiaoling suddenly realized how she lost the watch. It was probably last night when she was with him in the lift and accidentally dropped it. Coincidentally or not, he picked it up. She sighed in relief. It was great that she knew where the watch was. After she took the watch back, she would no longer have to worry about the high compensation fee anymore. However, thinking about it again, she realized another problem. The item was in Pei Ziheng's hands. How was she going to get it back? Pei Ziheng, she hesitated before speaking. Can I trouble you to return it to me? Her heart was palpitating, and she was afraid that he would reject her. His voice was as low and deep as usual as he replied, sure. He paused slightly before adding, let's arrange a time, Yi Xingling. I hope I can return it to you in person. She finally realized his intention. Pei Ziheng wanted to see her. The watch was just his bait. Xiaoling tried her best to reject him. No, He interrupted her. If you don't come and get it yourself, then forget it. She knew that he was always a man of his word. Since he had said that, there was no other way out. However, how could she dare to see him? Since the start of her second life, he had tried several times to capture her. After suffering so much, how could she let herself get into that sort of danger again? However, that watch, she did not know what the best option was. Pei Ziheng's voice rang again. I only want to talk to you. There are no evil intentions. You can decide on the time. No evil intentions. Past events flashed through her mind and Xiaoling frowned. She started to become furious. After the cruel things you did to me in the past, you are telling me you have no evil intentions. Whether in her past life or present life, he always had profoundly harmed her. I said I don't, so I don't. I have never gone back on my promises. Never gone back on your promises. You, she wanted to sneer loudly. She remembered how he swore his love for her and promised to treat her well for their lifetime. In the end, all he did was use cruel methods to torture her until her life was not worth living. However, thinking about her status now, she swallowed the questions that she was about to blurt out. If you don't know where we should meet, then let's meet at the Hengyan Business Center. There is a pretty good coffee shop on the third floor with a large open lobby, and there are always many people walking past it. You don't have to be afraid of me then. 2 p.m. at Hengyan Business Center. I will wait for you. His voice was as low and gentle as it was in the past. Whenever she could not make a decision, he would always make a considerate decision for her. Xiaoling did not say anything and quietly hung up the phone. She spent the whole afternoon thinking about whether she should go. Seeing that the time of the meetup was approaching, she finally told herself that she should go. Since she could not afford that watch, she could only go to take it back. She was going to take back what was hers, and not because she wanted to see him. It was just this one time and never again. She stood up to look for suitable clothes to wear and walked out of her apartment. That coffee shop was located near the city center. When Xiaoling got there, she realized that Pei Ziheng had already arrived. One look was enough for her to recognize him. In the dim light, he was sitting quietly beside a scenery window with a pot of untouched red tea near his hand. He slightly tilted his face towards the window and looked like he was deep in thought. Outside the window, there were lush broad-leaved trees and decorative waterfalls which caused him to seem warmer than usual. However, she knew that it was just the illusion of a resting tiger. Xiaoling secretly took a deep breath and walked over. Yi Xingling, he looked at her and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile that was completely different from the mad expression he had last night. I'm glad you came. However, Xiaoling was not very happy. As she sat down on the seat opposite him, he fixated his gaze on her, making her feel pins and needles down back. Despite being nervous, she made up her mind and wanted to settle the situation quickly. Once she took the watch back, she would leave immediately. He called for the waiter and asked her, "Do you want to drink anything?" Not in a good mood, she glanced at the menu the waiter handed her absent-mindedly. As such, she casually said, "Lem." After saying half of the word, she suddenly realized that in her past life, she used to love to drink lemonade. She was afraid of him noticing something, and in a panic, hurriedly changed her order. 1 cup of Mandaling coffee, thank you. The waiter acknowledged her order and soon brought the coffee over. Pei Ziheng looked at her and said, "You're a singer. You have to take care of your voice. It is better if you drink less coffee on a daily basis." He spoke calmly like he was having a casual conversation with a normal friend. Usually, Xiaoling did not drink coffee because of this very reason. She also did not drink much of any other stimulating drinks. This was a habit that she developed by being around him for a long time in the past. In the blink of an eye, that long time had passed, and now she was no longer the same. She got out of her trance, lowered her head, and took a sip of the coffee. A bitter taste filled her mouth instantly, and she lowered her cup in reflexive response. She took a breath and her entire face frowned. "Are you not used to the taste?" he inquired her. How could Xiaoling dare to tell him that she usually did not drink Mandaling coffee? The only reason why she ordered that type of coffee was because it came to her mind that Wei Xiaoyan loved it. After working with Wei Xiaoyan for so long, whenever coffee was mentioned, she would think about Mandaling coffee first. Usually, when Wei Xiaoyan drank it, his expression did not change. How would she know that it would be that bitter? She quickly dealt with Pei Ziheng's question. "I'm used to the taste. I just forgot to add sugar." Pei Ziheng smiled. Xiaoling did not dare to make eye contact with him and lowered her head as she tried to look for the sugar packet. However, just as she was about to take the sugar packet, Pei Ziheng snatched it away before she could. She lifted her head and looked at him weirdly. He lowered his eyes to concentrate on tearing open the sugar packet and helped her pour the sugar into the coffee. 1 packet was not enough, so he opened another packet. He did not stop until he opened about 8 packets. "Try it," he said. "Do you like the taste now?" Xiaoling picked up the card and carefully took a sip. There was a very strong sweet taste, just the way she liked. He glanced at her slightly and chuckled. "The coffee is so sweet, I really don't know how you two can drink it." "You too." Xiaoling was startled for a while. Suddenly, she realized who he was talking about. He was referring to her in this life and her in her past life. In her past life, she was afraid of bitter things and liked drinking sweet things. During the few times when she drank coffee, she would relentlessly add sugar into her coffee. She recalled that when she saw him last night, the drink stain on the sweater he was wearing was caused by him snatching away her sugar packet and knocking over a cup because he did not allow her to eat or drink anything as she pleased. Now, they were sitting together like strangers. He also did not control her actions anymore and even personally opened the sugar packets one after another to satisfy her sweet tooth. Xiaoling's heart was very sorrowful and upset. He asked the waiter for another glass of Mandaling coffee, added about 8 packets of sugar to it like he did for her, and drank it mouthful by mouthful. The hot air rose, and his eyes were hidden in the mist. There was deep silence, and she could not clearly see him. She remembered that he was very picky and really did not like sweet food. Furthermore, the coffee in her cup was not even of a normal sweetness level. Measured according to the standards of a typical person, it was sickeningly sweet. What was wrong with him today? She could not help but ask him. "Do you like it?" He looked at the drink in the glass for a long time before replying in a low voice, "It is very bitter." Xiaoling did not say anything. It was as if his expression was hiding indescribable grief, which caused her heart to feel sad as well. She silently lowered her head and refused to feel the sorrow. To divert his attention, she drank her coffee. It was supposed to have a sweet taste, but suddenly, it felt really bitter. Just like the bitter past. "Yi Xingling," he called, "how about you join Imperial Entertainment?" She was jerked back to reality. He was still the boss of Imperial Entertainment who had his head high up in the air and had many intentions, while she was just a small artiste who was trivial and had no backing. Xiaoling became more alert. "I'm part of Ski Art Entertainment, Mr. Pei. I'm very sorry. I like it more when you called me Pei Ziheng." He looked at her and softened his gaze. "I don't think that we are that close." Xiaoling gently pushed the coffee glass away and leaned back. "Do you know how many people desire the privilege to call me by my name?" He was neither resentful nor angry. "Well, that does not include me." Her tone became colder. He was right. Many outsiders only dared to call him Mr. Pei, or Director Pei. Even those in the Pei family respectfully called him Elder Pei, Uncle, or Senior Pei. There were very few people who dared to call him by his actual name. Besides his rival, only she called him by his name. However, the person she was today really wanted to keep the furthest distance she could away from him. Didn't he also not call her Xiaoling anymore? Yi Xingling was such an unfamiliar and polite way to address her. Suddenly, she felt that whether it was him or Feng Kun, Chu Chen or any other old acquaintances, they would never call her Xiaoling, like Li Lei or Awei. Perhaps, in their hearts, she would never be able to match up to Xiaoling. However, she and Xiaoling were literally the same person. Were Pei Ziheng and Imperial Entertainment reluctant to give up because of her or an insubstantial illusion? Yi Xingling, he addressed her with the same distant tone. As long as you're willing to join Imperial Entertainment, Ski Art Entertainment is not a problem. I will handle all the penalties regarding the breach of your contract. All you need to do is agree. She looked at him and asked, "Why?" He replied, "I really admire you." Xiaoling softly sneered, "Liar. If Pei Ziheng really admired her, why would he hire people to kidnap her and heartlessly damage her vocal cords?" Pei Zihang, she started to get angry again. You do not admire me. The only thing you admire is the illusion in your heart. After she said that, she really wished that he would refute her argument. However, he did not. He sat on a dark green leather sofa and looked at her quietly with a thoughtful expression. Xiaoling's heart started to sink. Pei Zihang, she said. The person you like, was not her. However, she could not bear to say those last 3 words. She felt very uncomfortable and almost wanted to cry. What was this supposed to mean? Was she jealous of herself? No, that was not right. Did Pei Zihang possibly even treat Xiaoling as an illusion? Otherwise, why was he not able to recognize her once she changed her appearance? The person you like, it was difficult for Xiaoling the words. Pei Zihang, have you ever liked anyone before? He was quiet for a long time. Just as Xiaoling thought he was not going to answer the question, he softly said, I have not liked anyone before. She felt a surge of pain in her heart, and there were indescribable emptiness and disappointment inside her. However, he continued, however, there is a person who was a part of my life, and you're very much like her. Xiaoling's heart missed a beat. She knew who she was talking about but interjected. No, she is not. You also don't know that, Pei Zihang, you don't even know that she is right beside you, but you're treating her cruelly and rudely as a substitute. Xiaoling did not continue her previous sentence. She stood up and said, thank you for returning my item to me, Mr. Pei. I will be leaving now. He called from behind her. Xiaoling. Her footsteps slightly stopped and she almost could not help but turn around. This was the first time since she was reborn that he addressed her that way. His voice was hoarse and painful, and it was as if he were suffering great agony. However, she could not look back, and she did not dare to return to his side anymore. Their love was already dead. She returned to the apartment. And the days passed as usual. Ever since that day, her relationship with Li Lei became rather delicate. Every day, they would eat together, drink tea together, and sunbathe together as usual, but he did not hug her anymore and did not bring up that sensitive topic, like he never saw what happened in the lift and they never had the fight in the car. He was covering up his feelings very well. Only when Xiaoling inadvertently looked up, she would occasionally find his eyes following her with an unfathomable expression. Xiaoling did not know what he was thinking. Did he really not care? Or was it the quiet before the storm? She always thought that Li Lei was a clear ray of sunlight, clean and warm. However, today, she felt that he was the sea. He appeared calm on the surface but was hiding something that could be warmth or a monstrous wave that would shred you into pieces. However, in the end, she was in the wrong. When he was not there, she hugged another man behind his back. After calming down and thinking about it, considering Li Lei's background and means, he was already being sufficiently polite by not tearing her into pieces. Moreover, he was exponentially good to her. He was so good to her that Xiaoling felt guilty. Consciously or unconsciously, she started to avoid him. It was a long time before another day of the music festival arrived. She was thrilled that she did not need to stay in the apartment and face him. She packed her items very early in the morning and was prepared to set off. After she walked to the elevator, she realized that the apartment door was half open. Li Lei was drinking tea in the living room, and Irma was lying lazily beside his feet. Xiaoling, he called her. Where are you going? Music festival, she softly replied. It's still early. How about I send you there after we have eaten? Xiaoling was unwilling to let him send her there and said, there's no need for that. I have an appointment with my stylist, and it will take a long time. Stylist, he looked at her closely. You're not going to wear the clothes I purchased for you. She was wearing ordinary clothes on that day and was not willing to wear the high-end ready-to-wear clothes that Li Lei purchased a full cupboard of for her a while back. It was not because it was Li Lei who purchased the clothes, but the fact that the clothes he purchased were of the same brand that she used to wear in her past life. That was Pei Zihang's favorite brand. That year when she followed him home from the orphanage, Xiaoling wore the best clothes she had which were brightly colored. She stood in the elegant hall of the Pei family like a small beggar who had mistakenly entered a palace. Even today, she still remembered the expression of his younger sister Pei Jingyu when she looked at her. She could see the shock and disdain concealed in her eyes. It was like a sharp thorn that deeply crippled her younger self's self-esteem. Later, Pei Zihang personally chose clothes for her and used soft white and gray powder to dress her up as his family liked. Xiaoling could no longer find a trace of man-made fiber on her body. Even the luxurious colors and styles were uniquely created, making her look like a young lady from a rich and powerful family. Pei Zihang was very pleased. Then, she was only a child and was not used to act low-key and introverted, but because he liked it, she learned to adapt and appreciate it. As time passed, she finally grew to love them, and besides the necessary performances, she would not wear extravagant clothing on a daily basis. People said that the way she dressed was very tasteful, but they did not know that it was molded by Pei Zihang. He domesticated her and stamped a brand on her body. Until now, Xiaoling had to put in a lot of effort into resisting his influence to get rid of his shadow. Li Lei asked, you said before that you really liked these clothes. Why aren't you wearing them then? She did not know how to answer him. Li Lei stood up and walked in her direction. You will look perfect wearing them. I like the way you look in them. Xiaoling, if you can wear these clothes and participate in tonight's music festival, I will be really happy. He rarely requested her to do anything. For this reason, this request seemed very unexpected. Li Lei was not Pei Zihang and would not prepare every single thing for her. Usually, he would not even ask her about her clothes or hairstyle and dress her in the way he liked. Li Lei rarely interfered in her life, and today was the first time. Perhaps, Xiaoling looked at him and quietly thought about it. Perhaps, they did not interact for a long enough time, and he was finally showing his true colors today. That way of thinking made her shiver out of irrational fear. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer, Xiaoling retreated 2 steps. Li Lei's eyes darkened, and he stopped for a moment before continuing to walk towards her until she was at the edge of the stairs at the safe passage. She was unaware of it, so she kicked a step and almost fell down. Li Lei quickly caught her and brought her into his arms. Let go, said Xiaoling as a conditioned reflex. He did not let go of her. Xiaoling. He lowered his head to look at her with dull gray-green eyes. Why are you avoiding me? Why won't you wear the clothes I purchased for you? Is this request so difficult for you? Xiaoling reacted by turning her head and avoiding eye contact with him as she did not want to discuss the issue. How should she even explain it? Should she tell him that the clothes he purchased were of the same taste as her past lover? No, not lover. Things have progressed to a state in which she did not even know what her relationship with Pei Ziheng was. It was too ambiguous, and they were not even qualified to be called lovers. Her heart was sorrowful and bitter, but Li Lei pulled her face closer and asked, what are you thinking? You have been rather strange recently. Xiaoling, I told you before that I can help you with anything. Please don't bear the burden in your heart by yourself. It's nothing, said Xiaoling weakly and used her energy to push him away. Li Lei's arms were as hard as rocks and did not move. Then tell me why you won't wear the clothes I purchased for you. Ever since I came back, I haven't seen you wear them once. The way he asked her that made her feel worried. Li Lei, please let go of me first. Answer me first. His gray-green eyes were gazing at her. I just suddenly stopped liking that style. Xiaoling spoke with hesitation. You're lying. I'm not. Yes, you are, he said firmly. Yes, I'm lying. Xiaoling was suddenly irritated. It's only a few sets of clothes. Why do you have to investigate this so thoroughly? Li Lei, I will wear whatever I like. Give me some personal space. Li Lei looked at her sorrowfully. You are not even willing to tell me the truth now. He painstakingly bought her a gift and drove her around as much as she needed. Even Su Tang said that he had done enough. He really could not think of anything else that a girl could want from her boyfriend. However, he was still insecure and felt that Xiaoling was very distant from him. She never asked him for anything, never requested for gifts from her boyfriend like other girls, never asked him to stay by her side or anything else. It was as if no matter what he did or did not do, she did not care at all. Su Tang said that a woman only acted so coldly when she did not love a man. This sentence terrified Li Lei. He tightly grabbed Xiaoling. You sound so self-confident even when you're lying to me. Do you really consider me your boyfriend? Is it because of pay? No, she hurriedly interrupted him and pushed him away hard. Li Lei looked at her. His thin lips were closed tightly, not making a sound. Xiaoling was furious and sneered. Stop accusing him every time something happens. Let's go. Don't you want to give me a gift? Don't you want to see me wearing the clothes you bought? Let's go to the mall now and buy 10 sets of clothes. He silently looked at her for a long time before bringing her downstairs. They went to the shopping mall. It was in the best part of the city, but there were few customers, and it was very peaceful and quiet. The first shops they saw when they entered were of a prominent brand, a variety of concept stores and flagship stores. The retail assistant was elegant, and her face was polite with a welcoming smile. Li Lei said, choose anything you like. Xiaoling scanned the shops and knew that the things they were selling were expensive, so she did not want to use too much of his money. He was her boyfriend, but she did not want to owe him anything. Moreover, as Xiaoling slowly regained her senses, she felt that this argument was ridiculous and meaningless. She genuinely wanted to reconcile with him, so she said, you can choose for me. I'm fine with anything. However, after Li Lei heard that, it was proof to him that she did not care at all. Did she really value the gifts that he gave her? Was she not picky because they did not matter to her? Li Lei's voice was laced with anger. Didn't you say that you like the style of the items I sent you? If I choose again, you may say you don't like them and use this as an excuse not to wear what I give you. You, Xiaoling never thought that he would say something like that, and it hurt her a little. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. All right. Xiaoling was starting to become angry again and completely abandoned the thought of reconciling with him. You want me to choose, Li Lei? Don't regret it. Before he could reply, she rushed into the nearest women's clothing store without looking at the brand and pulled out 3 or 4 pieces of clothing. This one, and this one, except these 3, help me pack the rest up. Miss, the retail assistant was shocked. The clothes we sell here are all. What, do you think I can't pay for them? Xiaoling was burning with rage and wanted to argue with her. Can you use your eyes better? Do you not see that there is a wealthy person behind me? Ask him for the money. The retail assistant looked at her and Li Lei and finally fixated her eyes on Li Lei, looking for some confirmation. Pack them all, Li Lei lightly said. The retail assistant suspiciously asked him to foot the bill. In a short while, she brought over the credit card machine and the receipt. This gentleman, the total is $760,800. Li Lei directly gave her his card. The retail assistant finally let out a smile. She quickly swiped the card and asked Li Lei to sign the bill. Suddenly, she became very welcoming. Both of you, please wait for a while. I will wrap the clothes up now. Xiaoling was left alone with Li Lei. Continue, he said with a sting in his tone. You don't need to save my money. You already said that I was a wealthy person. Xiaoling was triggered by what he said and became even angrier. Alright, since he wanted to spend money so much, she would fulfill his request. Besides, it was not her card she was using. He did not even feel bad about spending the money, so why was she feeling guilty? Xiaoling turned her head and went straight into the second store. This time, she did not pick anything. She directly told the retail assistants to pack everything for her. Li Lei, who was following behind her, only swiped his card and paid the bill. He just looked at her blankly as she wasted his money. The third store, the fourth one. Xiaoling ran from one store to another store. As long as she saw that the store was selling women's clothing, she would enter it and buy everything without choosing anything. This mall was filled with famous luxury brands. After she had swept 2 floors, the manager heard the news, quickly located them, and eagerly attended to them personally. In the presence of a group of smiling faces, Xiaoling's anger gradually faded. Furthermore, no matter how much money she squandered, Li Lei was always willingly paying the bill without any excitement, looking like he did not care at all. It was as if it did not hurt him at all. After they had swept a few more stores, Xiaoling lost her enthusiasm and stopped. Li Lei coldly asked, "Are you done causing trouble?" That tone almost compelled Xiaoling to continue splurging again on impulse. "Li Lei, don't you look at me with that expression." She turned her head around and yelled at him. "Don't you only have your pathetic money? What's so impressive about that? How much can clothes from a few stores set you back? In the past, she shut her mouth. In the past, she was a billionaire, but now, she could not even afford a piece of clothing here." In a rage, she turned her body and walked away. However, he grabbed her before she could move. "Let go," she screamed. "Both of you." The store manager carefully interrupted. "How should we take care of these clothes? There are too many clothes to carry back home. Should I arrange for a car to deliver them to you?" Li Lei did not look at him and said to Xiaoling, "Didn't you say that you have to wear one of them tonight? How about you choose something first and bring it to the styling room?" Not bothering to look, she randomly took out a wrapped box from a bag and said, "I choose this." "Li Lei, let go of me." He let go of her and looked at the item in her hand. "Are you sure?" She lowered her head and looked through the transparent packaging. One look and it seemed that something was not right. She opened it and saw that there was a soft fleece bathrobe with a small rabbit pattern inside. Xiaoling threw back the box in the pile and rummaged through the pile of clothes, trying to randomly find a suitable piece of clothing to wear. Li Lei looked at her and slowly said, "Yi Xingling, you weren't even focusing when you were choosing these clothes. However, you'd rather wear them to the music festival than the ones at home that I chose for you. Why?" Xiaoling stopped rummaging through the clothes. "Li Lei, are you done? Can you just drop this insignificant topic?" "Insignificant? If it was really insignificant, why aren't you willing to answer me? How do you want me to answer you? By painfully crying and admitting my mistake? Or do you hope to find proof that I have someone else in my heart so you can? I never said you had someone else in your heart. Do you personally think that way?" Xiaoling suddenly stopped talking. Li Lei quietly looked at her with a painful and sorrowful expression on his face. Xiaoling did not dare to make eye contact with him. She turned around and quickly walked towards the exit to escape. On impulse, she rushed out of the shopping mall and stood in the streets which was crowded and filled with passers-by. Suddenly, she was hit with a huge wave of loneliness. There was some pain which she could never explain to anyone and could only silently suffer alone. Xiaoling leaned her body against the wall in the corner and thought of the recently complicated things that had happened to her. She was physically and emotionally tired. Some time had passed before someone knocked into her. "Oh no, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking when I was turning and didn't see you." The person apologized profusely. Suddenly, he stopped talking and stared at her for a few seconds. Yi Xingling. Presently, her name was quite well known. She finally remembered that she was exposing herself on the streets and did not have a disguise on at all. She had been so angry that she was driven into confusion by Li Lei. Reaching out her hand, she quickly flipped over the coat hood and wrapped her long scarf around her neck a few times to cover her face. She wanted to leave immediately, but a few people were surrounding her. "It really is Yi Xingling. Xiaoling, I'm your fan, can you sign something for me?" "Xiaoling, can I shake your hand? Wow, it is her in person. I'm so happy, take a group photo with us, please." There were numerous sounds, and people were pushing to get to the front. As many people took out their phones and took photos of her non-stop, more and more people gathered in the crowd, and a commotion started. She only wanted to leave as fast as possible, but she had no way of squeezing through the crowd. "I have something urgent to do. Can I trouble everyone to make way for me?" Xiaoling said as she tried her best to push through the crowd. Her voice sounds very good in person. Xiaoling, show more of your face. Look this way." She was trapped in a sea of people and could not squeeze out. She started to become really anxious. Just now, she had bought clothes with Li Lei, and it took up much of her time. If she did not go for styling now, she would not be able to make it in time for tonight's music festival. Make way please," she said impatiently. The crowd refused to give way. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist. "Please don't randomly touch me." Before she could finish her sentence, she lifted her head and realized that it was actually Li Lei. There was no expression on his face, and his grip was very strong as he used his other hand to push through the crowd. "Move, everyone move. Tonight, Yi Xingling has a music festival live stream. If you surround her here, there will be no show for you to watch tonight." Some people move aside. However, even more people continued to surround them. Some people did not think the world was chaotic enough and asked, "How are you related to Yi Xingling? Who are you? What right do you have to push us? Ow, it hurts." Li Lei pushed a man so hard that he retreated a few steps. Li Lei was not kind towards these people and used his tall and muscular body as an advantage to easily break the crowd apart and pull her out of it. They got on his SUV. The atmosphere was a little awkward. In the shopping mall, she provoked him and yelled at him, but he still broke into the crowd to save her. Xiaoling stammered, "Thank you. Am I only worth a simple, thank you, from you?" Li Lei was very irritated. Ever since he pulled her out of Pei Zihang's arms and talked to Su Tang, he was unsure about Xiaoling's feelings for him. Su Tang said that only when a woman wanted to draw the line with a man would she not care about his gifts or not give him a gift. She would not care about whether he was by her side and would even vaguely say thank you. No matter what happened, she would not ask for his help because she never included him in her life from the start. Only those who were ready to leave at any time were not willing to fall too deep. There was some anger in Li Lei's heart which he did not know who it was directed at. To vent it, he stepped on the accelerator, and the car took off at lightning speed. Xiaoling was caught off guard, and her body slammed into the back of the chair. Thus, she became angry again and shut her mouth. Soon, they reached the place for styling. Xiaoling ignored him and got out of the car herself, walking towards the building. After she took a few steps, she realized that he had caught up with her and stopped walking. She turned around and snapped at him. I'm already here, why are you still following me? There was no expression on his face. Are you so scared that people will find out about our relationship? This person was simply unreasonable today. Xiaoling endured it, which was why she did not quarrel with him in the aisle. She quickly walked to the styling room and opened the door. A piano piece was playing in the room, and there was a faint fragrance. When they heard the sound, everyone turned to look at them. Bai Marong, Sister Mai Na, and the stylists. Everyone was there. She clearly saw a glimmer of light in Bai Marong's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Great, Li Lei had achieved his goal. Now everyone knew about her relationship with him. He was the big boss of Ski Art Entertainment and the type that rarely cared about the company. Now that he was there with her, she could not blame the thoughts that other people would have in their hearts. Xiaoling was feeling horrible, so she randomly sat down on an empty spot. Xiaoling, Sister Mai Na called her. Come with me. She then turned to look at Li Lei who was behind her and politely said, Boss, can I take up a few minutes of your time? I have something to report. After saying that, she walked into a small room. Xiaoling and Li Lei did not know what was going on, so they followed her. The small room was very quiet, and there were only the three of them there. Sister Mai Na closed the door. Her face became solemn as she retrieved her phone from her bag and threw it in front of them. Look at it yourselves. There was an ominous feeling in her heart. Xiaoling took the phone and saw that it had photos of her and Li Lei splurging in the shopping mall. The camera angle was perfect, and her facial features were clearly recognizable. There were photos of him buying clothes with her, swiping his card, and even of the smiling manager beside their pile of wrapped clothes talking to them. Furthermore, there were photos of her being surrounded by the crowd and Li Lei taking her hand and rushing out of it. Who took these photos? Asked Li Lei. The high quality of the photos indicated that they were taken by professional cameras. The paparazzi caught up to you. Sister Mai Na glanced at them coldly. Don't you know how to pay more attention when you are on a date? Yi Xingling, was your anti-stalking training done in vain? Furthermore, Li Lei, you know that your girlfriend is an artiste. Don't you know how to protect her? Without outsiders, she was no longer polite to Li Lei. It was actually not a report, but a lecturing. Xiaoling frowned as she read the news report. The general gist of it was guessing what her relationship with Li Lei was and whether there was anything shady that Ski Art Entertainment did not disclose when they were promoting her. Furthermore, the story about her hugging Pei Zihang in the lift a while back was leaked. Although there was no picture, the linkage of both stories was enough to cause a great uproar. Not long ago during the music festival, she had some unclear interaction with Imperial Entertainment's boss Pei. That day, Boss Li of Ski Art Entertainment was also there, and it was reported that there was a conflict between the two big bosses, and the heroine of the conflict was Yi Xingling. What exactly was her relationship with the two big bosses? The photos today seemed to have revealed something to the public. The report was extremely well written and had all sorts of malicious speculations. Sister Mai Na was very irritable. What should we do now? All the public relations plans have to be redone. If we don't respond in time, Yi Xingling, you will gain a reputation of seducing two big bosses. Li Lei kept quiet for a moment and then looked at Xiaoling. Then let's reveal our relationship. Be my official girlfriend. No, Xiaoling declined without so much as a thought. Why? Li Lei's tone became cold. Who are you afraid will find out? Xiaoling did not expect him to react in such a way and was momentarily stunned. She spoke through trembling lips. What do you mean by that? What do you think I mean? Yi Xingling, I can tolerate anything that you do, but this does not mean I tolerate you cheating on me. She wanted to deny it but swallowed her words as they were about to leave her lips. If he did not have the most basic level of trust in her, what good would it do to explain? In her past life, she had tried to explain herself to Pei Zihang, vehemently denying having killed anyone, only to receive Pei Zihang's cruel torture. Cheating on him. This was a huge accusation. If Li Lei doubted her character like Pei Zihang, what else was there to say? Xiaoling stood up, feeling utterly disappointed, and pushed open the door intending to leave. Sister Mai Na stared with her mouth agape at their argument. She had initially thought that today would just be a simple meeting, but it turned out not to be so. What was going on? She could not understand but reactively pulled Xiaoling back. Xiaoling, calm down. Boss did not mean it that way. Xiaoling shook herself free from Sister Mai Na's grip and left. Sister Mai Na was at a loss and turned to look at Li Lei. Boss, aren't you going to go after her? Li Lei sat in the dimly lit room and did not speak. Sister Mai Na anxiously said, how could you say that to Xiaoling? Don't you know her temper? Did you catch her red-handed or something? Who else could she be with other than you? A few days ago, Su Tang gave me a photograph. Li Lei responded in a low voice. Xiaoling went to meet Pei Zihang behind my back. There were too many things occurring at the same time, and he could not believe that they were all simple coincidences. She never cared about the gifts that he gave her, was never willing to use any of his money, and did not care if he was by her side or not. In bed, she would not succumb to his advances. In the elevator, she was carefully hugging onto Pei Zihang. In the photograph that Su Tang had sent to him, she was sitting with Pei Zihang in a romantic and quiet cafe, and Pei Zihang was gently pouring a sugar packet into her cup. There was no way he could turn a blind eye to all of this. Sister Mai Na's heart dropped a little. Su Tang sent you a photograph. There are bodyguards following Xiaoling all the time. The bodyguards took a photo in secret and sent it to Su Tang. Li Lei said. Su Tang was his personal assistant, and typically any information from the bodyguards would go through her first. Su Tang would filter out the most important bits before sending it to Li Lei. Do you know Su Tang likes you? Everyone can see that, said Sister Mai Na discourteously. Do you know how scary a girl's jealousy can be? Li Lei knew that Su Tang had liked him secretly since a long time ago. However, he had never given her any chances all these years, and she had never let her emotions get in the way of her work before. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to be by his side for so long. Su Tang has followed me for more than 10 years, she will not mix her personal feelings into her work. Li Lei said, and the photo has not been tampered with. You trust Su Tang more than you trust Xiaoling? Sister Mai Na exclaimed in exasperation. Li Lei was quiet. Su Tang was a subordinate that had helped him through a lot for more than 10 years. She was very loyal and was willing to die for him. On the contrary, Xiaoling's thoughts were a mystery, and he could never read her. She was like fireworks in the night sky, far away and unreachable, and you would never know when she would disappear. If you don't trust her, then just break up with her already. Sister Mai Na scolded him like she was scolding a child. Just break up and marry Su Tang instead. I do want to marry someone I trust. Li Lei gave a bitter smile. But whose fault was it that he was so hung up over Xiaoling? If you can't bear to let go, then get your ass out of that chair and chase her back right now. Sister Mai Na could not help but swear. Stop moping around like a woman. What rubbish about cheating on you? Even if she hadn't cheated on you, now that you kept harping on it, she might just make that a reality. Li Lei got up immediately as Sister Mai Na finished her sentence and ran out of the room to chase after Xiaoling. Sister Mai Na looked at the door, which was banged open by Li Lei on his way out. What ski art entertainment? It should just be renamed Ski Art Kindergarten. All these kids were such a handful. On the other end, Xiaoling left the hairdressing studio and did not turn back. Li Lei's accusation was still ringing in her ears. Cheating on him. Exclamation mark. Tears formed in her eyes as her current frustrations intertwined with those of the past. Was she just not worthy of being trusted? Was that why Li Lei kept pressing her about her relationship with Pei Zihang, forcing her to dress in clothes that he had bought, and pinned such an accusation on her? All she wanted was a place that she could be free, a place where she could hide that secret in the depths of her heart, and a place where she was able to grab onto a bit of sunlight. She had thought that Li Lei was that bit of sunlight for her. But he had tried time and again to control her, and kept prying at that secret in her heart, tearing at her rotting wound. This made her terrified and uneasy. She walked down the steps outside the main entrance one step at a time. The cold wind of the deep winter was blowing. Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. Quick, come quickly. Yi Xingling is here. Yi Xingling has appeared. A group of reporters with cameras of all shapes and sizes in their hands surrounded her, and they were jostling to push microphones in front of her. Yi Xingling, we heard that you're together with Boss Li of Ski Art Entertainment. Is this true? Yi Xingling, please explain what's going on in the photograph that was released today. Yi Xingling, she was stunned by this sudden entourage. All the reporters were like hyenas waiting to pounce as they bombarded her with questions. She was alone in the crowd and tried to block the reporters' cameras. Let me out. Just let me out of here. Why would the reporters let her go? Yi Xingling, why are you crying? Is it because you're ashamed of having slept with Boss Li for fame? Please tell us your thoughts on Li Lei and Pei Zihang. Who do you belong to? Or are you two timing? Yi Xingling, she bit her lips and did not speak, and the reporters shoved each other about as they tried to question her. Enough. Suddenly, they heard a furious shout. She fell into a familiar and sturdy embrace. Yi Xingling is my woman. However, it is not what you think. She is my girlfriend, the kind that I will bring home to introduce to my family and to marry. It was Li Lei. His body was like a sturdy mountain, sheltering her from the crowd of reporters in front of her. The reporters got even more hyped up at hearing Li Lei's words. When they saw the photograph earlier, they had simply run over here to see what they could get. Regardless of what Yi Xingling say or not, they would still construe it in a way to make the news more flavorful. They did not expect for Li Lei, the other protagonist, to appear, and to reveal such groundbreaking information. Is that true? The reporters asked enigmatically. Boss Li, please tell us, why are you considering to marry someone like Yi Xingling, who has no status or background? Did Yi Xingling do anything to gain your attention? Yi Xingling, are you dating him for money? Are you trying to marry into a rich family? They did not care whether their words were hurtful or unpleasant to the ears. All of what the reporters were interested in was to get a good piece of headline news. Li Lei's cold and hard gaze swept across the reporters, training in on the one that had asked the final question. That reporter immediately shut up, feeling a chill run down his spine from his death glare. I've already given you your big story, Li Lei said as he shielded Xiaoling from the reporters. If anyone dares to construe the story in any way as to make the news juicier, just go find out what happens to someone that offends Li Lei. He did not speak loudly but succeeded in silencing all the reporters. After all, these reporters worked day and night, in all weather conditions, bent on prying out the biggest news, simply as a means of living. If they had really offended Li Lei, the well-known underground king, they might even have to worry about having a shelter over their heads. The group of reporters remained idling about close by, but no one dared open their mouths to speak. It was weirdly quiet. There were still tears in Xiaoling's eyes, and she softly said, I'm not. Li Lei unhappily lowered his head to look at her. I'm not his girlfriend. Xiaoling struggled to free herself from his embrace, but Li Lei simply hugged her tighter. She did not have any more strength to struggle but repeated, I'm not. The reporters were stunned. What was this situation? This was so different from how they had imagined it. The typical story would be, big boss saves the damsel in distress who is touched to tears, the modern-day Cinderella story, or, scheming bitch successfully nets golden bachelor and smiles triumphantly. Why was this girl denying their relationship when the powerful, rich, and handsome Li Lei had already admitted to it? What was the backstory? One reporter's curiosity was piqued enough that he could not help but ask, running the risk of being killed by Li Lei. Are you or are you not attached? If I say we are, we are. Li Lei bristled impatiently, glaring at the reporter. Move aside. That reporter took a step backward subconsciously. Li Lei continued to shield Xiaoling as they walked out of the barricade of reporters. As they passed, the reporters backed away slowly, afraid of his formidable presence, leaving them a clear path. Li Lei smoothly brought Xiaoling to his car. I'm not. Xiaoling was still repeating. How long are you going to be like that? Li Lei burst out. I've admitted our relationship and have committed to take you as my bride in front of all those people. Is that not enough? Yi Xingling, what do you want me to do? Dig out my heart and serve it to you on a silver platter? Xiaoling did not retort, which was unusual. Her silence made him feel uneasy. Xiaoling, his voice became gentle. I'm sorry, my attitude was bad. Let's break up, said Xiaoling. Li Lei was stunned. Break up? He never thought she would react that way. What did he do wrong? Li Lei, you're a great guy, I'm the one who is in the wrong. Let's break up, she said in a tired, low voice. She had been arguing with him for many days now, and she was angry because she cared. That was also why she was so bothered with him trying to control her so much. However, even after all the arguments, he still continued to push her limits, asking her questions she did not want to answer. What's more, he had revealed their relationship to the reporters despite her vehemently being against the idea. She did not know what her views were in his eyes. Loving her using only the way he understood, he was just being another Pei Zihang. You're great, really, she repeated softly. Any other girl would be happy to be with you. But not me, Li Lei. I'm a coward and weak, do you remember? When you admitted your feelings for me and asked me to be your girlfriend, I told you that I would never love another person again in this life. I don't have the strength nor the courage. But you told me then, that it was alright, that I just needed to continue to be myself, so, I agreed. However, Li Lei, you went back on your word. You're asking so much from me right now, and I'm not ready. No, this isn't your fault. As a man, it's normal for you to ask so much from your girlfriend. You ask for no secrets, only for loyalty, but I can't give that to you. Li Lei, maybe we were simply not suited from the start. She had too many secrets and scars that she did not want to be touched. Li Lei's heart dropped lower and lower as he heard her speak, his hands and feet turning cold. He was wrong, utterly wrong. When she was arguing with him, he felt that she was being unreasonable, but did not realize that was her way of giving him a chance. Now, she did not even want to argue, summing all the arguments into one phrase, you're great. This was her giving up. You're a great person, but we are just not suited for each other. This sentence that seemingly was like a line from an 8 o'clock soap opera kept appearing in his mind. He never thought that he would be at the receiving end of this statement from the girl he loved. He stretched out his hand to grab onto hers. Xiaoling, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Sister Mina's chiding came back to haunt him. She might not have cheated on you, but so what if she did? If she really did cheat on you, would you do anything to her? Li Lei realized despairingly, that no, he wouldn't do anything at all. The worst conclusion was not that she had someone else in her heart, but that she had chosen to leave him. He leaned forward to hug her, his voice hoarse. Xiaoling, don't leave me. The tears that were swimming in Xiaoling's eyes fell, and she choked. Li Lei, you deserve better. I can't do for you what a normal girlfriend should do. You've already tolerated me for so long. Go find someone else that can make you happy. She only deserved to be hiding in a dark corner, licking her rotting wounds for the rest of her life. He was that sunlight that she craved, but she had forgotten that the sun that was warm to others would burn her. I only want you. Li Lei hugged her tighter. It's no use, Li Lei, no use, she cried out loud. It seemed that the number of times he had made her cry in this short time was more than that of Pei Zihang in all the time they had been together. There are things that I will never tell you. If you want for us to remain together, there will always be that pain that I'm withholding something from you. We will continue to argue, to second guess each other. You will not trust me. What's the meaning of all this then? Having you by my side, that's the greatest meaning of all. He said slowly, emphasizing each word. She cried even harder and shook her head. Li Lei lifted his warm and dry palm to pat her gently. Rubbing it along her spine, he said, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. When I saw you with Pei Zihang in the elevator that day, do you know how jealous I was? Xiaoling, you have never looked at me with that expression in your eyes, not even once. I was so afraid, he paused before continuing. I was afraid that you would leave me, that you would leave with him. That's why I have been so uptight recently, and have been trying to press you for an explanation. If I wanted to go to him I would have left a long time ago. Xiaoling said, I've chosen to stay by your side. Do you still not understand me? On hearing this, Li Lei felt a sense of euphoria. Then do you like me, even just a little bit, Xiaoling? Did she like him? Xiaoling was unsure, but as she leaned her face on his chest and snuggled closer to him, her tears and snot wet his shirt. He did not mind at all, and instead was wondering what this little action meant. What did Xiaoling mean by this? Was she silently admitting that she liked him? But, why wasn't she saying anything? Was she just being shy or was he reading her wrong? Li Lei did not dare to ask, afraid that her answer might shatter the beautiful dream in his mind. Never mind, at least she did not say that she hated him. He would take it slow, and use all the time in his life to make her fall for him. Xiaoling, he gently and carefully said. When this music festival is over, will you come home with me to meet my grandfather? Meet his grandfather. Xiaoling was mildly stunned, and nervously asked, will your family accept me? You're not going to break up with me anymore. Li Lei could not resist but give a laugh. Grandfather will definitely accept you. I guarantee that he will like you very much. She shook her head. Li Lei, I'm not ready yet. I'm not even sure I'm ready to make our relationship public. If we don't break up, then, things are going to get messy on the news. That's going to be a big headache, and I don't want to have to deal with something else at the same time. Li Lei was terrified that she would leave him and was happy to let her have her way. Okay, then, you don't have to meet my grandfather. The news, don't worry about it, I'll handle it. She gave a soft, in response, but still felt uneasy. In these 2 lives, she had been through a lot, but this was the first time she was making her relationship public. Her other half was her company's big boss, which left a lot of room for imaginations to run wild. Xiaoling, don't be afraid. I'm here, he gently consoled her. She felt herself relax a little. It felt great having someone to face all these controversies together with her. Li Lei accompanied her back to the Nebula Music Festival's filming location. At the entrance, there was a crowd of reporters and fans that had amassed after hearing the news about their relationship. The staff and security officers had erected a long security line to keep them away. Li Lei stepped out of the SUV first, his handsome appearance and charisma drawing screams from the crowd, and cameras were flashing non-stop, capturing him from every angle possible. He walked around the car to the other side and opened the door for Xiaoling like a gentleman, holding her hand as she stepped out of the car. She was dressed in a full-length dress that reached to the ground. Another round of screams rang out as she stepped out of the car. Yi Xingling, Yi Xingling, Yi Xingling, are you really dating Boss Li? Xiaoling, you have to be happy. Shameless, scheming bitch. There were all sorts of words being hurled. Xiaoling felt a little afraid, and she was feeling more nervous than the first time she had debuted 10 years ago. However, Li Lei was giving her strength through his steady, strong grip that was holding onto her hand, and his calm and encouraging gaze was like he was trying to tell her that no matter what happened, he would always be by her side. Xiaoling held her head up high and turned to face the fans and cameras. Li Lei's hand curled lightly around her waist. He gave a low laugh and said, don't be afraid. You're beautiful. She could not resist but laugh as well. Liar, how could she be beautiful? Her makeup was smudged from all the crying in the car earlier, and she did not have her makeup kit with her to fix it. She was well aware that her eyeliner had smudged off, and her dark green hair was a little messy. Even the white, lace dress she was wearing was creased from him hugging her so tightly just now. I look terrible, she complained in a low voice. If I say you're beautiful, you're beautiful. His chiseled lips curled into a smile. Come, let's go. This was the first time they were walking the red carpet together as a couple. Li Lei stood up tall as he proudly and carefully held her hand like he was holding onto his beloved bride at his wedding. He was tall and handsome, taller than her by about half a head, and they were a gorgeous pair standing next to each other. It wasn't long before everyone in the crowd was looking at them, even those that had no interest in their scandal. What's going on? Who's that man beside Yi Xingling? Some in the audience that had not heard the news asked with curiosity. Even though Li Lei was Ski Art Entertainment's big boss, he was extremely low-key and did not interfere with the daily operations. There weren't many in the industry that recognized him. Immediately, other better-informed audience members explained. Haven't you heard? That's Big Boss Li from Ski Art Entertainment. The big news that was released today is that he and Yi Xingling are an item. Wah, what? Many exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean Yi Xingling got lucky? Yeah, onlookers stared with envy and jealousy at the attractive couple strutting down the red carpet. Other female artistes that try to net a big fish always end up being thrown aside. The luckier ones might marry some rich old man, and they would be content with that. But her, did you hear what Boss Li said today? He said that he would bring her back to see his family and that he wants to marry her. How lucky for her to have such a good relationship. Wow, that's so nice, some looked on enviously. Tisk, who knows if they will last? Others said sourly. The informant shrugged and said, normal couples might break up too, let alone them. I think Yi Xingling needs to be careful. Someone like Boss Li who has money, power, and looks will have tons of women waiting to pounce on him. Who knows if Yi Xingling will be the one to walk down the aisle with him? That's still a long way to go. Yeah, that's right, the group lamented. Li Lei held Xiaoling's hand the whole way as they walked across the red carpet, through the main entrance walkway into the broadcast station, and all the way until she reached her makeup room. Many people were loitering outside her makeup room, pretending to have just walked by. Inside the makeup room, everyone from Imperial Entertainment and Ski Art Entertainment turned to look at them as they entered. Li Lei brought her all the way to her seat, before lowering his head and kissing her on the forehead. Be good and perform well. I'll come to pick you when you're done later. Okay, she responded with a light smile, feeling happy all of a sudden that their relationship was out in the open. This was the first time that someone had held her hand to cross the road, cross the red carpet, like a boy in love. This was the first time that someone had kissed her so openly, in front of everyone, and had paraded her at an event, even promising to pick her later. She had always been envious of such couples when she watched television dramas in the past. They were normal and heartwarming. She recalled an MV that she had filmed in her past life. She had started crying when they had filmed a similar scene, giving all the staff members a fright. No one knew how much she longed to do something like that. At this moment, she realized that her career and being low-key wasn't all that important after all. Now, the whole world was aware that he was hers, and she was his. She watched as Li Lei left, her slender fingers wrapping around the pendant hanging on her neck, and her lips curled into a sweet smile. Wei Wei came over with some water for her to remove her makeup, and found a makeup artist to help her redo her makeup. The makeup artist said, Xiaoling, I saw the news this afternoon. Good for you, how could you hide something so important from me for so long? Remember to invite me when Boss Li and you get married. Married, that was still a faraway possibility. But she was happy that she could openly accept the well wishes from others. Xiaoling's mood was exuberant, but suddenly heard a voice from the side. How shameless, seducing one person after another. Xiaoling turned and saw Xia Yu walk by with a disdainful expression. Xia Yu, she coldly called out, isn't it, though? Xia Yu turned to look at her with an innocent expression, a tinge of bitterness in her smile. Yi Xingling, you have been dating Li Lei for a long time, haven't you? Then, why did you seduce Brother Ziheng? I beg you, let him go. I don't want to see Brother Ziheng feeling sad for you. She did not lower her voice as she did with her first insult. Thus, many people around overheard her and turned to look at them. Who would have thought that Yi Xingling was a person like that? Some discussed in low voices. Does she seduce every rich man that crosses her path just to see who she can get? That's highly possible, someone else said. Do you remember that day in the elevator? She was hugging Imperial Entertainment's boss Pei. If she wasn't an easy woman, how would she dare do something like that? The entertainment circle was a messy place, and female artistes tended to scheme against each other. Even if they appeared to be amicable on the surface, they would easily talk behind another person's back in the next moment. Many were envious and jealous seeing Xiaoling in a happy relationship, some even bordering on hate. Female artistes were belittling her. I wonder what she did to gain Li Lei's attention, she's not even that pretty. Ha, what else could it be? If you're shameless, anything goes. Xiaoling's listening ability had always been good, and she heard these discussions loud and clear. She swept her gaze across the room coldly and realized that many of those discussing behind her back were in Xia Yu's team for the music festival. Chen Xiaomin's team, right? Xiaoling coldly said. You guys probably can't sing very well seeing that nothing good comes out of your mouth. What did you say? That group of artistes angrily exclaimed. Yi Xingling, do you think your singing is that great? You're just relying on Li Lei's support from behind. It's all under the table. Xiaoling's accumulated points had been good in the Nebula Music Festival since the start. Many had said that she was lucky to have been placed in Feng Kun's team, but now they attributed it to her being the partner of Ski Art Entertainment's big boss. Who knew what under-table transaction occurred in the background? All of Xiaoling's hard work had been disregarded given her special status now. Xiaoling fumed on the inside, but showed no emotion on her face. Then, let's battle it out on stage. HMPH, who's afraid of you? Bring it on, one of the female artistes said. Xia Yu pretended to play the peacemaker. Are you sure, Sister Chu? You know Yi Xingling's status now. They became even more agitated on hearing this. There's still justice in this world. I don't believe that so many of us can't take her down. Xia Yu had achieved her objective. Great, now so many of these dumb women are going to help me take down Yi Xingling. This time, Yi Xingling is going to be humiliated. Tonight is the head-to-head battle segment. Xia Yu explained to Xiaoling in a gentle voice. Yi Xingling, do you dare go head-to-head with us? This segment was very interesting. Both the defender and the challenger would have to sing each other's songs. With so many of them against her, they had many songs between them. On the other hand, Yi Xingling only had 2 songs released since her debut, Glass Fingertips and Meteor Wings. It would be extremely easy for them all to learn her 2 songs, but she would have to learn all of their songs. With there being so little time, it would be easy for them to pick lesser-known songs that she did not know, and she would make a fool of herself on stage. Xia Yu's smile became brighter as she thought to herself. Xiaoling simply responded, sure. They did not say anything more, and Xia Yu left with the group of female artistes in tow. Xiaoling went to look for Feng Kun. I want to be the first contender for tonight's head-to-head battles. Initially, she was slated to be the 6th contender since the first few rounds were being helmed by the likes of A-listers like Zheng Chenhao. Those in the first few rounds were talented singers, and it was still a question if she was qualified to be pitted against them. However, she had made up her mind to teach Xia Yu and company a lesson. She needed to be the first contender, she would battle till the end and beat them all by herself. Xiaoling had always been like that. She would not typically react to anything, but if she were to retaliate, she would make sure to stamp down hard. Feng Kun raised his eyes to look at her and gave a smile. I didn't expect you to come to look for me. Ever since she had sung The Caged Butterfly, they had not had the chance to speak alone. Everyone thought that he had given her the lyrics to the second half of The Caged Butterfly, but they both knew that it was not the case. I helped you cover for something really important the last time, Feng Kun said, and today, you're asking me for yet another favor. Then, Xiaoling, can you do something for me in return? He called her by her nickname in her past life, his tone gentle and full of nostalgia. When the music festival is over, can I invite you for a glass of wine and a chat? There were many things that he wanted to verify with her. Xiaoling was stunned. So many things had happened recently. That day, after she had finished singing, Pei Ziheng had chased her into the elevator. Then, she was dragged away by Li Lei and had many fights with him, then made up and announced their relationship to the public. She had forgotten that her being able to sing the second half of The Caged Butterfly had been a huge giveaway, and she had forgotten to come up with a good explanation for Feng Kun. Her dazed expression also looked similar to that of the past, causing Feng Kun's expression to be filled with longing. After a long while, Xiaoling snapped back to her senses and responded, I don't drink. She was already so sheepish, she wasn't going to deal with him over drinks. Then, we can drink juice instead. You're not going to turn me down, are you? Feng Kun lowered his voice and said, Xiaoling, are you sure you aren't going to talk to me? Pei Ziheng is still harping on your rendition of The Caged Butterfly. Did you think it was over after Li Lei saved you the other day? If Pei Ziheng were to find out that I did not give you the lyrics to the second half of the song. Xiaoling shuddered at the thought. Feng Kun said, we have to get at least our stories straight. She stared at Feng Kun, trying to guess how much he knew. Was it a coincidence, or was he trying to test her, or did he know her true identity? She could not decide. You should know that I will never hurt you. Feng Kun said sincerely. Right, how could he hurt her? In her past life, when the whole world had turned against her, he was the only one that was still on her side, the only one that was truly heartbroken at her death. She finally nodded and said, okay, let's speak after the music festival. He might not have discovered her identity. Perhaps, he simply thought that she resembled his late friend and, hence, wanted to help her. Feng Kun gave a satisfied smile. Okay, then do well in the head-to-head battles. The head-to-head battle. She was placed as the first contender as she had requested, and her opponent was music producer Chen Xiaomin's team. The female MC said, let's see, Feng Kun's first contender is Yi Xingling, and the first contender from Chen Xiaomin's team is Zhao Wanyang. Who of these two female singers will be the winner of this first round? Let us watch and see. Zhao Wanyang looked over at Xiaoling, who was dressed in a long dress, her expression full of arrogance. She knew how to sing both of Yi Xingling's songs, and she, Zhao Wanyang, had debuted for more than 10 years already. She debuted around the same time as the late diva Xiaoling, and she was sure that many of her earlier songs would be unknown to this young 17 or 18-year-old girl. Yi Xingling wanted to win. Dream on. Who's singing first? Zhao Wanyang looked over arrogantly. Since Yi Xingling was bound to lose, she was happy to be the gracious senior and allow Yi Xingling to pick the order. Then she would have nothing to say after she lost. Xiaoling laughed lightly and replied, up to you. What, up to me? Zhao Wanyang was momentarily stunned, then became furious. This newbie, what was with her careless attitude? Did she even regard her as a senior in the industry? Zhao Wanyang's tone became even colder. Then, I'll go first, in case anyone complains that I'm bullying a newly debuted singer. It's too early to say who's the bully. Xiaoling responded coolly. The audience offstage were getting excited. The sparks were firing so early on for this head-to-head. They had high expectations for this battle, especially for Yi Xingling's performance given that her scandal with Li Lei was just published in the afternoon. Everyone was curious what abilities this girl had to make a big shot like Li Lei make such a heartfelt declaration. The audience was anxious to hear Xiaoling sing, but Zhao Wanyang said she was going to go first, so they had to be patient and listen to her performance first. Xiaoling picked Meteor Wings for Zhao Wanyang to sing. While this song seemed flamboyant, it was in fact much easier to sing than Glass Fingertips. Glass Fingertips was a song that would allow the audience to easily differentiate a good singer from a mediocre one, whereas Meteor Wings was easy enough that any mediocre singer could manage it well enough. However, Zhao Wanyang did not appreciate her choice. Meteor Wings, Yi Xingling, you picked the harder song of the two for me, didn't you? Never mind, I can handle it. Seeing her arrogant expression, Xiaoling almost sighed out loud. Even if she were dumb, she didn't need to display her ignorance so openly. As expected, one of the producers had an expression of disdain on his face. The MC was sharp and saw this change in expression. She hurriedly passed a microphone to that producer and asked, Brother Li, you look like you have something to say. Care to share it with us? The director of the show signaled for a cameraman to give Brother Li a close-up shot. That producer named Brother Li did not shy away, and gave a wry laugh, saying, Zhao Wanyang thinks that Yi Xingling is trying to make life difficult for her. In my opinion, Yi Xingling is letting her off easy by picking Meteor Wings. It has a tune that is easy to pick up. Glass Fingertips might sound easy, but in fact, requires one to convey the emotions of the song well. It would be easy to mess up Glass Fingertips without a strong singing foundation. So that's why the audience listened with interest. Many started to look down on Zhao Wanyang even before she had started singing. Is that Zhao Wanyang a singer? How could she not know that? For an outsider of the industry to not be able to tell if a song was easy or difficult to sing would be normal, but how could a professional singer make such a low-level mistake? On stage, Zhao Wanyang's face turned red as she knew she had made a fool of herself. To save face, she argued back. I don't think Brother Li is right. I think Meteor Wings is still the harder song to sing. The MC interrupted her and turned to Xiaoling, asking emphatically, Yi Xingling, you are in the best place to be the judge of that. Which do you think is the harder song to sing? Xiaoling had chosen the easier song to sing for Zhao Wanyang and did not intend to make her look bad in this segment. However, she did not expect Zhao Wanyang to be so ignorant. I think there is someone else here that is more suited to be the judge of that. Xiaoling tiptoed around the question and looked over at Wei Xiaoyan. The MC understood what she was getting at and turned to Wei Xiaoyan immediately. Ah Wei, you're the producer for both Glass Fingertips and Meteor Wings. What do you say? Which of the two is the harder song to sing? Of course, Meteor Wings is the easier one. Wei Xiaoyan replied coldly. I didn't know some singers had degraded to such levels that they are unable to discern the difficulty of songs. This apparent insult made some in the audience to burst out in laughter. Even some of the producers could be seen trying to hold their laughter in. Zhao Wanyang felt even more embarrassed, her face turning a bright crimson. She wished she could dig a hole to hide in. Xiaoling smiled nonchalantly. Miss Zhao, do you have anything else you want to say? Perhaps we can look for another opinion on the matter. Another opinion, with Wei Xiaoyan already voicing his opinion, who would say otherwise? He was known to be extremely strict and righteous. He would not say anything counter to his real opinion just to side with someone. Zhao Wanyang glared at Xiaoling angrily, her face still red, and did not say anything. Xiaoling was unaffected. She was not going to lose anything from an extra glare. What's more, the audience was watching Zhao Wanyang, and her glaring was just going to make her seem even pettier. As expected, the chatter in the audience became more numerous, all saying things along the lines of, so much for Zhao Wanyang being a veteran in the industry, how could she not match up to a newbie singer, or, Yi Xingling is just so much better in comparison. Zhao Wanyang had already lost half the battle before the head-to-head had even begun. Xiaoling confidently said, then, Miss Zhao, would you like to start now? She stood in the middle of the stage with a wry smile on her face, her expression taunting, a completely different picture from her red-faced opponent. It seemed that she was born to shine, and everyone's eyes turned towards her even though she was dressed simply in her white dress. The broadcast director instructed the cameraman to give her a few more solo takes. And Zhao Wanyang, she began her song reluctantly. Distracted by the earlier insults from the two producers, her rendition of Meteor Wings was shoddy, making several mistakes. The broadcast director and cameramen were disinterested in her altogether, choosing instead to film Xiaoling, and then Wei Xiaoyan and Feng Kun. The cameras even panned the audience several times, completely neglecting Zhao Wanyang. There was no one else to blame since her singing was so bad and could not draw the attention of others. Boos rang out from the audience off stage. The song finally ended. Zhao Wanyang's expression was even more upset. Yi Xingling, if not for me having the flu and being in bad condition, I would definitely have sung that more perfectly. Ha, perfect. Xiaoling almost laughed out loud. I don't know what Miss Zhao's definition of perfect is, but in my opinion, you made tons of errors in the song earlier. If you were recording that with Wei in the studio, he would definitely have stopped you and made you do it over. Let's put it this way, that wasn't even close to the standard required to release a song. This was a huge insult. Yet, Xiaoling was used to picking fights and had her guns ready to open fire. She did not care about Zhao Wanyang's feelings. The atmosphere in the room became more heated. Yi Xingling had vocalized everyone's thoughts, and some producers even starting clapping in agreement. Zhao Wanyang was close to tears on hearing the insult. How could you say something like that? You're not Xia Yu, don't try to act all innocent and weak to get others to pity you. It doesn't work, and you don't look the part. Xiaoling sniggered. Stop wasting time and pick a song for me. There are many others in your team behind you, preparing to get beaten by me. Her arrogance was off the charts. Nebula Music Festival encouraged singers to taunt each other on camera, but it was still rare to see someone be like Xiaoling and brush everyone off. What did she mean by, there are many in your team behind you that are preparing to be beaten by her? She was simply insulting the entire team, not even bothering to leave herself an escape route. There was a mix of cheers and jeers from the crowd, which were so loud that it seemed like they were going to blow through the roof. The MC and broadcast director were delighted. This Yi Xingling, was she an angel for drawing in the viewers? She had successfully and skillfully heated up the atmosphere in the place. With her around, it would be difficult for their show to tank when it was released. In that instance, they felt even more impressed with Yi Xingling. Give her a few more solo takes. The broadcast director said. Many her look pretty, the audience loves her. He was being biased, completely ignoring the fact that there was another person called Zhao Wanyang still on stage. Zhao Wanyang was struggling to keep in her anger and made up her mind to make life difficult for Xiaoling. Since she had already butchered Meteor Wings, then she needed to make sure that Xiaoling sang even worse than her to be able to save some face. With that thought, she put on an amicable expression and said, then I'll pick an easy song for Miss Yi. My song titled, Flower That Isn't a Flower. It's an easy one to sing. Off stage, the veteran Heavenly King, Bai Marong, grumbled. Isn't she just being shameless? Yeah, she is. His teammate piped up. A song from more than 10 years ago. I think Yi Xingling was still in primary school when this song was released. It wasn't even a popular song. She's probably never heard of it before, and now she has to sing it. He lifted his head towards the stage to see how Yi Xingling would react. This newbie had surprised him time and again. Perhaps this time she would surprise him another time. Bai Marong himself did not realize that he had developed more expectations and confidence in this girl. Xiaoling cocked her head slightly and replied, okay. While this song was not mainstream, unfortunately for Zhao Wanyang, Xiaoling had heard it before. Too bad for Zhao Wanyang, her debut period was too close to Xiaoling in her past life. Xiaoling was vaguely familiar with most of Zhao Wanyang's songs. Xiaoling's memory was excellent when it came to music, and could easily remember a song even if she had only heard it once. What's more, this song wasn't a difficult one at all. Zhao Wanyang thought that Xiaoling was bluffing and silently laughed. Yi Xingling, let's see how long you can keep up the pretense. However, Xiaoling's performance left her in shock. When the background music started playing, Xiaoling smoothly sang along to the accompaniment. Her rendition was skillful and dynamic, better than the original version. The audience listened transfixed. Xiaoling looked resplendent on stage in her white dress as if she were a goddess from within a dream. Her performance of Flower That Isn't a Flower was almost to perfection. At the end of the song, the applause sustained for a long time. Xiaoling took a bow and turned to look straight at Zhao Wanyang. You've lost. Behind her, the huge screen was tabulating the final scores, and her vote count was several times that of Zhao Wanyang. It was a resounding victory for Xiaoling. Zhao Wanyang's face turned white. That's impossible, how does she know how to sing this song? However, the reality was right there in her face. Xiaoling knew the song, and she had done a brilliant job of it. Zhao Wanyang stumbled off stage as the MC announced Yi Xingling from Feng Kun's team to be the winner for this first head-to-head battle between Chen Xiaomin's team and Feng Kun's team. There was thunderous applause from the crowd. Xiaoling smilingly stood tall in the center of the stage. Next, she never did things half-heartedly, and could not help but add. Please send someone stronger upstage this round. The brazen challenge made Chen Xiaomin's team jump with anger. Zhao Wanyang, what happened to you? How could you lose to a newbie? Someone complained. See how arrogant she is right now. Having just been publicly embarrassed, Zhao Wanyang was still boiling with anger and snapped. If you're so great, why don't you try? I'll go then. That person was called Luo Yi, who was also a fairly well-known female singer. I don't believe I can't take her down. She confidently walked onto the stage. Now, Xiaoling was the defender. According to the rules of the competition, the defender would always pick the song for her opponent to sing first, before it was then her turn to sing. Xiaoling did not even give it so much as a thought as she said, let's do Meteor Wings again, I'll not raise the difficulty for you guys. Reading between the lines, she seemed to be saying, if you guys can't get Meteor Wings right, why even bother trying Glass Fingertips? A double whammy of an insult. The audience could not help but think, were all these singers in Chen Xiaomin's team just serving themselves up on a silver platter to be ridiculed by Yi Xingling? Luo Yi got a taste of what Zhao Wanyang had experienced on stage, feeling like she was about to burst with anger but not being able to show it entirely. Okay, fine, I'll sing Meteor Wings. I'm going to sing it so well that you won't be able to say anything. The melody of the introduction rang out. Luo Yi did not disappoint as a current A-lister, her rendition was of much better quality than Zhao Wanyang's. Her version of Meteor Wings was pleasant to the ears and could be said to be very refined. The audience applauded her generously when the song was over. Seeing the good reaction from the crowd, Luo Yi became full of herself. Yi Xingling, what do you have to say? Xiaoling slowly lifted the microphone to her lips, which was curled into a tinge of a smile. It's a little better than that of Zhao Wanyang's. Just a little better. This sentence made Luo Yi see red. Aren't you generous with your compliments now? Are you, as the original singer, feeling uneasy because I did too well? Since everyone in the music festival was being direct with their comments, the audience would think that the insults hurled were merely to bring out the battle atmosphere. Only the singers themselves were truly aware of whether their statements were said in a joking fashion or as an insult. Xiaoling lightly said, there were at least 3 places where you made mistakes. Huh, Luo Yi was stunned. 1. You were off key when you started, it was flat by a half key. Even though you brought it back quickly after, but the transition was awkward. 2. The falsetto was too strained, it was weak and screeching. 3. The wings of the line, Wings of Stars was too rushed, your breath was too short and couldn't hit the note. There's a lot of room for improvement. She astutely pointed out all the mistakes, not leaving any room for rebuttal. The audience was also stunned at hearing her criticisms. Was it that bad? It seemed fine to them. The screen behind them started to replay bits of Luo Yi's singing in relation to Xiaoling's criticisms. There was indeed minor issues with the 3 parts that Xiaoling had pointed out. The audience was impressed. Wow, Yi Xingling is amazing. She was able to spot all those issues even though they were so minor. Yeah, so professional. She's definitely got the skills. Luo Yi's expression became grave. After all, she wasn't singing her own song, and it was natural to have some areas that were not perfect. She had already tried her best to cover up these imperfections, but her rival had seen right through them. Sorry, I'm not the original singer and did not practice the song as long as you have. Luo Yi said, half meaning it as an insult, and half as a defense for herself. She was insinuating that Yi Xingling was acting like a know-it-all being the original singer and was picking on her. Xiaoling did not react much to this statement, but Wei Xiaoyan was furious. Wei Xiaoyan was known to be biased to people he liked. How could he tolerate someone insulting his favorite singer? His cold voice rang out. Xiaoling, are you an idiot? Did you only see 3 issues? She came in too quickly at the 4th line, her lyrics were wrong in the 5th, she was off tune again in the 6th, did you miss all these problems? And Wei Xiaoyan continued eloquently, lecturing Xiaoling. Xiaoling was used to his style and calmly listened to him. Luo Yi, on the other hand, could hardly stand still. He was clearly making an act of lecturing Xiaoling to insult her singing. However, she did not dare to talk back to Wei Xiaoyan. Wei Xiaoyan was famous in the industry for being very crude and direct when speaking without batting an eyelash. Agreeing with his opinions was fine, but once someone showed a little dissatisfaction, he would reprimand the person until he or she regretted existing in this world. Fireproof and theft-proof Wei Xiaoyan was the catchphrase circulated by many singers. Luo Yi could only swallow her words and listen to him relentlessly list out more than 20 big and small mistakes she made. She was in a mess after being thoroughly criticized. Thankfully, she was able to tolerate it and did not cry. It was utterly depressing. She clearly performed the song very well. Why was she being lambasted by Mr. Crazy Wei? At this point in time, she realized that her opponent, who was the quiet and dainty girl wearing a white dress, was trained by Wei Xiaoyan. If she had realized this earlier, she would have known that Wei Xiaoyan was being biased and siding with her opponent. She would not have dared to provoke him then. Who would willingly be humiliated by unreasonable Wei in the public eye? Even the MC could not bear to look at them. Ah, Wei. Wei Xiaoyan had started to talk about the time when she just debuted. You didn't sing well that year you debuted, and even after so many years, you did not practice enough. Now, it seems that you have returned your skills to your teacher. Ah Wei, the MC was a little anxious. Although she liked listening to Wei Xiaoyan lecture others as it was satisfying to listen to, there was an appropriate time and place for it. They were still recording the show, and if he continued his lecturing, there would be insufficient time for the advertisement section, and the sponsors would kill the show organizers. Wei Xiaoyan acted as if he did not hear her. You have to be self-aware if you don't have that level of skill. Do you know where you are lacking in comparison to Xiaoling? Ah Wei, the MC was about to cry. Ah Wei, shut up. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted him. Wei Xiaoyan, who initially ignored the MC, heard these words and turned his head around. What are you doing? He recognized that it was the voice of Xiao Ling from his company. You shut up and let me do it. Xiao Ling was unhappy. Are you the one competing against her? Don't steal my limelight. HMPH. The MC on stage, Luo Yi, and all the producers stared at her with their mouths agape. The audience members below the stage were also stunned. Yi Xingling, Sister Yi, Aunt Yi, she actually dared to criticize an unreasonable Virgo like Wei Xiaoyan. And still accused him of stealing your limelight. Oh my god, did they interact like this in the recording studio? It was literally beyond anyone's expectations. Had the person who could make Wei Xiaoyan surrender finally appeared in this world? No, how could my Wei Wei listen to what another girl said? In the audience, a girl called Chi Chi rubbed her eyes and whined. Wei Wei is mine. Her friend who was beside her patted her shoulders. Be more optimistic. Perhaps Ah Wei is just showing some respect to Big Boss Li. Now, everyone knew that Yi Xingling was Li Lei's woman. As such, all employees of Ski Art Entertainment, including unreasonable Wei Xiaoyan, were expected to treat her with more respect. Thinking about that fact, the hearts of Wei Xiaoyan's fans became calm again. Exactly. The girl called Chi Chi waved her fist in the air. Ah Wei is mine. Good luck, Ah Wei. However, Wei Xiaoyan did not receive any good luck. After being blamed by Xiao Ling, he suddenly remembered whose home turn it was. Even if he were to steal someone's limelight, he should not be stealing his company's Xiao Ling's limelight. Thus, Wei Xiaoyan decisively and magnanimously let go of Luo Yi. I have just listed your shortcomings, but they are just the tip of the iceberg. Due to the limited time today, I won't go on further. I will continue my criticism in the future when there is an opportunity. Luo Yi wanted to faint. Just the tip of the iceberg. Wei Xiaoyan, what sort of feud and resentment do you have with me? However, dealing with the situation was more crucial than dealing with him. She did not dare to say another word to Wei Xiaoyan for fear that he might change his mind and continue to point out more of her embarrassing mistakes. Luo Yi tightly bit her lip and quietly went down the stage. Once she got down from the stage, Zhao Wanyang, who had lost in the last round, greeted her in high spirits. How is it? You said that you would win just now. I guess that was just useless talk, right? Ha ha ha. Luo Yi was burning with rage from his ridicule, but she could not find the words to refute what he said. The other surrounding teammates were gloating over her misfortune. Agitated, she resentfully said, what are you looking at? Wait until you go up on stage and be abused like me. Sister Luo Yi, it isn't good to say something like that. Sha Yu's thin voice was heard from the dimly lit corner. Are you cursing all of us to lose? Sister Luo Yi, don't you want us to win? Seeing that irritating woman Yi Xingling win 2 rounds consecutively made Sha Yu very uncomfortable. She did not think that Luo Yi would be this insensible and say things to vent her anger. How could Sha Yu not be angry? This accusation was too large, and it scared Luo Yi so much that she shivered. No, I don't mean it that way, she said in a low voice. She did not know why, but every time she saw Sha Yu, she felt a little scared. She could never guess what her seemingly weak teammate was thinking. Instinctively, she did not dare to offend Sha Yu. Sha Yu nodded. She replied casually with an implied order. Don't vent your frustrations like that in the future. Luo Yi buried her hatred and agreed. Only then did Sha Yu continue to say, well then, good luck to those who are going on stage next. It will be too embarrassing if you continue to let Yi Xingling stand on the ring. She was the last to appear on stage, and there were many singers before her. It was best if they could defeat the annoying woman because she did not want to see her ever again. Although she was unwilling, Sha Yu could not help but admit that the irritating woman sang more skillfully than her. Even if she was competing against her, she had no confidence in winning. The best way was to use tag team fighting was by letting those in front of her tire that irritating woman out so that she would eventually be defeated. Even if she could not be defeated, she could be exhausted by the other competitors so that Sha Yu would have the confidence of winning. She smiled sweetly. Everyone, do not hesitate to choose difficult songs for her to sing. It is a competition, so a high difficulty will make it more interesting. After she said that, everyone realized that if she continuously sang difficult songs, her voice would be tired quickly, and the chances of her losing would greatly increase. Yes, they should use tag team fighting as a strategy to win. The third competitor confidently went on stage. He assigned Xiaoling to sing his most difficult song, but Xiaoling still performed perfectly and he lost. The fifth one. It was a tag team fighting tactic which was supposed to benefit them, but it was not effective when used on Xiaoling. Everyone tried their best but was left dejected. Only she was standing in the ring on stage in a relaxed manner with a white skirt that was like a blooming flower. Well then, we have reached the last competitor. If this competitor loses as well, Chen Xiaomin's group will be completely annihilated. The host was very excited. Since the start of the Nebula Music Festival, there had never been a situation like that. If Chen Xiaomin's group is eliminated, then Yi Xingling will be the first person in history to defeat her competitors from start to finish. She will create a miracle. Can our Xiaoling create a miracle like that? Let's welcome her last competitor on stage, Sha Yu. Sha Yu was feeling extremely unwell. She did not think that 7 of her useless teammates were not able to defeat Xiaoling. That irritating woman was still holding her head high on the stage to the extent that she was calm and composed. There was not even a drop of sweat on her shiny and smooth skin. How was that possible? Singing was supposed to be a very laborious task. How could she do it with such skill and ease? She must be pretending. Sha Yu reassured herself, clenched her fists, and put on her most flawless smile as she went on stage. It was the second time that Xiaoling saw her after she was reborn. Facing her wicked sister again, she wondered what tricks she had up her sleeve. Yi Xingling, how about you choose the song? Xia Yu said delicately. Her expression gave many people a favorable impression of her. Xiaoling, you better not bully Xiao Yu. The MC said half-jokingly. You two had a match before during the release of Ideal C perfume and Meteor Wings perfume. Xiaoling won spectacularly then. Will Xiaoling have such a perfect win again? Xia Yu's face became pale. That MC really knew how to rub someone's nose in it. Xiaoling forced a smile. That depends on whether Xia Yu will pretend to be sick again. Last time, the news that Xia Yu was faking heart disease was blown out of proportion, and her reputation had been stained. If Feng Kun had not returned to the country to shift the public's attention to the caged butterfly and the relentless public relations activities done by Chu Chen, causing most of her fans not to desert her because she was Xiaoling's beloved younger sister, her career would have been over. Now, Xia Yu defended herself. At that time, my heart was really uncomfortable. The doctor said that I received too much stimulation which caused symptoms that were similar to heart disease. This was also the statement released by her public relations team. It was not easy, but they found out that when people are not feeling emotionally well, some will develop symptoms that are similar to heart disease such as cardiac neurosis or hysteria stress-related disorders neurosis. These symptoms really made one feel pain, but there would be no results if one went to the clinic for a checkup. As such, the public relations team sighed in relief and listed these vague symptoms as a result of a mental illness that Xia Yu had. It was really a mild mental illness which was a manifestation of psychological vulnerability. No matter how reluctant Xia Yu was, she could only admit it. Being known for fragile emotions that could not tolerate stimulations was better than having a reputation of being wicked and putting the blame on others. The former could at least help her continue playing the weak card whenever she felt like it. Xiaoling also knew that she did not really have those diseases, so she said, you had too much stimulation. I'm really sorry. I don't know if it will count as too much stimulation if I win again this time. Ha ha ha. A few audience members below the stage started laughing. This Xia Yu really has no shame. Does she think she is invincible because she is mentally vulnerable? She hasn't even sung yet and is already playing her trump card thinking that Yi Xingling would not dare to win. Exactly. Beside her was a Yi Xingling fan. She used her hands as a loudspeaker and screamed, go for it, Xiaoling. Destroy her. Create a miracle and break the record. Destroy her. Create a miracle. Break the record. Many audience members started joining in the cheers. How can you be like this? Some of Xia Yu's fans angrily rebuked. Xia Yu's body was always quite weak, but you are still provoking her. If she is weak then she should not have joined the competition. Mental illness is mental illness. She should go home and recuperate instead. Immediately, someone responded. Xia Yu's fans were so enraged they almost wanted to cry. Xia Yu also suddenly had tears in her eyes and looked as if she had been greatly wronged. I haven't even had a spectacular win, but she is already like that. Xiaoling lightly smiled and replied the MC. Now I'm a bit hesitant. Should I just admit my loss directly? If I win, what should I do if her heart disease acts up again? Xia Yu was furious by the way she ridiculed her, but she could not act on her anger. She only said, Yi Xingling, please give it your best shot. This is the minimum respect you can give to your competitor. My best shot. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Xiaoling replied with a thin smile. Xia Yu was about to explode in anger. I will be able to handle it. All right then. Glass fingertips, and meteor wings. You can pick a song that you have the most confidence in and don't hold back. She intentionally wanted to see Xia Yu make a fool of herself and did not specify a song as she did for her other opponents. If that happened, how would Xia Yu have the nerve to pick meteor wings? Now, everyone knew that it was easier to sing meteor wings than glass fingertips. If Xia Yu dared to choose meteor wings, it would prove that she was not confident and lacked the capability. Xiaoling did much foreshadowing for meteor wings during the opening ceremony, and it finally became of use. Xia Yu almost had an internal injury. I think you should choose instead. No, I wouldn't dare to bully you. Xiaoling laughed. If you can't decide in a short while, I can sing first. Besides, I will be teaching you how to sing. What? Teach Xia Yu how to sing? The competition had not even started, but she already said such arrogant words. How strong her confidence was. Great job, Yi Xingling. Yi Xingling, destroy Xia Yu. Below the stage, many fans were shouting excitedly. Xia Yu almost wanted to cry. Why were they like that? She only lost once to that irritating woman. Why was everyone starting to go against her? I will sing, glass fingertips. She refused to admit defeat and said stubbornly. Don't regret it. Xiaoling maintained a relaxed smile. She knew that Xia Yu was unable to sing both of these songs well. Xia Yu was innately weak and lacked in breath support. She was unable to sing songs that required superb strength and stamina. Sure enough, the way Xia Yu sang, glass fingertips, was barely acceptable. Her performance fell flat and lacked that special something. The way she sang is so average. An audience member below the stage said disappointedly. Is that really the diva Xiaoling's younger sister? She doesn't even have half of her sister's singing talent. Exactly. Another audience member agreed. What a pity. Yi Xingling is still the better singer. Furthermore, have you all realized that she also has more of the diva's charm? That's true. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. On stage, Xia Yu was so upset she wanted to die, but she still continued smiling. Yi Xingling, it is time for you to sing. After every one of her competitors finished their songs, this irritating woman would throw a sharp criticism and cause them to feel embarrassed and speechless. Now she decided to shut her mouth and let the annoying woman sing directly without commenting. Xia Yu did not want to embarrass herself. Xiaoling saw through her attempt, but she never intended to give her any criticism. Xiaoling did provide some criticism to her previous competitors, but although there was some mockery in her tone and she went straight to the point, if they were willing to listen, they would benefit greatly from it. However, as for Xia Yu, she had already been a good person in her previous life and had no intention of continuing to help her in her present life. Yet, I will still teach you how to sing. She smiled at Xia Yu, elegantly swayed her skirt, and picked up the microphone. The accompanying music, which sounded like flowing water, started. The melody was magnificent and charming. Psychedelic, erratic, long and short and extravagant romance. Xiaoling sang the song, Dazzling Fireworks, that Xia Yu chose for her. This song was produced by Feng Kun, and it was the only song made for someone other than Xiaoling for more than a decade. Xia Yu thought that no one would be able to sing such a difficult song well, but she did not know that her opponent was her own sister who had perfectly cooperated with Feng Kun for more than 10 years. If it were said that only one person in the world could sing Feng Kun's song well, that person would be none other than Xiaoling. Although it was her first time singing that song. However, Xiaoling was familiar with Feng Kun's style and understood his thought process throughout the entire song. Picturesque fireworks dissipating as time passes by, fireworks that shine in the vast sky, every word of her singing tugged at the audience's heartstrings. The audience members below the stage were silent as they were completely immersed in the song. The song stopped, but the singer's voice remained vividly in their minds. Xiaoling gracefully lifted her white skirt and bowed to thank the audience. Only then did everyone started to applaud ceaselessly. It's even better than the original. I can't believe it, someone in the audience muttered. What do you mean it is better than the original? It is obviously worlds apart from the original. Another audience member challenged. Wow, it's too beautiful. A singer like Yi Xingling is wasted by partnering with Wei Xiaoyan. She's naturally more suited to be with Feng Kun. It is as if Feng Kun's songs are tailor-made for her. A third audience member spoke. Yi Xingling, be with Feng Kun. Yi Xingling, be with Feng Kun. A scatter of screams slowly became a wave of cheers. Xiaoling was speechless. She now understood Ah Wei's feelings when he was walking on the red carpet. The waves of screams really gave a person a lot of stress. I am already together with Li Lei. She lifted her microphone and said weakly. The screams and whistles at the scene merged together as a single sound. This was her first time directly admitting her relationship with Li Lei. Wasn't there gossip this afternoon about her denying it? The situation in front of them was very obvious. Wow, Xiaoling is awesome. You have to be happy with your boss. Ditch your boss and join Imperial Entertainment. Feng Kun is the one most suited for you. Our Feng Kun is better than Ah Wei. The whole scene became chaotic, and it became a fight between the fans of Ski Art Entertainment against the fans of Imperial Entertainment against the fans of various artistes. Everyone was excitedly ridiculing one another by waving their hands and loudly shouting out the names of the people they supported. Although Xiaoling had many experiences on stage, she lacked experience dealing with gossip and was a little taken aback by the uproar caused by the audience. As she held the microphone, she did not know what to do, so she looked at Feng Kun guilty. The MC jumped in at the right time and passed the microphone to Feng Kun. Brother Feng, what do you think? Feng Kun smiled and looked at Xiaoling. With a low magnetic voice that sounded like the gentle flow of water, he said, Yi Xingling, you're welcome to join Imperial Entertainment. When they interacted in private, he called her by her past life nickname, Xiaoling, but now that they were in a formal setting, he called her, Yi Xingling. Was that an accident, or was he aware of something and was trying to protect her? Unfortunately, she did not notice anything. However, Feng Kun's suggestion horrified everyone. Below the stage, another screaming frenzy started again. A Wei Xiaoyan fan named Chi Chi screamed. What is my Wei Wei going to do? The decibel of the girl's voice was too high that it traveled past a group of noisy background noise into Feng Kun's ears. Feng Kun was still smiling. He looked at the audience and then looked at Wei Xiaoyan whose face was as black as a crow. Finally, he looked at Xiaoling. We welcome Ah Wei as well. Ah, the screams were about to overturn the roof. Xiaoling was speechless. Feng Kun, I have not seen you for a short time, and now you have learned to cater to the bromance desires of the audience. How do you think Ah Wei will respond? Look, Ah Wei is already exploding in anger. Exploding in anger. Sure enough, Wei Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and loudly spat out 3 words. I won't go. Feng Kun's face showed an appropriate amount of disappointment like a warm and calm big brother from a neighboring family. Xiaoling wanted to sigh. Ah Wei, she thought. Look at his temperament and then look at your own. Sigh, no wonder there was always a large group of women pairing you two up as a couple. You're always acting proud and arrogant. Xiaoling could not bear to look at them directly. Feng Kun changed the subject. Yi Xingling, that was an outstanding interpretation of the song. If there is a chance, I hope I can make a song for you. Thank you. Xiaoling's smile was like a mask. In front of Feng Kun, she tried her best to hide. However, the MC became emotional. Brother Feng, you hope to make a song for Yi Xingling. As far as I know, you said that there would be no more music from you after Xiaoling's death. What is the reason for your approval of Yi Xingling? No more music from him after Xiaoling's death. That was the highest form of commendation from him. Xiaoling's eyes started to become slightly warm. She was afraid of revealing anything, so she tilted her head. It's probably fate, Feng Kun said vaguely. He was always an intelligent person and knew what should and should not be said. He did not mention that she resembled Xiaoling because he was afraid that Pei Ziheng and Chu Chen would see what he said as a clue. He would also never mention that she would achieve greater success than Xiaoling because he was afraid that she would kill him. Fate, summed up 1,000 words. What do you think Li Lei will think of what you said, Brother Feng? The MC joked. Screams were heard again. The MC held up his microphone to Xiaoling. Xiaoling blinked and lightly said, maybe we can discuss Xia Yu's problem first. Everyone only realized then that Xia Yu was still on stage. She was standing lonely and helplessly, and the smile on her face could almost no longer be maintained. She pitifully said, "Yi Xingling, you sang pretty well." She wanted to muddle through by glossing over it. Xiaoling sang even better than her, who was the original singer. However, Xiaoling did not let her go that easily and smiled happily. "Well, I did say I was going to teach you how to sing." This understatement subtly implied that Xia Yu could not sing and that she was showing her how it was done. "Don't bully others too much." Xia Yu suddenly burst into tears. "How can you say that?" Wei Xiaoyan was unhappy again. "Xia Yu, your musicality was never good, to begin with, but you don't let others point that out to you. What's the use of crying? Your ability to sing is not even based on your ability to cry. You should go back and listen to your live singing today. How much courage did it take for you to stand on this stage and sing with that sort of standard? No wonder Feng Kun wrote a lifetime of songs for your sister and was only willing to write one for you. If it were me, I wouldn't even write one song for you." There was an uproar. What he said was clearly accusing Feng Kun of looking down on Xia Yu and insinuating that there was some internal disharmony in Imperial Entertainment. The organizer excitedly said to the cameraman, "Quickly, cut to Feng Kun." The camera lens immediately faced Feng Kun, and on the live stream screens on both sides of the stage, his solemn face was enlarged until each subtle change was clearly visible. Unexpectedly, Feng Kun smiled. "Ah Wei," he said calmly. "I didn't know you thought of Xiaoling so highly." Xiaoling finally remembered that in her past life, she had been condemned by Ah Wei before. When the media representatives interviewed him and asked him what he thought of the famous singers and mentioned her, he said that she sang simply and crudely without using her brain. However, she was in the people's favor and did not realize that. He completely did not understand why she was famous for so long. That report was extremely sensational at that time, and it angered Xiaoling to death. She only got over it after working hard behind the scenes for half a year and using her new song to defeat the song he wrote for another singer brutally. If Feng Kun had not mentioned it today, Xiaoling would have almost forgotten about it. She pondered about how Ah Wei would seek revenge on him after the show was over. After arguing with herself, she knew that he was right. She did not really use her brain when she sang in the past and only used her natural ability. Actually, after all these years, although Ah Wei was harsh with his criticism, he had never once made anything up. The thing that angered people the most was his crude honesty during his criticism, which was irrefutable by others. Furthermore, even if she was living her second life now, she still had to bear his scolding. And he had already reduced his usual amount of criticism when she was in the recording studio. How could she dare to rebuke those trivial matters that happened in the past? Honestly, his criticism was very light then. Thinking about it made her feel bitter. Xiaoling honestly gave up her thoughts of getting revenge against him. She quietly stood in the same place and secretly cheered for Feng Kun. "Quick, Ah Kun, defeat that evildoer. You're my only hope." On second thought, something was wrong. She was currently an employee of Ski Art Entertainment. Even if she were in Feng Kun's team, how could she support her competitor? She was in a dilemma and felt immense pain. Feng Kun continued to smile at Ah Wei. "Actually, I have always been very curious. Is there a more outstanding singer than Xiaoling in your eyes?" Ah Wei choked. Xiaoling almost wanted to cheer for Feng Kun. He was definitely experienced since he turned the tables with just two simple sentences and forced Ah Wei into a corner. Ah Wei not only had a clean body, but he also had a clean mind. He would never go against his conscience by saying that a random singer was better than Xiaoling. A picky person like him did not even acknowledge her in her past life. How could he acknowledge anyone else? However, the MC did not think that the situation was chaotic enough and hid a dagger in her smile like Feng Kun. "So Ah Wei, do you mean that in your eyes, Xiaoling from Imperial Entertainment is already the best singer?" She emphasized the three words, "from Imperial Entertainment." The live screen switched to Wei Xiaoyan, enlarging his face. His expression was icy. "There's no one now, but that doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future." After a long time, Ah Wei spat those words out. "Really?" The MC's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to interrogate him further. "Ah Wei, who do you think has the highest chance of surpassing Xiaoling? Do you already have a suitable candidate in mind?" Unless, she pretended to look at the crowd unintentionally. "Over the years, the only newcomer you have been concentrating on training is Yi Xingling. Is this because you think Yi Xingling will surpass Xiaoling in the future?" Almost in an instant, all the cameras were pointed at Xiaoling. Now, she intensely experienced what was meant by being attacked despite doing nothing wrong. Was she not talking about the diva Xiaoling at the very start? Even if she had to switch topics, she did not have to talk about her life now. She was only a small newcomer and could not bear such a savage comparison. How would someone even answer that sort of question? Xiaoling was quiet in thought. "Ah Wei, you better not blurt nonsense and say that I will exceed Xiaoling, that will come across as arrogant and disdainful. As a newcomer, it would definitely kill my career. You should also not say that I cannot surpass her, that will cause an even more significant problem. It will literally cause me to become a laughing stock." The more she thought about it, the more it drove Xiaoling crazy. Although her expression was calm, her heart was extremely uneasy. Feng Kun naturally looked at her. Without waiting for Ah Wei to answer the MC, he interrupted the questioning. "Yi Xingling, I still stand by what I said. I welcome you to join Imperial Entertainment." He smiled and said with an extremely warm tone. After being interrupted by him, the MC lost her train of thought and changed the subject. "Wow, Brother Feng, this is the second time tonight you have invited Yi Xingling. Are you openly trying to recruit Yi Xingling? Looks like our Yi Xingling is not only highly regarded by her fans but also by the producers. Well then, Xiaoling, would you like to say something since you are wanted by both Gold Star producers, Wei Xiaoyan and Feng Kun?" What are you feeling now? Do you feel touched? Will you join Imperial Entertainment? The MC fired questions at her like cannonballs. Xiaoling secretly thanked Feng Kun for helping her out of a difficult situation. Then, she looked at Wei. Forget it, she did not want to look at him because it would only anger her to death. She took the microphone from the MC and smiled appropriately. Looking a little flattered, she said, I didn't expect that Mr. Feng would think so highly of me. You're a producer whom I really respect, and I really like many songs you produced such as Sea Demon, The Last Dawn, and Withered Flower. As such, I'm very happy to receive your invitation. As she spoke, she glanced briefly at Wei Xiaoyan and realized that he was almost about to go berserk, so she quickly stopped her speech and changed the topic. However, unfortunately, I'm already part of Ski Art Entertainment, and everyone treats me well. Wei is also an excellent producer, and we have been working very well together. I think, in the short term, no, for a long time, I don't think I will be joining another company. I really appreciate your kindness. Thank you. This was obviously an expected answer by Feng Kun. He wanted to rescue her and had no real intentions of recruiting her back to his company. Following her reply, he gracefully nodded to express his understanding and continued to smile. That's really such a shame. However, Yi Xingling, he looked at Wei Xiaoyan and then turned his head to look at her. My door is always open for you. Wei Xiaoyan could not tolerate it any longer. Feng Kun, stop giving Xiaoling ideas. I also said that you can join Imperial Entertainment. The second invitation also extends to you. I'm very sincere. Feng Kun smiled particularly gently. Wei choked again, and the crowd went into a frenzy. Xiaoling could not help but rub her forehead. Wei, she thought. I finally understand why you're unwilling to attend such activities. When you have to interact with someone like Feng Kun, you are really harassed publicly. After a long time, Wei Xiaoyan forced out a reply. As long as Xia Yu is there, I will not join you. The audience was stunned. The way Wei looked down on someone was way too obvious. Had Xia Yu provoked him? The only person she provoked was his company's Xiaoling. Did he really have to go to this extent to seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Xia Yu's delicate face was pale white, and tears were brimming in her eyes. Xiaoling could not bear to look at her. Was she still acting? She impatiently lifted her microphone and said, That's enough, Xia Yu. It's time for you to go. I have already taught you how to sing, so why are you still standing on stage? Are you waiting to receive any benefits? Waiting to receive any benefits? Everyone was about to faint. Xiaoling, you have really done it this time trying to provoke Xia Yu like that. Xia Yu stubbornly raised her head. I refuse to admit defeat. You refuse to admit defeat. Xiaoling sneered. Twice. Xia Yu, including this round, you have lost to me on stage twice. You refuse to admit defeat. Sure, you can use your voice to defeat me. I'm just afraid that you don't have that sort of ability. Since everyone already knew that she had fallen out with Xia Yu, she did not hesitate to be impolite. Xia Yu did not lose her confidence. There will be a day like that. Since she could not win anyway, she decided to say something inspirational to let everyone know that she would continue to persevere and cause Yi Xingling to seem haughty and overbearing at the same time. However, Xiaoling did not care. She had always been arrogant. After hearing what Xia Yu said, she smiled and replied, I will wait for it. Xia Yu turned around and left the stage. The MC's excited and emotional voice rang on the stage. The first person in the history of the Nebula Music Festival. Yi Xingling has done it. She has defended her team from the start to the end successfully to become the fully deserving arena queen. Arena queen Yi Xingling. Waves of cheers erupted. She smiled at the cheering audience and elegantly bowed many times. The glory of victory always belongs to the strongest competitor, and she was the most deserving and powerful goddess. Even the producers on the stage were clapping for her. Thank you, everyone. Xiaoling smiled. I will continue to work hard. Colorful confetti and soap bubbles cascaded down and covered her body. She turned around and left the stage amidst this scene of victory and magnificence. Sister Xiaoling, there are flowers for you. Her assistant Wei, who had stayed in the dressing room, greeted her and handed her a bouquet of blood-red roses. The roses blossomed very well, there was dew on the layered petals, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Looking at them, Xiaoling suddenly had a premonition in her heart. There was once a man who asked someone to send her a bouquet of red roses after every concert she performed. That person was. As she pulled out a black card from the bouquet, she saw a dark colored embossed on it. Sure enough, there was a familiar sketch of a golden butterfly with its wings spread. Her hand lightly trembled and the card fell to the ground. Pei Zihang. This butterfly was their secret symbol. In the past, he said that his signature would be exposed easily, so he thought of this secret symbol to let her know what items were given by him. However, he said that the butterfly symbol only belonged to two of them. So, why did Pei Zihang present the symbol to Yi Xingling, a third person, now? She stared blankly at the card on the floor and felt so uncomfortable that she could not breathe. Beside her, Wei's voice seemed to come from a very distant place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 roses. Oh, what do 8 red roses symbolize? Let me check. An apology and compensation. Wei doubtfully shut her mouth. She continued to look at that small card until a hand picked it up. It was Feng Kun's hand. He lowered his head to look at the card. She was confident that he recognized what it was, but his expression was normal. He only passed the card to her and said, For you. Xiaoling did not take it. He placed the card on the table. Feng Kun, what are you doing? Wei's voice could be heard. Hordes of people were streaming in, which indicated that everyone must have left the studio. Among them, Wei was the first to insert himself between her and Feng Kun and protected her by standing in front of her. After that, he furiously glared at him. Let me warn you, don't get any ideas with Xiaoling. No matter how well she sings, she is an artiste of ski art entertainment and the person I will produce for. She will never join Imperial Entertainment. Feng Kun could not help but laugh and ignored Wei Xiaoyan. He spoke to Xiaoling. We agreed that after the filming ended, we would go for a drink. Only then did she remember their agreement. After some thought, she came to the conclusion that some things had to be explained eventually. The more she tried to hide, the more suspicious others would get. Xiaoling called Li Lei and told him he did not have to pick her up. Afterward, she said goodbye to Wei Xiaoyan who was going crazy and entered Feng Kun's car. Moonlight, bar. This was Feng Kun's business. Xiaoling remembered that she cut the ribbon during the bar's opening ceremony. It had a rotating hall which overlooked the city. In the past, when she was in a bad mood, she liked to go to the bar and order a cocktail. She would sit in front of the glass wall and experience the bar's intoxicating atmosphere of soft music and quietness. Unknowingly, her feelings were slowly lifted. How many years had been since she had last gone there? Ever since she was imprisoned by Pei Zihang, it was almost 3 years. As Xiaoling was lost in a trance, Feng Kun had already opened the door for her. Come in, I have booked the entire place tonight. There was no one in the bar. The soft music was flowing, and the bartender wiped a glass leisurely. Xiaoling looked around. Everything seemed familiar, the long frosted glass table, the floor-to-ceiling window, and the city's shining lights. Memories flashed before her eyes. A familiar and low-pitched male voice interrupted her thoughts. The view here is very nice. Someone once said that looking at it is like basking in a sea of stars. I think you will definitely like it too. Oh yes, recently, there is a new type of raspberry fruit wine. It is very delicious. Basking in a sea of stars. That was what she said that year. She really missed that feeling and could not experience it anywhere else. There was also raspberry fruit wine, her favorite flavor. She asked for a glass of raspberry fruit wine and walked to the seat she was familiar with. Ice throne. It was the most uniquely designed object there and was located at the outer edge of the rotating bar in a semi-enclosed space which was connected to the main area of the bar through a narrow pathway. The most unique thing about it was that its walls and floors were made of transparent tempered glass. Stepping on it was like stepping into a void, away from the city and into a vast starry sky. A thrilling sort of beauty. Xiaoling always liked that area as no other place would allow her to immerse herself in the starry sky. It was also quiet and very few people dared to cross the gradually transparent high-altitude pathway to disturb her. She walked to a familiar seat and sat down. She slowly took a sip of wine from the goblet and relaxed her mind and body. Her thoughts started to float. She thought about many events of the past. Whether happy or unhappy, pieces of her memories surrounded her like rotating stars. Feng Kun also took a glass of wine and sat opposite her. We are on the 80th story. The fact that you walked past the transparent glass floor and dared to sit here means you must be very courageous. She looked down and glanced at the city with lights beneath her feet. It was very far away from her like another vast and mysterious world. As the bar slowly rotated, she felt as if she was slowly flying. She gently shook the wine glass in her hand and said, "It's clean here." When she faced Feng Kun, she unknowingly became calm and let her guard down. This was because she already knew that he was the only person in her past life who was truly her friend and never harmed her before. Instead, he was always doing his best to protect her. Unfortunately, she realized this too late. Feng Kun smiled and pushed the glass of wine beside him to Xiaoling. Try this. That was a glass of a brightly colored cocktail. The deep red liquid had specks of blue in it, red like fire and blue like ice. She took a sip. It had the sweetness of raspberries and an unknown psychedelic taste. She experienced comfortable dizziness. What's this? She asked. Feng Kun admired Xiaoling as she smiled, saying, "This is a new fruit wine. The taste is exquisite, I think you will like it." Xiaoling closed her eyes as she sipped the wine. The stars in the night sky became more magical and mysterious like the entire world was shrouded in a layer of resplendent color. Soft music was playing in the background, and she recognized these as familiar tunes from her past life. Do you remember these songs? Feng Kun asked gently. We made these together. MMHMM. She mumbled. The alcohol content in the wine was a little high, and she felt her mind reacting a little slower. Feng Kun's eyelids started to twitch. That soft, MMHMM, was like thunder in his ears. He subconsciously clenched his fist together as it started to tremble in his nervousness. He forced himself to stay calm and continued to use a gentle voice as he called out. Xiaoling. She did not reply as the familiar tunes surrounded her, seemingly bringing her back to the times in the past. She felt at ease. Feng Kun refilled her wine. Have some more. This was made to match your taste. Do you still remember the year we went to Bordeaux in France? You picked a really sweet grape and wanted to use that to make your own wine, but instead almost destroyed an entire vineyard. Recalling that incident, Xiaoling's lips curled up at the corners. I remember. That time you pulled me away secretly. Alarm's bells rang out in Feng Kun's ears again. Even though Feng Kun had enormous self-control, his voice could not help but start to shake. Xiaoling, Xiaoling. Ah Kun. Xiaoling's mind was in a blur as she gave a silly smile under the influence of the alcohol. The familiar nickname made Feng Kun tear up a little. Was this person in front of him really her? Even though it was preposterous and defied all logic, she was really back. Feng Kun continued to probe to verify his suspicions, reeling in his excitement. I've really missed you these few years. Only you, missed me. Xiaoling continued to smile with her head spinning. She swirled the liquid in her glass. They are all liars. Who are they? Feng Kun breathed deeply as he asked. Sha Yu, Chu Chen, and, Xiaoling could not bring herself to continue. Feng Kun refilled her wine again and watched as she drank it up, his voice becoming even gentler. And who else? Pei Zihang. She looked up to the starry sky and murmured in her giddy reverie. Pei Zihang, the tall and handsome image appeared in her mind again, his sharp nose and thin lips, and the glare that he would give when staring at someone. Her eyes started to brim with tears, and her nose crinkled. Pei Zihang, that bastard, liar, that big liar. What did he lie to you about? Feng Kun asked. He said he would be nice to me forever. But he wanted to marry Wang Jingwan. He said that butterfly was our secret promise, but he gave it away to someone else. Liar, liar. Xiaoling suddenly became agitated and threw the wine glass at the glass wall. There was the sharp sound of glass shattering, and shards flew in all directions. Feng Kun grabbed her hand and tried to pull her away from the shards of glass, asking, what butterfly? The butterfly on the card. She struggled free from him and drank another glass of wine. Who did he give the butterfly to? Me. Didn't you say he gave it to someone else? He did give it to someone else. He gave it to Yi Xingling, she said in a flustered manner. Her mind turned slowly as she added, he didn't give it to me. Aren't you Yi Xingling? Feng Kun held his breath, sensing that he was about to hear the truth. I'm not. Then who are you? Feng Kun's attractive voice was just by Xiaoling's ears, seducing her to speak the truth. She sensed that something was amiss, and shook her head several times trying to regain clarity. She looked up at him and gave another silly smile. I'm not telling you. She reached out for the wine but was stopped by Feng Kun. Xiaoling, you can't drink anymore. I'm not drunk. She tried to push him away, trying to grab at the wine that was just a short distance away from her. He sighed. I shouldn't have let you drink so much. I want to drink. No. Then, she looked at him and smiled. Shall I tell you who I am? You're going to let me in on the big secret just for a glass of wine. Feng Kun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoling, you really can't drink anymore. No, I want to drink. Xiaoling ignored his advice and continued to struggle free from him. Feng Kun, let me go, give me wine. If you give me the wine, I'll tell you who I am. I already know who you are. His voice was gentle as he grabbed her, preventing her from reaching the wine. She forgot to struggle momentarily and eyed him suspiciously. Then, why not you tell me, who am I? He did not reply immediately. After a while, he reached out his hand to caress her face. Xiaoling, I've known you for more than 10 years. I still can't believe that you died so easily. Easily, she laughed out loud. It wasn't easy at all. Ah Kun, do you know how much I wanted to stay alive? But they wanted me dead. Feng Kun hugged her tightly in his arms. Yet, so what if I didn't die? I would still be in his cage, still be his underground lover, his puppet all my life. Ah Kun, do you know how terrified I was? I was afraid that one day when I woke up, I would really just be a puppet. She choked up and started to cry. Feng Kun hugged her as she cried. A long while later, he hoarsely asked, were you scared when you fell off the tall stage? I was scared, she replied as she started to drift off into dreamland in the warmth of his embrace. I was terrified, but, jumping down was an escape as well. I would be free of Zihang, when I could still remember a little of how he was good to me, that little that was not driven out of me in that year of torture. Her voice became softer and softer before she was silent and fell asleep. She dreamed a long dream. It started with her in the orphanage with the irises in full bloom, before moving on to the huge concert with the 10,000-strong audience. Then, there was the barking from the monstrous mastiff, the man with the whip in the darkness, all the hugs, the love, the goodbye. She woke up the next day with a splitting headache. Xiaoling rubbed at her temples as she sat up. She got off the bed and pushed open the door, taking in her surroundings. She realized that this was not the bar or the apartment where she lived with Li Lei. However, the decorations and settings were extremely familiar. She made a round around the living room and looked into the kitchen before moving on to tour the second level. It finally hit her. This was Feng Kun's house. Why was she here? And, where was Feng Kun? Xiaoling looked around the place and found the door of Feng Kun's work studio slightly ajar. She pushed it open and found him inside. In the morning sun, Feng Kun was dressed in a light-colored casual attire, sitting in the soft sofa seat, staring at the instruments and music equipment in front of him deep in thought. Hearing the sound of her entering the room, he turned and saw her. Xiaoling, he said gently, come in. Since when have you become so polite? Xiaoling was stunned. Mr. Feng, she wanted to say that they were not that close but saw the smile forming at the edge of his lips and the glint in his eyes. She knew that something was wrong and swallowed the second half of her sentence back into her mouth. Stop pretending. He smiled at her. I know you are, Xiaoling. He said her name word by word, intentionally pronouncing it clearly. Xiaoling was taken aback. How did you find? No, how can I be Xiaoling? Feng Kun continued smiling and reached for a recording pen on the table. He pressed down the play button, and the background music of the moonlight bar rang out, together with the rustling of the surrounding sounds and the sound of shattering glass. A gentle male voice asked. Were you scared when you fell off the tall stage? I was scared, terrified, but, I would be free of Zihang. Feng Kun switched off the recording pen and asked, do you want to hear more? Xiaoling looked at him like she was looking at a ghost. What did I tell you, yesterday? And, why do you have a recording? Oh my god, she didn't remember having the habit of spouting the truth when she got drunk. Why did she get so drunk last night? Had Feng Kun found out the truth? She stared at his face, trying to find the answer from there. Feng Kun sighed. You drank some wine yesterday and told me everything. He threw her the recording pen. If you don't believe me, you can listen to this. After you listen to it, remember to delete the recording. You have to make sure that nobody else finds out about this big secret. Oh right, and don't just drink any wine that people give you. How could you not know this bit of common sense for someone as old as you are already? Ling reactively caught the recording pen. She processed what Feng Kun had said, and came to a sudden realization. Don't drink any wine. Did you spike my drink to make me talk? He gave her a look and admitted. Yes, why? I've long had my suspicions about you. When we first met, you were just too similar to Ling, from your mannerisms to your singing, and also your handwriting. It was like you were from the exact same mold. However, the truth was simply too shocking and unbelievable. I needed to hear you say it yourself. So I could only look for a chance to invite you for a drink, and to find out the truth from you. She felt herself become a little dizzy. Wait, you mean to say that you planned for all this to happen when you brought me to the car yesterday? Yes. So, the wine. I got the bartender to increase the alcohol content, and spiked it with something. He said calmly. Ling stared at him incredulously. The fact that he had planned all this made her shudder. Feng Kun, you, she repeated, you, several more times as her mind was in a jumble. He got up and poured her a cup of tea. This will help with your hangover. She took it from him and drank a considerable mouthful in frustration. It made her feel much better. He said, Ling, I'm not going to tell anyone about this, including Pei Zihang. Don't worry. She nodded as she felt herself calm down. She suddenly thought of something and became nervous again. Can he tell? Feng Kun assured her that Pei Zihang had not recognized her. His words made her breathe a sigh of relief, and then feel at a loss. She remembered that year in front of the plague, under the drizzle, Pei Zihang had hugged her from behind and whispered that promise to be with her for 3 lifetimes. He said, Ling, in your next life, no matter where you are and who you become, I will find you amidst the crowd and bring you back to my side. However, he had gone back on his promise. Ling lowered her head and sipped the water in her teacup, letting the steam from the cup cover her eyes. Feng Kun said, Ling, do you still love him? Even after he forced you to such drastic measures? Ling curled her legs up under herself on the sofa opposite Feng Kun. I don't know, she said. Kun, I really don't know. You don't know what happened in that year, so perhaps I will never be able to know if I still love him, or, she had just developed Stockholm Syndrome. Perhaps Pei Zihang had succeeded in making her continue to think of him despite all the pain and torture. However, he also failed. She was never going to go back. She did not want to be plagued by that mental illness for the rest of her life and was not willing to become his slave. Was it her undying love? Or was it Stockholm Syndrome? She did not want to find out. She would just leave the past in the past and not turn back. I'm with Li Lei now. It's great, she replied. Feng Kun was silent for a while before saying, it's unbelievable that you would fall for someone else. Then, you and Pei Zihang were so close, you were an inseparable pair. Ling felt a little bitter. They were very close, weren't they? Nobody would understand what Pei Zihang was to her. He was not just a lover, he was a godlike existence in her life, and she gave him utmost reverence. It was him who saved her from the depths of despair. The earliest of her memories in her past life was at the orphanage. Then, Ling was very young and was running in a long corridor. It was deep into the night, and her surroundings were dark and quiet. The shadows of the trees were like monsters in the night waving their claws at her, giving her hideous smiles as they prepared to eat her alive. She was crying and falling over things, trying to look for an adult to tell them that her sister, Yu, was turning green. However, she did not meet a single person even after running for a long time. She was lost in that long corridor and could not get out. She still remembered the terror and helplessness that she felt deep in her bones, which was what made up the bulk of her memories before she turned 12. Ling was constantly worried about Yu's illness then. The doctor said that Yu had severe congenital heart disease, and if she did not receive systematic surgery for it, she would not live long. However, the surgical costs were extremely high, and there was no way the sisters could afford it. Ling begged the orphanage for help, but the orphanage too was tight on finances. There was no way they could fork up the big sum for the surgery. The head of the orphanage told her in a firm but kind tone, Ling, I understand how you feel, but your sister's illness is hard to treat, and the amount of money that needs to be spent is beyond your imagination. What's more, there is no guarantee that she will be well even after we spend that money. Ling, it's already difficult for us to care for you both as it is, and there are many other kids other than the both of you. You need to think of the other kids as well. If we use all the money to treat your sister, then what would happen to the other kids? I don't care about the other kids. I want to make Yu well. Ling had thrown her temper at the head of the orphanage. He said that she was being unreasonable, and locked her in isolation for 3 whole days so that she could not see Yu. When she was released, she ran to Yu without washing up or changing her clothes. She pushed open the door and found 4 or 5 kids surrounding Yu, laughing and prancing about, singing a song that they had created. Ugly creep, short-lived monster, ugly creep, short-lived monster. Yu, her weak little sister, was trying to curl herself into a small ball in the corner, closing her eyes and covering her ears, her body trembling and her shoulders shaking as she cried to herself. Ling felt a cord break in her head as she rushed forward to fight off that group of kids. The fight was an intense one. Teachers came running over to pull them apart when they heard of the commotion, and all of them were covered with blood. She struggled angrily in the arms of one of the teachers, shouting and screaming at the other kids, and trying to kick and lash out at the big kid closest to her. That big kid was stunned seeing her close to hysterics and sat down on the floor with terror in his eyes. They needed several adults to calm Ling down. Yu had walked over unsteadily in her weak body, holding a dirty handkerchief that someone had trampled upon while still crying. She carefully helped Ling to wipe off the blood and tears on her face. They had hugged each other and cried in each other's arms. The head of the orphanage and the teachers were wiping tears away from their eyes as well. That time, they did not punish Ling. The orphanage set aside some money for Sha Yu's treatment, delaying her illness from deteriorating further, but not being able to treat it completely. Doctors said that it was a miracle that Sha Yu was still alive, declaring that she would not live past 10 years of age. Sha Ling could only look on helplessly as Sha Yu became weaker and weaker. There were many nights that she would wake with a start from a nightmare, afraid that Sha Yu would suddenly disappear from her side. Sha Ling would get off the bed and run out barefoot into the deserted corridors, through the terrifying and eerie sky well, to the nurse station for sick kids on the other end of the orphanage. She would come to Sha Yu's bedside and watch Sha Yu as she slept under the dim moonlight that shone through the small window. She would only relax when she saw Sha Yu's face, deep in sleep, and listen to her breathing. Sha Ling would stay by Sha Yu's side, night after night, and run back to her room through the morning dew or cold winter mornings. In those years, Sha Ling would always think, if there was a God in the world, why was it that he could not hear her cries? Why didn't he come to save Sha Yu and her? She did not wish for much, only that Sha Yu would be healthy and grow up safely and peacefully like the rest of the kids. For this wish, she was willing to give up everything she had. Her heart, her body, her life, her soul. All the other kids would laugh at Sha Ling, saying that there was no God in this world and that it was just a lie that fairy tales had made up. The kids in the orphanage matured at a young age and none would believe these stories. They always said that the only way that their wishes would come true would be to be adopted by someone. Good adoptive parents were more important to them than anything else. Don't think that the orphanage was an innocent place. The kids would scheme against each other for this end. Even Sha Ling knew that adoptive parents were more realistic support than gods. If any family were willing to adopt Sha Yu and her and treat Sha Yu, they would be the unequivocal god to her. To be adopted by a good family, Sha Ling did all she could to make herself the best she could be. She practiced her singing many times till she grew hoarse. She practiced dancing many times till she pulled her ligaments. She practiced poems, foreign languages, manners. Every time people were visiting to adopt kids, she would put in double the effort to dress up and be in her best condition. Sha Ling knew that she was pretty and had many talents. Every time she appeared, she would be the center of attention of all the adults, outshining all the other kids. She also knew that because of this, many of the other kids were jealous of her and had banded together to ostracize her and make life difficult for her. They would hide her shoes, snatch away her candies, tear her new clothing, yet, Sha Ling did not care. As long as she could be picked, adopted, and Sha Yu's illness could be treated, she was happy to suffer through the bullying. However, no one was willing to adopt them. All the adoptive parents would be extremely interested in her but would shake their heads when they saw Sha Yu. Sha Ling would console the despondent Sha Yu, and tell her not to give up. However, many times, even Sha Ling herself was close to despair. She would always think that she was a useless elder sister. If Sha Yu died. No, Sha Yu was not going to die. She curbed this thought that spread through her mind like a weed and knelt for a long time in the darkness, praying earnestly to the God in her heart time and time again, like she had seen adults do in TV serials. Later, Pei Ziheng appeared. The day he came was not a typical adoption day, and there were none of the usual arrangements. She had walked by and heard two female teachers discussing in hushed voices that the head of Imperial Entertainment was there to donate a huge sum of money to the orphanage. They were exclaiming about how handsome and young he was, and drooling over his wealth and charisma. They were guessing in envy which lucky girl would have the fortune of marrying a bachelor like him. Sha Ling did not care about all this. She had seen many rich men in those few years, who would give tons and tons of money to the orphanage in the name of charity. However, there were many areas that the orphanage could use the money for. Putting it into Sha Yu's treatment fund would be just a bottomless pit. She had quietly walked across the corridor into the garden where the sunlight was blinding. Staring at the kids freely running and playing in the garden, she had thought to herself, why was her sister the one that was sick? A ball struck her on her forehead. A big, strong kid ran over and shoved her away. Stay away, you troublemaker. Sha Ling had angrily thrown the ball at him. Immediately after, 3 or 4 other kids rushed forward, and they got into another fight. That year, she was already 12 and was no longer the Sha Ling who would randomly flail and kick about. The many years of fighting experience saw her quickly gain the upper hand and fend off the attacks from the other kids. The teachers came over shortly after, and the kids ran off in all directions. Sha Ling had also wanted to run away, but sensing something within her like destiny, she lifted her head and saw someone. A young, handsome man, dressed in a gray suit, standing by the full-length windows on the second-floor office of the head of the orphanage, silently watching her. It was the end of spring going into summer and the sunlight shone onto his face, making him seem godlike. Looking up at his handsome face, Sha Ling lost her focus and accidentally stepped onto something. There was a sharp pain in the sole of her foot. Sha Ling, did you get into a fight again? An exasperated voice rang out. She turned her head and saw the discipline master running over to her, his face ashen. Stop right there. Don't even think about running away this time. Sha Ling had lifted the edge of her dress and ran off as fast as she could. She ran past the long corridor in shade from the flowers for a long time, shrugging the discipline master off her tail with difficulty and breathed heavily as she sat down. The sole of her foot was getting more painful by the second. She took off her shoes and socks only to find that she had stepped on a nail. The wound was deep and long, and blood was flowing out quickly. She sucked her breath in and clenched her teeth through the pain, stopping the blood from flowing with difficulty. She sat there on the low staircase panting and only felt her strength returning to her after a long time. She put on her shoes and stood up unsteadily. Sha Ling, that familiar, exasperated voice appeared again. Her head dropped and turned. As expected, she saw the discipline master running over. Sha Ling, stop right there. She reactively wanted to run off again. He shouted urgently, stop, I won't punish you. She stayed where she was staring at him with suspicion. The truth was, her injury made it such that she could barely run at all. He ran to her side and said through pants, hurry and go back, to prepare, Imperial Entertainment, Mr. Pei wants to see you dance. Imperial Entertainment's Mr. Pei wanted to see her dance. Xiaoling was stunned. Isn't he that guy that came to donate money today? How does he know me? And how does he know I can dance? The discipline master managed to steady his breath and said, you're really such a troublemaker. Mr. Pei saw you fighting from upstairs just now. He asked about you, and the head of the orphanage was afraid that he would feel that all the kids in the orphanage were wild like you. So the head of the orphanage praised you for your singing and dancing. Who would have thought that Mr. Pei would ask to see you? So, the head of the orphanage sent me to look for you. The image of him standing by the full-length windows, his expression unreadable and looking godlike, appeared in Xiaoling's mind. Xiaoling was in a daze. She heard the discipline master hurrying her. What are you still doing over there? Hurry and go. Xiaoling, you've gotten lucky today. Mr. Pei is so wealthy, if you make him happy, maybe there will be hope for your sister's treatment expenses. Xiaoling's heartbeat started to quicken. Really? When have I lied to you? The discipline master glared at her. Haven't you heard of the Pei family that owns Imperial Entertainment? They are constantly on the news and are the wealthiest of the wealthy families. The Mr. Pei who is here today is the new head of the family. The representatives from all the small corporations that came to donate money to us can't hold a candle to him. Sha Yu's treatment expenses might be an exorbitant sum to others, but to Mr. Pei, he can take it out with just a word. Xiaoling's heart started to beat even quicker as she clenched her fist, allowing her fingernails to bite into the center of her palm. For Sha Yu, she was willing to do anything. What was a little dance? She was about to run off in the direction of the classroom where the danceware was stored that instant but felt the piercing pain from the sole of her foot with her first step. She lost her footing and almost fell onto the ground. The discipline master caught hold of her. Be careful, how will you dance if you get injured from the fall? She regained her balance with difficulty, the pain in her foot intensifying, making her break out in cold sweat. Seeing her pale face, the discipline master said, are you all right? If you're unwell, do speak up. Your health is important too, you don't have to dance if you can't take it. I'm fine. She squeezed out a smile. I was too excited hearing the news and just slipped up. The discipline master relaxed and nodded his head, watching as she left. Xiaoling clenched her teeth together as she tolerated the sharp pain, walking quickly and steadily to the dance studio. Upon reaching the dance studio, she avoided the teachers and changed into her dancewear and dance shoes, hiding her bloodied shoes inside the cupboard. The teachers helped her put on some makeup and reminded her what to look out for, like presenting herself to be obedient, not to make Mr. Pei unhappy, and so on. She responded as she would usually, such that nobody realized she was seriously injured. She was bent on performing this dance. The discipline master said that Mr. Pei was rich, and even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she had to give her all for a chance to get Mr. Pei to save Sha Yu. She would not only dance, but she would also dance better than she ever did before. The dance was scheduled for the afternoon luncheon. The teachers kept reminding her, Xiaoling, this luncheon was organized just for you. Mr. Pei had not originally wanted to stay for lunch, but agreed on account of seeing you dance. You had better do well, don't make the orphanage lose face. Xiaoling breathed in a deep breath and went on stage. Dancing was her forte. She stretched out her body and performed difficult moves one after another, flowing smoothly like water. Initially, she could feel the sharp pain in her foot every time she moved, but was soon numb to the pain, lost in her world of dance. She gave her all and presented all that she had learned up till then perfectly. When she finished her dance, she looked up and saw that young man slowly raise his hands and give 2 light claps. Was he satisfied, or was he just being polite? Xiaoling was extremely nervous. Instinctively, she knew that he was that Mr. Pei and could not help but sneak a few more glances at him. However, she could not read how he felt off his impassive expression. The announcer hurried her off stage in a low voice. Xiaoling was preoccupied and wondering how he felt, walking back to her seat in the dressing room like she was sleepwalking. She did not leave the room. After God knows how long, the door of the dressing room was opened. It was the discipline master again. Xiaoling, why are you still here? You didn't even change. Quick, there's no time. Mr. Pei wants to see you. Mr. Pei wants to see her. She looked at the discipline master in shock, and her heart started to beat faster. What is it? The discipline master could not hide the smile that had spread across his face. He said he wants to adopt you. Adopt me? Then, what about Xiao Yu? She asked anxiously. Many people had wanted to adopt her but had given up after hearing that they had to take in Xiao Yu as well. The smile on the discipline master's face became even wider. The head of the orphanage explained to Mr. Pei about you and your sister. Mr. Pei is willing to adopt both of you together and has promised to give Xiao Yu the best treatment. Xiaoling's voice started to tremble. Really? Why would I lie to you? He smiled and nudged Xiaoling. Didn't I tell you that you've gotten lucky this time? You sisters are finally seeing the light of day after all that you've been through. The Pei family is extremely wealthy and will not mistreat you. Don't forget the orphanage when you're living the high life. Come back to visit us often. Xiaoling nodded her head with gusto. All of this felt unreal and like a dream to her. The discipline master rushed her off to change her clothes again. However, before she could change, he received a call and said after hanging up, forget it. There's no time to change. The head of the orphanage is asking us to go over quickly so that Mr. Pei doesn't have to wait any longer. Come with me. He turned around and headed out of the dressing room. Xiaoling followed him closely but suddenly felt the intense pain from the sole of her foot. She recalled then that she was injured. She was fine while she was dancing on stage, but now that she had relaxed, the pain was killing her. What's wrong? Seeing that Xiaoling was not keeping up with him, the discipline master stopped and asked. She clenched her teeth together and said she was fine again. She could feel that the sole of her foot was sticky, the wound had probably started to bleed again. She looked down at her feet and saw that the bleeding did not show on the outside. Hence, she used all her determination to follow behind the discipline master. She was this close to being adopted, there was no way she was going to pass up on this chance. She reached the VIP room with difficulty. The head of the orphanage was chatting with the young man. Seeing her, he pulled her over enthusiastically and introduced. Mr. Pei, this is Xiaoling. She's had a tough life but is an extremely obedient girl. She won't create any trouble for you at all. He then lowered his head and chided her. Xiaoling, be a good girl and listen to Mr. Pei in the future. Do whatever he tells you to. Do you understand? Xiaoling nodded her head emphatically and looked up at the young man nervously. She was afraid that he was going to change his mind. That young man said to the head of the orphanage, I want to speak to this child alone. The head of the orphanage left with the discipline master in tow, leaving the room to the two of them. Xiaoling carefully looked the young man up and down. Her adoptive parent was sitting in a deep-colored armchair against the window, his hands casually in his lap, looking relaxed. Random rays of sunlight were shining on his face and body, crisscrossed with shadows of the blinds, making him look mysterious and attractive. She had to admit that he was the best-looking person she had ever seen in the 12 years of her life thus far. You're Xiaoling, right? He opened his mouth to speak, his voice gentle. Xiaoling nodded, too nervous to speak. He smiled. Don't be afraid, Xiaoling. I said I was going to adopt you. I won't go back on my word. What about Xia Yu? The question was out of her mouth before she could stop herself. The same goes for Xia Yu. The young man said, I've already asked my men to get the adoption procedures in order. You're going to help Xia Yu get treatment, right? She asked anxiously. Of course. He gently looked at her. In the future, I will make sure that all your wishes become a reality. Xiaoling heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge boulder had been lifted off her shoulders. Her nose crinkled and she felt her eyes smart with tears as she repeatedly said, Thank you, thank you, thank you. He laughed, and his eyes became gentler. You don't have to thank me. You're very special and deserve all of this. Deserve all of this? She stared at him blankly. He did not explain any more and only said, Xiaoling, come over here. Let me take a closer look at you. Xiaoling obediently walked over to him. He suddenly frowned. What happened to your leg? Ah, she gave a start and remembered the injury on the sole of her foot. Had he noticed it? She subconsciously took a step back and said, It's all right, Mr. Pei, my leg is fine. Really, she was afraid he would discover that deep and long wound. What if he despised her for it? His voice deepened as he commanded. Come here. She stood rooted to the spot. He stood up and walked toward her. Xiaoling realized that he was tall and well-built, such that she had to tilt her head up to see his face. He was like a king ruling over his kingdom, and there were charisma and presence in his steps. She wanted to back away but seemed to have been shackled to the ground, unable to take another step. He walked closer to her and squatted down, looking her in the eyes. Your leg is injured, he said. Xiaoling was unable to speak, like something was stuck in her throat. You don't want me to know. His voice was gentle. My child should not be so timid. He stretched out his hand and caressed her face. His dry fingers were warm. From now on, I'm going to take good care of you. Come, Xiaoling, let me look at your foot. As he spoke, he carried her in his arms and put her down in the armchair where he was seated. After which, this tall, well-built self squatted down again and reached forward to remove the dance shoe from her left foot without a moment's hesitation. He knew that she was injured down to exactly which foot. This was the first time that someone had been so attentive towards her. Before he could remove the shoe, Xiaoling gave a muffled whine. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Is it painful? She nodded. He raised his attractive eyebrows at her again, took out his mobile, and gave some instructions to the person on the other end of the line. Not long later, another young man walked into the room carrying a first aid kit. She heard Pei Ziheng call him, Chu Chen. Boss, let me, Chu Chen said, glancing at Xiaoling's foot. Scissors. Pei Ziheng responded without lifting his head. Chu Chen did not say another word and simply passed a pair of scissors to Pei Ziheng. Pei Ziheng then carefully lifted up Xiaoling's foot and placed it gently on his lap and cut open the dance shoe with the scissors. The interior of the shoe was a bloody mess. You've lost a lot of blood, and the foot is very swollen. He said gravely. You must have been injured before you went on stage. Why did you still dance? Xiaoling said in a low voice. I was afraid you'd be unhappy. He had specifically asked to see her dance. If she had made him unhappy, what would happen to her sister Xia Yu? Pei Ziheng's hand stopped, and he lifted his head to look at Xiaoling, the expression in his eyes unreadable. After a while, he said, Xiaoling, remember this. From now on, you belong to me, Pei Ziheng. You don't have to force yourself to do anything, and you don't have to care if anyone is happy or unhappy. You're under my care and above everyone else. You can do anything you want. Do you understand? There's only one thing that will make me unhappy. He continued slowly. I don't like it when you're treading so carefully, trying to please others. Yes, Mr. Pei, call me Pei Ziheng. According to the law, I'm your legal guardian. Or you can call me Brother Pei. Yes, Brother Pei, he smiled. It was a beautiful and gentle smile. Xiaoling, you don't know how pretty you are, he said. One day, I will make you evolve into a beautiful butterfly. That was the first time they had met 18 years ago. Xiaoling remembered every detail of that meeting clearly even now, a lifetime later. Like Pei Ziheng had said, she slowly but surely came out of her cocoon and evolved into a beautiful butterfly in his hands. She became the arrogant Xiaoling, the shining Xiaoling whose beauty the whole world reveled at. He gave her a new life. Xiaoling had thought that she would be forever by his side. Yet, due to the circumstances, all the love and adoration became a pain. He had personally created her but had also been the one to destroy her. Now, she was utterly disappointed and just wanted to be far away from all of this and live a new life. I will always be grateful that Pei Zihang brought me out of the orphanage. He was a parent to me, and I will be ever grateful for the care that he gave me. Xiaoling gave a sad smile. Even though he imprisoned and tortured me, which child will speak badly of her parent? However, that's where it will stop. Ah-kun, this is where it will stop. She closed her eyes and said, please don't tell him who I am. Just let all that be forgotten with time. She already had Li Lei in this life, the bright sunlight that belonged to her now. Feng Kun was quiet for a long time before he sighed. As long as you are happy. I respect your decision. Was she happy? She did not know. If there were really a memory wipe elixir that would make her forget everything in her past life, perhaps she and Li Lei would be an extremely happy couple. However, the Grandma Meng of the Netherworld seemed to have forgotten to give her the elixir before she had crossed the bridge of Begons. In this life, the effort that she was putting in to prevent herself from going back to that man was sapping her of all her energy, and she did not know if she would be able to grow old happily with someone else. She did not know how long more she would be able to hold on to that ray of sunlight. Would there be a day that Li Lei grew tired of her and leave her? She was lost in her thoughts when someone knocked on the door. Feng Kun stood up to open the door. Outside stood a tall, familiar silhouette, Li Lei. Today, he was unusually dressed up. He was not in his usual casual outfit but donned a light khaki woolen long coat with an exquisitely woven round neck sweater and shirt inside. These colors were hard to pull off when matched together, but on his frame, the attire seemed to have been designed just for him. It made him look charming and gentlemanly and extremely handsome. His chiseled features and sharp eyes had a tinge of sharpness as he smilingly said to Feng Kun, I'm here to pick up Xiaoling. Feng Kun looked him over with interest. His impression of Li Lei was of someone that tended to be more casual and did not take such pains to dress himself up. What did he mean by this? Was he trying to stake his claim? It looked like he was really serious about Xiaoling. Feng Kun stood aside and allowed Li Lei to enter. Actually, both of them had a short exchange last night. Feng Kun had brought Xiaoling home from the bar. Before long, Li Lei arrived with several bodyguards wanting to bring Xiaoling home. Li Lei had also questioned him for a long time about his relationship with Xiaoling. Then, Feng Kun said, I'm a big fan of Xiaoling's singing and invited her for a drink. We chatted for a long time, and she drank too much. I didn't know where she's staying, and I couldn't just leave a girl to sleep at the bar. So I brought her home so that she could sleep for the night. I was going to bring her home in the morning when she woke up. Li Lei did not trust people from Imperial Entertainment and had wanted to take Xiaoling away there and then. Feng Kun said, the night wind is cold, and she's not feeling well since she has drunk so much. If you carry her out now, there's a high chance she'll catch a cold. He had promised and sworn that he would not touch Xiaoling at all. He was not like Chu Chen, Pei Zihang's loyal dog, and was known in the industry to be a man of principle and good repute. Li Lei had agreed reluctantly on account of this and left. However, when he was leaving last night, his parting gaze made a chill run down Feng Kun's spine. Feng Kun let this peacock into the work studio where Xiaoling was holding a cup of tea in a daze. As she turned her head and saw Li Lei, she gave a start before asking, Boss. What are you doing here? Call me Li Lei. Big Boss Li was upset. How could she speak to him so formally in front of someone else, like they were not close at all? Feng Kun smiled in amusement and crossed his arms in front of his chest as he leaned against the door waiting to watch the scene in front of him pan out. Perhaps Xiaoling was still fighting off her hangover and dully said, okay, boss. Li Lei did not know how to respond. Feng Kun turned his face away to hide the smile that had spread across it. Big Boss Li was even more unhappy. He bent over to remove the teacup from her hands, grabbed onto her slender, fair hands, looked into her eyes, and said very slowly, call me, Li Lei. Xiaoling stared at the handsome face in front of her for a moment, before sighing and obliging. Li Lei, it was just a name, did he need to be so sticky about this? She reached out to touch the dark circles under his eyes and asked, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night? Li Lei felt some warmth enter his heart. She noticed this minute difference about him, and it made him very happy. The unhappiness that he felt over her name-calling dissipated and his expression changed to one of a radiant smile. Nope, I'm all right, I slept very well last night. Feng Kun could not bear to look at them. What a liar. Yeah right, Li Lei, keep it up. Who was it that barged into his private property with bodyguards in tow in the middle of the night to interrogate him? Feng Kun lifted his hand to touch the dark circles beneath his own eyes. Why didn't Xiaoling notice that? Li Lei was still smiling at Xiaoling while Feng Kun was watching on. Li Lei asked, have you had breakfast? Let's go, I'm here to bring you out for breakfast. Xiaoling shook her head and obediently stood up beside him. She bade Feng Kun goodbye. She caught herself as she was about to call Feng Kun by her usual term of endearment, but grew conscious of Li Lei. Kun made them seem too chummy, so she changed it and said, Brother Feng, thank you for letting me stay over last night. I'll take my leave with Li Lei now. See you again next time. Feng Kun nodded and courteously sent them off. They got onto the car. Xiaoling asked, where are you bringing me for breakfast? I'll bring you to the restaurant that I opened. Xiaoling was stunned. You've opened a restaurant too? Li Lei became a little proud of himself and bragged. Your man here owns many companies. There are restaurants, gyms, entertainment cities, real estate. Let me bring you to broaden your horizons today and for everyone to recognize the lady boss. Xiaoling had heard rumors from a long time ago that Ski Art Entertainment's boss Li had many businesses under his name. There were some in the open and some that were unknown, so no one knew for sure exactly how many businesses he owned. But she was not interested in them at all. What was it to her that he had so many businesses? She was more interested in him as a person rather than his businesses. In her past life, she was worth several hundred million, but look at her miserable ending. Li Lei looked at her expression and was mildly disappointed. Do you not like it? No, Xia Ling said casually. I'm good going anywhere as long as it's with you. Hearing this, the smitten peacock was extremely satisfied. He had never been so smitten with someone before and was keen to show her all of his best possessions. He had also never been so eager to stake his claim on someone and to tell the world that she was his and his alone. He did not want her to be contaminated by anyone. Since their relationship was made public yesterday afternoon, all the headlines of entertainment and business news had been about them. He suddenly felt that having an occasional argument with Xia Ling was not such a bad idea if it gave him such a windfall. The argument had allowed him to publicly declare her status, allowing him to hold her hand out in the open in front of everyone, acknowledging that they were a couple. They drove to the fanciest and most developed part of the city before stopping. Xia Ling got off the car and lifted her head. They had arrived at Gastronomy in the Clouds. Gastronomy in the Clouds was an extremely high-class restaurant that had a membership system where only members were allowed in. It was located in the highest building in the most expensive part of the city and occupied an entire floor. Every day, the restaurant would only accept one seating of customers. It was highly expensive and extravagant. The restaurant was known to have delicious food, amazing ambiance, and impeccable service levels. Xia Ling had been here several times in her past life and never would have thought that it was one of Li Lei's businesses. Li Lei held her hand as they walked in. The servers were lined up neatly in two lines by the door and dressed in clean and formal uniforms as they bowed to them with bright smiles on their faces. The manager came forward to welcome them. Boss, it's a pleasure for you to grace us today with your presence. The manager felt extremely honored that the big boss had come down personally for a meal today. This is your lady boss. Li Lei glanced over to Xia Ling as he announced. When you see her next time, give her the same treatment as you did for me today. There was a resounding, yes, sir, from the staff. It was the first time that Xia Ling was met with such an entourage. She looked on at a loss as her face turned red, and she gave Li Lei a glare before smiling. She was not bothered by the treatment she was receiving, she was more bothered by how Li Lei was treating her. He was fulfilling his promise to her, showing her off to everyone and letting her be by his side out in the open. The lady boss is so beautiful, a young female pastry chef commented. Perhaps having to do with the boss's personality, Li Lei's businesses did not have a hierarchical structure, and the staff was relaxed in their interactions. Hence, they did not hide their feelings away. Hearing the words of praise from the female pastry chef, Li Lei was even happier than hearing praise for himself. He smiled and said, "You have good taste, as expected of someone working at Gastronomy in the Clouds. Your bonus is doubled for the month. I mean everyone in Gastronomy in the Clouds, your bonus is doubled for the month. To celebrate you guys having a lady boss now." Yeah, cheers rang out from the staff. Thank you, boss. Thank you, lady boss. Even though it was a high-class restaurant and they were courteous and elegant when serving customers, the staff was much more relaxed and informal when speaking to their own boss. In particular, the younger servers were excited and were one step short of rushing over to give Li Lei and Xia Ling a hug. There were smiles on everyone's faces as they returned to their respective positions to prepare meals, play the background music, etc., until everything was back in order. Li Lei had already given instruction for them to prepare the best dishes in the restaurant for them. While it was only breakfast, all sorts of exquisite pastries and small bites peppered the table, and Xia Ling was mildly overwhelmed. Can we finish all of this? She weakly asked Li Lei. Could anyone blame her for feeling shocked since they had served up all the breakfast dishes in the restaurant? Having been here before, she knew that several pastries were of limited supply, and you had to depend on sheer luck to determine if you were able to eat them. However, all the dishes were now piled up on her table. Was this the power of doubling everyone's bonuses? Such a perk being with a wealthy man, she commented. Xia Ling was starting to feel the upsides of Li Lei owning so many businesses. Li Lei smiled until his eyes formed a line, and kept putting food in her plate. Taste them all, it's really delicious. Xia Ling looked down at the small mountain forming on her plate and suspiciously asked, "Are you really the boss of Gastronomy in the Clouds?" Yeah, why? Li Lei looked at her, his expression confused. You, someone like you who would just throw everything you think is good together tastefully or distastefully, how could you open a restaurant like Gastronomy in the Clouds with such class? Li Lei was not bothered by her silent jab. He was just happy to be able to flaunt his wealth and continued to pile food onto her plate. Xia Ling thought to herself that this was probably the most extravagant meal that even the servers had seen someone order at Gastronomy in the Clouds before. Yet, since Li Lei was the boss and could throw out perks like doubling their bonuses, all the servers looked on like this was perfectly normal, smiling sincerely at them, and busied themselves making them comfortable for the entire duration of breakfast. Xia Ling ate till she felt she was about to burst, and sat on the chair unable to move. Li Lei put his chin in his hand as he looked over at her. Are you tired? Take a rest and digest your breakfast. I'll bring you to see my gym in a while. She laid on the soft sofa seat for a long while before she felt better. The amount she ate felt like it could cover lunch and dinner as well. Her voice fraught with caution, she asked, "Are there any other restaurants that you own?" Li Lei gave a laugh. Sure, but we won't be able to visit all of them today. I'll take you to them another day. Xia Ling breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly got up and dragged her feet as she followed Li Lei to the gym. She was really just too full. His gym was as high-classed as Gastronomy in the Clouds and had a similar membership system. Everyone that was walking in and out of the gym looked like they were people with wealth and status, and knew how to enjoy life. Many smiled and greeted Li Lei as they walked by. Oh, hi, second young Master Li, you're looking good. Finally found your perfect other half and leaving all the flowers behind, yeah. Washing your hands of your playboy days. Before he met Xiaoling, Li Lei was known to be a Casanova. There were always women around him. Xiaoling was not unfamiliar with his past tendencies, but she still shot Li Lei a look on hearing the playful banter. Li Lei hurriedly said, Xiaoling, I'm fully devoted to you now. He turned and glared at the other man, and said half-jokingly, Fourth young Master Kong, don't you want your premium membership card anymore? What are you saying? Everyone listening on laughed at his statement. It's Xiaoling, right? I've heard you sing. That song, Little Duck, is really cute. Glass Fingertips, is the true stunner. It's stylish and full of emotions. They all started to throw compliments at Xiaoling and engage her in conversation. Used to handling such small talk situations, she beamed, showing the shallow dimples on both sides of her face, looking pretty and comfortable in her element. Many of those present were wealthy gentlemen who were initially impassive to the news about Li Lei dating a small celebrity, thinking that the difference in their status was just too wide. However, having had a chat with Xiaoling face to face, they changed their view about her. This girl looked weak and small but had a natural glow to her. She did not shy away from them and seemed to fit into their wealthy circle naturally. For the wealthy, class and manner was of utmost importance. After chatting for a while, Li Lei took her around the gym's interior and pointed out all the newest equipment to her, as well as showed her the revenue numbers and charts for the season. She could not understand the complex numbers he was showing her and simply followed him as he dragged her around by hand in a daze. Ooh, the people at the gym were all in pretty good shape and had handsome faces. With just their physique, many of them would do well in the entertainment circle. What are you looking at? Li Lei's expression darkened when he saw her line of vision fall on a muscular man in a tight-fitting singlet. Xiaoling innocently said, I'm looking at all the handsome men, see his V-line abs. He probably had to train really hard and long to get those. I have them too, the little child Li snapped back. Xiaoling was quiet for a moment, before scanning Li Lei up and down with suspicion. Little child Li felt his pride hurt seeing her suspicion. Xiaoling, you don't believe me. I'll show them to you now. He raised his hands, prepared to take his shirt off. Earlier he had already removed his long khaki jacket due to the warmth of the indoor heating. Now, he only had on the ash-gray round neck sweater and the hand-woven shirt. It would be easy to take these off in one swift motion. Xiaoling felt her face burn up and looked away. Weird, she did not feel embarrassed looking at the abs of the other handsome men in the room. Why was her heart beating so fast from Li Lei's simple act of taking his shirt off? You're not going to look. Seeing that she turned her head away, Li Lei felt even more hurt. Xiaoling took a deep breath, and then another, trying to make the blush on her face disappear. Just put on your shirt, I know you have a good body. The last 3 words were said so quietly it was like a mosquito buzzing. Even though she had not scrutinized his body closely, he had hugged her close when they were in bed that day, and she had somewhat felt his physique through his clothes. As she thought back on this, little child Xia felt her face turn red again. His muscles were well proportioned and toned like an elegant and powerful beast, and his level of perfection was probably equal, if not better, than that man with the V-line abs earlier. Stop, she had to stop thinking about it. Red-faced Xiaoling forced herself to cut her line of thought and quietly sneaked away. She ran off to the balcony that was not too far off and felt herself calm down with the fresh air blowing on her. Under the balcony was a swimming pool with many young men and women swimming. Many had good physiques as well, but Xiaoling could not find one that could hold a candle to Li Lei. Why did she feel that Li Lei's body was so perfect? She had not even taken a close look at him yet. Li Lei followed her out into the balcony and caught her in a daze again. You're looking at other men behind my back again. He unhappily reached forward to turn her around to face him, so that she could not look in the direction of the swimming pool. He was regretting bringing her to the gym. This place was just too dangerous, brimming with testosterone. He was never going to bring her to somewhere like that for a date ever again. Xiaoling was forced to look at him. At this moment, Li Lei had already removed the round neck sweater and only had on the white shirt. This simple white shirt looked nice on him, and the top 2 buttons were unbuttoned, revealing his toned chest beneath it. Xiaoling forced herself to move her line of vision upwards to his face. It's just a look, she said. Seeing Li Lei's expression darken again, she hurriedly added before he started to threaten to take his shirt off again. Then let's go. There's nothing much to see anyway. Really? Li Lei stared at her full of suspicion. You said there was nothing much to see of that man's body earlier. Yeah, Xiaoling's face turned red again as she silently thought to herself. He's nowhere close to you. Li Lei nodded his head, satisfied. He did not want to stay any longer as well. What if Xiaoling fell for another man? He would be left in the lurch to cry by himself. He pulled her out of the gym and headed towards the next place of his many businesses. Li Lei brought her around to see all of his main businesses that day. All the staff and regular customers knew that she was his girlfriend and the lady boss of all his businesses. Her status was immovable. They gave her all kinds of looks, some envious, some jealous, but no one questioned the status that Li Lei had declared, that they belonged to each other. They were one body, and nobody could separate them. When they had finished the tour of his businesses, Xiaoling thought of something. Oh, by the way. What's up? Li Lei asked. Xiaoling said softly and hesitantly. I have a bungalow under my name that I want to get rid of. That was the gift that Pei Ziheng had given to her a few months back as a form of apology for poisoning her mute. She had forgotten all about it until the tour of Li Lei's real estate companies triggered her memory. Li Lei was aware of the bungalow that Pei Ziheng had given to her. Both of them had even argued about it before. Later, Xiaoling grew sensitive every time he broached the issue, so he was careful not to bring it up. Now, Li Lei was happy to hear her say that she wanted to get rid of the bungalow. Okay, I can help you get rid of it as soon as possible. He owned a real estate company, it would be easy for him to get someone to deal with all the processes. However, Xiaoling said, I want to handle it myself. She did not want to rely on him for everything. She felt that the consequence of over-reliance on someone was too terrifying. Her experience in her past life was a perfect example. In this life, even if she fell for someone, she needed to maintain her independence. Li Lei was not too happy to hear her say that but did not insist on it. He knew that even if he had a place in Xiaoling's heart, it was still not to the extent where she would hand her life over to him. He needed to be careful of her feelings and was afraid that he would lose her if he made a small mistake. Their big fight previously had made it clear to him that she would leave at first instance if he made her unhappy. This was scarier than anything else to Li Lei. Hence, he said, okay then, you can handle it yourself. If you meet with any problems just come look for me, I can give you the help you need anytime. Xiaoling nodded and felt relieved. She wanted to settle this by herself, but she was not used to handling these administrative matters. She had always only cared about singing and performing, thus, she did not really know where to begin when it came to matters like this. As such, Li Lei's words of encouragement and assurance gave the comfort that he would have her back. She started to manage the sale of the bungalow, intending for the proceeds of the sale to be donated to charity. Pei Zihang's money was like poison to her, and she felt it would burn in her hand. Donating it would be the only way she felt they could draw a clean line. She asked her assistant Wei Wei to check on the market price of the bungalow and contacted various auction houses to deal with the sale. Wei Wei was a diligent, intelligent, and hardworking girl. Even though it was the first time she was handling the sale of a bungalow and was far from perfect in managing the process, she was still able to inform Xiaoling that the bungalow had been sold after some time. The buyer was said to be a businessman of Chinese origins, who returned back to China for a holiday. He had heard that the proceeds from the sale would be donated to charity and, hence, felt respect for Xiaoling. He had requested through the auction house to meet her face to face because he too was interested in charitable endeavors and wanted to meet her to discuss them. Although Xiaoling wanted to donate the proceeds of the bungalow, she was not familiar with charitable organizations in the philanthropic field. She was afraid that the money would be used for the wrong reasons and did not have experience in putting in the proper monitoring for the use of the money. She felt that it would be a good idea to hear the views of a more experienced person. Thus, she agreed to meet the buyer. The chauffeur Old Chen drove her to the appointment venue with her assistant Wei Wei and 4 bodyguards. When they got there, they found themselves in an elegant and exquisite wooden building. There was a big pond with a rock formation that created a windbreaker, and inside the pond was a meter-long golden carp. The server came forward and offered to bring Xiaoling to the private room that was booked, but indicated that Wei Wei and the bodyguards would have to stay outside. Sorry, Miss Yi, the gentleman inside invited you to come in alone. Xiaoling was slightly taken aback. She did not expect the buyer to make such a request. However, she thought it was understandable as well since he could afford to buy the bungalow she had put up for sale. Someone so wealthy would likely be a big shot, right? Yet, there were things that she could not agree to as well. I can't go in alone, she said. Please help me to tell the gentleman inside that I need to bring my assistant and 2 bodyguards with me. If he thinks that that is inconvenient, we can reschedule this meeting. Ever since she was kidnapped by Pei Zihang, the bodyguards had been put in place to follow her, and there were always people around her even if it was not obvious. This was something that Li Lei had insisted on, and while she felt that he was being paranoid, she would keep her promise to him on the matter. The server's expression became nervous. Miss Yi, the gentleman inside is our platinum member. This same request applies to everyone that he has met here. Xiaoling turned and made to leave. She heard a polite voice ring out from behind her. Please stay and hear me out. She stopped in her tracks and turned around. She saw a middle-aged man walk out of the private room, his hair combed neatly back, dressed in a slick suit. His voice was stable and calm. Miss Yi, the young master invites you to come in. Xiaoling asked, including my bodyguards. Yes. She gave the server a look. Didn't he say it was an unbreakable rule? There are always exceptions to the rule. The middle-aged man gave her a polite smile, seemingly answering the question in her mind. Xiaoling brought Wei Wei and 2 bodyguards with her as she followed the middle-aged man into the private room. When she entered, she regretted leaving 2 of the bodyguards behind. The door to the private room looked small and exquisite, but the space behind it was vast and, moreover, 10 or so people were standing in all corners of the room. Scanning the room, she saw that many of these men were of the physique where it seemed they were used to being in physical fights. Her first reaction was to back out of the room, but the door behind her had already been shut. The 2 bodyguards immediately became alert to the situation, and Wei Wei inched closer to Xiaoling, feeling afraid. Miss, please relax, an attractive voice said. Xiaoling followed the sound and saw that there was a platform in the middle of the room with a tiger skin blanket draped over it. A man was lazing on the tiger skin blanket, and while he was not exceedingly handsome, his eyes were seductive, and he was smiling at them at this moment. Xiaoling felt that he looked familiar, but could not remember where she had met him before. There was a beautiful girl like a Persian cat sitting by his feet giving him a leg massage. He was running his hands absent-mindedly through the girl's auburn, wavy, long hair, while turning to Xiaoling and saying, "Do have a seat." Xiaoling did not sit down. This scenario was too different from what she had expected. She thought that they would just be having a casual chat, but it seemed that the buyer was intending to make her feel uncomfortable with this entourage. She was afraid that he had some other motive. How would you like me to address you, mister? Xiaoling asked cautiously. You can call me young Master Feng. His voice was low and gentle. Young master. Clearly, he did not regard her as an equal. To Xiaoling, this was a casual meeting, whereas to him, he had called for her. Xiaoling was regretting coming over. Before she came, she had only heard that he was a businessman with Chinese origins who was back for a holiday. She should have asked for more details to understand what kind of person he was. Sit, the man repeated. Seeing that she still did not move, he gave a smile and said, aren't you going to give me some face? As he spoke, two men in black suits stepped forward and came toward Xiaoling. They were tall and well-built and looked menacing. The two bodyguards that Xiaoling had brought with her also took a step forward, shielding her behind them. In a split second, there were loud swooshes from all around, and young Master Feng's men had all pulled out their pistols. There were more than 10 guns trained on them. Xiaoling's bodyguards reacted quickly and drew their weapons as well. However, they did not point their guns at the men around, but rather at their boss, young Master Feng. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Wei Wei was stunned for 2 seconds before letting out a scream and pulling onto Xiaoling's sleeve in panic.